And with that, we are off and rolling on a Friday morning, a football Friday. Welcome to it. It is a glorious morning. It's kind of a curveball morning for all you great 6 a.m. listeners. As well, let me just lay it out this way. Stoke is off today, which means that we get to welcome in Richie Carney. Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Doing well.
All right, you got Sparty hat on.
That's right.
Sparty 1-0. Now, we are also set to welcome in this morning, live from Jacksonville, Florida, and what a treat for you 6 a.m. listeners, Mark Schlereth is set to join us this morning.
Is this a questionable or a probable designation?
This is questionable
I
right
would
now.
say questionable. I don't know if I'm confident enough to put the P on the injury report.
You know, it's been a while since Mark has traveled. He's been set up in New York and everything for the last year or so, but
still getting in those unmarked panel vans.
But he's back on the Fox beat. You know, he's calling Jacksonville and Carolina, NFC South, of course, and so he's got the equipment with him out on the road and everything. And with Mark, it's always hit or miss as to how he's going to handle that. So we're endeavoring to get him on.
I can't wait.
He sent us a video from his hotel room with the beach right behind him. It's like, hey, morning, boys. Don't know what it's like there, but here's my view. Ha, 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 ha. Gave one of his cackles. So we will give you, hopefully, you 6 a.m. listeners, the treat that you haven't had in about a year, and that is hearing Mark this early in the morning. So we shall see what happens with that. So we're off and rolling. It's an Is It Just Me Friday. We do it each and every Friday. Very simple. Give you a chance to get everything off your chest that's built up over the course of the week. Hit us up on the RoboSlot.com text line 303-713-1043. Give it to us in the form of, is it just me? And away we go. We want plenty of opinion, humor, always heavy on the snark. And away we go. So, hey, we kicked off last night. We got Spitgate. We got the Eagles beating the Cowboys 24-20. We had the lightning delay, which probably caused a lot of people to say, screw it. I'm not going to stay up late to watch this one. Can only imagine how it wreaked havoc on the East Coast for people who are watching. But early impressions of the return of the NFL.
I enjoyed it, and I think that have we ever had an ejection before the first play of a game like that? I don't remember ever seeing anything like that. So that kind of started things off on a weird note. And then Javonte Williams. What in the world? Where was any of that running when he was here with the Broncos last year? And you can say, offensive line for the Cowboys and this and that. But I was sitting in with Zach yesterday afternoon, and we were talking about this game, and we were like, Can you imagine if Javonte just goes off, right? Like, he didn't have a carry for more than 21 yards in like 2 years for the Broncos. And what if he just rips the first one right off the gate? Now, he didn't do that, but he scored the first 2 touchdowns of the game for the Cowboys. So I thought that was interesting. And then obviously you've got...
let me stop right there. So do you have Javonte Williams regret?
No.
At all that he's not here?
No.
Because at the end of the day, yes, he did have the 2 touchdowns, and good for him. 15 carries for 54 yards, 3.6 yards per carry.
Yeah, no, listen, it regressed back to the mean.
Yeah, okay.
Well, they started also mixing in Miles Sanders more, and he had that big turnover.
Okay, I just want to make sure you don't have Javonte Williams regret.
No, but it was one of those things where it's like, of course this happens on the first time that we see him carry something outside the Broncos. Do I think that's what's going to be happening in week 9 or 10? No. But so for everybody that I'm sure is going to be clamoring to pick him up on their fantasy teams after this week, enjoy.
He did get the 2 touchdowns, and he did. I mean, look, he didn't. And I have nothing against Javonte Williams. Javonte Williams got a bad break around here. He got hurt. That's not his fault.
I don't know. He said he's finally glad to be a part of a locker room that meshes and feels like a family. And
every athlete who moves on somewhere else always, in the process of talking about how awesome it is to be in his new place, loves to take shots at his old place.
Well, enjoy the human zoo over there, Jerry World.
Yeah, exactly. When you're walking through the aquarium there before the start of every Cowboys game and everyone's looking at you, don't feed the players. So what'd you make of the whole spitting thing? Especially when it came out later, they had a different angle that showed Dak spitting first. Now, Dak was like, I spit a lot. I was messing with one of our rookie offensive linemen. I wasn't going to spit on him. I spit between the two linemen. I certainly wasn't spitting at Carter. Carter, though, because the guy was hurt for Philadelphia. Carter had kind of started walking over by the Cowboys huddle, so he thought Dak was spitting at him. So then he spit at him, and, he's the one that got tossed.
Right. That's a great excuse. It's a perfect explanation for bad behavior, but it's not going to hold up in court. When you watch it back, it does not look like at all to me that Dak was spitting at Jalen Carter or really at anyone in particular with any kind of malice. Whereas, and maybe it's because he took it that way, which doesn't justify your actions in my mind, Jalen Carter literally spit on Dak Prescott, like close proximity, angled properly, and it hit him in the jersey. So
idiot.
Yeah,
so no leeway given to Carter that he thought that Dak was spitting at him?
No, because again, who's the person that gets in trouble?
It's always the guy who retaliates.
Who retaliates. Exactly. So, and you can only control what you can control. So, somebody does something bad to you. That's not an automatic get out of jail free card to say, okay, well, now it's on.
Nick Bonito talking yesterday about getting his new contract.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously, that's stuff that we talked about, whether it was playing this year, knowing the confidence I have in myself and the year I was going to have to where we could make more. But it's if you look at all the things that's in front of us right now, I mean, we're a really good football team. I'm a guy, I feel like that's continuing to grow and, just being around a team like this that's continued to get better and better. Why wouldn't I want to set myself up to play here now and continue to grow and build with these guys for the next couple of years and just trying to compete to, be at the top of the league. So.
Oh, I love this guy. Saying all the right things. Do you like the deal?
I do. I really do. And I think it's a more exaggerated sentiment than what I felt with the Courtland Sutton contract, because there was so much discourse with Sutton of we cannot, if we're the Broncos, they cannot pay him $30+ million a year, crazy wide receiver woman. He's not worth that, and age and production and all that stuff. And when the deal finally came out, I'm like, okay, all right, I can live with that. He's gonna probably finish his career as a Bronco now. It's not break the bank kind of money, but he is an important part of this offense. And you look at the Nick Bonito deal, and there was so much discourse about if this doesn't get done before the season, it's going to cost him so much more. And then Micah Parsons gets done, and now we're talking $35 million, maybe $37. No, that was never going to be the case. They're completely different, and this is no disrespect to Nick Bonito at all. Just two completely different classes of pass rusher. And so to get a guy like Nick Bonito locked down in an edge rusher market that continues to balloon the same way we saw the corner market is a good deal.
All right, Richie sitting in for Stoke, endeavoring to get have you guys asked him if he's turned it on? Does he know where the on button is?
Like T-Mobile customer service.
Endeavoring to get
stunk.
Yeah, from Jacksonville. We will continue to fight the good fight with him. Is It Just Me Friday? And the Broncos. Are you prepared to handle and approach and root for and criticize the Broncos in a different way this year? That's next.
Nick Bonito is here to stay. The Broncos lock down their emerging young passer with a 4-year deal with up to $120 million. With a strong core of players secured under new contracts, has Denver established a potential Super Bowl window with Bo Nix? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Sat down last night to watch football. I had it ready to go. I had some wings. I had some chips, some dip, and I had my Daisy dips. Ranch and French onion. They are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Like everything else that goes with me watching football, I take my game day spread very seriously, either in my living room, tailgates. That includes my dips, and I'm here to tell you I highly recommend this football weekend. Daisy Ranch and Daisy French onion dips. Look for them today at a grocery store near you.
Hey, Stoke here from my friends at Embers Golf. If you're like me, fall golf here in Colorado is hands down the best. It is so much fun. The air is crisp, the courses are pure, and it's the perfect time to fine-tune your game before the season ends. And the best place to do that? Embers Golf in Westminster. The place isn't your box store, golf store. Nope. What I love about Embers Golf, it's a boutique-style, family-owned, and built for true golf enthusiasts. They're not just selling you clubs. They're crafting a full journey personalized to you and your game. This is what I love about Embers Golf. They got 2 private hitting bays, all the major brands, and they specialize in custom upgraded shafts that take your game to the next level. My fitting there was unbelievable. I love my new clubs, driver, 3-wood, all my irons. You can tell such a difference. Seriously, there's nothing else like it around. So before the snow hits, get yourself dialed in. Go check my friends over at Embers Golf out, where your golf journey begins. Embers Golf.
When you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Wow, it's so good to finally be back home.
Is it me, or is it musty?
Oh, damp. Check the bathroom.
Damp!
The basement?
Damp! Wait!
Yeah?
I'm ordering damp bread!
So we don't have to move?
Eliminate damp, musty smells by trapping excess moisture. Get rid of the damp with Damp Rid.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
Welcome to a Football Friday. I got Stoke off today. Richard Carney sitting in and looking to welcome in Mark here, as Mark is in Jacksonville. So his schedule kind of flipped upside down, normally on between 8 and 10, but he's got to get off and head over to the Jacksonville facility. And so that's why we're splitting things or turning things around. He'll go with us the first couple hours of the show, and then he gets to go hang out with
Duval.
Yes, Liam Cohen and Travis Hunter. Richard
Yeah.
Carney, I can't wait. I mean, we always joke about the games that Mark gets, but hey, you get Travis Hunter's NFL debut. Is he going to play both ways? What's going to be the primary position? It looks like it's going to be receiver. Maybe sprinkle in some defensive back. But hey, when it comes to one of the top, I'd say 5 storylines of the first weekend of the NFL season, Mark's got one.
Oh, yeah, no, and it's going to be fascinating because on the surface, what Travis Hunter wants to do is pretty unprecedented at the NFL level, but his clear intention and desire and the backing from the Jaguars to at least allow him to try feels just as confident on the other end. So I'm going to be curious to see how that shakes out, where he's most prominent, and where he makes the most impact regardless of the snap count.
I'm rooting for it to happen. It's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Not long term,
Not long
right?
term. Not long term. I mean, if you think that this guy, week after week in the NFL, year after year, is going to go out and be playing 80, 90 snaps a game, no way.
No,
no way. At some point, he's going to have to.
And you have people
have
like,
to
well,
choose.
he's playing 100 in college.
Yeah,
it's just
not the same.
It's different. The athleticism is different. The NFL's the 1% of the 1% of the 1%. And as freakish and amazing as Travis Hunter is from an endurance standpoint as an athlete, I just think that's going to be so much collision and wear and tear on a body that week 1, week 2, okay, but week 13 and week 14, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm definitely a younger guy still. I've only played 1 year. Have a lot to prove. So I think until, I go out and do a lot more things and, add, other things to the resume, I don't really think I'll always just have, a voice just on command. I think you got to earn it each and every day.
All right, here we go after a awesome summer. I mean, it was so much fun this summer, Richie, enjoying the hope, the optimism, the confidence, the swagger that was coming out of the Broncos, all the national talk about how, hey, the Broncos are the team on the rise. Watch out for the Broncos. They're the surprise team. They actually could be a Super Bowl contender. It's been awesome. But now we get down to business.
Yep.
Now we see if it's for real. Now we see if all the hype is real. Now we see if they can back up all the talk. Simple question. Do you believe in them?
Do I believe in them to do what?
You tell me.
Do I believe in them to win a Super Bowl in the 2025 season? Probably not. But I don't think that's a bad thing. What I do believe in them in is to be more balanced offensively, to maybe be better overall, even if it's like, hey, maybe Vance Joseph's defense takes a slight step back from the high floor they set last year, but still be really good. And maybe this offense with a year 2 Bo Nix, another offseason with Sean, and better weapons around him, and a more balanced running game, maybe to be better overall to where they're competing and pushing the Chiefs for the AFC West, and they're still in that wild card playoff contention. Absolutely. I picked them to win 11 games before the start of the season. And I have since, because you try to be, and maybe it's the rubber meeting the road here in week 1, you try to be a little bit more grounded and a little bit more measured. But, Mike, if there's a world where they go 10-7 again, but they have a better record against teams above 500 and they're better in one-score games, and from the eye test, it looks like they've improved, I think that that's an acceptable outcome for this season.
Yeah, I get it. I get eye test and everything like that, but we're fans. And I think you go into a season with some sort of bar. It's set somewhere. Either the amount of wins you think that they should or need to have to feel happy about it, or making the playoffs. To me, it's simple. The floor is 10 wins and making the playoffs. You can't have the runaway hype and all the good moves that have been applauded and just the belief and confidence where this thing is going, and then just sit back and go, but yeah, I think they're 8-9 or 9-8.
So, no. I don't necessarily want to see regression. Like, yes, 9-8 would still be a winning record, right? They wouldn't be restarting this streak of losing seasons. But what if it's 10 wins and they lose a tiebreaker to the wild card and miss out?
I could probably absorb that.
There's nuance to it,
sure,
right?
But
So
I do have a certain floor, and for me, it's 10 wins. It's 10 wins, and then let's go from there. I do believe that Kansas City is coming back to the pack. They just
been saying that for half a decade.
I know, but it can't continue. It just can't. So yeah, I think this is a team that can win 11 games and win the division. But yes, the standard for me going in is 10 wins, and you get to 10 wins. Okay, you've done your part, and now let's see where it all shakes out.
Like I said, I picked them to win 11, and I've kind of I've settled on maybe a floor right around where you're at of 10 wins. But with that 10 wins, like, what does it look like? Do they look like they just skated by an incredibly easy schedule and they got some breaks the way they did last year, and there's still questions that are left unanswered about X, Y, and Z? Or does it look like kind of the things that I elaborated on? Are they better against 500 and one-score games and all of that? That being said, there is kind of a window that has been established with this rookie contract with Bo Nix because of the 7 contract extensions that they've handed out in the last 13 months that are all 4 years in length, lining up perfectly with that 2028 season. So if the floor is 10 wins, and I'm saying, hey, I can even live with if they have the same record as last year, but it looks a little bit better, even though I wanted 11, that might be fine. But eventually, you're going to have to get up into that 11, 12, beating the Chiefs for the division,
yeah,
even if they don't come back,
course.
even if they don't come back to earth, which again we've been saying for 5 years now, and they won 15, should have been 16 games last year. But regardless of all that, in a difficult division, they've got to do it because they've set this. George Payton and Sean Payton for the 2028 season to be a kind of foundational shifting season to turning the next page in potentially Bo Nix's franchise in a career.
I wonder for you as a fan, all the fans out there, I'd love to hear on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Are you prepared going into this season to root for the Broncos differently, scrutinize them differently, grade them differently? I guess in a nutshell, is there now a new way that you look at them and what is acceptable and what's not?
I think the easy answer would be yes, Mike, but I don't think we really graded the Broncos on that much of a curve throughout the worst stretch of football in their history.
My point being, though, is that when you look back over the last decade of futility and mediocrity and irrelevancy, it was always you were just looking for signs of hope, okay? Mm-hmm. There were no real expectations. And if they won a game, you were, like, happy with the win. And you didn't really care how it looked. I just wonder now if, much like we've gotten used around here to seeing the Nuggets and the Avalanche compete for championships and win for championships, and with that comes a different way of rooting and what passes for acceptable, what's unacceptable, even in victory. I'm just wondering if we're now at that point with the Broncos. I know I am. Like I am Team Sean all the way. I absolutely love what Sean Payton has done here. But year 3, expectations go up now. Expectations go up. Some of the things that I would be willing to overlook over the last, several years aren't going to fly anymore.
No, I think that's fair. And I say the same things about
even in victory. I mean, I'm at the point now where
you're the style points guy. And
I think that if you are going to be one of the best teams in football and you're competing for AFC championships and hopefully going to a Super Bowl, just winning ugly every week isn't enough.
That's exactly what the Chiefs did, and they went to a Super Bowl.
Well, unless you say that winning with dominant defense is ugly. Did the Broncos, when they won their Super Bowl in 2015, was that an ugly Super Bowl? Or was the beauty of their
offensively
defense?
For the Broncos? Yes, it was ugly.
Yeah, but was their defense like historic?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
why is it when you win with defense it's ugly, but when you win with offense it's awesome?
Well, because defensive wins usually mean gritty, grinded out, ugly football. Because offensive football is pretty. That's why they make the kickoff rule changes, and you got to have.
I thought that Broncos defense in 2015 was awesome to watch.
Oh, it was.
I didn't feel like I was watching a tractor pull every week.
But it was. But when you say defensive wins, it's kind of like defense on defense. It's the 13-11, that kind of thing.
All right, it's an Is It Just Me Friday, giving you the chance to react. A lot of text rolling in now on what the expectations are. We'll get to that. And we're talking about 10 wins. We're talking about, putting themselves in a position to win the wild card. Let's talk big. Let's talk about not only closing the gap, but surpassing the Chiefs. The Broncos will win the division if... That's next.
Is the home opener against the Titans a must-win game for the Broncos? Joel Klatt certainly thinks so.
You have to win this game, and that's what this one is. Even the first week, you can't go out there and lose to Tennessee in week 1 and think that you're going to be a top 4 team in the AFC. You just can't.
Hear Joel every Wednesday morning on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth all season long. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, instead of crushing this summer, have you felt off, lacking some energy, feeling kind of down? Could be an easy explanation. Could be low testosterone. Simple way to find out. Take the low testosterone quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Unlike the quizzes your kids complain about or the ones that still give you stress dreams all these years later, this one is very simple. 10 questions, yes or no, just takes 2 minutes, and your answers could go a long way towards figuring out if you have low T. Putting on weight, not sleeping well, feeling sad or depressed, loss of sex drive. Next step, reach out to the experienced, professional, and compassionate staff at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I was running out of gas later in the day a couple years ago, got my T levels checked. Yeah, a little on the low end. Got set up on a customized low T plan. Here we are 2 years later feeling awesome. Low T, more common than you think. Early to mid-30s, we guys start losing 2 to 3% of our testosterone production every year. So schedule a consult, just $99. Start low T treatment that day. Your office visit is free. 5 locations, including Fort Collins and Colorado Springs, and a new and improved office in The Rock, Castle Rock. Call 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 5-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
This is Hall of Famer Terrell Davis here to tell you about my friends at Colorado Credit Union. Great plays start with a solid game plan, and the same goes for home ownership. Whether you're buying your first home, refinancing, or tapping into your home's equity, Colorado Credit Union has the mortgage and home equity options to fit your needs. Ready to make your next big move? Visit ccu.org to learn how Colorado Credit Union can help. Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Membership eligibility required. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Their recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on DenverSports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy Football Friday. One game in the books. Philadelphia beats Dallas. Man, I don't know. Dallas looked like they were one playmaker on defense away, Richie Carney in for Brandon Stokley, from being able to win that game. One playmaker on defense.
Would have been nice. Would have been nice if they had just a game-wrecking, edge rusher.
And
I don't have the patience to jack with you today.
By the way, wasn't the argument, we got to be better against the run?
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard some spin, man. I've heard some spin over the years. the idea that, we had to trade Micah Parsons because, we need to be better against the run. Well, they gave
like your attitude.
gave up 158 yards rushing as well yesterday.
I know it's Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts, who, by the way, is just selfish at this point inside the red zone and inside the 10. That guy does not want to throw the ball or hand it off to Saquon at all. It is like, I'm going to run for it and everybody else be damned, which is good for my fantasy team.
Mm-hmm. 2 touchdowns for Hurts, 1 for Saquon, 24-20. Tonight, we get Chiefs and Chargers.
This historically,
from Brazil.
That Chiefs-Chargers matchup, especially when it's a neutral site game, historically has been fun. There's some fireworks between those two, especially offensively, that I think is going to make for some good TV.
All right, that's what we're going to be watching later today. In the meantime, asking a couple questions here on an Is It Just Me Friday. By the way, you can weigh in on anything you'd like with Is It Just Me Friday, but a couple specific questions. Are you going to be holding the Broncos to a different standard this year as a fan? And also, the Broncos win this division if. So both you and I like them to, as a floor, win 10 games. I think they could easily be an 11-6 football team. I'll admit it. I'm buying the hype. I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. But as far as winning the division, Broncos will win the division, Richie, if
the Chiefs take a step back.
Really? You don't think they can go take it from them?
It's possible. It's possible. So if you want me to go down that route, because that would be my answer, is that the Chiefs have to come back. They won 15 games last year, Mike. So even if they're the worst 15-2 team in the history of the NFL, they won 15 games out of 17 tries, and it could have been 16 if they didn't play the JV squad against the Broncos. But if we're talking about what it's going to take for the Broncos to go out and take it, and meaning that you got 2, maybe 13-win teams, 12, 13-win teams, like we saw with the Vikings and the Lions, 14 wins. You need a healthy J.K. Dobbins all year, and you got to have a run game that is badass, because that's got to be something that allows Bo Nix to have more complementary balance to the offense and be able to open up more opportunities downfield for the wide receivers in a slimmer wide receiver room than we've seen in recent years.
See, you're talking about the ingredients. We're on the same page here. You're talking about the ingredients. I'm talking about what it looks like when it comes out of the oven. If the Broncos win this division, if this offense averages at least 27 points per game.
Okay.
If they can get to 27 points per game.
Yeah, that's a big number. Yeah.
It is. Well, they were 25 last year. So and I've always felt in this desert we've been wandering around in the last decade, I always felt that the magic number offensively was just get to 24 points per game. Because, every single year, you can go back, you can look it up, Broncos offenses were, 18 points, 19, 20.1, stuff like that. I always felt that 24 was kind of that magic number. Get to 24 and watch how it looks different. Well, last year they got to 25 and they won 10 games and were one of the surprise teams in the NFL. Now to go that next level, I feel confident in what they're going to get from the defense. I'm deathly afraid of what's going on with Dre Greenlaw right now. That's just got bad juju written all over it. But the defense, even without Dre Greenlaw, is still going to be really, really good.
It should be.
It should be. But if you want to talk about what's different, how do you get to 11 wins? How do you win this division? How do you become a legitimate threat? How do you back up Sean's claim that in my career I've had 6 teams that I thought were capable of winning the Super Bowl? This is number 7. I'm just going to give you a nice, easy number. You get to 27 points per game offensively. This is an 11-win football team. This is the team that probably wins the division, and this team is a team that's going to be a nasty, nasty out in the playoffs.
Do you know how many games, Mike, the Broncos right now are favored to win on their 17-game schedule? Did this exercise with Zach yesterday, and I was fascinated.
Zach was looking at lines?
Yes.
Stunning.
Very, very counterintuitive behavior from ZB.
Can't believe it. Oh, no. We got it. Yeah, how many?
12.
12 of the 17?
12 of the 17 games on their schedule.
Let me see if I can guess the ones they aren't.
Wow. Okay.
You have them?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. At the Chargers.
Correct.
At Philly.
Correct.
At Washington.
Correct.
At Kansas City.
Correct.
And I'm going to say at Houston.
No. It's both Chiefs games. So
even here?
Correct.
Child, please. Stop it.
I don't know. Is that crazy,
At
Mike?
home? No.
Yeah, no, they're favored against the Packers. They're favored against the Texans. They're favored against the Chargers at home, which, again, to your point, they're favored against the Bengals. And I know that they lost to them last year in a shootout and all that, but I was stunned that Vegas says 12 out of the 17 matchups for the Broncos they are favored in, and that should be an indication because Vegas is the ultimate impartial observer. They don't care about your fan base. They don't care about emotions or hype or sizzle. They are just going off of data and numbers and trends within the markets. And if that is what they are coming to the conclusion with, then this Broncos team should have a floor of 10 wins, and they should be competitive in the AFC West.
On the RamosLaw.com text line, here's a little sampling of what we're getting from you this morning. Thank you, 6 a.m. listeners. Yes, guys, expectations are here to stay. The standard is higher. We are back. Another one, I expect us to be in the playoffs. I expect them to be competitive in games like against KC, the Chargers, the Texans, while we should blow out teams like the Titans and the bleepity-bleep Raiders. Yes, they're at the point now where, like, I'm not saying peak Peyton Manning days. Oh, how glorious, by the way, when you think back on it. Really.
There may never be another 4-year stretch like it.
How glorious was it to know as a Broncos fan when you would roll out of bed on a Sunday morning and you'd just be thinking about the game later that day, and you just knew. You just knew. You didn't have to think about it. You just knew Peyton Manning in this offense was going to put up 30 or more.
My best friend Peyton Manning.
It was just like...
It was concern. I mean, they win a game 28-27, and we're like, oof, okay,
right.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not saying we're at that level yet, but I think we are getting to the point where, okay, you know, and that's why I know we've been going back and forth on it, and, you know, I've been catching strays about it all the time, although it was awesome to hear Joe Klatt completely endorse my opinion.
We can go back and forth for another 4 minutes.
But I just think that at some point, you know, style points do matter. When you get an opponent that you should drub, you do it because that's what the really, really good teams do. And that's why when I look at a team like Tennessee, you've been gifted the perfect opponent for week one. You're at home. You're playing a team that won 3 games last year. You're playing a team that's still in rebuild mode. You're playing a team that's got a rookie quarterback making his first ever start on the road at one of the 3 toughest places to play in the entire NFL, maybe the toughest place to play in the NFL. And those are the games you have to win. If you want to, I mean, you could lose the game, and, okay, yeah, you could still talk me into the idea that, hey, wait a minute, the season's not over, you know, they can still go 9-8 and this and kind of thing. Okay, but if you want to signal to me and Broncos country and everybody else that, hey, we are now setting our sights higher, you got to win this game.
You do.
You have to win this game.
To your credit quickly about the style points there, historically speaking, if you look at last year, the Broncos have blown out the teams they're supposed to beat. They blew out the Saints. They blew out the Buccaneers. They blew out the Panthers. I guess that was a 2-score game. Falcons.
Yeah.
Right? They've done that. They blew out the Colts 31-13, even though that game could have been weird. So they have a track record of doing it. I just don't know that I'm ready to hold their feet to the fire to say if they win 27-20 against the Titans in a week one where you're still kind of putting everything together, that it's going to be like, you know what? I'm concerned.
Well, we'll see how it looks. But we do agree they have to win.
Yes,
you got to win.
Yes, you have to win.
You have to win.
And you got to win the next week, too.
You have to win.
You got to be 2-0.
All right, we'll get to your text coming up next.
Does Sean Payton finally have all the pieces he needs on offense? Are the Broncos ready to contend for the AFC West once again? We'll answer it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, as a homeowner, reliable hot water is an absolute must. Impacts our lives in so many ways, but let's keep it simple. Nothing worse than having to try and power through a cold shower to start your day. Not a good tone setter. Copperhead Plumbing, they are water heater specialists to consulting and recommending the right kind for your home based on size, water usage, and cost to expect work that you can trust. Speaking of water, give yourself the peace of mind that comes with no unexpected and costly water damage. Have Copperhead Plumbing install the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System. Monitor and protect your home right from your phone. Copperhead Plumbing has been reliably serving Colorado since 2007. Local, licensed, focused on quality work done right the first time, residential or commercial. So whether it's water heaters, leaky faucets, clogged drains, outdoor water features, sprinklers, water softeners, main sewer lines, sump pumps, Copperhead Plumbing has you covered. Avoid the fall scheduling crunch. Call today, 303-552-3491, and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
You've launched startups and created jobs right here in Denver. But have you tried getting a mortgage? Big banks all say the same thing. Sorry you don't claim enough income on your tax returns. Have they seen your cash flow? Your employees get mortgages, but you can't? You built the tech stack that runs their bank and they're denying you? That's insane. At cakehome.com, we look at your bank deposits or certified profit and loss statement to get you approved fast. Cake is your self-employed mortgage expert, which means we understand complex income streams. If you're self-employed, a founder, or freelancer, someone who's built something real, you don't need to show a W-2, 1099, or K-1 to get approved. Call 1-888-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-888-EAT-CAKE to learn what makes us different.
A careless driver caused your crash. Medical bills are piling up, and you might not be able to work. Life just got a lot more expensive, and you don't know what to do. At Berg Simpson, your consultation is absolutely free. We'll explain your legal options at no cost to you. Help starts with a phone call to us.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
A Takori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers says something more.
From the very first sparkle when the box opens to wide and joyful eyes.
To the every last detail that continues to enchant for decades, day after day.
Only Takori weaves all those details into every stunning engagement ring.
Meticulously crafted in Takori's Los Angeles design studios by artisans that take as much care crafting the ring as you do selecting it.
A Takori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers will say everything, because everything is in the details.
I'm Bruce.
And I'm Steve Williams. And here at both Williams Jewelers, you'll shop from the largest selection of Takori engagement rings and wedding bands in Colorado.
Visit us at Williams Jewelers, your official Takori jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Winter and the holidays will be here before you know it. Don't wait to upgrade your home. Order windows or siding from 5280 Exteriors before the Colorado snow flies. Enjoy low-interest financing for 15 years, often better than your bank, with no prepayment penalty. Stay warm, boost your home's value, and pay less each month. Prices go up every year, so lock in your free quote today. Host the next game day party at your house. Call 5280 Exteriors now and see how low your monthly payment can go. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Hey, it's Reese Davis. Let's be honest, you can't keep an eye on everything unless you've got Blink Outdoor 4 cameras. While you're focused on the game, Blink's keeping an eye on your home.
With up to 2-year battery life and with Sync Module XR, you can cover more space without constant maintenance. No wires, no worries. Blink helps keep an eye on what matters most. Get Blink today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
On this Football Friday, Stoke off today, taking care of some business. Richie Carney sitting in. And, of course, it's an Is It Just Me Friday as well, where we give you a chance to get, well, whatever you want to get off your chest, just give it to us in the form of Is It Just Me? And away we go. I expect it to be mostly Bronco-dominated, football-dominated, which is absolutely fine. We're asking the question, Broncos will win the division if, here's one on the RumbleSaw.com text line, Broncos will win if they have a balanced attack on offense with a run to set up the pass approach. This is, Richie, something I'm really curious. There's so many elements of the run part of this equation that I'm curious to watch. First of all, who's the featured back? I have no doubt it's going to be J.K. Dobbins to start, but how long does that last? Who gets sprinkled in? Is it Tyler Bidet? Is it Jaleel McLaughlin? Is it does Sean ever really settle? Do you ever get the sense that he's settling on a guy, or is it just a constant whirlwind of in and out with running backs? And is Sean set to commit to it? Oh, and I'll add one other thing. Was it really all the running backs' fault last year, or is this an overrated offensive line?
That last part, actually, I think is one of the more fascinating dynamics, because this Broncos offensive line has gotten a lot of love and hype from the PFFs and the analytical perspective of things, and their pass blocking was, I think, more highly talked about it sometimes than their run blocking. But I've listened to Mark Schlereth, and I've put on the tape myself and said, okay, listen, did they have any running backs in the stable last year that were worth their salt, including Jaleel McLaughlin, frankly? And my answer was no. And Javonte Williams obviously scored. It's just classic. Scores 2 touchdowns for the Cowboys last night, and behind a better offensive line, perhaps. But I believe that J.K. Dobbins, even if you can only get it for 7 to 9 games, gives you massively more from a skill set perspective than anything we had in that room last year. And I do think that there's a vision and a clear plan for R.J. Harvey and what they wanted to be, Mike, because they had the opportunity to draft Amari and Hampton, and they said no. They had the opportunity to move up and get Quinshon Judkins, or Travion Henderson, who looks like a stud potentially for the Patriots, but they didn't because they felt confident that they could still get what they wanted out of a guy like R.J. Harvey, even if it meant trading back twice. So for the blocking for me is going to be the most intriguing part. I don't think the dynamic between the two is going to be that fascinating, because I think if J.K. Dobbins is healthy, he is what you hope R.J. Harvey develops into being. So if he's going to be there and available, he'll be the lead back until R.J. is able to take it from him, health or otherwise.
From Jackie in Washington, my expectations for this season for the Broncos, they have convincing wins over good winning record teams. Bo corrects his footwork. There's a sharpness that we didn't see in preseason. Another one, if you're going to count the JV game against the Broncos, then you need to look at all the close games they almost lost if they hadn't received help from a lucky play or the refs bailing them out.
That's
that was the
totally...
ugliest. Hold on, that was the ugliest 15-win season in the history of the league.
It can be the ugliest time you won 15 out of 17 tries. I just listen. I don't want to come across like a Chiefs fan or whatever, but like, you got to be realistic about this. They're a dynasty team with Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. And some point, it's going to come to an end. It will. All of them do. But you can't say, well, the JV Chiefs and this and that. When Isaiah Likely was out of bounds by a toe, that was good on good. That was starters on starters. When they blocked Alex Forsythe to a point where the Broncos miss a game-winning field goal opportunity, that wasn't JV. So they have found a way, in a way that I hope the Broncos can emulate, to win ugly and to be gritty and to know, hey, things didn't go great for 3 1/4 quarters or 3 1/2 quarters, but now Patrick looks at Travis looks at someone, and it's like, hey, let's go. And they figure it out.
Yeah, they do figure it out. They know how to win close games. Hey, look when the Broncos won their Super Bowl in 2015. Broncos country doesn't look at it this way, but you had plenty of people outside of Denver, outside the Rocky Mountain region, said, wow, that was a lucky Super Bowl. Peyton Manning stunk all year. He was hurt. Brock Osweiler, somehow, got the job done. But look at all the close games they won. I mean, they won a ton of close games.
Because they knew how to do it.
Because they knew how to win, and their defense made big plays. And to Kansas City's credit, their defense has carried Mahomes and the offense the last couple of years. Mahomes and the offense have been, best supporting actor, that kind of stuff.
And that wasn't the case.
The leading man.
That wasn't the case at the beginning of Mahomes' tenure.
Oh, no,
where
of
that
course
offense
not.
was a
I'm
laser show,
Yeah.
and then they lose Tyreek Hill, and they have to adjust, and then they do this, and they have to adjust. And now you're right. It is a defensive-led team.
Guys, you're not going to want to hear this. This is from a Raider fan. But all the things that you say and think and feel about your team, we feel with the Raiders. Front office, Spytex put together quite a team. Took one of your guys, even as well as a guy from Philly. Look at the Raiders roster. Look at the draft. Lots of talent. Coaching. Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly have proven track records. Geno Smith, he's better than your guy, like it or not.
Wow.
It's true. And a schedule, with a fourth-place schedule, the Raiders will be a double-digit win team. We can win the division as well.
All right, Bozo, thank you.
Settle down.
Yeah, now listen.
Settle down.
Listen, I believe I've sat across from you and said it. I've definitely sat across from Stoke and said it, and others. I think the Raiders are going to be better this year. Now, even if they double their win total, they're an 8-9 football team. So there's levels to how far they can jump and what they can do, but they have alignment from ownership to front office after bringing in Tom Brady, who helps bring in Pete Carroll, who brings in a quarterback that he knows he can win with and was comfortable moving away from Russell Wilson for to continue forward. So they've got alignment the same way the Broncos do, from Greg Penner down to Bo Nix now, and with one of the better tight ends in football, with Ashton Genty, and with Jacoby Myers and all of that, and Mad Max on the edge, they could be a team that, even if it's not 10 wins, is better and more of a challenge than they were last year.
All right, great stuff. We still look good stuff from the 6 a.m. texters. No surprise. You always deliver, and we got a few more queued up and ready to go. So we'll carry over into the 7 o'clock hour. Let those 7 o'clock listeners, show how high the standard's been set for them. That's coming up next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take the next step as the Broncos franchise QB? Will Vance Joseph's defense make life miserable for Cam Ward and the Titans? We'll break it all down on the Fan Football pregame show, live on game day starting at noon. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I'm the happiest man in Colorado today. Yep, that's an actual quote from Alan, a 303 Law 4040 client, when he picked up a settlement check after we settled his case for $125,000. The funny part is, at our first meeting, Alan actually said, Dan, I don't even know if this case is worth your time. Now, Alan's like a lot of people who call us at 303 Law 4040. He wasn't looking to get rich, but he was in pain, and he didn't know where to turn. You might be like Alan, not looking for $1 million, but you were hurt and it wasn't your fault and you have no idea what to do. Heck, the insurance company may already be throwing a lowball offer at you so they can get off the hook. When you call 303 Law 4040, my lovely wife Kimberly and I will meet with you in person, free of charge. We'll come up with a plan where you get to focus on getting better while our team fights to get you a fair settlement. You know what we say. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Are you ready to unleash the beast?
Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
As a scientist, I can tell you that Sundays are only 24 hours long. But with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, you get every game every Sunday all in one place. That's upwards of 30 hours of NFL in one day. How can there be 30 hours in 24 hours, you ask? I have a theory. Magic. New users get NFL Sunday Ticket for 8 payments of $34.50 per month. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Local and national games on YouTube TV. NFL Sunday Ticket for out-of-market games excludes digital-only games and commercial use. Terms and embargoes apply. Availability varies.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I do.
I do. Of course you all do. Who wouldn't want this? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed that has a 5.89 APR.
Wait, you have a 4.75% fixed rate for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. Because even with the lowest rate today, it may not be in 6, 12 months or more. And if rates do fall in the future, now what? Go through the expense again? No. Maximize your savings with U.S. mortgages and our lowest rate for life program. It allows you to lock in today, and if the market does improve, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fee and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. Awarded the smartest loan in the country. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Do you know what's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide? If you guessed Discover, you guessed right, based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. You're listening to Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to it. It is a Friday, but not just any Friday. It's a football Friday. Let's face it, it's the real first official Football Friday. Yeah, we had one last week with college football, and that was fun and everything, but now it's full bore. It's on. College football, pro football, high school football. It's a glorious, glorious thing. We've got Richie Carney in for Stoke, who's off today. And Richie, good morning. Welcome to it. There's a ton of enthusiasm. I can't wait for Sunday. After an off season of runaway hype, is it safe to say, is it just me? Is it just me, or you are fascinated to see if they can live up to it?
It's not just you. I am fascinated to see, and again, it comes from the fact that for the first time in a decade, we have a cornerstone and a foundational hope to believe in, and that's a potential franchise quarterback in Bo Nix. And it helps that he's got a head coach in Sean Payton who's molded him and kind of created that in his image. And it really feels like, with the evidence of one season together, and they break the streak of losing seasons and postseason drought, and now how do you build from it? And then you factor in all the contract extensions and all that stuff. Everything has piled together at the starting line of this race here in 2025, and the gun's going to go off in 48 hours.
I was referring to it when we would be broadcasting in the morning out there at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, Camp Good Vibes. It was just nothing but good vibes. And that's kind of been the theme of the entire season. It's been refreshing. It's been fun after everything that we've had to muddle through, suffer through the last decade, and now to have it all here ready to go. I think it's awesome. It's where the Broncos should be. I love the idea that Broncos country can once again get back to following this team in a way that they've become accustomed to following them over the years, with high expectations and Super Bowl or bust. I'm not saying they're Super Bowl or bust, but you know what I mean. So it's awesome, and I can't wait to see if it's all for real or if it was just a mirage and it was just a lot of talk, just a lot of sizzle and no steak. We are fixing to find out. A couple questions, of course, for you. Is it just me? Friday, whatever you want to get off your chest, but most of it today has been with the Broncos. I'll let the 7 a.m. listeners know. The 6 a.m. listeners brought it very strong. We'll give you a little sampling of what they sent in with us. And also, the Broncos will not only make the playoffs, but will win the division if, fill in that blank. Tommy in Northern California says, Broncos win the division if the NFL doesn't help the Chiefs to please the Swifties. By the way, let's get that out there in the open now as we get ready to watch the Chiefs tonight. Do you buy the idea that the NFL is purposely helping the Kansas City Chiefs?
I really want to say no, but if you're trying to be cynical and you want to go down the tinfoil hat route, the Chiefs being good is good. Dynasties are good for the NFL in the league that loves to, praise parity and create situations where you have competition. Tom Brady and the Patriots ran the league for years, and they didn't seem to suffer or struggle a bit from it. And you got a situation where last year's game that was in Sao Paulo between the Eagles and the Packers was a home game for the Eagles. And the Eagles' name was painted on both end zones. You look at the field this year, thanks to our friend Kay Adams, when she's not coaxing some of the best answers out of players and Sean Payton around the league, the Chiefs have their name painted in the end zone on what is technically considered a road game for them. And it's like, why? Why would you do that? Is that a motivational thing? Is that an optics thing? I don't know. But so no, I don't think the NFL is going out of their way in an
Chargers are the home team.
Right.
Yeah.
But the Chiefs have their name painted in one of the end zones. That's not something you see for a road team in a true road game.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
But
it is a show. I get what you're saying. Yes, technically somebody has to be the home team for the way the schedule lays out, but it is a neutral site game.
Why when it was Eagles Packers did the Eagles get both end zones and there was no? Because if you're designating it as a home team, as a home game for one team, regardless of the location,
well, maybe they realized last year that doesn't make sense then.
Or because Kansas City is a part of it this year.
Yeah, but Eagles, why would you shun the Packers? Packers have a bigger following than the Chiefs do. Packers are much more of a America's team than the Chiefs are.
They just haven't been to 3 straight Super Bowls and have the best quarterback in the NFL, arguably.
True, but this wasn't Eagles Jaguars last year. This was Eagles Packers. So, to the point that, they only put the Eagles in their both end zones because they were the home team. And then there was complaints about it. I would think that in this case it was just like, they realized the error of their ways. Yes, somebody has to be the home team, but this is also an international showcase.
If you were going to pin me down and say how the NFL is helping the Chiefs in some kind of specific and an overt way, I think it's the same way that you get that LeBron James gets calls in the NBA. Or, certain players and certain things they get superstar calls because they've earned the benefit of the doubt because they've won so much. And even subconsciously from a referee who's a human being, there's a human element to this. You give the benefit of the doubt in those situations.
100%. I think I understand it, but I also think it's a lazy take to say the fix is in for the Chiefs because what it really is what it's always been in every sport. And yes, folks, Denver teams have benefited from it as well. When Payton and the Broncos were rolling, when the Broncos were in the midst of winning 2 Super Bowls, especially their second Super Bowl year, when the Avalanche were really good in the late 90s, early 2000s, you get the good teams, the great players get the whistle. It's always been that way. And so is it preferential treatment? Yes, to a certain degree, but it has to be earned. It wasn't just like one day the NFL said, we anoint the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. It had to be earned. And I promise you, and boy, I bet You as a Broncos fan can't wait to perhaps sign up for this. You will willingly do it. I would love the day to come where the Broncos are kicking ass in the AFC, winning the AFC, going to a Super Bowl here and there, winning a Super Bowl, and you hear people bitching and moaning all over the AFC and AFC West about, oh my God, the refs are in it for Bo Nix and Sean Payton. I can't believe what Bo Nix gets away with. I hope that day comes, because if they start to win, like the Chiefs have been winning, trust me, the narrative will flip, and it'll be the Broncos that are the ones getting all the calls.
And it may take more than just starting to win, because you look at the most famous example of being on the opposite end of that spectrum. Nikola Jokic has been the best player in basketball for half a decade plus, and that guy still can't really get a consistent superstar whistle. So if the Broncos and Bo Nix together are going to work toward that, then it is going to have to take some significant statement seasons and performances and wins like the Chiefs have given you.
They won't have to. They won't have to do as much as Nikola and the Nuggets have had to do. That's just the NBA. That's just the NBA machine that wants to favor bigger markets. That the NFL, what the NFL has proven, you don't have to be in a major market to be.
Green Bay, you mentioned it earlier.
Green Bay, Indy, Denver. If you're really good in the NFL, trust me, the NFL will love you and promote you. Guys, question about Benito's contract. Will this end up being like Cortland when halfway through the deal he's demanding more money?
No.
Okay, well, first of all, if he continues to play at the level he's playing and continues to ascend, or Patrick Surtain continues to play at his all-world level, their contracts, which already just the ink isn't even dry on them, are already team-friendly, really good bargains relative to how, I just sound like Sean Payton right there.
I did it yesterday, too. Zach called me out for it. He goes, relative to.
Relative to. Okay.
It did. It threw me for a loop. I was like, oh no.
All right, Sean. You know what?
Played better.
I could see why you like that. That was pretty easy. That one flowed. That was pretty good. Okay. But if you look at their contracts, yes, I think there's a very good chance, because they're such good contracts. They're certainly great contracts for the players right now, but they're also good contracts for the Broncos that, we're probably only a year or two away from these guys saying, damn, I'm like the 20th paid corner in football, or Benito will be like, I'm the 20th paid pass rusher. Well, okay, don't come, looking for 2-4-6-8. Let's renegotiate, because the Broncos did give you a good deal where technically they could have played hardball with you, especially in the case of Benito.
Absolutely, and I don't think in the case of either of the gentlemen that you just mentioned, Patrick Surtain or Nick Benito, that's going to be the case. Now, Patrick Surtain being the reigning defensive player of the year and going from the time he signed his contract to today, where he is now, I think he's outside the top 5 now. I think he's like 6th in terms of highest paid corners. And the guys in front of him, you're like, okay, they're good, but like, come on. The DPOY and somebody who's in the top 10 of the NFL 100. But this is just the cyclical nature of how it goes. Somebody's always, and that's the timing of it. And do you wait and do you not? And Patrick Surtain signed his deal almost a year ago to this day. It was like 48 hours ago that he signed his deal on the 1-year anniversary. And with Nick Benito, I think there was a good amount of self-awareness here from Nick Benito. And that comes from, ultimately, a feeling of trust that I think has been established between these players and the coaching staff, centering around the Walton Penner ownership group. They've got an $86 billion warm fuzzy blanket to wrap around Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit.
All right, Texters, you're doing a great job today. You're bringing it strong. We'll continue to react to your text. Is it just me? Friday rolls on next.
The NFL season is here. Kick your football Sunday off in style with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos. Live on Game Day starting at 10 a.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, Stoke here for my friends at Embers Living. Family-owned Embers Living. It's a retail company based right here in Denver. And guess what? Football season is here. And if you want to win the tailgate this year or just be the king of your block, Embers Living has you covered with their top-of-the-line Yoder pellet smokers. Forget your neighbor's burnt burgers. You're bringing the flavor this season. Head to Embers Living today and gear up with the best. Whether you're rooting for your favorite college team or watching the pros on Sunday, they've got the perfect smoker to match your grilling game. From standalone grills to built-in setups, pizza ovens, and so much more. Embers Living is your one-stop shop for the ultimate outdoor cooking experience. And don't forget, winter's right around the corner, so if you need to upgrade that fireplace, they got you covered there also with the marquee fireplaces. Time to take that tailgate to the next level. My friends at Embers Living can take care of you. Be the envy of your neighborhood. All you got to do is go to embersliving.com. Embers Living, where your perfect tailgate begins.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You work hard all year and you deserve to be rewarded. So this Labor Day, we're rolling out the absolute best prices of the year. I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder of Mountain High Appliance. We're celebrating you at all Mountain High showrooms with unbelievable savings on today's top brands. Save up to $4,000 on select GE Profile kitchen packages. Plus, our price match guarantee ensures you the best deal every day. We won't be beat. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button to start growing today.
It's your last chance to take advantage of EV federal tax credits at Siltar Motors. This month, get the all-electric F-150 Lightning or the head-turning Mustang Mach-E with 0% interest for 72 months or lease credits up to $11,000 off. Check out their current selection of EVs at sthmotors.com to get the EV you want before they are gone. Siltar Motors has got the best location, the biggest EV selection in Denver, and the most competitive pricing in Colorado. Siltar Motors will deliver everything you want out of a dealership.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Football Friday. Richie Carney in for Stoke. And just kind of, rolling along, some great texts coming in on the RamosLaw.com text line. Is it just me Friday? Also asking the question, the Broncos will win the division if. So let's keep that going. This one comes in from Ron. Broncos can win the division if the Chiefs leave the division, the Chargers leave the division, the Raiders, well, the Raiders suck, and monkeys fly out of my butt. Ask a stupid question, get a stupid answer.
That's
not a stupid.
That would present a clear path to the division, to be fair.
To be fair, that would set up nicely. But
I love their odds at that.
There's a chance. So basically what you're telling me, Ron, is that the Broncos can't win the division. It has to be given to them? And I understand that part of the equation, Richie, of this happening is that there has to be some element of the Chiefs coming back to the pack a little bit, okay? But I think the Broncos are absolutely in a place where they feel like they could go out and wrest the division away from Kansas City. I think the Chargers, if you're a Charger fan, all five of you probably feel the same thing, that
I'm actually going to go with the Chargers.
Well, six of you that can go and take the division away. I don't think that this is a case where the Broncos can only win if it's handed to them.
No, I don't think it has to be handed to them. I just think that it's more difficult to go out and have them. The expectation is that they take it without some other factors being in play. Now, if you want to go down that path, splitting with the Chiefs the way they almost did last year and potentially sweeping them would go a long way in that regard. If you're going to go out and take it, go out and beat them once. Maybe you have to do it twice if you really want to win the division.
Whoa, baby steps, okay? Beat the Chiefs when you're beating the Chiefs. Last year you didn't beat the Chiefs.
Right.
Okay? So I'm not all of a sudden saying you got to go out and sweep the Chiefs. But you got to
if you want to win the division.
If you want to win. Okay, here's what. I'll answer my own question. The Broncos will win this division if they go 4-2 in the division. They have to go at least 4-2 in the division. If they can do that, which means they're going to have to sweep somebody. I don't think they're going to sweep the Chiefs, but they're going to have to. They're going to have to sweep somebody. But if they do that, if they go 4-2, they have set themselves up really nice to win this division. But they got to go at least 4-2. 3-3 won't cut it.
So they sweep the Raiders, they split with the Chargers and the Chiefs, and you think that does it?
Yeah. Well, it definitely puts you
in the conversation
well down the road to getting it done. Yes, but you're gonna have to sweep. You're gonna have to sweep the Chargers or Raiders.
I think that's fair. Again, because a lot of times winning the division, especially when you've got three teams in the Chiefs, Chargers, and Broncos that can all be. The Chiefs are outside of that category, but when you've got the Broncos and the Chargers as both legitimate wild card contending teams for the last handful of years, the last handful of years for the Chargers and this past year for the Broncos, it does make that divisional record matter a lot more. And so I think it's easier to say, hey, go out and sweep the Chargers if you can than it is to say sweep the Chiefs. But the Chargers they beat you twice last year as well.
I know. I know.
They swept you.
Yeah. Hey, look, everything we're saying here about the Broncos, they're saying in La La Land about the Chargers, and honestly, they're talking about it in Vegas with the Raiders. That hey, this is a team that can go out it, and that's what's going to make the AFC West so much fun to watch this year, because you legitimately have now the Chiefs have to look at the rest of the division now differently. Even the Raiders, and as much as I love to poke fun at the Raiders, as much as I hate the Raiders,
Yeah, because screw them.
Fact is, they're legit now. They're legit. The moment that the Broncos hired a coach like Sean Payton and other NFL teams said, oh, okay, maybe after all the dysfunction and dumb, ridiculous moves that the Broncos have made over the last several years, they actually brought in an adult. And you know what? I'd say the same thing about the Chargers. You know, Chargers going to Charger? I don't think anymore. Harbaugh's legit. And the idea that, hey, yeah, the Raiders, snicker, chortle. I got a lot of respect for Pete Carroll. So they're not a joke anymore. Nobody in this division's a joke anymore.
I truly believe that. When you look at the collection of head coaches in the AFC West and the talent and the championships and the pedigree that exists there, it's insane.
Elite.
It is elite in an overused term. And you can say, the Raider fan earlier who was like, well, Geno Smith's better than your guy. That's crazy. But Geno Smith is a capable quarterback, and Pete Carroll has proven with legitimate sample size that he can win with him. And so you put a quarterback and a coach like that who have connectivity and synergy together, and then you add in an Ashton Genty to give you a run game like you didn't have. You have Brock Bowers, who may be the best tight end in football, and you still have a star edge rusher in Mad Max Crosby. They can double-digit wins, or that. To me, we're not there yet. But this is not a slappy team anymore, and I think the turnaround for the Raiders could be similar in terms of quickness to how quickly we saw the Broncos turn around when Bo Nix finished that puzzle.
Yeah. Hey, the Raiders, as much as sick as this makes me, they could be a 9-8 team this year, and people around the NFL are like, wow, where did that come from? And they'll be talking about, Raider Nation will be talking about their breakthrough year this year, like we were talking about the Broncos last year. It could happen, and that's why when I talk about the Chiefs and the idea that the gap is closing, look, you can only dominate a division for as long as the Chiefs have dominated this division if the division sucks. You can only do it. You look at the teams throughout NFL history, and I'll just say over the last 25 years, okay, since 2000, look at the teams that just ruled their division.
The Patriots with Tom Brady. There was Buffalo before Josh Allen. It was Miami. It was the Jets.
Yeah, they were just terrible teams.
They just owned them.
You look at the great San Francisco teams. Go back and look at the rest of the NFC West those years. They weren't any good. Go back and look at when the Broncos were winning this division with Payton every year. The rest of the division wasn't.
Alex Smith was the challenger.
Right,
yeah.
Exactly. So you can't dominate a division like that if the rest of the division isn't making it real easy for you to do it.
Because there's just too much talent in the NFL from a coaching and a player perspective.
And let's face it, the AFC West has changed. And so the idea that it's going to be gifted to the Chiefs, that's just not the case anymore. People are, the objects in your mirror are closer than they appear. And that's really what it is for the Chiefs. I'm not saying that they can't still go out and win the division, but you're kidding yourself if you think it's gonna be the cakewalk it's been for the last 8-9 years. Another one here, Max Sixpack texts in. This team is still in the infancy stage. They haven't even learned how to win a playoff game yet. There are prerequisite steps to climbing the championship mountain. Haven't seen any team do it without those steps. I agree with that. You see that in all sports. Sometimes you have to get to a certain level, get knocked down, lose, come back, learn your lessons from it, and apply it the next year.
Hold on.
Not always.
I listen to you guys every single morning, and I feel like I hear from Stoke, from Mark, and even from you when you're talking about once you know how to win. I thought football, especially in the NFL, was the sport where you didn't really have to take as many lumps, and you can go from zero to hero and turn things around
I'm the one
quickly.
that's expecting steps. I absolutely look at still continue. Stoke's the one that's been saying, well, you know what? They could go 9-8, and if it looks a certain way, I'm not going to be upset if they only win 9 games and miss the playoffs. I couldn't disagree with that more. You do have to take steps, and for me, the next step is minimum 10 wins, make the playoffs, and win a playoff game. That's where my bar is set this year.
I think that in principle, I can get on board with what you're saying because the way I was phrasing it in my head was, I think that it's fully acceptable and would be a fantastic outcome if, despite all the hype and the buzz and everything that we've built up over this offseason, that we walk away going into the 2026 NFL season as, man, this felt like the year before the year. This felt like it was bubbling and brimming to the surface, and we just need one more push to get that water going over the edge of the pot. And it felt that way with the Avs going into their Stanley Cup run in 2021, 2022. It kind of felt that way with the Nuggets, how close they were to just banging their head on that ceiling, and then they bring in Bruce Brown and KCP, and they draft Christian Brown, and suddenly, there we go.
All right, we've got some great stuff going on for you as a football fan, giving you the chance to win a PS5 bundle. All you have to do to enter is download the DenverSports app, click on the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5, Madden 26, College Football 26, as well as a 70-inch TV. Again, great deal. All you have to do is download the DenverSports app and click on the contest banner on the homepage, and you are in for your chance to win. Good luck. Somebody is asking if Stoke is out today for this reason. We'll give you the update. Also, more Is It Just Me's and 4 Down Territory, which includes one of the dumber comments ever made by a so-called NFL expert. That's next.
Is the home opener against the Titans a must-win game for the Broncos? Joel Klatt certainly thinks so.
You have to win this game, and that's what this one is. Even the first week, you can't go out there and lose to Tennessee in week 1 and think that you're going to be a top 4 team in the AFC. You just can't.
Hear Joel every Wednesday morning on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth all season long. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Stoke here from my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Now, we all know that ED is a terrible condition, right? It causes stresses in relationship, anxiety, and undue hardships on a man, and often on their partner as well. Yet many men suffer for years without seeking treatment. Fellas, it doesn't have to be that way. My friends over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can get you taken care of. Jeff and his team, they're the absolute best. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more, and they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Don't wait any longer, fellas. Start taking your health seriously. Stop procrastinating. Pick up the phone. Call my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. 720-440-7900. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. And oh, by the way, you got to go check out the new and refreshed office in Castle Rock. It is awesome. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. Imagine your home quieter, cooler, and more beautiful with the new Infinity from Marvin windows. Right now, Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is offering 25% off. These aren't ordinary windows. They're built to outlast, outperform, and turn heads. Family owned since 1973, trusted across Colorado, and they never cut corners. Call them 303-794-0490 or visit windowsforyourhome.com. Don't delay. Quality costs less than regret.
Whether it's kickoff, halftime, or the final drive, fuel your football season at Dickey's Barbecue Pits. Order the 2 Can Dine for $29.99 deal. 2 meat plates stacked with pit smoke flavor. Or go for the new Triple Play Combo. A classic sandwich, savory side, and a big yellow cup for just $12.99. No matter who you're rooting for, great barbecue is always a win. Dickey's Barbecue Pit, legit. Texas barbecue.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
What if a quarterback completed 4 out of his 5 passes? Or a point guard hit 4 out of 5 shots from behind the arc?
Well, now, when you're hiring, you can play at that level because 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter's technology hustles to find skilled people for your job, and you can invite your top picks to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Richie Carney in for Stoke, who's off today, and some texter. Great question, texter. Guys, is Stokley out today because he's getting his rabies shots? After he got chewed on by Cody.
That's actually the reason?
No. He's fine.
I was like, that's not what I was told.
No. That's not it at
now
all.
I'm concerned.
The microdoodle. Cody the microdoodle, all 12 pounds of him.
By the way, I just love that Brandon Stokley has a microdoodle. That is like he's in it. That's exactly. That's not the dog I would have pictured for Stokley. He needs like a bloodhound or like a good old fashioned Southern dog.
Yeah, our first dog, the legendary Gatsby. He was a dog. You know, just a good white. Mutt. You know, he had like 4 or 5 different things in him. We never really knew for sure what he was. Just a good mutt, great dog. But when he passed on, my wife's like, well, we got to get another dog. I'm like, well, first of all, it's going to take me a while because I don't know, that one hit me hard. But I'm like, if we get another dog, I'm getting a dog. I'm not getting a barking squirrel. You know, I'm not going to do that. So I'll give the Stokleys credit. I couldn't do a dog that small. I couldn't.
Mike, I don't know. Listen,
I couldn't do a dog.
My dad said the same thing. And then you see, you get a picture from the pet store or from a whatever, and you get that little miniature dachshund face just staring you back with the floppy, goofy ears.
No.
Oh my gosh.
Nope.
They're so cute.
So we have a Bernedoodle now, Lulu. But she's a good, solid 38 pound. I mean, not as big as our other dog, but good.
She's hefty.
Good size. So none of those. Yeah, I'll give Stoke. Okay, good for him.
My dog that I've wanted since I was a freshman in college, that I will eventually own someday, is a Staffordshire Terrier. I think they're so pretty. They're bigger dogs. So I grew up with small dogs because my dad just loved wiener dogs. But that will be my dog that I get someday. And ironically, if it was a female dog, I'd name it Bella.
There you go. Were they complaining about that on trivia yesterday?
Yes, I sat in for trivia with the drive yesterday, filling in for
I thought
Phil.
That was a good. Now
I appreciate the effort to try to tie it into current events. I like that about trivia.
Yes,
but that was a little out there of like, it could have been like, if it was a true trivia question, it could have been like, this former starting quarterback had, missed a game after getting bitten by his dog. Name that quarterback or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I felt like I owed the drive a question like that. Because we've had a few questions over the last month and I think they're Dante-driven.
Who were the 2 losing teams in the 2021 NBA Conference Finals?
Yeah, stuff like that. So I kind of felt like they were owed one.
Which, by the way, only came about because Dante Gomez is an unabashed Suns fan, and the Suns were one of the answers. They were part of that conference championship game.
Yeah. So I just felt they they were owed one there.
He's an idiot and a fool.
They were owed one. So we're cool. We're even. We'll move on now. The ledger is clear.
I nailed Ty's curveball question.
Oh, what was the curveball question?
It was where
did AC/DC's name come from? Like, what does the
acronym AC/DC stand for?
It's the currents, right?
Alternating current, direct current.
Yeah.
And I did not speak up loudly enough with them advocating for Ohio State. and for the Chicago Bulls in the questions that we got wrong. And so when the curveball question came around, I said, Richie, you got to get off the sidelines here. And I banged the table. I said, I don't care. Lock it in now. We don't need to have a discussion. This is what it means because I knew it, and we got it right.
So they went 1-3 yesterday?
I think so.
They didn't get Bella?
They did not get Bella. I actually said it from the jump. I said, hey, listen, because they were all like rolling their eyes and throwing back in the chair. I said, do we need to establish, was it a boy dog or a girl dog? Does anyone know? Can we narrow it down 50-50?
So, the legend of the story is Brian Greasy, when he was the quarterback here, taking over for John Elway, is he sprained an ankle. And the reason given was that his dog Bella tripped him, and he tripped and fell and sprained his ankle. Other people said that they were at a team party or at a party, and Greasy tripped stumbling down the driveway.
Yeah, wasn't there a McDonald's bag or something? Wasn't that somebody slipped on a McDonald's bag?
Yeah, there's McDonald's bags. Who was the Rockies shortstop that supposedly was carrying some groceries in? Was it Clint Barmas, I think? Oh, how about that? Clint Barmas. Who had Clint Barmas on their bingo card this morning? So,
yeah,
anyway,
Barmas.
Is it just me? How awesome was it to see Javonte Williams crushing it last night? So fun.
Was it? What was fun about that?
Well, he had 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, if you had him on your fantasy team or you made a very obscure financial investment on an app, then maybe it was fun. But, no, that was not fun to me. Fun would have been hoping to see Saquon Barkley backwards hurdle another guy, but...
Well, I think what the texter here is doing is taking a snarky shot at
then yes,
Sean Payton and the Broncos
co-sign.
For letting Javonte Williams go and not realizing what they had in Javonte Williams. And Javonte, who went to Dallas and immediately started talking about how the culture in Dallas is so much better than Denver. He had 15 carries for 54 yards. Okay?
No buyer's remorse on my
I have
end.
no buyer's remorse when it comes to Javonte Williams. And I'm not anti-Javonte Williams. Good luck. Guy got a bad break with the injury. Hope he could bounce back and go on and have a long NFL career. But if you think that last night's performance gave me Javonte Williams regret, you're...
What the are you watching?
You're crazy. Yeah, exactly. What else we got? Did you see, by the way, because, the whole idea of bulletin board, do you buy bulletin board material as a factor in games?
As a whole, now you could probably find certain examples that would lean to the opposite direction, but as a whole, I would say yes. I think a huge part of professional sports and really just sports in general is the manufactured chip. It is finding ways to constantly motivate yourself.
Do you look at this as bulletin board material? Did you see what the Titans' Jeffrey Simmons said this week about Bo Nix?
No. Oh, yes, I did about the first read.
Here's the quote. This is Jeffrey Simmons, who just signed a big deal with the Titans. Quote, if his first read is not there, he's taken off running. So that's the reason why he doesn't take many sacks, because he's not just sitting in the pocket and trying to read coverage. I would say we take that first read off, which I know our DBs, our linebackers are going to do a heck of a job on the back end. He went on to say, doubling down, quote, we know Bo Nix is going, his first read, not there. He's going to take off running the football. We've got to make sure we're on the same page. We got to make sure we've got balanced rushers, not trying to be robots out there, but at the same time, we know that if it's not there, Bo Nix is going to take off running. It's going to be on us up front to make sure we keep him in the pocket.
I disagree with that sentiment pretty strongly. I mean, listen, if you want to talk about weeks 1 through 4, weeks 1 through 3, Bo Nix, yeah, you're probably right. That guy was drinking through a fire hose trying to absorb some of the complexities and the nuance of Sean Payton's offense. But if you want to say that that's what you saw from Bo Nix, like weeks 11 through 13, when he was one of the best statistical quarterbacks in the NFL and with a lot of different passing metrics, then I just think you're being a little bit dismissive of what Bo was able to do. He has steps to grow and things to improve on, and I think this offseason has been pivotal in hopefully stepping toward that. But to say Bo Nix is a one-read look and go, that's a little much for me.
So the other day, just to reiterate, this is what Sean said about it, quote, I would disagree that he's just a first read. I know for a fact that's not the case. Now, is he confident in his movement skills? Yes, and we'll get a chance to see him on Sunday. So
Bo does like throwing on the run. He likes,
sure.
Even in that YouTube series that he started where he was practicing specifically throwing at awkward body angles and repeating it over. So he does like to get out and move, but that doesn't mean that he can't. It feels uncomfortable operating from a pocket.
So I'm just kind of curious, Broncos country. You hear those quotes from the Titans player. Does that get you a little riled up? Get your blood boiling? Maybe not boiling, but maybe kind of simmering a little bit? You know? And can the Broncos, can Sean, can Bo use it to their advantage?
I want to kick their ass.
I absolutely think that in the conversations that Sean and Bo are having leading up to this game, I absolutely guarantee you they've talked about Jeffrey Simmons' comments and the idea, let's stick it up there, you know?
Yeah.
So, yes, bulletin board material. It does exist.
I 100% agree.
Absolutely. Let's get to 4 down territory.
It's time for 4 down territory, where Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth react to the latest action both on and off the gridiron. Kicking things off with first down.
All right, last night, the NFL season kicked off. Weird game. You got an injury on the opening kickoff. You got Jalen Carter tossed out of the game. Look it up. Before the first play of the game, and social media is just going crazy about, oh, what a dummy, what a selfish move. And then we get video later on that shows that Dak Prescott spit first. The question is, did Jalen Carter's response, was that now, do you look at it differently after seeing the way that Dak Prescott spit first?
No, because when I saw it, I didn't think Dak Prescott's spitting, which I'm sure a lot of NFL players do. I mean, they got those mouth guards, they're running and huffing and puffing. I'm sure they do spit out of their mouth guards or their face masks here and there. I did not view, even on the secondary angle of the Zapruder film, I did not view what Dak Prescott did as clearly directed as something toward Jalen Carter, but I do believe that it was perceived that way by Jalen Carter, and that influenced his actions to do it back. But the second guy on the playground always gets caught, and you got to be smarter than that.
Okay, and I'm with you. The idea that Jalen Carter got what he got for punishment, I don't have a problem with it. But I wonder if this now, because immediately people are like, well, he needs to be suspended. And you know what? With the way Roger Goodell hands out punishment sometimes, it wouldn't surprise me if he did suspend Jalen Carter. But do you think the fact that you could at least say, well, wait a minute, there was some reason maybe to think that he had a reason to retaliate, it was fair to retaliate because of what you saw from Dak, does that maybe take some of the sting out of the future punishment coming Jalen Carter's way?
Well, regardless of intent or perception with the secondary angle, I do think that historically speaking, players that are ejected from a game because they miss that game, especially this happened before the first snap, don't serve much of an additional suspension or time missed afterwards. They kind of take that retroactively into account. But no, again, I don't think that you can only control what you can control. And so if Dak Prescott could have literally been spitting at him, but that doesn't mean that you spit back. This is like 101 level human interaction.
But the way I look at it is, does Jalen Carter spit at Dak Prescott if Dak Prescott doesn't spit first? I don't care about how Dak Prescott spit, what his motivation was. He said, hey, I was just having some fun with the rookie offensive lineman, and I spit all the time, and I made sure to spit between my two linemen. Doesn't matter. The fact that he did spit, does that now give Jalen Carter at least something to be able to go when he's meeting with Roger Goodell and say, hey, wait a minute, whoa, I wouldn't have spit. Why would I have spit at this guy if I hadn't seen him spit first? That's the way I thought he was spitting at me. That's why I spit back at him.
I would absolutely use it in the defense, for sure.
I think it's a valid defense, too.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree, which is why I don't think he'll serve any additional suspension, and maybe he shouldn't. He missed a game. It was, there wasn't an act of physical violence. It was disrespectful. It was stupid. And if Dak Prescott really did put it toward Jalen Carter and he's just getting away with it, then that's something that should be monitored as well. And maybe there's a slap on the wrist monetary fine that comes Dak's way.
Do you think that Dak was spitting at Jalen Carter? I don't.
I don't either, and I'm sure that there's going to be people who are going to say, "What were you watching? It was clearly toward him." But it didn't. When I watched it in that moment and looking back on it, it didn't look that way.
No, his head was down, and then he looked up, and then he saw Carter coming towards the huddle.
He looked up and looked right at him, but not when he was spitting.
No. But I can, and I'll give Carter a little bit of benefit of the doubt. I could see why, in his mind, he thought Dak was spitting at him, which is why he spit back. I can't believe we're only one game into the NFL season. Can I put a gate on it? Spitgate? Spitgate. So there you go. The anything else to take away from that game? I got one other takeaway. We are in the part of the year where we're going to get a lot of weather games. College, pro, we're going to get thunderstorms. Did they do the right thing to shut that game down for as long as they did?
Yes.
It absolutely killed the entire
momentum of the game.
The momentum of the game, and for I think all of us who were watching it drastically changed our interest in the rest of the game.
Look at the difference in scoring between before the delay and after the delay.
Right.
You had like 41 points scored before the delay and 3 total points afterwards. So it's disruptive. It gets things out of a flow. It's hard for a viewing experience regardless of what coast you're on. By the letter of the law, Mike, yes, they did the right thing in terms of safety. And all it takes is one time where they don't do it,
right?
And somebody gets electrocuted and all that stuff. But I don't know, man. I feel that, this is the story of summer at Empower Field for concert season and all that. There's a lightning delay and a rain delay every single weekend.
Trust me, as somebody who was a youth baseball coach for several years and went through my fair share of lightning delays, I get the initial lightning delay, but for me, it's always been the idea that each additional lightning strike, even the ones that clearly are moving away, sets the clock back to zero again.
Yes.
And I think that because I've got I love my weather radar. Weather radar don't lie, And so when I'm at home and I'm looking at the radar and I'm like, ooh, that one looks like that could be nasty. Let's move the car inside. I love the radar, and the radar was showing some serious stuff coming over the stadium. So I was okay with the initial delay. But then I think that a little bit more common sense has to come into play before we just say, oh, there's another lightning strike off there in the distance. Let's set the clock back to zero another half hour.
And I know it's not the logical or the right answer, and the liability insurance would be insane. But every time I'm in that situation where there's a delay, I'm like, I paid for my ticket. I'm willing to potentially get struck by lightning. I just want to see what I came here to see.
Really?
I don't want the delay. If I'm sitting there in the stands, I'm like, freaking play.
Really?
Let's go. Yeah.
Oh, no. No. If there's lightning right around, if you guys want to continue the game, go ahead. I'm moving up underneath some cover. But then it gets to a point where you can tell, like, all right, the real threat has passed. I know that lightning's around and somebody's going to
text. It's not my lawsuit. It's not my money, so it's easy for me to say.
Well, lightning can travel, 10 miles. Okay. I just think that I'm fine with the initial stopping of the game. I just think that as you move into the delay,
there's got to be some nuance.
There's got to be some nuance and some common sense. Yep. So anyway, wow, we're talking about spitting and lightning. Welcome to the NFL.
Second down.
Well, speaking of welcome to the NFL, Jim Nantz. Can anybody Jim Nantz, voice of a generation, right? Here's Jim Nantz welcoming us all to the NFL season.
Fate is a funny thing. It's inevitable, unchangeable, immovable. Fate lies at the end of a tunnel, and we're all just along for the ride. Unless it's not set in stone. Maybe when our dreams feel just out of reach. Destiny is a blank page in an open book.
Everything happens for a reason. You can't really control it. I'm a guy that just wants to run through somebody's face.
A story being constantly rewritten, where anything is possible.
I was 199. What do you do when you get there? Say whatever you want, but look at these diamonds on these fingers.
Fate can turn on a dime.
The doorstep of NFL history.
It can slip right through your fingers.
Oh, the ball was dropped, hit him in the head.
It bounces unpredictably between heartache and triumph. But the thing about fate is,
here we go, Jim.
It's always up for grabs. Down after down, game after game, Sunday after Sunday. Fate plays out before our very eyes, and we get to watch.
Oh, Jim Nantz. Hello, friends.
A tradition unlike any other.
I got chills.
The 2016 national championship. Jim Nantz walking in his loafers and a robe on the golf course and just playing some random people teeing off.
Have you seen the ones where like he's playing golf and they
or it's like the course where he lives and he's literally just like sipping
his
morning
backyard.
coffee in his backyard and he walks up to
Yeah.
the tee box and is like, he sets up for the approach.
Hello, friends.
Yeah, that is hello,
great.
friends, and him calling Tiger coming back and winning the Masters during what was that 2020?
Yeah,
right. And that final putt is on approach, and he just before it goes in, he says the return to glory, and then it goes in, and Tiger in the red, and that is to me so many iconic calls will be burned in my brain. I would listen to Jim Nantz read a phone book.
Yep.
I'd at least get through the A's.
Yep. Absolutely. Awesome. Good stuff. Love it. Football season's here. Full go. And we are here for it. Good stuff there from our guy, Jim Nantz. Hello.
Third down.
Tony. Ryan Clark is an idiot. I have no other way to put it.
Oh, I know where you're going with this.
Ryan Clark, former Pittsburgh Steeler.
Yep.
Been with ESPN for a long time. I for most of the time I like him. And when I first heard this, I freaked out. Then I went back and listened to it. I understand the point he's making, but it doesn't change the fact it's still a bizarre statement. So they were talking on ESPN about Arch Manning. Is he a generational quarterback? So here's the term, generational quarterback. And this was Ryan Clark's definition of it and who gets excluded from being a generational quarterback.
I think John Elway was a generational talent. I think Patrick Mahomes is a generational talent. I don't think Tom Brady, I don't think Drew Brees, I don't think Peyton Manning are generational talents. I think Andrew Luck ended up being a generational talent. I don't think there's a ton of them out there.
So, generational talent, different than generational quarterback. Because how in the world can you say that quarterbacks like Peyton Manning and Tom Brady aren't generational quarterbacks? They're arguably the two top quarterbacks in the history of the league. His point was generational talent.
Yes.
Playing the quarterback position.
God-given talent and physical ability. John Elway was he could win with his legs, he could win with his rocket arm. Patrick Mahomes is maybe less mobile now, but was somebody that could wiggle around, even if it didn't look crazy athletic the way Lamar and Josh do. Patrick just always seemed to be able to wiggle around with his legs and make plays and extend drives. And from an arm perspective, he has clear talent. But what Ryan Clark is discrediting is the absolute student of the game and the mental cerebral approach that some of these other guys approach that you also have to consider as a God-given talent.
And I hear a comment like that, and I just am like, bingo. That is exactly why this sport and fans and media continue to screw up the evaluation of quarterbacks because they put the emphasis on the wrong stuff. And they're too captivated by arm strength or mobility or size, and they lose sight. And this is a mistake that is made over and over and over again. The elite quarterbacks are the ones that are efficient. The elite quarterbacks are the ones that can do the boring part, the methodical part of playing quarterback at an obscenely high level. Okay, maybe in Ryan Clark's definition, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Drew Brees are not generational talents, but absolutely they're generational quarterbacks. To try to deny that would be stupid. So, what does that tell you? They're not uber talented quarterbacks, but they're the best quarterbacks of all time. Why? It speaks to what has to happen for quarterbacks to be great. And I think in the evaluation, Richie, of these quarterbacks, people continue to get it wrong because they put the emphasis on the wrong stuff.
What the are you watching?
No, that's a fair question for Mark and a fair point by you. And listen, the physical skill set and the tools and the traits are tantalizing. They are. That's why, you get quarterbacks that have the prototypical build that John Elway, who Ryan Clark mentioned as a generational talent, was fascinated with. That's how you get the Paxton Lynch, who from a measurables and a metric standpoint passes all the tests. But the mental aspect is what puts it all together.
By the way, Ryan Clark, who famously kind of called out Brady before a Steeler-Patriot game back in the day, and Brady literally went out and targeted him just to try to embarrass him, and he did. Ryan Clark played in 4 career games against Tom Brady. Brady's team won all 4 of those games, and during those 4 matchups, Brady completed 85 of 132 passes for 1,100 yards, 8 touchdowns, and no interceptions. So maybe Ryan Clark might want to reassess his view on what generational talent really is about. Finally, in 4-down territory, here you go.
1, 2, 3. 4th down.
So we're getting ready for the Chiefs and for the Chargers tonight in Brazil. I know we don't really like anything that comes from Kansas City, but give the devil his due. Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce were doing a press conference in Brazil, and, well, listen to Travis Kelce here do his Mahomes impression.
We've had a plan for this all summer long, and now we're just ready to play football again.
Travis, what was last night like at the airport?
Oh, man, it was crazy. It was a lot of fun seeing all the fans there. And
he had that one coming for telling everybody I didn't know where Brazil was on the map.
All right, that's pretty funny. That
is
actually
solid.
a pretty good impression.
And you know what? Patrick did go out there and say, I had to teach Travis where Brazil was on a map because he's big and dumb. And that was a great, subtle, unexpected way to be like, oh, okay, you want to take shots?
Yeah, I have heard Kelce do Mahomes before, and it is pretty funny. All right, so that's it. That's the last nice thing I say. That'll do it for 4-down territory, our tour around the NFL. We roll into our 8 o'clock hour. Is it just me Friday? The question of the day, Broncos win this division if James Palmer joins us in a half hour as we roll on a Football Friday. Next.
Does Sean Payton finally have all the pieces he needs on offense? Are the Broncos ready to contend for the AFC West once again? We'll answer it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, last night was just me, but I was settled in, ready to watch football, had a little football spread ready to go, and that included my dips. I always have my dips handy, my Daisy dips, French onion and ranch. They are as delicious as a homemade dip. They're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Hey, like everything else that goes with me watching football, going to tailgates, I take my game day spread very seriously. I get the sense you do too. Make sure you include your dips. I'm here to tell you, Daisy, ranch, and French onion dips. Look for them at a grocery store near you.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I
do. Of course you all do. Who wouldn't want this? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed that has a 5.89 APR.
Wait, you have a 4.75% fixed rate for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. Because even with the lowest rate today, it may not be in 6, 12 months or more. And if rates do fall in the future, now what? Go through the expense again? No. Maximize your savings with U.S. Mortgages and our lowest rate for life program. It allows you to lock in today, and if the market does improve, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fee and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. Awarded the smartest loan in the country. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credits plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond, but there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers, 2 stores totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times the certified loose diamonds at our diamond bar.
And Denver's true diamond experts who will share their knowledge and passion on how to get the most diamond for your money guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
And that's why every day more couples say will you with Williams.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. You're listening to Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome to it on this Friday. Stoke is off today, taking care of some business. No, it did not snow in the Rock. And no, he's not getting his rabies shots today after being bit by...
You had me on that one.
Mighty Bean Cody earlier in the week. The microdoodle.
The microdoodle.
Seriously, Stoke says, yeah, he weighs somewhere between 12 and 15 pounds, which I'm going to interpret as it's probably closer to 12.
If you have to give a range and it's still in the teens.
Yeah. It's when you're doing something like that, you're trying to make the dog seem bigger than he really is. So my guess it's probably closer to 12 than 15. So he's off today. Stink is in Jacksonville this morning, and because East Coast and because, how do you put it? He's like, well, Jacksonville's kind of a dump, so we're staying like an hour away at some resort. He sent us a video this morning.
I disagree with that statement,
He sent us a video
way.
This morning of him with the beach, a beautiful, placid, tranquil Atlantic Ocean behind him as he was...
Don't let my confidence offend your insecurity.
Rubbing it in. So he's getting ready to meet with the Jaguars here very soon and Travis Hunter. So we wish Stink well. First game of the year, Jacksonville and Carolina. As much as we like to bust his chops about being the official voice of the NFC South, hey, he's got Jacksonville. He's got Travis Hunter, which I would say the Travis Hunter's NFL debut is easily one of the top 5 storylines in the NFL. It seems like it kind of lost some steam, didn't it, during the preseason? Shador talk continued to be out there and a huge dominating storyline, but it seemed like Travis Hunter's that's probably part of the reason he's buried in Jacksonville.
Well, listen, I think he got nicked up a little bit in the training camp and preseason process. He missed a little bit of time, and I think there was probably a concerted effort from Liam Cohen and company to be like, hey, let's temper this down just a little bit for the sake of Travis Hunter. You know, the same way that Coach Prime talked about, I got to protect Juju Lewis from all you rabid dogs in the media who just want to rip him apart if he does wrong, which I think is an unfair characterization. Maybe there was some effort from Liam Cohen there to be like, hey, there's a lot of talk about this guy to do something that's kind of crazy, and maybe deep down I don't love it. So let's just maybe fade a little bit on the Travis Hunter hype.
Call your shot. 3 years from now, Travis Hunter is a Pro Bowl what?
Travis Hunter is a Pro Bowl corner.
I agree with you.
Corner. I just think I think he has a much quicker path to profitability at wide receiver.
Sure, which is why he's, I think, pushing to do that.
And I think that he can certainly perform in that capacity. And maybe he's better at wide receiver at the NFL level than corner, and when it all shakes out. But there's a lot of damn good wide receivers in the NFL right now, and I think he has a better chance of trying to break into that cornerback market if he wants to try to specialize in one area.
Travis Hunter, I think, can be a good NFL wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
I think he can be special as a corner. I think he could easily be one of the top 5 corners. You watch him, me watching him play at CU, look, he was great at both, but he just came across to me as an absolute natural playing corner. Like it was like breathing for him, you know? And that's not to take away from what he does as a receiver. I just think he's a natural at corner, and that I think will become what ultimately is his calling card in the NFL. But you know, that's why I laid it out. Where do you see him 3-4 years from now? Because this year, I think he's going to absolutely, give it his best shot to do both, and it's going to be fun to watch. But I just don't think it's sustainable. He's going to have to choose one or the other.
I don't think it is either. And I think that, listen, as much as you don't want to say, from a motivational standpoint and all that stuff, if you don't think that him being so adamant about doing this both ways and saying what he can do and, in the pre-draft process saying, hey, I don't want to play for a team that doesn't want to give me that chance. If you don't think these other players in the NFL, I think Travis Kelce might have even alluded to it on his podcast with his brother, say, hey, they're going to come after this guy. Oh, yeah, you think you're hot stuff? You can play both ways? All right, welcome to the NFL. So if you don't think that wide receivers and tight ends across the middle are going to be coming after to take a little extra chip on a guy like Travis Hunter and vice versa on the defensive side of the ball, it's coming, and he's going to have to withstand that. And I hope it works out. Listen, if he's the two-way star that he was at Colorado in the NFL, what a fun thing to see.
I love it that he's got the ambition to do it, that he's motivated to do it, that he believes he can do it, and I love that Jacksonville's going to give him the shot. I'm signed up for all of that. I just don't think it's something that is sustainable week after week, game after game, year after year. At some point, he's going to have to choose. You've been following this Kawhi Leonard story?
Yes.
So for those who aren't familiar with it or a little hazy on the details, the Clippers are alleged to have set up a no-show job for Kawhi Leonard to help convince him to sign with the team. And it was allegedly a $28 million multi-year gig with a carbon credit tree planting company that has since gone bankrupt and whose co-founder has been indicted on federal fraud charges. And the Clippers are charged with trying to circumvent the salary cap and all the aprons.
A massive, massive allegation, by the way, if it all continues to come to light and is the case, significant punishment could be coming for the Clippers.
Oh, yes, absolutely, because now you're really, really messing with it.
Especially in the apron structure.
Exactly. And this is something that, like, I've talked to former pro athletes whose names will go, and they're not who you think, but I've talked to former athletes who, one told me a story about, and this was 20 years ago. He was in college, and he had a job that he was paid for, and this was long before NIL. This is just when programs were paying players under the table.
This was panel vans and duffel bags.
Oh, and shoeboxes filled with cash. But he told me, he said, yeah, I had a job where my job during the summer was to sit in the locker room and literally watch the paint dry after they had repainted the locker room. Just
quality control expert.
Sit there and, do whatever you want, but just, watch the paint dry and we'll pay you for it. That was back in the day. But this is a lot different, and this is a potentially massive development. But I got to give the Pinehurst Resort, famous Pinehurst, major golf tournaments have been played at this course before. Pinehurst Well, back in about a month ago, they announced that a thunderstorm had knocked down an iconic tree on the 13th hole of Pinehurst number 2. And during this tweet a month ago, they said, yesterday the tree was removed from the area between 13 and 14 fairways. We have stored the wood away and plan to do something special with it in the future. Well, yesterday they responded to their own tweet with another tweet that said, Kawhi, a little help? That's good.
Hey,
That's good.
I
That's good.
I
like it. I like that.
I love when companies take it upon themselves to have a little bit of snark on social media, the way that TCU was going after Bill Belichick and UNC.
That was awesome. Yeah.
Did you see they did the celebration, the 2 TCU players, of the fishing thing where
yes.
Bill Belichick was like the fisherman catching the mermaid and all that? You know what one of the underrated funniest things about, and maybe the saddest things given the circumstances about this whole Kawhi Leonard Steve Ballmer thing? Kawhi already had a no-show job for the Clippers.
Hey, boom.
I thought he was already in the midst of his no-show job.
Yeah, that guy's made a lot of money not to play basketball. A lot of money. Yeah, if you're somebody that's disgusted and hate and wish you had never heard the term load management, thank guys like Kawhi Leonard. He's definitely one of the poster children for that. On the RamosLive.com text line, is it just me or Ryan Clark would also say that Jokic isn't generational?
Probably. No, legitimately, yes.
Absolutely.
He would say it's LeBron James, it's Giannis,
it's Anthony Edwards. You know,
they always throw a Jason Tatum in there, so it'd probably Jason Tatum.
What we're referencing here, Ryan Clark, former NFL safety, been on ESPN a long time.
He's an idiot and a fool.
NFOS, a friend of Stink. But he was talking about generational talented quarterbacks, and he said this.
I think John Elway was a generational talent. I think Patrick Mahomes is a generational talent. I don't think Tom Brady, I don't think Drew Brees, I don't think Peyton Manning are generational talents. I think Andrew Luck ended up being a generational talent. I don't think there's a ton of them out there.
I get the distinction he's trying to make between talent and greatness. But this is the same, and that's why the texter spot on about the Jokic comparison. I couldn't agree more, because that's what I think has led people to be slow to coming around to Jokic's greatness, or them just stubbornly refusing to acknowledge Jokic's greatness, is that because he doesn't jump out of the gym, and is what I'm watching really that special? And I'm sorry. I think sometimes just going out and playing the game playing the game the right way. Okay, you don't have to jump out of the gym to impress me and to entertain me. If you just continue to play the game at unparalleled excellence, whether it's Nikola Jokic out there on the basketball court or it's Peyton Manning out on the football field, I don't care if either one of them are athletic.
They're
brilliant. They're brilliant in what they do and how they do it.
To put so much reverence and emphasis on generational talent from a physical perspective and completely cast aside the generational processing and cerebral capability of an athlete is so myopic, in my opinion. You just say, oh, well, he lives above the rim, or he can throw it 75 yards in the air, and he can move around with his legs. Josh Allen, hurdling full-grown men as a quarterback, is freakishly athletic and once-in-a-generation type ability. But if you've ever watched Nikola Jokic pass the basketball, if you ever watched Peyton Manning dissect a defense from the line of scrimmage in seconds and be able to diagnose it, and then be able to recall it 15 years later with exact down and distance and circumstantial situations, that is a once-in-a-generation brain. And that deserves to be acknowledged on the same plane as what you can do with your legs and your arms.
So when Drew Brees was, and we were playing the sound from Drew Brees earlier this week when he was saying the traits that go into being an elite quarterback in the NFL. And he talks about those 10 to 15 seconds when you break the huddle. Okay, you got the play, or in most cases, you got two plays. And those 10 to 15 seconds as you walk up to the line of scrimmage and all the things you're taking in, What kind of look is the defense giving you? Hey, is the defense giving you a look where you're going to look over to your wide receiver and say, hey, be looking for this, be prepared to do that? Or as you walk up, you're talking to your offensive lineman, you're already starting to maybe, talk about how you're going to set the protection, and then be able to go out and dissect that defense. That's the model that has been proven to win in the NFL. Maybe 10, 15 years from now, Richie, we'll be looking at the way the quarterbacks win Super Bowls in this league, and we'll all admit it has changed. But still, at least for now, the quarterbacks that excel the biggest and for the longest amount of time are still the ones that make playing quarterback look boring. And it's all about the efficiency. And I don't care how athletic you are. I don't care how fast you can run. I don't care how big your arm is. Unless you can master the efficient, boring part of playing quarterback from the pocket, you're never going to be great.
Mike,
you will never be great.
Did you hear the story that Ed Reed told about Peyton Manning on that panel with Belichick and with all those guys, where he said that for weeks, and Ed Reed's one of the best safeties to ever play football, physically and mentally, regardless of what side of this particular discussion you want to land him on. For weeks, Ed Reed said in games, he had to intentionally play coverages the wrong way and a different way than he normally would, because he knew that Peyton Manning was so cerebral and so detailed that he would be able to look it off in an instant. And he actually got Peyton Manning and intercepted him because of that, because he switched it up. But the fact that one of the best players at his position in NFL history had to completely uproot and change the way that he approached games that had nothing to do with the Colts to try to counterbalance in a chess match the mental side of Peyton Manning's game should be all you need to know to say, hey, you can be generational cerebrally just as easily as you could be generational physically.
Jeff in Lakewood says you guys are missing the point of what Ryan Clark said. He said Peyton Manning and Tom Brady probably still the two greatest quarterbacks to play the game. You're taking it out of context. You're making something out of nothing. No,
I'm not. He said those two aren't generational. He said
generational talents.
Yeah.
And my takeaway, and this is why, Jeff, you're wrong, is because in a sport, in a league like the NFL where they continue to get their quarterback evaluations wrong, why? Because they place the wrong emphasis on the wrong things instead of really looking at a guy like, we hope that Bo Nix ends up being, the dude here, right? And leads the Broncos back to glory. But the early returns are good. He was easily the second best quarterback out of that class last year. Easily. Not even close. Okay.
Yeah, and if Jaden Daniels doesn't have maybe the best rookie quarterback season of all time, then the conversation is even more slanted in that direction.
And so this was in Bo Nix, the guy that went sixth of all the quarterbacks taken. So the early returns are this, is that teams got caught up looking at these other quarterbacks ahead of Bo, and they just didn't recognize the things that Bo possesses that matter most in today's league. And yeah, it's great that you have some athleticism and some mobility, and that certainly helps. But unless you can figure out how to stand in a pocket, operate in a pocket, slide left, dodge right, move back a step, move up a step, and if you can't absolutely walk to the line of scrimmage and dissect and know the weaknesses and the holes and where to exploit the opposing defense, whatever amazing talent you have, you're living on borrowed time.
By the way,
you're living on borrowed time unless you can figure out the other part.
It was the same Peyton Manning who, aside from all the cerebral stuff that I've mentioned and that we've laid out, by the way, who rewrote every offensive record book in 2013 and passed for more than 5,000 yards and 55 touchdowns and records that even in a 17-game season have yet to truly be challenged on any kind of repetitive basis. So he physically did that as well, did Peyton Manning. And if you want the perfect antithesis to the Ryan Clark thing there that we are not taking out of context, in my opinion, it's Anthony Richardson. Absolute generational talent from a physical perspective. Jumps out of the gym. He's fast. He's mobile. He's got a rocket arm. But it is not connecting from the neck up.
Right.
And now he's a backup to Daniel Jones.
Right. Idiot. There you go. Is It Just Me? Friday rolls on, as it is a tradition unlike any other, where we give you a chance to get those hot sports opinions off your chest. A lot of it football dominated today, of course. Give it to us in the form of, is it just me? We want plenty of opinion, humor, snark, and away we go. Also, asking the question, the Broncos will win the division. Win the division if fill in the blank. Go ahead, Richie, you fill in your blank. What is it?
The Broncos will win the division.
Wow, pregnant pause.
Here we go.
This ought to be good.
The Broncos will win the division if Bo Nix transitions from being elevated to being the elevator. If Bo Nix in year 2 with Sean Payton continues to absorb everything that he's been taught and that he drank through a fire hose for the first month of his rookie season, and with a more balanced run game, with better weapons around him, including Evan Ingram as the Joker, with a defense that we still expect to be good, but still some question marks around Marvin Mims and Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant and RJ Harvey. If Bo Nix transitions from being the elevated, like he was early on and even late in the season with that defense, to being an elevator that is now raising the tide around the Broncos ship, they will win the division.
And I like what you said. I'm going to make it very, very simple for everybody out there. Last year, the Denver Broncos, in surprising the entire NFL and winning 10 games, averaged 25 points per game. Now, you go back over the last 8-9 years of misery around here, and you go back and look at what Bronco offenses did. I mean, we're talking 20, 20.4, 19.7, 18-something points per game offensively. They were terrible. And last year, they jump up to 25. And I'm confident, even though I'm really worried about Dre Greenlaw and how this is going to play out all season long. I just don't have a good vibe about that. Even if Dre Greenlaw isn't able to go out there and play, we don't know what a Dre Greenlaw in the middle of a Broncos defense looks like, right? I mean, we've all been hypothesizing what it's going to look like, but we don't know what it looks like. What we do know is that even without Dre Greenlaw out there, this should be a really good defense. I don't worry about the defense. But to me, it's as simple as this, Richie. If that number at the end of the year, instead of being 25 points per game, is 27, this is a team that's winning 11 games, probably winning the division, and is going to be a major, major pain in the butt for everybody else in the AFC playoff race. And it's just 27 is the number. Because I know we've talked about, hey, what will Bo Nix's stat line look like this year? I'm not so much worried about that because I could see Bo's numbers coming down a little bit. But as long as the overall offense makes that jump, 27 points per game, if that's the number, you're going to get exactly everything you want as a Bronco fan.
Well, and I think if what I laid out happens, what you laid out will happen.
Yep.
I think if Bo Nix really does take that secondary command and he's not as much being carried at times by a supporting cast or by a defense, and he becomes the elevator the way that Josh Allen is in Buffalo, where they've got no significant talent. In fact, they were better offensively when they moved on from Stephon Diggs because Josh Allen as an elevator is so great. And Bo Nix doesn't have to be Josh Allen in year 2 of his NFL career. But just if we're using an allegory or a parallel, if Bo Nix can move more firmly in that direction, then the ceiling for this Broncos team continues to rise, and we don't 100% know where it will stop.
Then you get to as you say, okay, it's nice to say 27 points. All right, how do you get there? How do you make that jump? Well, yeah, it's you got to be better running the football. And, boy, we're going to get the question answered. Was it the running backs, or was it the offensive line? Obviously, I put a lot of stock in what a Hall of Famer like Terrell Davis says. When we had him on last year, he did not shy away from the fact he just did not like the Bronco running backs. Did not like the backs. He put the blame, or at least most of the blame, on what was going on with the running game on the running backs. Okay, well, the running backs are supposed to be better this year. All right, what about this offensive line? All the preseason rankings had the Broncos offensive line. The PFFs of the world had them easily in the top 10, really easily in the top 5, comfortably in there around number 2 or 3. So is that offensive line really that good? And now with improved running backs, we're going to see this running game take off. The addition of Evan Ingram is massive. Massive. When you think about all the bad offensive football we've watched around here the last decade, Richie, and you realize when you look around the NFL and see all the difference-making tight ends out there and realize we haven't had anybody even close to that, if Evan Ingram can come even close to playing at the level that we see from the top tight ends, man, you want to talk about an offense that's going to take off?
And you know what, Mike? It was one of the first smack you over the head observations that hit me when we got to observe this team in training camp and joint practices, is that Evan Ingram should absolutely eat in this offense. The way that he's going to be able to create a middle-of-the-field weapon and open up some complexity for Sean Payton's offense and give Bo Nix a safety valve that was often Javonte Williams, ironically, who was the second leading receiver by receptions last year. Evan Ingram is going to be able to take so much more dynamic athleticism and playmaking ability to that role within the offense. He should absolutely feast this season if things go according to Sean Payton's plan. And it was evident in training camp.
The beauty of being a Bronco fan is you know what a dominant offense looks like. You've been gifted with some really, really dominant offenses. And when you think about what this team has lacked, and even lacked last year, you know, in getting to 25 points, it's actually probably a gosh darn miracle that they got to 25 when you consider they didn't have a stud running back. They didn't have a stud tight end. They still don't have a stud slot receiver. I mean, we know what a stud slot receiver looks like. We know what stud tight ends
Wes
look
Welker.
like. We know what – exactly. Well played. We know what a stud running back looks like. Broncos had none of that last year, and they still got to 25 points. So when you start trying to be optimistic about what the next step for this offense is, and you start seeing, you know, different guys in the running back position, certainly a different guy in Ingram. You think about what, you know, some of these young receivers might be able to do in year 2, year 3. That's, I think, where that optimism comes from. Is it just me, or am I pretty convinced Stokley has never used the word allegory?
High five, Flamma Jamma.
It took me.
It's not just you.
It's not just you. That is correct.
Mademoiselle. Gree.
Lanyap.
I should probably reach out to Stoke and see if he's got a French Cajun word of the week for us to use.
Gonna have to have one quick.
I'll reach out to him and see what happens there. But first, coming up next, we visit with our NFL insider James Palmer as we get his thoughts about what happened last night, Spitgate, and more. Coming up next with James.
Is Bo Nix ready to take the next step as the Broncos franchise QB? Will Vance Joseph's defense make life miserable for Cam Ward and the Titans? We'll break it all down on the Fan Football pregame show, live on game day starting at noon. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at Rich Lawn. Winterizing is the most important time of the year to feed your lawn, and that goes on right now. Guys, I was in my lawn just on Monday, and I did exactly that. Winterize, sorry, that was easy for me to say. With Rich Lawn, guys, it's the most important time, and I tell you what it does for you. One, it thickens up your lawn to make sure that your lawn can resist the winter, guys, and it deepens the root growth, guys, makes it green, thickens that lawn, thickens that turf to help you fight weeds when it comes time next year to start mowing again. It's kid-friendly, it's pet-friendly, and I'm telling you what, it is absolutely the best. And my lawn right now, after 11 months of not being here, coming back, the first thing I did, winterize it with Rich Lawn. It's the way to go, and I'm telling you, right now my lawn is kicking your lawn's butt. There's no question about it. It is awesome. So check them out, Rich Lawn. Find them at richlawn.com for a dealer near you. Rich Lawn, winterization. Start right now.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
This is Hall of Famer Terrell Davis. Football season is here, and there's nothing like a fresh start, on the field or on the road. If you're looking for a new car or want to refinance your current loan, Colorado Credit Union has the winning play with low rates and fast approvals. Whether you need a truck for tailgating or a car for the daily drive, Colorado Credit Union would help you get there. Visit ccu.org to apply today. Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Membership eligibility required. Not all applicants will qualify. Federally insured by NCUA.
Your life can go from healthy and happy to hopeless in an instant. When a serious accident hits you with injuries, too many bills, and no way of caring for your family, it's time to strike back. Let Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury lawyers fight to get you the money you need and deserve.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams. CSU football faces Northern Colorado with pregame starting at 4. Presented by Rock's Heating and Air. Then Sunday morning on 104.3 HD3. Football action kicks off as Las Vegas faces New England with pregame starting at 10:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Stoke off today. Mark is currently meeting with the Jacksonville Jaguars as he gets ready to call Jacksonville and Carolina this weekend on Fox. Yes, the NFL is back. And all the hype and all the runaway optimism, now we start to find out if it's for real coming up on Sunday for the Broncos. Richie Carney in for Stoke. And join us now as he does each and every week, part of our outstanding lineup of NFL insiders. It is the one and only James Palmer. James, good morning. And we start with the real hard-hitting stuff. What did you make of Spitgate last night?
First off, when you said, Mike, that Fink was meeting with the Jaguars and they were playing the Panthers, that just told me football season's here. When Fink is doing that game, that just made me feel like, yes, the NFL season is here. It's an AFC clash for the a couple of Southern teams from the NFC and the AFC. I thought of Keith Hernandez and Roger McDowell personally.
Oh wow, deep pull.
And Seinfeld. Is that too old of a reference?
No, that's good. That's good.
Once we saw after the rain delay and the going through all the archives and all the angles of a Thursday night game and finding out that Dak spit first. It's just honestly a couple things jumped into my head, guys. There was a reason why Jalen Carter was available at 9 when he was the best player in the draft. There's some things that Philadelphia has done great in the early portion of his career to help him grow up and help him become a man and become a professional. I think they have some really good people in the building that have helped him with that. And it's going to be a constant struggle. I mean, the man's on pace to be one of the highest paid defensive players in NFL history if he keeps playing the way he's playing. But this has always been something that teams have been concerned about, just being a knucklehead and doing others, foolish things and inappropriate things off the field. So I was the part that really surprised me was usually that happens in the heat of battle, right? Like somebody's underneath his face mask and he's got a finger in the eye and then he ends up retaliating. I mean, we hadn't even played a snap yet. And you're that foolish right in front of the referees. I mean, it literally almost cost them the game. I mean, I'm curious what Philadelphia, that city, would have been like if they dropped that banner and then lost to Jerry Jones because your best defensive player ended up getting ejected before the start of the game. From my understanding, though, just from a legal standpoint with the league, I don't think anything's going to happen to Dak Prescott as of right now. I mean, they're going to keep looking at it, but I don't think anything happens with Dak. And usually when a player gets ejected, nothing further happens after that game.
James, it's not going to be as heavily scrutinized probably as Spitgate will at the end of week 1, but it has become a topic of conversation for the last 48 hours here locally about Dre Greenlaw, who was a DNP for a second consecutive day yesterday, and some of those health concerns that were maybe put aside initially because of the excitement around the free agency signing are creeping back in here a little bit for a guy that just hasn't really been able to string any kind of health sustainability together throughout the entirety of the offseason and preseason. What does your gut and or intel as our NFL insider to the stars tell you about what the future in the immediate sense looks like for Dre Greenlaw getting out there on the field?
I think they know their goals for the season, Richie, right? I think they understand what they want to accomplish, not here, in the first week of September, but what they want to accomplish in December and January and hopefully beyond. And I would say that plays a part in the way they're handling things right now, to my understanding. You have, and not to discredit anybody in the NFL, but you start off with the Titans and the Colts. I'm curious how much the schedule, how much of his history plays a part in the way they're handling this right now, if you can understand that. And then, I thought you led into a great question at the beginning of it by going, we do get very excited about a lot of players in this league. You look at these free agents that came in and that were brought in by this group, and it's like, man, these are really good players. But there is a question mark next to J.K. Dobbins. There's a question mark next to Evan Ingram. There's a question mark next to Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw. Like, there's injury concerns with all of them. You're really hoping, and this has been something Denver can hang their hat on lately, is their strength and conditioning staff and their health staff and their nutrition side of things has been something that the Walton Penner Group has spent a lot of money on and spent a lot of time on, and it's benefited this team health-wise big time. And I think they're banking on that helping these players stay on the field. But, of course, there's a question mark when there's a player that is as good as Greenlaw, has struggled with injuries, and then this one has kind of just been talked about through camp as we're just making sure he's good, make sure he's managed, and then he doesn't practice on the two most important days of the week leading into your opener. I do think the schedule plays a part in this, though.
Visit with James Palmer. All right, James, you've been part of this with us all summer long. You've seen the hype, you've read it, you've heard it. Maybe you've helped advance it. The Broncos have easily been one of the most talked about teams in the entire NFL during the offseason. Now that it's here, how you feeling about this team? How you feeling about this season? Call your shot.
Now, actually, I'm nervous about it.
Right?
The other direction. Right? It's almost like they've become such the darling of the off season, and they really have. I mean, I talk to everybody in the league. I travel all over the place, and it's like everywhere I go, it's you live in Denver. I mean, this is legit, right? I mean, and it's almost you compound it, Mike, with the fatigue of the Chiefs for National Football League fans. Anybody outside of Kansas City is like, when are they going to get knocked off the perch, whether it's you're talking the Ravens or the Bills as the Super Bowl favorites out of the AFC, or you're talking about the Broncos knocking them off their perch in the division. And now when I'm looking at it, I'm like, man, a lot has to go right. And they have the depth and they have the roster to do it. I think the trenches is the biggest part of it, returning everybody pretty much on both sides of the ball in the trenches. But I'm with you. Like, I think there's a little bit of it's been built up quite a bit. But I think Sean wants it that way. I really do. I really do think he wants it that way. And so I do think there's a chance they can win the division. I really do. And I think there's a chance they can make a run in the postseason. But what I said about the free agents that came in, staying healthy, extremely important. Offensive line, staying healthy. And you're going to need something out of this backfield. Like, you need a legitimate running game. and you're relying on an injury-prone running back, I can't dog him because he's from Ohio State, but I got to, in Dobbins and a rookie in R.J. Harvey. Like, that needs to happen. And so a number 2 receiver needs to emerge. There's some things that really have to happen for everything we're predicting. And I think Sean's confident enough for it to happen, but it's almost like the hype has gotten too big a little bit this offseason, in my opinion.
Yeah. I'm kind of with you as well. Like, it was really fun and entertaining, you know, when it was just you're filling the long time before the season starts. But now that it's here, I'm like, oh, shoot, they got to go back that up now. I hope they can do it. So, we shall see. You do like them to win on Sunday, correct? Would you have a prediction for the score? Is it going to be maybe closer than thought? Blow them out? How do you give me a pick?
I do think, and I said this earlier in the week, I do think you do have to respect Cam Ward, because there's going to be an aspect to his game that's dangerous, because he's going to play really free. They want him, to my understanding, talking to people there, want him to play free this season, right? They want him to go out there and make plays with his arms and his legs. And you know, Calvin Ridley's a really good receiver. Like, he'll take some shots now. Like, he'll go downfield, and I don't think he's going to play timid in any sense. And there's so much of an unknown with his game because there's no film. There is an aspect that he can make some plays. Denver's I think, should win the game. Certainly, they're a far better team. But I do think there's like a couple of moments you might go like, well, that's a play from the number 1 pick that nobody's talked about for some reason. Maybe the least talked about number 1 overall pick we have in recent memory. But yeah, they should win this game. I think there might be a couple of shot plays that, you know, might make us all upset here in Denver. But I do think they're going to put up points on this defense for sure. I could see them winning like 28-17, 28-14, something like that, and maybe there's a big play or two from this Titans offense because of the unknown.
All right, sounds good. I'll sign up for 28-17. I'll take that. Yeah. Absolutely. All right, James, thank you. We'll talk to you again next week.
Gentlemen, take it easy.
Our NFL insider, James Palmer. Hey, football season, it's here. We want to get you in the game. And lucky for you, Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan, is here to help. We're giving away a PS5 bundle. All you have to do to enter is download the Denver Sports app. Click on the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5, Madden 26, and College Football 26, as well as a 70-inch TV. Get it done. Coming up next, did a member of the Titans provide the Broncos and Bo Nix with some much desired bulletin board material? That's next.
The NFL season is here. Kick your football Sunday off in style with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos. Live on Game Day starting at 10 a.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. I was recently talking to my buddy Troy Hansford about the housing market, texting back and forth. Said the market has gone from one of the hottest it's ever been to prices declining, something people haven't seen here in over a decade. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now's the time to sell it. Still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my buddy Troy still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What does he ask? Well, glad you ask. If he can't sell your house at the price you agree upon, plus the timeline you agree upon, get this, he's going to cut you a check for $5,000. Come on, who else makes that offer? The answer is nobody. He makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings. Right now has about 100 families approved and ready to buy. If you have a house, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, ready for you to pick up the call or pick up the phone and make that call, 720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eloquist.com or call 1-855-ELOQUIS.
CU fans, keep your fix going with Denver Sports CU Football Post-Game Recap. Available every home game exclusively on Facebook, YouTube, and X. Presented by Corwin Toyota Boulder. Family driven for over 100 years.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here from my friends at Trades and Wealth. Let me ask you something. When's the right time to start planning for retirement? The truth is, it's never too early. Whether you're just getting started in your career or retirement is right around the corner, Trades and Wealth's fiduciary advisors are ready to help you feel confident and prepared for that next chapter. They'll help you understand your options, build a strategy that fits your lifestyle, and make sure your money is working as hard as you are. And the best part, your first consultation is completely complimentary. No pressure, just smart, honest advice from a family-owned, veteran-led firm that puts your needs first. Offices are conveniently located in Broomfield, Greenwood Village, and Loveland. Call 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300. Or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Tune into Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
All right, good morning, everybody. Stink is not here right now because he's meeting with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Duval.
Yes, he and Liam Cohen, BFFs. And
Duval.
so he's calling the game on Sunday, Carolina and Jacksonville. So East Coast time is messing with our show, so he's busy with that. Stoke isn't here today, and normally Stoke, as he likes to say, he doesn't like me to put his business out on the streets. But Richie Carney in for Stoke. I think this is one we got to give him a shout out, right?
Hey, yeah, like or don't like, you can't control what other people say. So you do you. You got the microphone.
Stoke's getting honored this weekend as a former Louisiana Lafayette Raging Cajun.
I'm kind of a big deal.
They're bringing back a number of their great players to honor them, and that includes Stoke. So
as it should,
as
by
it
the
should,
way.
absolutely.
Yeah, no, super cool honor, super cool for Stokley to be able to go back and all these years later kind of. I'm sure some of those emotions are going to come flooding back, right? Of him remembering back to being there in college and competing, and for a school like Louisiana Lafayette, right?
Well, I think it's just Louisiana now. I think they dropped the
They
Lafayette.
dropped it,
yeah.
For
Brandon Stokley.
Exactly. For a school like that to have a player like Brandon Stokley who had, much more than a cup of coffee in the NFL and everything he was able to accomplish, it's got to be pretty cool for them, and it's got to be really cool for Stoke, man.
Yeah, although one thing we learned about Stoke, he's a very nervous guy. He's very nervous. He's always thinking about, like, he's measuring the risk more than the reward, and if it's worth it. And so he even said when when Sean Payton grabbed and Sean grabbed Stoke and said, hey, come over here.
Please don't come on the field.
And he's like, we're walking on the field. Why are we going on the field? Well, I don't want to go on the field. Let's get off here. Let's get off the field. And Sean's like, no, stay. And Stoke started to sweat because he thought he was going to make him address the team and all that kind of stuff.
Right. Also, he's doing a speech.
He gets very anxious. So I don't know if he's really looking forward to being one of the center of attention, you know?
I would imagine he's not the only one being honored.
He won't be
so
the only one.
You can kind of slink back amongst the crowd and
he's gonna try to make himself even
the pageant
smaller.
wave, behind an offensive lineman or somebody bigger. That's like,
right.
Who is that hiding behind that guy?
Yeah. I did text him and ask him if he has a French Cajun word or phrase of the week for week 1. So hopefully we'll get that from Stoke before the show ends. Somebody accused me of saying I don't know what bulletin board material is.
Do you?
To me, I think it's always been very simple. It's something that is said by your opponent that you literally can put up on a wall, a grease board, a bulletin board, and be able to put it in a place that is prominently displayed so everybody can see it and you can use it as motivation. Fair enough?
Seems pretty straightforward to me.
Is that pretty okay? And the idea being, hey, everybody, check this out. This is what they're saying about us, about you. Just file that away,
Yeah,
okay?
just in case you were wondering what the word around the street is about you and me and everybody else here in the locker room.
So if I'm Bo Nix, and by extension Sean Payton, I'm using Jeffrey Simmons of the Titans, his comments this week. They're all-pro defensive tackle, just got a big contract. I'm going to use his comments as bulletin board material. Here he is talking about Bo Nix. Quote, if his first read is not there, he's taking off running. So that's the reason why he doesn't take many sacks, because he's not just sitting in the pocket and trying to read coverage. I would say we take that first read off, which I know our DBs, our linebackers are going to do a heck of a job on the back end. He continued to talk. We know Bo Nix is going, his first read, not there. He's going to take off running the football. We got to make sure we're on the same page. We got to make sure we've got balanced rushers, not trying to be robots out there, but at the same time, we know that if it's not there, Bo Nix is going to take off running. Okay, and Sean was made aware of those comments because he addressed them specifically by saying, quote, I would disagree that he's just a first read. I know for a fact that's not the case. Now, is he confident in his movement skills? Yes, and we'll get a chance to see him on Sunday. Do the Broncos automatically win this game because of those comments? No. But I would think if I'm Bo Nix and Sean Payton, I've talked about this, and there's a certain little extra that would go into my preparation to get ready for this game.
Mike, what was one of the greatest parts about the Last Dance documentary that we all got to absorb? It was hearing from the mouth of Michael Jordan himself the way he used to manufacture chips on the shoulder and create motivational elements to help fuel him and the team that didn't even really necessarily exist in reality. And I genuinely think that was one of the coolest parts about getting inside the mind of an ultimate competitor and a champion. And so, people want to say a bulletin board material's not real and this is such a media narrative and it's this and it's that. I don't think so. I actually think that's just part of a fabric of competition, and especially with professional sports. It's trash talk, it's a back and forth, and it's you think you're better than me? Now watch this. And I absolutely think, and is it the end all be all? No, but I absolutely think that's something that says, even Bo Nix is like, okay, yeah, you think I'm a one-read guy? Like maybe I'll respond in a more measured or cool way, and I don't let it leak out beyond the locker room. But deep down, he's like, okay, I'll show you.
Yeah.
Let's go.
This guy's getting back at me. He goes, Evans, I could see you in the locker room just sitting next to the bulletin board. Every time a player walks in, you start nodding sideways at the board. Hey, get a load of what they're saying. You tell each player. It's boring. I'm sorry, Tex. Richie just made a great point. If the greatest basketball player of them all continuously talked about the chip he had, if the greatest quarterback of all time said that where he was drafted and all the quarterbacks that were drafted ahead of him were always a source of motivation. If arguably the greatest of all time in two sports say that what other people were saying about them was a source of inspiration, how in the heck can you say that bulletin board or building and using something as a chip doesn't happen in pro sports? I think you're being hopelessly naive. And if Sean Payton and Bo Nix get a little extra juice out of what Jeffrey Simmons said, then great. I'm all for it.
And you know where the bulletin board material usually comes from? The underdog. It is the team that or the person oftentimes that feels like they're outmatched and they need to vocally voice otherwise, or they need to kind of, maybe they're speaking it in existence and it comes bulletin board material to the other team, but it could just be trying to speak yourself into existence from a perspective of, hey, we can do this. Bo Nix is a one-read guy and we're going to get after him. It doesn't always happen that way, right. But there could be some self-serving motivation from a Jeffrey Simmons perspective in that regard.
Last one, as far as, and I believe me, sometimes the lengths that teams or athletes go to put that chip on their shoulder is absolutely eye-rolling ridiculous. I remember Rodney Harrison, when he was playing for the Patriots, they'd won 2 Super Bowls in a row, and they were going into the playoff game that third year, and he was legitimate. He was serious when he says, oh, we got so much to prove. Nobody believes in us.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? You know?
Yeah.
But it's true. Michael Malone, boy, did he build that.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody respects us.
Travis Kelce.
Nobody thinks we're legit, all the way to an NBA championship. So
Mahomes and Kelce did the same thing.
Absolutely. Football season is here. We want to get you signed up to have a chance to win a PS5 bundle. Simple to do. Just enter, download the Denver Sports app, click on the contest banner on the homepage, and you're in for your chance to win a PS5, Madden 26, and College Football 26, as well as a 70-inch TV. More Is It Just Me? What do the Broncos have to do to win the division? And coming up in the next hour, we do our fantasy lineups, we do our survivor picks, our fearless predictions. Oh, I love the 9 o'clock hour on a Football Friday. Coming up next.
Is the home opener against the Titans a must-win game for the Broncos? Joel Klatt certainly thinks so.
You have to win this game, and that's what this one is. Even the first week, you can't go out there and lose to Tennessee in week 1 and think that you're going to be a top 4 team in the AFC. You just can't.
Hear Joel every Wednesday morning on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth all season long. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
20 years ago, I stopped my receding hairline dead in its tracks. Thanks to advanced hair restoration and legendary Dr. Tanya Pauls, my hair grew back and continues to grow 2 decades later. All that time, it's given me really great perspective, better than most, what it means to be able to save your hair. Gives you confidence, gives you that boost, that energy, that ambition. It goes and does change your life. Take it from me, 20 years of proof, can't be wrong. Let's get you in on this. Start with a free consultation with Advanced Hair Restoration and learn all about their quick and easy one-day hair loss solution that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow. It's not magic, no gimmicks, just real science, the latest technology, and Dr. Tanya Pauls and her all-star team. Bald spot, receding hairline, thinning hair. Right now, for a limited time, get a free consultation, 250 free hair grafts, and $250 off. Call 720-459-HAIR and at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Wow, Leslie, your fireplace really sucks.
I beg your pardon?
Well, what I mean is your fireplace is literally sucking all the air out of your house and right up the chimney every time you burn it.
Well, what can I do about it?
Well, you could get a high-efficiency gas insert from Mendota. It keeps all the air you already paid the utility company to heat, and it returns up to 86% of the fire's heat back into your house.
I'd use my fireplace every chance I get if I could do that. Maybe my furnace wouldn't need to run so much.
Well, that's the whole point. Hi, this is Keith Lair with Lair Fireplace and Patio, along with my niece, Leslie, to tell you how a gas insert from Mendota will give you the incentive to use your fireplace again. Mendota gas fireplaces and inserts are made to crank out the heat with beauty and style.
Lair's is Denver's oldest, most trusted name in fireplaces. Family owned and operated since 1954.
We'll even give you a free in-home quote, including expert installation by our own certified in-house installers.
Find us on the web at lairfireplacepatio.com.
For top quality Mendota fireplaces and inserts, it's Lair Fireplace and Patio, Denver's fireplace experts.
Hey guys, let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain, worried about needing surgery. How about taking all those habit-forming medications? Well, my guys at Spine One offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. And here's the best part. Same-day appointments. You can do what I did. Start your journey toward pain-free today. They're a phone call away. 303-367-2225. 303-367-BACK is the number. They're a complete medical center. They've got exams, MRIs, physical therapy, and treatment options all in one facility. And I'm telling you what, they sit you down, they educate you, they show you the pictures, they tell you why you're in pain, and then give you options for both nagging and debilitating pain. They changed my life, guys. I suffered for so long. It was just, I had enough. I quit going to the gym. I quit exercise. I couldn't sleep through the night. Just miserable all the time. A couple of short visits to my guys at Spine One, and I was back checked into life. Back in the gym, sleeping through the night, and let me tell you, they can do it for you too. They're a phone call away. Start your journey today at 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK, or find them online at spineone.com.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I'm the happiest man in Colorado today. Yep, that's an actual quote from Alan, a 303 Law 4040 client, when he picked up a settlement check after we settled his case for $125,000. You know, the funny part is, at our first meeting, Alan actually said, Dan, I don't even know if this case is worth your time. Now, Alan's like a lot of people who call us at 303 Law 4040. He wasn't looking to get rich, but he was in pain, and he didn't know where to turn. You might be like Alan, not looking for $1 million, but you were hurt and it wasn't your fault and you have no idea what to do. Heck, the insurance company may already be throwing a lowball offer at you so they can get off the hook. When you call 303 Law 4040, my lovely wife Kimberly and I will meet with you in person, free of charge. We'll come up with a plan where you get to focus on getting better while our team fights to get you a fair settlement. You know what we say. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture than at Woodley's. Visit woodleys.com today.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams. CSU football faces Northern Colorado with pregame starting at 4. Presented by Rocks Heating and Air. Then Sunday morning on 104.3 HD3, football action kicks off as Las Vegas faces New England with pregame starting at 10:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. You're listening to Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, rolling into our 9 o'clock hour here on a Football Friday. Big weekend of football ahead. College, pro, high school. We got the NFL tonight. I got Richie Carney sitting in with me as both Stokley and Stank. They're out right now, but they have valid excuses. Stokley is on his way down to Louisiana to be honored as a great Louisiana Lafayette Raging Cajun. They're bringing back all their great players to be honored this weekend, so Stoke getting a chance to do that. What an honor. And Mark working right now as he's meeting with the Jacksonville Jaguars, as he gets set to call Jacksonville and Carolina this weekend for Fox. So
Duval.
That was Stokely's this week.
That was Stokely's?
He did a really good job.
I was like, who was that?
That was Stoke. So, Rich, you've been awesome this morning. Thank you for sitting in. And we got a little bit of Bronco news to pass along. This is just good, upbeat stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, Garrett Bowles, the Broncos' Garrett Bowles, is the Week 1 NFLPA Community MVP after he and his wife, Natalie, funded the new Biorum and Bowles, is that Apraxia?
Yes.
Apraxia Education Initiative Training Center in Colorado, which will support kids like their son Kingston who are impacted by learning differences. So,
That's good.
So congratulations to Bowlesy.
I came from the mud.
Hey, let's face it. I think it's fair to say that we, Broncos country, have had sort of a love-hate relationship with Bowlesy over the years.
Holding offense number 72.
But you know what? Is it just me on this Is It Just Me Friday? Is it just me? But Garrett Bowles has settled in as really one of the most reliable, trusted Broncos on this team. I mean, he'll still give up a holding call that'll be like, "Arr." But for the most part, at a position that everybody agrees is one of the most important positions that you have to fill right away, he's done that really in above average way for years.
He's coming up on a decade of service as a starting tackle in the National Football
almost a
League.
decade?
2017 draft, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So he's coming up on that, especially at the conclusion of this season. And you look at the turnstile at quarterback, the turnstile at head coach, from VJ to Fangio to Hackett to Rosberg and now to Sean Payton, and all of the losing and all the change at quarterback and the different offensive philosophies and schemes. And he has, to his credit, been able to overcome, not just from a perception standpoint, especially here locally, but from an on-field performance standpoint, mold himself into a, you don't have to say elite, but a very respectable tackle in the NFL, something that other teams, if Bowlesy got cut from the Broncos, he would have another job.
Immediately.
Yeah, there would be another team or several that would be bidding for his services.
And he's also a guy that's done it off the field since the moment he got here.
Correct.
He was the Broncos team nominee for the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year award, which many people believe is the most prestigious individual award you can win in the NFL. You saw maybe Dak Prescott last night playing. He had the Walter Payton logo that only the lucky ones that win this award get to wear that on their uniform, and Bowlesy was their team nominee. So yet again, continuing to do great things off the field and recognized by the NFLPA. So congratulations to Garrett Bowles.
That's how he gets out of Spitgate, by the way. Dak Prescott is like, I'm a Walter Payton Man of the Year patch guy. You think I was spitting at another player?
Did you look at Spitgate completely different the moment you saw the highlight or the clip of that came out later in the game that showed Dak spitting first? Does that change your overall view of what happened?
No, I didn't. It didn't immediately change my overall view, and I still think Jalen Carter was in the wrong, whether you want to say it was retaliatory or whether it wasn't. Now, it doesn't give Dak a free pass necessarily. I didn't immediately view what Dak Prescott did to be of the same intent as what Jalen Carter did, but it did make me think, okay, well, Jalen Carter didn't just do that out of nowhere.
Right.
He thought that this is what happened, whether it was true or not.
Right.
I just don't think that justifies the response.
Of course not. Two wrong, the ultimate two wrongs don't make a right. But for all of us who are wondering, wow, what a stupid, immature, everybody was, this is why he slid in the draft and all this kind of stuff. It was softened for me when I saw because whether or not it was right or wrong, I could see why he thought maybe Dak Prescott was spitting at him. I don't think Dak was. But I could see how he might, and it maybe sheds a lot of light on why he chose to spit at that moment. Whereas a lot of us were probably thinking at the end, what are you thinking? Why would you choose to spit at a guy right there? Well, maybe that other vantage point gave you an idea. We just had James Palmer on. He does not think that there's going to be any other further punishment for Jalen Carter.
He missed the whole game. He got ejected for an entire game. He effectively, because of the timing of it, served a one-game suspension right there.
Yeah, I guess if you want to put it that way. So, sure. We got a lot of things coming up this hour we're going to get to, including we've got our fantasy lineups coming up here. This week, it's going to be you and I together competing against Johnny and Ty. We'll put together our lineups, fantasy lineups from the Broncos and Titans rosters. We're also going to kick off our survivor picks, something we're going to be doing throughout the course of the year. A lot of you do at these pools that you do. Ours is a little different. You can only use a team once all season.
Traditional survivor rules.
But if you lose, you're not automatically
It's not a
eliminated.
guillotine.
It's not like you're gone. No soup for you. You're gone. That's not going to happen. But you will have to carry the L, though. You'll have to take the L with you on the way out. As we are getting closer to kickoff on Sunday, I thought James Palmer was great with us earlier today when he said, it's funny. He said, because all summer long, you just kind of loved, as a Bronco fan, hearing all the positive talk, the optimism, some of the swagger, some of the arrogance, from Sean Payton's comments. You loved all the national commentary that was like, hey, man, the Broncos, they could have a generational defense. I really love what I'm seeing with Bo Nix. Hey, the Broncos are a team on the rise. I think the Broncos can unseat the Chiefs. Hey, I think the Broncos could be a dark horse Super Bowl contender. It was awesome. But now that they're here, now that the games are here, Richie, and now it's time to go out and see what it really looks like and back it up. Is there a certain level of, I don't know, you still have that confidence, or is a little bit of apprehension kicking in?
I don't know if I would say apprehension, but like I mentioned earlier today, I think I picked them before the season to win 11 games. When the schedule came out and you started looking through it, and then it was validated by some of the things that I saw in training camp and throughout the preseason, especially from a depth perspective in the preseason with what they have compared to previous years. But I have, if you want to say apprehensively, I wouldn't put it that way, but I've softened a little bit on the notion that I think there's plenty of room for nuance and observation that says the Broncos could go 10-7 again this year and not improve in the win column year over year, but it looks better, it looks more promising, and you can feel that something is building, and maybe it's the year before the year, maybe it's the setup or the ramp up to a run if they're better against teams above 500 or with a winning record and what have you.
I think the only problem with that, you sit here on the eve of the season, you toss out 10-7, 11-6, 9-8. You're still talking, even 10-7, you're still talking about 7 losses. And what losses look and feel like. I don't know if you could lose 8 games, if you don't reach that 10-win plateau. If you go 9-8,
that's a regression.
You lose 8. Well, we've had some people like Stokes say, hey, they could go 9-8, and the eye test may still tell me that they're going in the right direction.
It would have to be pretty significant. Did you go 9-8 and you swept the Chiefs, and maybe you just dropped it to the Commanders and the Packers?
Yeah, it's real easy to toss out numbers, but then when you start thinking about what would 8 losses look and feel like, I have a hard time believing you're going to feel confident that they passed the eye test if they went 9-8 and missed the playoffs. We'll get to our fantasy lineups coming up next. Hey, we'd love to give you a PS5 bundle, but you got to do something to get it. You got to download the DenverSports app. Click on the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5, Madden 26, and College Football 26, as well as a 70-inch TV. Get signed up today. We put together our fantasy lineups. Coming up next.
Does Sean Payton finally have all the pieces he needs on offense? Are the Broncos ready to contend for the AFC West once again? We'll answer it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Mountain High Appliance. Labor Day has passed us by, but not at Mountain High Appliance, because they're still celebrating the hard work at their Denver Clearance Center through the 10th of this month. The savings are working overtime. Save up to 70% on floor models, closeouts, and one-of-a-kinds from brands like Whirlpool, Bosch, GE, and more high-performing, dependable appliances at unbeatable prices. Save up to $4,000 on select GE kitchen profile packages, plus their price price match guarantee ensures you're going to get the best deal. Now's your chance to score big on all KitchenAid appliances. Plus, they're clearing out KitchenAid floor models to make room for their new arrivals. And the prices are crazy with guaranteed low prices, the lowest prices, and Colorado's most experienced sales staff. Why go anywhere else? I've shopped them. I've purchased from them. I have had them deliver and install, and I can guarantee you second to none. The best selection, the best prices, and the best people. That's Mountain High Appliance. Stop by one of their centers, either in Littleton or Louisville, or their clearance center right there in Denver. You can visit them online at mountainhighappliance.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Brandon Stokley here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Huge heat pump rebates have been extended and are still available. My team at ROX are heat pump experts. The energy rebates and tax credits are unreal right now. You can get up to $12,000 off a new heat pump system, the best way to heat and cool your home. Colorado's hometown team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Do you know what's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide? If you guessed Discover, you guessed right, based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
Oh, yeah, this is back. So excited. Music sets the tone here. Just listen to it. All right. Yes, it is back for another year. We dabbled in it a little bit during the preseason, but that was just, gaining a few reps. We were only out there for, 8 to 10 plays. But this is real. It's fantasy, and every week it'll be a three-man battle, right? I mean, we'll have to really dig deep in the rosters, I guess. We'll have to figure out something to do with the quarterbacks with both Stoke and Stink. But although with Stink probably be gone most 9 o'clock hours with a game that he'll be calling.
Stink's not participating.
He's not participating.
Yeah.
We were kicking him out.
Yeah.
He's not included in it.
They can be
last year.
co-captains or co-owners of the team.
So, he has a game pretty much every week, but there'll be a couple weeks. I think he doesn't have a week. Those weeks he'll just have to be a fan, right?
It'll be like that meme where Squidward's in his house and he's looking out and he's seeing SpongeBob and Patrick play.
Right.
Frolicking.
He can't be a participant. So
Mark's turn to talk.
All right. So today with Richie filling in for Stoke down in Louisiana, getting honored as a Great Raging Cajun. Mark is, of course, working right now, prepping for Jacksonville and Carolina. Richie Carney's sitting in. So we will do fantasy. We'll put together our fantasy lineups based on the Titans and Bronco rosters. And it's very simple, Richie. You get a running back, you get a wide receiver, you get a quarterback, and then you get a flex. It could be tight end or wide receiver or running back. And then you get a defense or special teams. Okay?
No kickers.
You can do a kicker, defense or special teams.
Oh, it's defense or special teams, not both.
Not both.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're looking to fill 5 positions.
Copy.
All right, so everybody play along at home. All right, what you know about the Titans, what you know about the Broncos, and away we go. You, as the guest, get a chance to make the first pick.
Okay. Well, I think that I was waiting to see which pick I was going to get. I don't know if we were going to flip a coin or if Johnny was going to do it. So
you're the guest.
That does change my strategy just a little bit because I'm going to do something that I normally wouldn't do from a fantasy perspective. And I'm going to...
You're going to quarterback right away, aren't you?
I'm thinking about it because let me just tell you right now.
Bold strategy.
I think Cam Ward's going to be in a spin cycle. I think this defense is going to have him in knots and upside down. But I'm just debating if that's the direction that I want to go looking at the roster. Screw it. Give me Bo Nix.
Bo Nix
first overall.
For Richie. First overall. God bless Bo Nix. While the Broncos were not exactly sure who their featured running back is, although it'll probably be J.K. Dobbins, figure to see a healthy amount of R.J. Harvey. But with the Titans, we know who their running back is. It's Tony Pollard. And he's a pretty good dual threat running back, so give me Tony Pollard.
All right.
Running back.
My number 3 pick here, I am going to...
He's really grinding over this, folks.
I kind of am. I got them all written out over here. I've been working on it.
The fact that you got to pick first threw you completely off.
You
got to have a better strategy, man.
So, all right. If I got Bo Nix, I'm looking at the Titans roster here, and I'm not that impressed with the depth. So give me the man who had almost 140 targets last year and is the clear, undisputed subject of Bo Nix's affection and attention. Give me Courtland Sutton with my 3rd pick.
Okay, so he goes as your receiver.
Yep.
All right, so you have Bo and Sutton. I'm going to jump in here because I don't want you to load up too much here. I got to put a block in. So I'm going to go.
Who's adjusting their strategy now?
Well, those are a couple good picks right there. But I'm going to take Evan Ingram in my.
Damn you.
Yeah, I can't let you have Bo Sutton and Ingram. That'd be not good for me. So I'm going to go with Evan Ingram in my tight end wide receiver.
Damn you, Mike Evans.
flex position. So there you go. All right, go ahead.
All right.
You need a running back, and you need a flex, and then defense or special teams.
Okay, I think I've got to go running back here, I think. And I am going to go until proven otherwise. And, boy, this is going to be loading me up on one side of the ball or on one side of this matchup. Give me J.K. Dobbins, who I think is going to come out of the gates as the starter. And we will see how much R.J. Harvey bites into that apple. But I don't know how big it's going to be in week 1.
Dude, I think that's a solid pick. I really do. Because early going there in the preseason, I listened a lot to Stink, and he said, look, I like R.J. Harvey, but he has a lot to learn about running the football. And J.K. Dobbins was kind of the forgotten guy during the entire preseason, but I think he easily could be the most important Bronco on offense on Sunday. The best thing about J.K. Dobbins is, Richie, is we know he can play. We don't know yet if R.J. Harvey can really play, but we know J.K. Dobbins can play. The only thing, and it's not insignificant, he's got to stay healthy. But boy, if he can just stay healthy, they got themselves a really good back. All right, so you got Bo, you got Sutton, you got J.K. Dobbins.
That's my holy trinity.
That's pretty good. That's a pretty good triplets right there. Right now, I've got Tony Pollard and I've got Evan Ingram.
I really like the Ingram pick.
Let's see. I got a whole bunch of other wide receivers, that I can go with. I just don't know how Cam Ward is going to be throwing the football. hey, listen, I've been pushing the Troy Franklin agenda all off season, so I'm gonna go with Troy Franklin at wide receiver.
That was on my flex board for sure. I was definitely thinking about that as a sleeper pick. I'm going to, because of the talent that I still see available on the board, I'm going to reach potentially again, and I'm going to take the Broncos defense in my defensive special teams slot. I think that Nick Bonito, fresh off of a brand new contract extension, Zach Allen, fresh off a contract extension, Jonathan Cooper, Patrick Surtain, I think those boys are going to get after Cam Ward. And Zach Bye laid it out eloquently more than I will in this moment about the difficulty that rookie quarterbacks making their first start on the road, especially here in Denver at altitude, who owns the best home winning percentage in season openers. Give me the Broncos defense to make Cam Ward's life miserable.
All right.
His ceiling is established.
I'm not going to go with the Titans D. Not going to do that. But I'll tell you what. I'm going to go with Will Lutz.
I like that too.
Because Sean Payton doesn't mind kicking field goals. Sean Payton, I don't think, is going to go Dan Campbell overnight on us. So I think he's more than content to take 3 points. So I will take Will Lutz. That leaves you with what?
My flex play.
Your flex
is my final pick here. And I actually feel pretty comfortable about this. And I think there are players, multiple players who I think could fit this bill. Give me my one Titan of the team, Calvin Ridley, in my flex play. Because if Cam Ward's going to have any opportunity to move the ball downfield, that's going to be the guy, and he's going to have to get outside the pocket to do it and play a little backyard football.
Yeah, I'm left with Cam Ward. I'm not excited about that, but one thing that I think you might see, and this is something that I'm curious to see how the Broncos, because a lot of people say when you play a rookie quarterback, pressure him, make him all sped up, but when you're playing one of these athletic quarterbacks that can run, you know what they're going to do? They're going to just take off running.
And Cam Ward likes operating in that chaotic space, similar to how I think Bo Nix does.
And he might pick up a, 15, 20-yard gain, which is why I would think probably the game plan against Cam Ward, probably play a little bit more zone and just make him have to read and figure out what the defense is trying to do and make him hold the ball a little bit long. Pat that baby a little bit. So I will go with Cam Ward. I don't feel great about it. So I have, let's see, you got a good team. If the Broncos roll, you're probably going to win this. You got Bo, J.K., Sutton, Broncos defense, and Calvin Ridley. I've got Cam Ward, Tony Pollard, Evan Ingram, Troy Franklin, and Will Lutz.
I think Evan Ingram is a player that I even considered if I was going to punt on quarterback like I did or did not do. Evan Ingram would have been in that contention because I think he's going to get volume.
Johnny, you've already established Richie as what, a 5.5-point favorite?
I think 5.5.
What's the early Vegas line?
Yeah,
on
we'll
that
go
one?
5.5.
5.5.
We'll go 5.5.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So there you go. That's our fantasy lineups. We'll check in on Monday. See how we did. Hey.
And also one more thing. You and Stoke also have a coffee bet for who starts at
breakfast. Full breakfast for the whole crew next week. Full breakfast. Who starts at third corner, slot corner? Is it Jade Barron or is it Jaquan McMillan? He's got Barron. I have McMillan.
Everything in me, and I had this conversation with Zach Bye earlier this week too, says that it should be Jade Barron and the first-round pick's going to play, and you invested in him. He's the crystal that you couldn't step over for the blender that was Omarion Hampton. And that has softened a little bit in my perspective to say I could easily see, even if Jade Barron overwhelmingly takes over the role, that first snap of that first defensive nickel series, J-Mac being the guy.
Sean being old school, maybe lean on the veterans at first, which is maybe why you see J.K. Dobbins ahead of R.J. Harvey, and maybe breakfast is on the line. McMillan over Barron. We shall see. Hey, you want to enter to win the PS5 bundle? All you have to do, download the Denver Sports app, click on the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5, Madden 26, and College Football 26, as well as a 70-inch TV. Coming up next, having fun in this 9 o'clock hour with all the things that go along with a big football weekend. Our Survivor picks coming up next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take the next step as the Broncos franchise QB? Will Vance Joseph's defense make life miserable for Cam Ward and the Titans? We'll break it all down on the Fan Football pregame show, live on game day starting at noon. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at Rich Lawn. And on Monday, man, I was in my lawn. Listen, gone 11 months. My lawn took a beating. But I'm telling you what, it's already back the best in the neighborhood. Fall is the most important feeding time of the year, guys. So you know what I did? I went out and got myself some Rich Lawn Winterizer. I put that down, and I'm telling you what, it's going to thicken up the lawn. It's going to help protect against winter damage, and it thickens up that turf, reduces weeds next spring. I'm telling you what, and it's perfectly safe. You can overseed, not going to kill the seeds, going to help enrich the seed and help that grow. It won't burn your lawn, and it's safe around kids and pets, so you can trust Rich Lawn Winterizers. Now's the time, guys. You want to have a beautiful, beautiful lawn next spring? It starts right now. Thickens and builds the root system, helps you winterize that grass, so in the spring you can start mowing and be the pride of the neighborhood, just like yours truly. Check it out. That's Rich Lawn Winterizer. Find them online at richlawn.com.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 5-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. Now check this out. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. So you, your kids, your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by Flanagan Law.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams. CSU football faces Northern Colorado with pregame starting at 4. Presented by Rocks Heating and Air. Then Sunday morning on 104.3 HD3. Football action kicks off as Las Vegas faces New England with pregame starting at 10:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Sting currently meeting with the Jacksonville Jaguars as he preps down there in Jacksonville to call Jags and Carolina on Sunday for Fox. Stoke off today as he's heading down to Louisiana, Lafayette, to be honored as one of the all-time great Ragin' Cajuns, and they're bringing back their great players to be honored this weekend. So Stoke a part of that. We congratulate him for that. What an honor. Hope he has a blast. And they'll both be back on Monday to break down on a Bronco Reaction Monday what we anticipate will be a Bronco victory. Better be one. Richie Carney in for Jinx. Stoke. And I'm not saying no Jinxie Cat. They just...
Jinxie, no!
By the way, on this Is It Just Me Friday, is it just me or was Joel Klatt spot on when he said this was a must-win for the Broncos? Hello? Hello? McFly, hello.
Is this thing on?
Do you know what I've been saying for the last 3 months, and I've been ridiculed for it?
Yep, I made a promo of it when you said it. I made a promo of it when Klatt said it, and yours came first.
Been saying this for a month, and I've been destroyed for it. All pretty boy Klatt has to do is come out and say, and everyone's like, oh, yeah, that's a wise take there by Joel. Yes, absolutely. This is a must-win.
Elite.
Unbelievable. No respect. Yes! We always see the NFL. They always do a point of emphasis thing that they're trying to make a point. They just throw a bunch of flags early on in the season to try to make this point drive it home. We saw some of it yesterday. How do you feel about the emphasis for the 15-yard taunting penalty?
I think the NFL clearly points out one or two little sticking points and needles that they really want to emphasize each year. And I think a lot of it is all predicated toward enhancing the speed and tempo and the offensive fluidity of the game. And so if we're spending less time doing those things, then it can just keep the ball moving and keep things flowing. And do I think that
throwing a 15-yard penalty and stopping the game for taunting is keeping the flow of the game going?
Discouraging the activity to do so. They don't want to throw a bunch of flags. That's why they hammer it until teams just say, you know what, this isn't worth it. I think it's kind of fun when you can get a guy.
But you think that's the reason for it, or you think that it's more the NFL trying? They've made such a huge effort to take a lot of the violence out of the game. Is this?
Have they, though? Because that was a big thing with the kickoff returns and punt returns and special teams was say, hey, we need to reduce violent collisions, and now we want to keep them in play.
No, you're right on, and this is the beauty of the NFL. You know, they make these grand pronouncements until they realize that it's affecting the product or affecting the scoring, and then they quickly turtle on that.
Right, that's kind of what I was getting at.
That was the bit about the kickoff.
And you saw, by the way, 7 consecutive scoring drives between both teams last night pre-lightning delay.
Yeah. No, I love the kickoff rules. And I thought they had gone too far in the interest of safety.
To the point where it was either just get rid of it.
Just get rid of the play.
Yeah, just start at the 25.
I couldn't agree more. So I like what they're doing, even if they now are acknowledging, yeah, maybe we do need to have some more collisions on kickoffs. But anywho, the taunting part, how do you feel about that? Do you, we just got done talking the other day about the Rockies and the fact that Kyle Freeland was upset because he thought of San Francisco.
I know, and you agreed with it. It's so stupid.
What do you mean so stupid? All right, I don't want to get into that debate. But baseball, they don't really have a problem with taunting at all. I mean, hitters can stand there. They can admire home runs. They can flip bats. They can take slow shots. They can completely taunt and show up the pitcher if they want to with no official repercussions. They may catch a fastball in the ribs the next time up, but there's no...
Sounds like a repercussion.
But there's nothing coming from the league, saying, hey, tisk, you can't do that.
I think it's overblown and unnecessary at the end of the day. If a running back barrels through the line of scrimmage and gets a tough earned first down, let him get up there and flex a little bit. I mean, it's a gladiator sport.
Well, but the idea is, the rule is you can still celebrate, but you can't, stand... if you run over a safety... You can't then just stand up over the safety and flex over him. If you come up with the big hit and you lay a guy out, you can't stand over him and taunt him.
If really what we're talking about is standing over, then fine. Step off to the side and do it. These are navigatable, workaroundable things, and I think the overemphasis on it is kind of okay, I get it.
Is it too much though? Should they just let people celebrate? Let people. I mean, if you want to call it taunting, do you have a problem with it? If I lay you out and then stand over you and I'm like, I destroyed you.
What's the?
I mean, is that bad? Is that a bad look?
What is the unofficial repercussion for a batter that taunts a pitcher when the next inning comes around?
Right.
He gets hit in the ribs,
right?
Maybe, or he gets a close one to the chin.
Right.
Well, you want to stand over another full-grown man because you got him on that play.
Yeah.
Another play could be coming your way, or you get some Jalen Carter-esque repercussion after the fact.
I'm with you.
F around and find out.
Yeah.
I want to kick their ass.
I think this is the NFL trying to be a little too PC and say, hey, we put a product out there for everybody, and look, our players don't act mean to the other ones. They knock each other's block off, but at least they don't taunt them afterwards. Come on, NFL. Let that one go. It doesn't. We don't need, especially 15-yard penalties. The idea that a game could swing on one of these calls, that's hard to stomach. Let's get to our Survivor picks. We're going to be doing this throughout the course of the year. Now, a lot of you do your Survivor picks with your friends, and the rules are simple. You get to pick a winner a team that you think is an automatic lock to win that week. But if they lose, you're done and you're eliminated for the season. We're not so draconian.
Cutthroat.
How about that for a word? You used allegory.
Yeah, allegory.
I see your allegory and I raise it with draconian. We're not that stringent with our rules. You can lose. You'll have to take the L on the way out, but at least you're going to be able to come back and play next week. But you can only use a team once.
And this is straight up, right? We're not going against any kind of
just
spread,
to win.
right? Okay.
All right. So are we all doing it? All right. Let's welcome in our guests on the other side of the glass. Let's bring Johnny Fever in. Johnny, your first Survivor pick of the year is?
I'm going to go with the Denver Broncos over the Titans.
Okay.
I got tickets. I'll be at the game. So I got to go with the hometown team. I'll go with the Broncos.
I like it. I like it. I mean, if there's one game on their schedule above all others, well, I don't want to get into the whole must-win thing, but you get the point. Ty, how about you?
Klatt had a great point there.
Yeah, leave it to Klatt to get it right. Ty.
I'm going to go with the Buccaneers. I'm going to go with the Bucs over the Falcons.
Ooh, on the road.
I like that, Ty.
Only a 2.5-point favorite.
I don't know what the Falcons are going to be, but I know what the Bucs are.
Okay.
41 touchdowns from Shake and Bake.
I got you. All right, so you go Tampa Bay. Richie, what say you?
I subscribe much more to the Ty Abs Fuji philosophy of survivor pooling than I do the John Fever Simmer. I'm going to go out on a limb here because you cannot pick a team more than once, and week 1 is the time to get froggy, and anything can happen. I'm going to take the Cleveland Browns over the Cincinnati Bengals.
Whoa!
Because I can't think of another time I'll ever want to put my money behind the Cleveland Browns, but I can promise you one thing. The Bengals are never ready to play in week 1.
Now, there are 32 NFL teams now, and we're only going to be doing this 17,
Is there ever going to be
18 weeks, so you don't necessarily have to use every team.
I like my pick.
Whoa.
I like my pick. They lost to the 4-13 Patriots, did the Bengals, in week 1 of last year.
They did.
The year before that, they lost to the Browns 24-3 in week 1.
Fair point.
The year before that, they lost to the Steelers.
Yep.
The year before that, they beat the Vikings. It's their only win in week 1 in the last 6 seasons, most of which included Joe Burrow. They are never ready to play week 1. Joe Burrow is going to be under attack all season long, and they can't play defense. Give me Joe Flacco and the Cleveland Browns to pull off a sneaky one in the survivor pool. And if I'm wrong, I don't get cut anyways. This is a softer league. So
True. And you're just a guest picker this year, this week anyway.
Exactly.
So.
You got to make a splash. You only get in the chair once.
All right. Okay, good. If you want to go with it. All right, Cleveland. Honestly, I don't have the guts to throw Cleveland in there, but it would not surprise me if week 1, some wacky things could happen. I think the Jets are going to upset Pittsburgh. But I'm not going to make that pick.
Justin Fields.
But I'm gonna go with Washington because no way do I see Russell Wilson leading the Giants into Washington and beating Jaden Daniels and the Commanders.
Believe in it. Take all of us. Take all of us.
So I'm going to go with. I'm going to take Washington. So.
Do I think that the Washington Commanders could take a step back compared to their NFC Championship
Correct.
floor? Absolutely, but I don't think it has to start with Week 1 against Russ.
No, I think in fact Washington, for a team that won 12 games last year,
yeah,
I think the over under for them is 9.5. So the Vegas wise guys think there's definitely going to be a regression to the mean for Washington. And Mark likes the Giants. Mark likes the Giants a lot. He likes the Giants defense. Let me
Stink, stank, stunk.
Stress that. don't take what he says about the Giants as an endorsement of who. Yeah. So no, he likes their defense. But Washington beats the Giants, which only speeds up the inevitable. Russell Wilson making way for Jackson Dart. So there you go. There are our survivor picks. Johnny Fever goes with the Broncos. Ty goes with Tampa. Richie goes with Cleveland. I take Washington. We'll get to our predictions. A big football weekend coming up. The college, the pros. We'll do the predictions coming up next.
The NFL season is here. Kick your football Sunday off in style with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos. Live on Game Day starting at 10 a.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, as a homeowner, reliable hot water. Man, it's just a must. It impacts our lives in so many ways, but Let's keep it simple. Nothing worse than having to try and power through a cold shower to start your day. That is not a good tone setter. Fortunately, Copperhead Plumbing, they're here. They are water heater specialists. From consulting and recommending the right kind for your home based on size, water usage, cost, to expert work that you can trust the first time. Speaking of water, give yourself the peace of mind that comes with no unexpected and costly water damage. Have Copperhead Plumbing install the Moen Flow Smart Water Shutoff System. Monitor and protect your home right from your phone. Copperhead Plumbing, they've been reliably serving Colorado since back to 2007. They're local, licensed. They're focused on quality work done the first time, done right. Residential or commercial, they got you covered. So whether it's water heaters, leaky faucets, clogged drains, outdoor water features, sprinklers, water softeners, main sewer lines, sump pumps, Copperhead Plumbing has you covered. Avoid the fall scheduling crunch. Call today, 303-552-3491. And at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and Athletic at Mile High Station on Sunday, September 7th from noon till 2:05 p.m. for the Fan Football pregame show. Get your head in the game and enjoy Bronco face painting and an ice-cold Athletic. See you there. Athletic, all in, all game.
What's going on, everybody? Phillip, Lindsay here. And last year, I went a little rogue and dropped a discount code from our friends at Hermes Worldwide. And you guys used it so much, they almost got mad at me. Well, I'm feeling a little spicy again this season. So I'm bringing it back, baby. You can get 30% off your ride to the game with Hermes Worldwide for your entire season. All you have to do is mention the code PL30. Again, mention PL30 when you book your luxury transportation to Empower Field. And contact Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Go Broncos!
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
I understand Richie's sitting in for Stoke, who's getting ready to be honored this weekend as a legendary Raging Cajun. That his honor, the judge, Dan Jacobs, weighed in on your
He did.
fantasy pick.
He did. He questioned if Ty and I know what a survivor pool actually is, and I told him that we do. You got to find those. You got to find the gritty wins. You can't just pick favorites every single week because you can only use them once.
I'm glad, by the way, to know that Dan's okay because him being a massive Miami Hurricane fan after that big win last week, which he was at, I kind of wondered, did he wake up the next morning in a drain and an alleyway, after a heavy night of celebrating? I'm glad to know he's okay. I was a little bit worried about how he would react and how he would come through after that big win by the U.
I was thinking about him that whole game. I was like, man, he's going to be going nuts.
Oh, huge. As we get set for this weekend, before we get to our picks, I'm kind of curious as we embark on this Broncos season that really for the first time since they won their last Super Bowl. This is a season of high expectations. Would you be
It is
in agreement with that?
It's a season of the highest.
We haven't had any season because every other season since really the year after they won the Super Bowl, we still had high expectations, even though Payton was no longer here. It seems like every year we were always kind of trying to summon up reasons why they could be competitive.
Yep.
Hey, new coach, or hey, new quarterback, or hey, new general manager. Mm-hmm. I mean, with Russ, yes. Once they made the deal for Russ, we immediately went into that season with some high expectations. But even those were tempered a little bit because we were wondering about Nathaniel Hackett.
Right.
Right. So, this is the first season in a long time where I think we go in with some legitimate, serious expectations for this team. So how are you going to be grading, evaluating this team starting on Sunday?
I think I'm going to be grading it and evaluating it based on the notion that last year in 2024, you caught a lot of green lights, and thusly you caught a lot of people off guard, locally, nationally, and frankly, probably around the league a little bit in terms of other coaches and teams and GMs and the like. So I'm going to be factoring in that you maybe had the wind at your back more often than at your front in 2024, and that's not necessarily going to be the case in 2025, but other aspects of growth and development need to offset that. So Bo Nix can't and shouldn't start as poorly as he did in 2024 in 2025, and that might make up for the fact that you have a little bit more of a tough schedule, and you're going to have more balance hopefully in the run game than you did in 2024 in 2025, and maybe we have a wide receiver 2 emerge in 2025 that we didn't in 2024, and can the defense maintain with some of those additions in draft and free agency that high floor that they established? So my ultimate goal, those are things I'm going to be factoring into a grade that says this team needs to be moving toward AFC contention, starting with the division and then eventually into the postseason. And whether that looks like 10 or 11 wins or 12 wins or whatever it looks like is going to be fluid, but that's the lens I'm viewing it through.
Definitely for me, expectations have gone up in the way I view everybody, really starting with Sean Payton, because I am an unabashed Sean supporter. Wanted them to hire him, loved when they hired him, love everything he's done in the first 2 years. But with year 3 now here, now's the payoff in my mind, because the reason you go out and bring in a coach like Sean Payton with his resume, with his winning background, the money you pay him, the power you give him, I think it is fair when you get to year 3 to say, okay, you've put your program in place, you've put your culture in place, you have your quarterback, you've reshaped the roster in your own image. Now I want to see the payoff. I want this thing to start looking like an elite AFC team. And so, yes, winning ugly is fine, but I'm going to now look at the way the Broncos are playing and being coached with an eye on, okay, how did what I just watched there compare to what I know the best teams in the AFC play and look? And that's how I'm going to measure them. The bar has been raised, no doubt, for me. I don't know if it's like that for everybody else, but we shall see.
I think it's fair to raise the bar. There's also a fair point on the RamosLaw.com text line that said, hey, don't forget when Russell Wilson was traded for and signed, you guys were all having conversations about. Yeah,
absolutely.
100% true, and I raised my hand for that.
I do too.
But
guilty as charged.
What I will say is those projections were being made based off of substance that existed with what he did before coming here.
Right.
We are looking at 2025 with a year of Bo Nix and Sean Payton and the offense and the defense together in 2024. So that to me is a more grounded approach to making expectations than just saying, well, Russell Wilson was a Super Bowl winning quarterback in Seattle and now he's coming to Denver.
Yeah, and even as excited as we were about Russ, and I put my hand up, I was fired up. Man, I heard Zach Bye, this is not a drill, and I was stoked about it. I really was. But even though I was excited about the arrival of Russ, man, it sounds weird to say that. I still felt like I was looking at a team that wasn't ready to keep pace with him yet. Here, I feel like the pieces are in place and the coach is in place. And so let's go and let's get it done. All right, let's get to our predictions for the weekend.
Prediction? Yes, prediction. Pain.
So let's start with college, right? I mean, we've got CU Delaware, we got CSU UNC, we got Air Force and Utah State. Safe to say this is a get right week for all the college teams. It's a pad your stats week for the college teams. It's a get a lot of guys some valuable experience in playing time for the college teams this weekend. There's really should be no suspense about actual wins, right?
In most cases, yeah. It feels like we've kind of shifted from playing your cupcake matchup maybe more so in week 1 and moved it to week 2. But
this is the cupcake weekend.
It more likely than the first weekend.
Be.
Yeah, it should
better be for those 3 teams I just mentioned.
It should be.
So all 3 get wins?
I think so.
Okay. Juju Lewis. Deion said he's going to play.
He knows. He knows. You don't know.
He knows. He knows. We don't know. He knows.
Last week it didn't predicate it. Like, first of all, I got to protect this kid. This kid is 17 years old. Like, this, I got to really make sure he's successful. You can't throw him out there. Then the next thing you know, you guys out there watching are eat him alive on social media. He's never been through that. So I got to make sure I protect this kid as well as make sure he's ready to go out there and do what he's capable of doing. So, but he's going to play this week. I'm going to assure you that he's going to play this week.
Good. Because early impressions of Caden Salter, quicker we could start seeing Juju, the better as far as I'm concerned. So
right, but it's also how do you do it, right? I don't like this dual quarterback approach. They should just create a succession plan. If you want to move to Juju, then move it that way. But don't do this yo-yo approach where you move him in and out. And if you're going to stick with Caden Salter even in the short term, design an offense and create situations for him to succeed with his athleticism the way they didn't do against Georgia Tech.
All right, but at some point he's going to have to show he can be
he had opportunities.
Passer.
He had opportunities to make plays where he did not.
I question that. So anyway, all right, we shall see. But all 3 get wins. Let us move on to the Broncos. Before we do our picks, Johnny, do you have any idea what Stoke and Stink are picking for the Broncos this weekend?
Oh, for that one? I was talking about the Survivor that I have a way for them to.
Oh, you do?
The team, yes.
Oh, okay, because we had some controversial picks for the Survivor. You taking, not you, Denver, but Ty taking Tampa and Richie especially taking Cleveland. Do you have a sense of who Stoke and Stink would take?
Well, Stoke wanted to, in his all-knowing intelligence, thought that he would pick the Eagles.
Yes.
Which he probably thought was funny.
He did.
But I do have a way for if they're going to skip out on us on the show. We can do it at the end. We'll get to your picks and stuff first, but we can save that to the end.
Okay.
I have a method to pick their teams for them.
All right. I can't wait for that. Give us your pick for the Broncos.
I think the Broncos win in terms of the spread. Looking at it, like style points, right? They're favored by like 8.5. I still, and maybe I talked myself into it during our fantasy segment, I think the Broncos are going to roll. Give me the Broncos 30 to the Titans 17.
30-17. Okay. I'm not confident that the offense is going to look that good, 30-point good. I hope you're right.
I'm not ruling out a defensive score.
Okay. I still believe in the early going the defense is going to be sort of carrying this offense alongside with them. So I see a really strong defensive effort. I like the Broncos to win this game 23-10. All right? 30-17 for you, 23-10. Johnny Fever, what do you have for Stoke and Stink?
Okay, so I figured since if they're going to skip out on the show and this can be a recurring thing for the entire season, I went and made a wheel. We'll call it the Wheel of Misfortune, I guess, of all the other teams, excluding the teams that we picked, to be placed on this wheel. And then I took the 3 teams with the worst spread. So this week it would be the Jets, Titans, and Saints. Jets and Titans are an 8.5-point spread. Saints are 6.5. I put them in 3 more times. And so we'll spin the wheel once for Stoke, spin the wheel once for Stink, and the Wheel of Misfortune will decide who their survivor team is.
I love it. Let's do it. You want to do Stoke first?
Let's do Stoke first. Go ahead, Ty.
It's the Giants.
It's the Giants. Oh,
WrestleMania.
Stoke gets Russ. Stoke gets Russ. I love it. Oh, he is not going to be happy with that. Stoke gets Russ. All right. Stokley.
All right, Ty, go ahead, spin it
The
for Stink.
Giants. What does Mark get?
NFC South.
Okay. Wheels
Internet
spinning,
issues.
Wheels spinning.
He gets the Rams.
Oh, he gets the Rams?
That's a good one.
That's a good one. Mark loves himself from Sean McVay. So, okay. So our survivor picks for week 1. Johnny takes the Broncos. Ty gets Tampa. You get Cleveland. I take Washington. Stoke gets Russ and the Giants.
On the survivor pool, I will say it's a fair text on the Ramos.com text line. Goodness, if Richie and Ty just had 4 or 5 more reps in this survivor pool, maybe they'd walk away from week 1 with a winner.
That was close. That was close. We almost did not get it done, but we got it done. Enjoy your football weekend, everybody. We'll be back bright and early Monday morning. Dover and Cecil coming up next.
Is the home opener against the Titans a must-win game for the Broncos? Joel Klatt certainly thinks so.
You have to win this game, and that's what this one is. Even the first week, you can't go out there and lose to Tennessee in week 1 and think that you're going to be a top 4 team in the AFC. You just can't.
Hear Joel every Wednesday morning on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth all season long. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Accidents happen, but don't let them ruin your summer. Postman Law has recovered over $3 billion for clients. Call 844-POSTMAN now for justice and fast compensation.
Hey, it's Zach. Winter's coming. Don't wait. Order windows or siding from 5280 Exteriors before the snow flies. 15-year low-interest financing with no prepayment penalty. Call now for your free quote and see how low your payment can go. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Do you know what's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide? If you guessed Discover, you guessed right, based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
The Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Oh, yeah.
Kevin Kistner getting it started right on a Friday. Welcome to it, and hello, beautiful people. Fired up for it. A Friday edition of the program. It's a Football Friday edition of the program. Dover and Cecil rocking with you 10 to 2. That's what we do, and we appreciate you guys being here with us. We've done it. Made it through the work week. And we're here to get you ready for the big football weekend that will be. You know how we start these parties. Tribe roll call. Who are you? Where are you? And what are you doing for a buck? Tell us on the RamosLaw.com text line. Tell us at youtube.com/DenverSports so we can give you and your company a shout out right here on the program. And we are excited to be here today. Cecil, we have Broncos questions. We're going to get to know the Tennessee Titans a little bit more. And we got to get folks ready for Rammies and Buffs football coming up this weekend.
Yeah, we got to get ready for this first Mountain Dew of the day.
Yes.
And what a night of football that we had. NFL football is back.
Yes, it is.
Don't at me, bro, about Javonte Williams. I have no idea why. Okay, Javonte had a couple of touchdowns. Great. What's his yards per carry average? Still under 4. So don't, It's
a couple 2-yard touchdowns.
We're
really
so
got some
happy
people
that
going.
the Cowboys scored. Who won?
Yeah.
The Eagles won. Of course they won. And Jalen Carter going Hawk Tua last night. That was awesome.
And spit on that thing right there before the play even happened.
Football is back, and we are ready for college football weekend and, of course, an NFL football weekend.
Yes, finally here. The game last night. Look, I mean, we're all fired up for it.
It's so funny when he spits
And,
on
dude,
him.
I'm watching it live, and, they're talking about, they're talking trash. They're getting each other's face. And I'm sitting there telling Kelsey, I'm like, did you just spit on that dude? And, right, there's the old rules of, just dude rules. You talk about my mama. You talk about my girl. You spit on me. I'm throwing the first punch.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care if you think I'm a sucker puncher. I'd rather throw it than get hit with it.
Right.
So spit on me, say something about my mama, say something about my girl. Now insert the text line doing all those things. I'm going to punch you in the face, right?
Right.
That's it.
That and an open-handed slap. I think there's nothing more disrespectful
Yeah.
to a man than spitting on him or slapping him.
Yeah. Spitting on him is just absolutely. I've been spit on by a lady at a Broncos game.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Dude, this is probably 15 years ago. Maybe even longer than that. And,
Okay.
I was wearing a jersey of another team, and the lady was wearing the jersey of the Denver Broncos, and we were having some friendly trash talk. Full disclosure, I was wearing a Colts Peyton Manning jersey. And and they're playing the Colts, right?
Yeah.
And,
You're an indie guy.
We were actually up in the heater section. Some of my buddies ripping heaters up there. I might have been at the time. Who knows? And you're talking junk back and forth, and just a girl with her boyfriend, I thought we were having a friendly banter.
Right.
Like some friendly trash talk.
Sure.
And she just gave me the old Ace Ventura in the hut.
No.
Cock a loogie on me.
Yeah, I was going to say, she didn't spit on you. She hocked a loogie on you.
Dead chest, like right in the middle, between the 1 and the 8, she dotted me like an Elway pass. And it was actually pretty cool because the lady that I was there with just went nuts and beat her ass.
It's always fun. Like, cat fight.
Yeah.
Yay.
And that was pretty awesome. But spitting on somebody is absolutely disgusting. I will say this. I was messaging with our dude Creaky last night on one of the social platforms, and he said it, and I was like, you're right, dude. Dallas looked better than I thought they would. What if CeeDee Lamb made those catches?
Right.
Then
exactly.
what are we talking about here today? And the Eagles just couldn't really get anything going offensively outside of what we're seeing right now, which is Jalen Hurts just running all over the field.
Yeah, just let Jalen Hurts run. And this is week 1 in the NFL. You're going to see some, rough things around the edges because here's the thing, and I heard Mike Evans talk about it this morning, and he said, I'm going to hold the Broncos to these championship expectations. I think it's fair to look at Denver and compare them to, how'd Philadelphia look?
Yeah.
How did Kansas City look? How did Buffalo and Baltimore look in the same game, by the way?
Mm-hmm. I think you could do that with the Chargers, too,
I
tonight.
think it's fair to look at the Denver Broncos in that lens and say, okay, Philly was 24-20 over an opponent that they probably should have crushed, okay? So are the Broncos 24-20 over the Titans? Whatever. Again, do not at me, bro. But I think we could look at these elite-level teams. No, the Broncos are not on the level of the Philadelphia Eagles. They are the defending champions. However, you can say, all right, to be there, what did they look like compared to what these guys look like? Because Cowboys-Titans, who's going to win more games this year? Might be the Titans.
I think of the Cowboys.
I don't think the Cowboys are that good.
And the Titans win 4.
I don't think the Cowboys are that good at all whatsoever. Maybe that was a bunch of Cowboys fans. Maybe they discovered actually had a spell last night. And my notifications aren't on, thank God.
I don't know about that.
You know, I hate my phone.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, what's all this stuff about? Javonte. Oh, yeah, congrats. Great. He's not here anymore. I don't care. I absolutely do not care. And I don't think that team wins many games at all.
If you don't think the Broncos upgraded their running back room, well, just to be brutally honest, you don't know anything about running backs.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I think it's fair to compare Denver and say, okay, how'd the Eagles look? How do the Broncos look? How do the Chiefs look? How do the Bills look? How do the Ravens look? How do the Lions look? There's a certain level of team that if Denver wants to hang with, well, we got a game to compare them to now.
Yeah, exactly. And I actually liked what I heard Jalen Hurts say after the game. I don't know if you heard it, but he said, hey, it's week 1. You just got to figure some stuff out and try to win games early until you start to get rolling. And that's exactly what you and I have been saying about these Broncos leading up to, again, what should be a winnable game against the Tennessee Titans. But I think I'm just going to phrase it like this. I think at some point through this season, like I'm looking at the back-to-back games against the Jets and Giants, then Jacksonville later on in week 16, we can talk about style points in those kind of games. That doesn't matter early on here. Style points will matter for the Buffaloes on Saturday, but not for the Broncos for the first few weeks.
Right. So know that this thing may get off to a little bit of a rough start as long as you get the win.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
All right, you were in the locker room yesterday, and we got another day of Dre Greenlaw not practicing. So what's going on there, man?
Yeah, I mean, 2 days of DNP leads you to believe, like, okay, that's going to be a third day of DNP. Now, it's Friday. Maybe he's limited, and maybe he's a game-time decision, right? We're back in that where guys are going to just go, hey, wait till Sunday.
Yeah.
And that's what teams will say, and we just kind of have to wait on that. I do not believe, and you heard Vance Joseph yesterday talk with confidence about the backup players behind Dre Greenlaw. I believe that was Kliss's question. He kind of karate chopped Zach Stevens yesterday.
Kliss did?
I thought we were going to get some violence out there.
Hell yeah. Hey, don't be messing with the chain gang. I like Zach, but I will throw hands for Kliss.
I talked to Zach afterwards. I was like, what's going on, man? You guys okay?
Zach's a good dude.
He's a good dude. Yeah, real good. One of the good ones over there.
Yeah.
But yeah, see that little karate chop? I didn't know Kliss had it in him, man. So he karate chops him. He gets his question in about the backups to Dre Greenlaw. I don't think we're going to see Greenlaw this week, but however, we have to wait until Friday, and then we might even have to wait till Sunday. Game time decision. It's all about gamesmanship, right?
Yep, exactly.
Because now the Titans have to prepare. Well, is Greenlaw going to be out there or not? Tennessee doesn't know. We don't know, and well, that's probably the way Sean Payton wants it.
All right, couple quick texts for Tribe Roll Call before we give you some keys to the game for the Broncos. Ben checking in up in Arvada. He said he's selling windows and siding for Clearwater Exteriors. Nice work up there, Ben.
Right on, Ben.
In Arvada. We got our guy. Is this Will in Westminster? Yes, it is. Delivering first aid goods as he does up to Blackhawk in Central City today. They're certainly going to need that. Oh, this might be my favorite text ever. They didn't put your name on it, but Kevin, you'll like this too. It simply starts with sha-la-la-la-la-la. Hell yeah, dude. 303-946. That's a great one. Happy Friday, Dover and Cecil. Right back at you, my man. We appreciate that. Crushing it with 303 Sprinklers. Trying to make sure everybody gets the schedule for winterizations beginning in October. I may need to hit you up, man. I'll forget about that and ruin my brand new backyard here as a first-time homeowner. Zach is picking up recycling in the Space Force base, just waiting for Denver defense to give Cam Ward a warm welcome this weekend. They're certainly going to do that.
Welcome to the NFL, kid.
Love it, Zach. Absolutely love it. Hit us up, 303-713-1043. That's the RamosLaw.com text line over on YouTube as well. It's youtube.com/DenverSports. We'll continue to check in and read your text. For Tribe Roll Call, who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for a buck today? Hit us up. We have our 3 keys to the game coming up, and one player that Cecil and I are both watching. We'll tell you what they are and who they are next.
Does Sean Payton finally have all the pieces he needs on offense? Are the Broncos ready to contend for the AFC West once again? We'll answer it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Being dependable for your family. We get it. At Corwin Toyota, we've been family driven for over 100 years. So when you need a ride that fits your whole crew, or even your carpool, rain or shine, we hope to show you how our family can take care of yours. Corwin Toyota, family driven for over 100 years.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise with Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise with Us button to start growing today.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Joel Klatt, the nation's leading voice in college football, joins Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth every Wednesday morning. Presented by Groove Toyota.
Here we go!
Tune in at 8:10 for exclusive insight, bold analysis, and maybe just a hint of shenanigans. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, we are off and rolling here on a Friday edition of the program. We are fired up for football tonight, fired up for football tomorrow, college version of it, keeping our eyes closely on the Rammies and the Buffaloes. We're going to get into those teams, but, oh, that was weird.
I'm wearing my Pure Platinum 32s.
Dude, when you walked in, I was like, those are clean.
Oh, yeah, 32s, man.
Nice.
They're a great shoe, a great Jordan, that's for sure.
I'm wearing my fake Birkenstocks with no socks on.
I can see your toes.
I got golf later, dude, so I got the Jordans in the car.
And you're going to golf barefoot?
No, I'm going to wear shoes today.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know. If I get a tee time by myself, I'm going to get weird. So we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. No shirt, no shoes. We'll see what happens out there. All right, Cease, let's go over some keys to the game. I got a few, and I want to know what a few of yours are. They may overlap, right? We haven't studied each other's papers yet, so I don't know what you have on yours. You don't know what I have on mine. But I think we'll at least have one that are the same here. Number one, this is the one I think we'll have the same. Establish a damn running game. We've gone over it this week. Sean has not had a 100-yard rusher in any of his Broncos debuts. The first 2 years ago, last year, with Javonte and Jaleel, they've all been under 100 yards. No running back has scored a touchdown in the season opener under Sean Payton with the Denver Broncos. So can we maybe do that? Like, beggars can't be choosers, right? So I'm not going, give me 100 yards and 2 touchdowns. I'll settle for one of those things. Can you rush for 100? Can a running back score a touchdown? That would be absolutely great. Establish the running game and do not abandon it when you're only getting 2 yards per carry for the first couple of carries. That 2 yards turns into 3. That 3 turns into 5. 5 could turn into 10 for a couple of those big runs. So, number one, establish a running game.
Yeah, I'd wholeheartedly agree with that, and I believe that's near the top. There's a flip side to that I'll get to in a little bit, but for me, with J.K. Dobbins, we don't yet know how is Dobbins going to look. And just like we can compare the Denver Broncos to the Philadelphia Eagles, and no, they're not on that level, but that's the comparison that we're going to look at after week one. And like, how did the elite teams look? How did Denver look? Denver wants to be part of the elite teams. You're going to have to look pretty good. You're going to have to win these games, even if it's 24-20 over what I think is a far inferior Cowboys team. The other thing here is this. I think fans are going to look at J.K. Dobbins and getting it more on Twitter. Hey, Javonte looked good last night. What was going on with the Broncos offensive line?
Dude.
The Broncos offensive line was number 1 in run block win rate last year. Yeah. I anticipate that they will be number 1 in run block win rate this year. So if you look at what Javonte did, people are going to look at what JK did, and they're going to make that comparison. So please, for the love of God, J.K. Dobbins, get more rushing yards than Javonte Williams. So, well, personally, I don't have to hear about it.
Yeah. 100% on that. That's just crazy to me that people are even trying to have that conversation.
I think people are a little bit nervous, and Sting could back you up on this and be like, hey, there's a lot of folks out there that don't know offensive line play, so when Bo gets some pressure, the damn offensive line. Okay, yes, that is the case at times. You don't know the assignments. I'll listen to guys like Stink and go, okay, what's the real story here? Plus, when we talk about run block win rate and pass block win rate, that is an individual stat, and individually, those guys can run block. Okay. In fact, they're better at run blocking than pass blocking.
Wow.
Ben Powers is, at least.
Number 2 for me is Evan Ingram. Very curious to see his stat line, but you know what I'm really fired up for on Sunday, Cease? Is that Broncos country, our fellow tribe members, they get to see what you and I have seen being out at camp and the things, the influence, stealing your term there, the way that Evan can influence what the defense does. And I'm telling you guys, don't ride what Evan's box score looks like. Watch him. Don't follow the ball for a couple plays and watch number 1. Watch what safeties do when he runs one of those seam routes, right? Watch what a inside cornerback's going to do depending on where he goes, inside or out, cutting towards the middle of the field or towards the out-of-bounds marker. Just watch how much he matters to the defense and then what that opens up. So I don't want to hold Evan Ingram to this, well, you have to have 10 catches and 95 yards and a touchdown or else it's not a good week for you. That's not what it is.
Yeah.
Let's see what else Evan does. I think Broncos country are going to love what they see out of Evan Ingram.
I think a big play is coming for Evan Ingram, so I don't know about your investment apps, but if there's such a thing of like a certain yardage for a touchdown, then I think Evan Ingram could hit that this week. And it's funny that your keys are almost the 180 of my keys that I'll get to in a little bit.
All right, last one for me is, now I'm going to say this, and we'll play a clip later from Cam Ward, but kill Cam Ward. He said yesterday, try not to get killed, right? That was one of Cam Ward's things.
Right, yeah.
I got to try not to get killed out there. Kill him. Pressure him all day. We've talked about that mush rush stuff that you're going to talk about. Coverage on the back end I feel really, really good about because how good Denver's secondary is.
Right.
Get a 10-point lead. Be up 13 in the second quarter. Make them one-dimensional with the rookie quarterback on the road that's never seen an NFL window look the way it's going to look against PS2. Riley Moss and the boys at the Broncos secondary. Kill Cam Ward. That's number 3.
I like that. And I talked to Vance Joseph yesterday. I had asked him about Cam Ward. he had an incredible answer. In fact, we'll play it later on in the show, not in this segment, but his answer, and maybe it's just me, but he kind of reveals some stuff.
Oh, really?
Yes, because he's like, most rookie quarterbacks, you just zone them up and just make them go underneath.
Yeah.
And he goes, you can't do that with Cam Ward because he'll stick that throw. There's a throw. He'll see that small window. He'll stick that throw. So, again, we have to listen to the VJ answer. We'll do that later. But I thought it was very interesting that VJ would reveal that of like, no, you don't zone it up. This isn't a normal rookie quarterback. I want to emphasize that today.
Well, we're going to talk about this later, too, but like spy situation. I wonder what that looks like with the dude like.
And without Trey Greenlaw,
Exactly. Exactly.
How are you going to spy him?
So you said yours would be different. You don't have running as one of yours?
I have the flip side. Stop the run.
Oh, I love that.
Stop the run. Like, you've spent all this money on your defense, and I know that Nick Benito, and congrats to Nick. Got to talk to him yesterday as well. It's great to see such a humble and kind young man and ferocious on the football field. But Tennessee's going to be somewhat limited in what they do. So the first thing for me is make sure your big guys up front are doing their job and stuffing the run. This thing gets a little out of control if you can't stop Tony Pollard. Okay? And I'm going to throw in Cam Ward in that as well because he's a runner. We got a runner. Like, he's that as well. So you have a running quarterback and you have a good running back. Tony Pollard's a good running back.
Yeah.
That's something. It's not the Jonathan Taylor that you'll face next week, but it is something to be secure and stout defensively. You've got to be strong against the run.
All right, stop the run. I love that one going the opposite. How about number 2 for you?
Next is stop Chiggy Okonkwo.
You've been talking about him all week, so I love that he made the cut here.
He's a weapon. He is a weapon. They don't have many. Now, Calvin Ridley is a weapon, and I know even VJ said I think he's a top 10 receiver in the league, and I was like, okay, that's a little closer, maybe. I would say more like
just being nice.
Probably.
Yeah.
I would say more like top 16. If you put Calvin Ridley at like 16, I wouldn't bat an eye to that. Top 10. And
Calvin
then,
or Cortland?
Court's my guy. So
all right.
Court. And Court's probably about in the same spot,
All right.
honestly.
Yeah.
So, you have to look at Chiggy Okonkwo, Chigozie Okonkwo, their tight end, who is big, fast, and physical. And if you're without Dre Greenlaw and it's Singleton in coverage or Sternad in coverage,
Yikes.
like that's the thing that they could do. I think we have an Ingram versus Okonkwo kind of battle we could look at. And check out that box score, but look at the influence that Okonkwo is going to have on the Broncos defense and make sure that you secure him while also PS2 on Calvin Ridley. That's okay. You blot him out. I'm not worried about that. Okonkwo could be the leading receiver for the Titans, and that could be trouble.
Wow. Yeah, and especially with what you're talking about as inside linebacker. I'm a little nervous about that matchup right now.
Right.
All right, and what's your final key here, third key?
Bo, don't throw off your back feet. Back foot, back feet, feeted.
He's got 2 back feet.
He does. Don't throw off your back foot.
Okay.
I've seen enough this preseason and training camp to know that I don't like it. It's popped up. It's not new. Or wait, it is new. It's not something he did last year regularly. The fact that he can throw off platform, and this also comes to the offensive line. I don't want Bo to have to think he's got to throw off his back foot. Now he can, but it's not going to make your passes as accurate. And the windows in the NFL are the size of my laptop screen. Okay, they're the size of your phone. Like they're not big. So in order to get the best passes, step into those throws, maintain your proper mechanics. I just want to see Bo have a clean game. If he has to throw off platform, cool. I know he can. It's not a big deal. But if that pocket's clean and he's doing this, leaning back and throwing it,
leads to some disaster.
It leads to errant throws, tipped passes, and just maybe not maximizing those yards after the catch.
Okay, 3 keys. We got players to watch, what we'll do a little bit later on in the program. Again, we want to hear from you guys all day today. Little tribe roll call, couple quick texts. Our guy Miguel, he's taking care of all the drywall needs in the Front Range / Boulder area. Happy Friday, homies. Right back at you, Miguel. We appreciate you for tuning in. Coach C in COS, he says, good morning, Tribal Council. I'm down in SoCo covering a route for one of my no-call, no-show drivers.
Oh, no.
Would you hire Kawhi Leonard? He just became a no-call, no-show, no-job driver. Yeah, you can't no-call, no-show, man. That's not how things work.
That's like teenager stuff. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And especially on a Friday. Let me guess. Dollar you call it last night at Sports Call? Well, I don't think that's the thing anymore. But
maybe he was that Cowboys fan at Buffalo Wild Wings that made Kev mad. He got all hammered
Kevin
and
was
then
mad
he
that
missed
someone
work.
was cheering at Buffalo Wild Wings.
I know.
Okay,
He
let
was
me set
sad
the
that
scene.
someone was showing emotion over football.
Let me set the scene.
Yet on
Okay.
Sunday, Kev's going to be cheering every time Bo Nix blinks.
True.
True. Go ahead, Kev. Explain
So,
yourself.
okay, I go to Buffalo Wild Wings last night with my cousins. There's like 8 of us in this entire building, okay? It's right after the weather delay. Every first down, you do not need to clap and scream like you're at the game. Typical Cowboys fan. It was every completion, every run that gained a yard. Let's go, boys. It's like, dude, you can clap on a touchdown, but you're in a public setting at a restaurant. We all don't want to hear you cheer about your Cowboys that ended up losing.
What if it were a Broncos game and you were in public?
I wouldn't do that, to be honest.
Oh, really?
No.
Okay.
I would not be at Buffalo Wild Wings or at a restaurant for a Broncos game. I had to be at my house or at the game in front of the TV. I hate going somewhere public because you
I
got
do too,
someone.
actually. Yeah.
Well, that was a dumb play. The refs screwed them there. It's like, no, no. Please shut up.
I want all of us to go to a game together with Kevin, and we just video him the entire time. That's what I want.
You should have seen the Super Bowl years. Michael Schofield heard a lot from me.
All right, so if you're out and about and you see Kev, you better chill on that cheering. All right, we're going to call an audible here real quick because we're going to go to Tennessee and check in with one of Cecil's buddies covering the Titans at 10:45. So what's happening inside the internet? That is coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
There's a photo my wife took of me, sitting crisscross on the floor playing Legos with my boys. Might not sound like much, but back in 2020, I couldn't get down there without pain, let alone enjoy it. After 16 weeks on soda and 82 pounds gone, that picture means everything. It's proof that I'm not just present in my kid's life, but I'm active, engaged, and I'm healthy. Soda didn't just give me a plan. It gave me a partner, a personal nutritionist who helped me every step. Through grocery store trips, family vacations, late night cravings, you name it. If you're a parent who wants to be there, not just someday, but right now, go to sodaweightloss.com. Click the Request a Nutritionist callback. That's sodaweightloss.com. SOTA stands for state of the art. sodaweightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
It's your last chance to take advantage of EV federal tax credits at Siltar Motors. This month, get the all-electric F-150 Lightning or the head-turning Mustang Mach-E with 0% interest for 72 months or lease credits up to $11,000 off. Check out their current selection of EVs at sthmotors.com to get the EV you want before they are gone. Siltar Motors has got the best location, the biggest EV selection in Denver, and the most competitive pricing in Colorado. Siltar Motors will deliver everything you want out of a dealership.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidda Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidda helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidda 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams. CSU football faces Northern Colorado with pregame starting at 4. Presented by Rock's Heating and Air. Then Sunday morning on 104.3 HD3, football action kicks off as Las Vegas faces New England with pregame starting at 10:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil. From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the internet.
This, Jen, is the internet.
All right, what's happening inside the internet that we need to discuss? Couple stories. Start at DenverSports.com, where a story written by, let me scroll, Andrew Mason. Your orange and blue bro there, Andrew Mason, who'll be on the case all season for the Denver Broncos. He's writing about who should get the next big contract from Greg Penner down at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. And that person, he's not a player, but he does crush a lot. It's George Payton.
Oh, yeah.
Andrew Mason making the case that give George Payton a contract extension. He is on year 5, going into year 5 of a 6-year contract extension. Mace does a great job of laying out roles, responsibilities, everything that Payton does. So make sure you get to DenverSports.com and read that. But after what we talked about yesterday, 7 players over the last couple of years that you extend that are key cogs to this. I know, obviously, Sean gets a lot of the credit for drafting of Bo, but he's the GM. It's going to fall under his time of being the Broncos general manager, falling on the sword, handling the Russell Hackett thing the way they did, and coming out smelling like roses the way they have. George gets a little bit of credit for that, too. Admitted some mistakes and fixed those mistakes.
Right.
I've got zero pushback on this article from Andrew Mason. In fact, I think he's spot on.
Yeah.
Extend George.
When we look at what's going on with this Broncos team and knowing that you're in a championship window, you want that to continue. And when you pay Bo Nix, you're going to need George Payton to be 1,000% on the money, okay? You're going to need that to be like almost all the picks to be kind of like they are now. You know, if he misses on some late rounders, I'm going to complain. I'm about the only one that will, but okay. And there are some, valid Isaiah Pacheco misses or whatever, but like as long as George does a really good job in the first, let's say 3-4 rounds, and then maybe take some chances a little bit later, then we'll be okay with that. But this team will really need him to be on point. And the way that he's worked with Sean Payton, I think Greg Penner needs to give him some hazard pay. Hey, George, they get you that new deal yet, George? Are they looking at you yet?
Yeah.
George, I stood up for you, George. I really want you to get the new deal.
Yeah.
How many times has he just called him Mickey? That's what I want to know. And George has to go, it's George! Stop!
It's not even close.
So, yeah, George Payton, Andrew Mason, 100% agreeing with you. Extend the man and let him continue to cook.
Where'd you hear that?
The internet.
And you believed it?
Yeah. They can't put anything on the internet that isn't true.
All right, well, then it has to be true about the Red Zone commercials. We talked about this, and now everybody that works for ESPN is coming out to defend what's going on, including one Adam Schefter.
Right.
Schefter tweets this out. Some added clarity. NFL Red Zone is 7 hours. 420 minutes, dude. Over that, I added the dude. Over that time,
I was like, Adam started smoking? Adam started smoking. Okay.
Viewers will be served 1 to 2 total of minutes of ads in 15-second increments. This comes out to anywhere between 0.25% to 0.5% of the total time, considerably less than any other sports/entertainment programs. And if you read any of the replies or quote tweets, what the world is telling Adam is what we all feel, Adam. It's now only going up to 0.25 to 0.5. But you know what it was before that? 0.0, Adam. So I get it, and you're being the company man, and you're defending your crew. I get that part. But you're wrong here. People are pissed. We don't want commercials on Red Zone.
If we can make Cracker Barrel change their logo back, I'm telling you, we can make ESPN. No, we can't. It's Disney and the overlords. Like, we can make them go back to no commercials. Like, come on, man. Come on. We had the perfect product. We had the absolute perfect product in Red Zone. And, now Scott Hansen can go pee for 7 hours.
And if I'm not mistaken, you still have to pay. Like, I pay some extra thing to have Red Zone. It includes like Big Ten Network and I want to watch stuff there.
Yeah,
but you still pay extra for the Red Zone. So we're paying extra, getting the commercials. Right. And they're trying to sell us like, oh, it's only this much. But you know what the 0.25 turns into next year? 0.5.
Right.
0.75.
It was like when Sirius first started and, it was like, oh, Sirius, no commercial. Yeah. And then you listen to Sirius. What do you hear now?
There's commercials.
There's commercials. Right. And you pay a subscription.
Yeah. But they can drop the F-bomb from time to time. It's kind of fun. And unedited music. I like unedited music.
Okay, yeah.
And plus, I love comedy on the radio.
Yeah.
And I want to hear them swear with their bits,
Oh, yeah. It's there's a local station that does comedy.
Yeah.
And
they're great.
It's awesome, but it's edited. So it's like,
And by the way, just for us radio nerds, it's in automation all day. You don't do anything and you just make money.
Right.
It's a great setup. Great
The internet is a breeding ground for freaks.
All right, now, it wouldn't be a real Football Friday if we didn't hear.
Oh, no.
From Cecil's favorite guy, Seth the Flow. Hit it, Kev.
All right, guys. First game of the season. Let's do it. Woo!
That's how I feel.
This is our Colts. This is our team. We bleed blue. This is our Colts. Whether win or lose.
Are we going to lose?
We love them. For the shoe. Beat the Dolphins. Let's do it for good old Jim. This is our team.
Oh, Ursay.
Go Colts.
I kind of wanted to hear him impersonate a dolphin, to be honest. I want to hear what he thinks a dolphin
He did
sounds.
there at the end.
That
Isn't
was
that
a
a
horse.
dolphin? That's a horse?
That was a neigh.
That's a neigh? Yeah. No, that's a whatever.
I kind of want to hear you guys impersonate a dolphin now.
I
that
just
we're
did.
talking about it.
I just did. Isn't that what they do?
That's pretty close. That wasn't bad.
Honestly, that was pretty good. I don't think I could do better.
I went and I scuba dived and I saw a dolphin and it talked to me. It didn't actually use words. It was like telekinetic, but it just like talked to me.
Those dolphins could be aggressive, so you're lucky you got out safe. I've seen the stories.
I have a story about a dolphin I can tell you guys off the air.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait.
Wow.
It's not on air?
Well, it could be. It involves my wife.
Oh,
No.
Yeah, no. She got hit by a dolphin in a certain area.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Ouch.
On a trip to Mexico.
Ouch town population,
yeah, not great.
What did you do? You got like, where's the dolphin at?
No, I thought it was funny.
You thought it was funny?
I mean, I'd had a few, so
okay.
that's funny.
Better you than me, babe. Let's hit the
Exactly.
beach.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It probably hurts her a little less than it would be.
Somebody had a bad vacation.
I can respect Drew for that. That's only how you have a healthy relationship, though. You can roast them a little bit, even in moments of pain.
Totally.
Yeah.
And we still joke about it to this day.
All right, Set the Flow, getting us going on a Friday. We got to learn a little bit about the Tennessee Titans, so let's go check in behind enemy lines, learn a little bit about Tennessee as they head to Denver. Cecil's buddy Teron Davenport from ESPN. He joins us next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take the next step as the Broncos franchise QB? Will Vance Joseph's defense make life miserable for Cam Ward and the Titans? We'll break it all down on the Fan Football pregame show, live on game day starting at noon. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Introducing Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond. Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Come experience the most revolutionary and transparent way to buy a diamond.
Mine to Shine by Kwiat and Williams Jewelers. The natural diamonds cut, polished, and designed just for you.
First, we'll help you select a natural, conflict-free, and ethically mined diamond.
Then you select one of Kwiat's legendary shapes. Kwiat Cushion, Oval, Radiant, Emerald, or Incredible Ashoka.
A whiter, brighter, and larger looking diamond, cut to the world's highest standards.
Then trace the journey from rough stone to polished perfection by Kwiat's master cutters.
Perfectly cut for maximum brilliance. Simply brilliant.
Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond.
Only from Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Some things in life should never be trial and error, like do-it-yourself dentistry or messing with your home's electrical wiring. That's where Piper Electric comes in. They've been powering homes with expert electrical service since 1983. From simple fixes to commercial and industrial work. Need an EV charger? They'll plug you in without the sparks. Right now, get $50 off your next service. Call 303-422-9219 before you DIY yourself back into the dark ages. Piper Electric. Leave the electricity to the experts.
Injured in an accident? Don't just hope for help. Demand results. At Postman Law, we handle it all. Car crash, workplace injury, or wrongful death. We deliver fast, effective, and personalized legal representation, powered by a team that's recovered over $3 billion for clients nationwide. We have taken on some of the biggest companies in the country and won. Our tech-driven approach means your case moves fast with clear updates every step of the way. So when you call 844-POSTMAN, you know you're getting speed, ease, and results. You're not just another case. You're a person who deserves justice. And from the moment you call, we're in your corner. You'll have a dedicated attorney and case manager fighting to get you every dollar you deserve. And remember, you don't pay unless we win. So don't wait. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free case review. That's 844-POSTMAN. Because others promise, Postman Law delivers.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I
do.
I do. Of course you all do. Who wouldn't want this? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed that has a 5.89 APR.
Wait, you have a 4.75% fixed rate for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. Because even with the lowest rate today, it may not be in 6, 12 months or more. And if rates do fall in the future, now what? Go through the expense again? No. Maximize your savings with U.S. Mortgages and our lowest rate for life program. It allows you to lock in today, and if the market does improve, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fee and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. Awarded the smartest loan in the country. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
International Hot Rod Association and Durana Hybrid, where the roar of the engine meets the torque of the wrench. Building champions on the track and in the trades. Get your tickets at ihra.com.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
Roll into town, step off the bus, shake off the where you came from dust. Grab your guitar, walk down.
All right, let's go behind
Says
enemy
Nashville
lines.
Tennessee.
Let's learn a little bit about these Tennessee Titans who are starting to figure out who they are behind rookie quarterback Cam Ward and #1 overall pick. And we turn to Teron Davenport from ESPN to do that. He's at @Davenport_NFL on Twitter. If you want to learn a little bit more about the Titans. And we're obviously grateful for the time here, Teron. Thank you for joining us. Let's talk about Cam. What is the expectations for a rookie quarterback, not just in week one, but kind of overall here as he gets ready to take on the NFL?
Well, he, like
any other number one pick, quarterback is going to have the franchise on the shoulders. And I think when you look at the expectations, it's for him to operate smoothly, get the guys in and out of the huddle, execute. They are going to let him go against that blitz. You know, the Broncos, they were 10th in the league last year, blitzing 31% of the time. So Ward is going to get an opportunity to carry on the success he had versus the blitz in college. So I think it's really just one of those things where they're just going to look at him to sort of be the quarterback, the guy that makes things happen, and, you know, lean on the guys around him, the rushing attack as well as some of the weapons they've got for him.
Yeah, Teron Davenport, my good friend. Last time we got to hang out was waiting for Shadur Sanders to come up at the scouting combine. So now Cam Ward is there. And I talked to Vance Joseph yesterday, and he said Cam's not the type of guy that you can play zone against because any sort of small window, he's going to take that chance. He's not timid as a young quarterback. Is that the same thing that you've been seeing from Cam?
There's no fear in that guy's body whatsoever. He's going to take the shots, and if he takes the shot and it's intercepted, he's going to throw it again and not have a care, you know. And it's funny because he was asked about that on Wednesday, and he said, man, I don't know a quarterback in the league that didn't throw interceptions. So that's not something that's going to rattle him. It reminds me a lot. Now, granted, listen, I'm not comparing greatness. I'm just comparing, like, the way I remember this guy when he first got to the league with Atlanta and was just, you know, a gunslinger. And when he went to Green Bay, and that's Brett Favre. It's the same type of mindset where it's like, I'm going to throw a lot of touchdowns, but, I mean, it's going to come at the cost of some interceptions. So he's going to take shots. The good thing, you know, with this, when the Broncos, you know, their zone kind of turns into man quickly anyway with the way that they latch on to receivers. So it's going to be fun to watch the matchup.
Tron, I was checking out your Twitter and some of the stuff you were posting about being out at Titans and heard Brian Callahan, you know, talk about keeping things manageable and not overloading the plate, if you will, of one Cam Ward. But from what you just said, it doesn't sound like, I don't know if vanilla is the right term, but kind of, you know, generic, or at least as generic as you can be in a week one matchup. Maybe based off what you just said, that's not going to be what Brian Callahan wants to do.
Oh, no. I mean, it's not going to be vanilla and generic. They're going to attack. I mean, look, they prepared for all week for this game. So they're not going to go in there and say, hey, I'm not going to put my best foot forward. It's going to be, you know, leaning on the rushing attack, but it's also going to be, hey, look, it's time to make a play. And that's really what Callahan said. Because I asked him about going against this vaunted Broncos defense and their blitz, you know, and he said, well, I'm not going to take away – you can't take away the stinger, and Cam has one. And there are going to be times where he's going to have to just go out there and play quarterback, and that's really the bottom line.
All right, now I got to know, did Jeffrey Simmons give the Broncos a little bulletin board material with the whole Bo Nix, he makes one read, he takes off to run? Your thoughts on Bo Nix, your thoughts on what Simmons said, man. It got Broncos country riled up, TD.
Yeah, it's so funny how comments could be taken out of context. The question for Simmons that I asked was, how are you guys as a coordinated pass rush going to be able to stop quarterbacks like Bo Nix from gashing you the way Drake May and Malik Willis and on did last year? And that's where he said that. Yeah, of course, he's wrong. Bo Nix is a guy that he's going to let the plays develop and go through his reads. He's not a one read and go type of guy. I'm not sure why he said that, but I mean, it's like much ado about nothing. The comment wasn't really in regards to him always taking off as much as it was actually more of a compliment, being as though he is an actual threat rushing the football. And his athleticism is not going to sneak up on people this year the way it did last year.
Yeah, 100% on that. Talking to Teron Davenport, covering the Titans for ESPN. Teron, I do want to ask you that. It seemed like the Broncos were kind of the flavor of the offseason, you know, so hot right now based on everything that Sean Payton was telling all of his national media friends. What's your perspective? You know, outside looking in, but getting ready for this week. How do you see this version of the Denver Broncos led by Bo?
How could you not like them? I mean, you look, right? This is a playoff team. They got a young quarterback who played well college for 14 years, and, you know, now he's getting a chance to play in the league. You got to like them. You look at the defense, and I say 14 years jokingly.
Of course.
You look at the defense, I mean, they're outstanding at every level. No one really talks about the acquisition of Talanoa Hufanga, but that's a major acquisition for them. Dre Greenlaw, I don't know. We'll see. I know he didn't practice the last couple of days. But then you got Jonathan Cooper, who I loved coming out of Ohio State, Nick Bonito. I mean, they are solid on all three levels. And I will say this. John Franklin Myers murdered the Titans offensive line a few years ago. Now, it wasn't this group, but still, that should be in the memory for anybody who was here is with the Jets. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be excited about with this Broncos team. They're one of the best offensive minds in football, running the offense, and one of the best defensive minds. And we could go on and on. It's definitely reason for this team being the flavor of the offseason because they're that good. And, oh, by the way, I didn't even mention Cortland Sutton.
Right. Let's talk about Calvin Ridley. We know that Cam has said, I think he's a top 5 receiver in this league. Vance Joseph yesterday said, I think he's a top 10 receiver in this league. Ridley, obviously dangerous against Pat Surtain. Is this the kind of popcorn moment when we look at weapons that the Titans could use against the Broncos? Where's Calvin Ridley rank?
Man, he's their best weapon, but I think you have the ultimate neutralizer in Patrick Surtain. I mean, good Lord, 6'3", moving the way he does, and has the straight line speed. I mean, there's so much you could do as a corner, and so many guests and shots that you could take that risk that you normally wouldn't. But he's long to where it's hard to get it over him. Like he has that length of Richard Sherman, right, where it was so hard to throw the ball deep against him, but then he has the footwork and quickness of a guy like a Chris Harris. You know what I mean? Like when you mix those two, it's just he's special, right? So, I mean, that's going to be a matchup. I really think that they're going to have to, do some things to get away from that. You can't really move really across the formation to avoid Surtain because he could play left, right, and play nickel. But I drew it up. I do a whiteboard video every week, and this week I drew up switch verts, which is a way to kind of take advantage of that zone man type of defense the Broncos do, and it's a way you could get Ridley kind of away from Surtain, but more importantly, get another guy involved if you're able to look off the safety. So check that out on my X or on ESPN.com.
Yeah, like I said, @TDavenport_NFL. I actually watched it. It's great work there, Teron. I want to ask you about, Cecil brought up the Titans tight end versus the Broncos linebackers. And we've talked about Broncos inside linebackers for a while because they didn't really put emphasis on that position until this year with adding Dre Greenlaw. But I want to flip the script on that. Evan Ingram versus the Titans defense. How do you feel about a new tight end, but he's supposed to be that joker that everybody's so fired up about here in Denver versus, middle of the field coverage for the Titans?
Yeah, Evan Ingram, his routes are really good, and he's just a guy you move around and that could make plays. That's, I think, an advantage for the Titans. Now, Cody Barton, who you guys are familiar with, I think, that'll help. James Williams and Cedric Gray, they're not necessarily coverage guys, but I tell you one thing to look for. Look for some 3 safety looks. And there's a guy out of Penn State. He was a 3rd-round pick. He interred me around this time last year. He probably would have been a 1st-round pick. It's Kevin Winston Jr., and he's been dealing with some hamstring soreness. He was limited. But if he could get in the mix, that is one guy that I would put against those Evan Ingrams, the Sam Laportas, those types, because he matches up very well with the tight end. So look for some 3 safety looks with him in there if he's good to go. But I still think, regardless, it's advantage Broncos with Evan Ingram.
All right, Teron, I've told you privately, I'll tell you publicly now as well. I'm just so proud of you, man. Just to be on the come up with you, to be hanging out with you at the Shrine game and all that back in the day, and to see the hard work you've put in, to see you on ESPN now, man. I'm always proud. But I got to know before we let you out of here, because I'm wearing my Pure Platinum 32s. What's your heat on your feet?
Oh, I love this.
What do you got on your feet today, man?
Oh, yeah, man, I appreciate that. And you talk about, rolling through the mud together. That's what we did. Right now, I just got some Air Flight 89. They're red with a black check and a little gray, and it match up with my outfit. So,
hell yeah.
Nothing special. But I'll have a nice pair. I'll probably wear some 3s, Jordan 3s on Steve, man. That's probably going to be the case.
See, you should fit in well. You want to talk football, talk shop, and then a little Jordan conversation at the end of the interview. That's great stuff. Teron, thank you so much for being with us. And look, Cecil told me so many great things about you. You ride with Cecil, you ride with us. So thank you so much for being on the show, man.
Oh, yes. He's going to tell you about the tip I gave him, those good things. I appreciate it.
Teron Davenport right there on the hotline covering the Titans for ESPN and ESPN.com. Great stuff. And yeah, if you want to learn a little bit more about the Titans before Sunday, go to @TDavenport_NFL. I spent a good chunk of time just scrolling through his tweets and listening to some of the stuff he has out there. It's really good stuff to learn about these Titans. All right, outstanding right there from Davenport. We're going to react to a couple things he had to say. Interesting about that tight end free safety matchup. Want to talk about that, and we got to hear from the man who got the big bag on Thursday. Well, react to Davenport and hear from Benito next.
The NFL season is here. Kick your football Sunday off in style with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos. Live on game day starting at 10 a.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contrast. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
CU fans, keep your fix going with Denver Sports CU Football Post-Game Recap. Available every home game exclusively on Facebook, YouTube, and X. Presented by Corwin Toyota Boulder. Family driven for over 100 years.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-944-33, 720-944-33. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-944-33.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, good boy.
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on the Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams. CSU football faces Northern Colorado with pregame starting at 4. Presented by Rock's Heating and Air. Then Sunday morning on 104.3 HD3, football action kicks off as Las Vegas faces New England with pregame starting at 10:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
This is how we do it. On a Bud Light Football Friday. Having some fun. Great conversation with Teron Davenport there from ESPN.com. Cecil, appreciate you getting that set up and lined up for us. Good information coming out of our guy Teron Davenport, and you and I just continued the conversation, but off air, about that Evan Ingram matchup specifically.
Right.
Cody Barton versus Evan Ingram. Feeling pretty good about that for the Denver Broncos.
I'm looking at that Evan Ingram over. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that sounds nice. And then the fact that he brought up maybe it's a free safety that comes down and tries to help with some of that coverage. And again, just like I talked about with my second key to the game, watch Evan Ingram have an influence on what the defense does. And if that safety has to come down to help with coverage or just be in coverage on Evan Ingram, I mean, doesn't that mean Marvin Mims, Troy Franklin, the fast guys on the outside are just going to eat up the secondary?
Right, because if you go with the 3 safety look, as TD suggested, like, okay, that's interesting. I actually hadn't considered that. It's week 1, so I want to put my eyes on the Titans and see what they can bring. And we're left to wonder with new guys like a Cody Barton, how's that going to look? But if they do drop in Kevin Winston as a 3rd safety, man, Franklin's going to eat.
Yeah, dude.
Marvin's going to eat. Because, honestly, it sounds like if they do go 3 safety, that means you would bracket Ingram. You would take your chance, Cortland, one-on-one. I like that. But then you've got one-on-one for the fast guy.
With the 2nd and 3rd cornerbacks of the Tennessee Titans.
Exactly. So I'm going to take that all day. All day. So a breakout game, another big play. Listen, the last time we saw Troy Franklin, he had a big one.
Yeah.
And it was about the only play that was worth a damn for the Broncos in that game. Could see Troy Franklin getting a couple. And that's where Ingram, if they fall asleep against Ingram, he's going to have big playability. Big playability is here with the Denver Broncos. And, it's time to kind of show off some of these fancy new toys.
Well, think about this, too, on the reverse of that, of in-game adjustments. So Tennessee's getting lit up downfield or deeper post routes from guys like Mims and Franklin. And then they make the adjustment at halftime. They're like, okay, Evan hasn't caught anything. Let's now focus on the outside. And then you have the adjustment to the adjustment where Sean Payton goes, all right, they want to take that away.
Right.
Let's just kill him in the middle of the field between the hash marks, and we'll be getting the ball to number 1 over and over and over.
Yeah, I like it. I like the sound of that, and I like the sound of Bo kind of stretching some things out. This comes back to the ground game. If you can run the ball, you're going to set up those deep shots. There's going to be some sort of play action, bootleg, rollout. Think of the old school Jake Plummer days, where it's just going to be a bootleg and he's going to throw it down, a beautiful long completion, this time to Troy Franklin down the right sideline. I could see this happening, and I'm kind of even more intrigued now after talking to Teron about what possibly the Titans will bring to the field defensively. And then offensively, okay, Cam Ward, not afraid of those interceptions, huh?
Yeah. I hope not. Hope you do have a short memory.
Go get you a couple.
Yeah, that's exactly right. One of our texters says, Mr. Davenport sounded exactly like the ladies' man from SNL.
Ladies love TD, I'll say that.
I could tell. I was looking at his Twitter. He's a handsome fella, and he's got the cool sneakers on. Pretty sweet. Great point from our guy Creaky. Have to ask, what happened to the last time the Broncos played a Cam? Let's hope Cam can keep his soul this time. Remember that Broncos are proud owners of Cam Newton's soul. I think that's why he dresses like that, because he doesn't have a soul anymore.
He had to cut the top out of his hat so his soul could escape and go wherever. Okay?
Yeah,
Cam Ward is...
Marcus Ware and Malik Jackson are sharing it. They have it in a bottle. And it's like, you have it this weekend.
Get as offended as you like out there, but Cam Ward has the huevos that Cam Newton did not.
Really?
I'm telling you, he will not... he'll make a ton of mistakes. Cam Ward, he will not. He's relentless. He'll keep going at you. And I'm glad Vance Joseph is alert to that because it's going to be fun. Like, rookie's going to be out there trying to make plays.
Yeah.
Might throw 3 picks. Might have a couple of fumbles. But you're never going to get this kid in a shell. And that's good news for Tennessee long term. We're just talking week 1. Right now, smash him.
Yeah.
You mentioned killing him. Go get him because he will continue to make mistakes as he continues attacking you. Don't fall asleep against him. He will continue to attack.
We'll get back to the conversation as to what the Titans bring. We're going to hear from Cam Ward around 12:45 today, so stay tuned for that. But I do want to hear from Nick Bonito, man. Nick Bonito met the media yesterday after getting his giant payday, and of course, we have to have some fun with it. He was asked about, the reaction, the moment his contract got finalized, and he was on Instagram singing about being a rich boy.
A lot of tears. I think I probably ran out of tears to last a year. Just talking with my mom, my dad, my brother, my agent, it was a whole bunch of emotions going through me this morning, and obviously the video I posted is going viral with like me singing and stuff. But I mean, it's just been a whirlwind of emotions today for sure.
Video was awesome.
Yeah.
Nick crushed it in the video. He would go on to talk about moments with his mom and being a younger football player.
Right.
And this is like when there's humanization of stories like this, they make them human, at least for me. He'd share your story of like, I remember my mom told me after I called her to get the deal, she said, remember when you first started playing football, you hated having all the pads and stuff on you. And he'd say, my mom would tell me like, you didn't even want to go to practice. You're like, I don't like wearing the pads. It's just too much. And then she said, look at you now, getting all this money. Could be $130 million coming his way. And why shouldn't it if he performs the way he performs? I love hearing those kind of moments from guys like that.
It was great to talk to Nick yesterday and to hear his stories about people that believed him along the way. And I think in football and in life, that's so very important. So very important for all of us. You know what our glorious leader here, Amanda, you know what I want her to do? Believe in me. Believe in me. I won't let you down. Believe in me. And Nick Bonito, to have George Payton, and I've talked to Nick about George before because of the drop we always play. Yeah. Nick Bonito is 64. Holy beep. And Nick has some fun with it. He thinks it's funny that George would say that. But I've talked to Nick about George and just having that support from day one. Again, I had a late first-round grade on Nick Bonito. I was wrong. It should have been a higher first-round grade on Nick Bonito. But for George Payton to have that foresight, the forward thinking, almost like he saw through time, and he saw the potential that this could have. And I know for myself personally, for you, I'm sure you have plenty of people, the people that backed you, like when you didn't know, you know what I mean? Nick talked about it yesterday with VJ specifically about like, I didn't think I was any good and I didn't know what I could do. And then VJ sent him in his office and said, I think you can be a double-digit sack guy. And Nick was like, you sure you got the right guy?
Yeah. to have the belief and confidence, it almost goes to like the feeling of belonging.
Exactly.
Like, oh, no, it's not a fluke that I got here. I worked my ass off. I got to this point. Now I'm going to make it even better. And then you get people seeing that same sort of thing. You're like, oh, I'm not just a crazy person trying to convince myself I belong here.
Right. No, it's awesome. And I think that goes for all of us in life, no matter what you do, to have the people that believe in you, that maybe see something in you that you don't even see yourself.
Yeah.
You know, and that's where the humility comes from Nick Bonito. And I think it's fantastic because even with Sean Payton, the largest ego in Denver, is Sean Payton. His team is very humble. Very humble.
That's because of Bo, though, right?
I'm not sure who it's because of. Because there's a lot of guys. Like Coop is humble. Pat Surtain is humble. Quinn Miners is humble.
I think Nick Bonito, who just got a bunch of money, is pretty humble, too.
Nick Bonito's humble. Like, so all of these guys, not too many of them are kind of out there talking about how great they are, stuff like that. There's a Michael Jordan sign in the locker room. We can't say what it says, but, like, it's just about how to be great. You know what I mean? And it's something I think that team has adopted that mindset of how you be great is you know that it takes work and you maintain that humble and that humility that it takes to rise to the top.
Can I guess? It's just Jordan with a 9-foot-long cigar, bloodshot eyes, glass of whiskey, and a quote that says, I took that personal.
It should just be Wings, right? The old Wings poster? Yeah. Those things are expensive now.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's hard to find them in good condition because we all had them, and it's 6-foot poster of Michael Jordan.
Yeah. You brought in a freaking. What is
my
that?
buddy Terry. Shout out Terry. He let me borrow this Collecting Michael Jordan Memorabilia book. If you're on YouTube, you can see it right now. It was published in '98, I believe.
Wow.
And it's everything Michael Jordan. Every Wheaties box, every
I was
basketball
thumbing through
card.
it. It's so cool, dude.
I know. It's so awesome, and there's so much Jordan stuff.
And I was a Jordan hater as a kid, but I still loved all of this stuff.
Yeah. So, and it just takes you back to the day. Inside Sports, remember that magazine?
Heck yeah, dude.
Yeah, so it's just awesome.
His Space Jam time.
Right.
He tells the story, and we all know it, but it was cool to revisit it, of the pizza in Salt Lake City that, got him sick and all that stuff. I read that this morning. That's a cool book, dude.
Here's something from McDonald's. Try a McJordan special.
Nice. I'd try that.
And Terry had Jordan's restaurant's closed now in Chicago, but he had like a pin. Like, I went to Michael Jordan's restaurant, and he gave me one. So,
no way.
Yeah.
Dude,
so I'm a proud owner of a Michael Jordan restaurant pin, even though I never went.
Is Terry's wife named Sheila?
It should be.
Yeah, it should be. I hope it is.
Bye, Sheila.
Yeah, whatever. Go inside, Terry. Bye, Sheila. It's one of the best scenes of all time.
I don't know if she heard me. Bye, Sheila.
All right, we got to check in up in Boulder. Will the Buffs beat down the Blue Hens? How much is Julian Lewis going to play? And will we finally see the Millers get involved? Those are the questions we're asking to the king of DenverSports.com. Trent Finnegan is coming up next.
Is the home opener against the Titans a must-win game for the Broncos? Joel Klatt certainly thinks so.
You have to win this game, and that's what this one is. Even the first week, you can't go out there and lose to Tennessee in week 1 and think that you're going to be a top 4 team in the AFC. You just can't.
Hear Joel every Wednesday morning on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth all season long. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, bro. Weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm." Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button to start growing today.
They say there's no such thing as a free lunch, but not true, I say. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, and I'm here to tell you about the best, absolute best free meal in all of Denver. Times are tight right now. You go to the grocery store, things are insane, so we all could use a little bit of help. No questions asked. Anybody that needs it can come by every first and third Thursday. Here's how it works. You pull up, you pop your trunk, They put free groceries for the week in your trunk, and they say, how many hot meals do you need? We pass those to you right through your window, and this is good stuff. This is not soup kitchen stuff. I smoke these meats personally. Delicious pulled pork. I got my special secret Chipotle chicken recipe. It is fantastic. Please help us spread the word. Anybody that needs it, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me personally. It's Dan Jacobs at 303-LAW 4040.
Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. You'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation. Ask about installing a Mow and Flow system today.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last. Call us once, you'll forget the past.
Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
I guess I'm the problem. And your mess never do no wrong. If I'm so awful, then why'd you stick around this long? And if it's
All right, the Buffaloes looking for win at number 1. Well, the problem last week was they couldn't stop the run. Does that change this week? We bring on the king of DenverSports.com, Trent Finnegan. Yes!
There it is.
There's the sounder to talk all things Buffalo. That's Trent walking through to just get good service wherever he's standing.
Right.
Join the program right here. Trent, we hope you're doing great, man. Appreciate you making some time for us again on this Friday. And before we look ahead, let's look back a little bit. What hurt more last week, Dion not using timeouts or only turning 3 turnovers into 7 points?
I think it's turning 3 turnovers into 7 points, because if you turn 3 turnovers into 14, 17, 21 points, you probably don't even need to use those turnovers at the end of the game. You're already winning. So I remember last week I told you guys, I said CU's weakness going into that game was Pat Shurmur, and his offense sputtered after that first drive. He stopped running the ball. He didn't put the ball in the hands of his playmakers. It was a very puzzling game plan, and so I think not converting on those turnovers was more consequential than the timeouts.
All right, King, I have to ask you, and I am emotional and opinionated, so please forgive me, but it's Juju time, man. I nothing against Caden, but if they're going to run the Shedeur offense, which Caden can't run, put in the better passer, and that's Julian Lewis. I know that Dion said, I know when he's going to play. What's that mean? He's going to start? Like, when are we going to get to this, man? When are we going to get to Julian Lewis?
I don't know. I think second quarter, but I agree with you. Like, I thought bringing in Salter was good if you're going to run an offense that's catered to Salter.
Right.
But they just kept the Shedeur offense out there, and you saw Salter was a little inaccurate. You know, that might have been first Power 4 game, yips or whatever, but if you're going to not run an offense that caters to your dual threat quarterback, why do you have him in the game? And you should just get the 4 or the 5-star pocket passer out on the field. So I don't think he's going to start. Somebody asked Dion if he was going to start at the press conference the other day, and he gave a very defensive answer. So I feel like maybe second quarter we'll get some looks at him. And, I mean, this is a perfect opportunity to see what you got with the young kid. And who knows, if he throws for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns, might be time for some tough conversations.
Trent, I'm not changing the number until we get anything, but I think we're all over this time. 6.5 plays for Julian. It's got to be more than that this week, right?
It's got to be. I mean, like Dion said, he made up his mind. He's playing. But, yeah, he didn't specify if he's starting. It would be kind of funny if Dion said, I made up my mind he's playing, and he gets, like, 2 snaps. But the way he was adamant about him playing, it feels like it's got to be over that 6.5.
Okay, hopefully it is over that 6.5, and hopefully they continue to run the ball a little bit more, right? And DeKalen Taylor, a carry?
Use him,
Like,
please.
seriously? Can they use Taylor a little bit more? I didn't mind what I saw from Michael Welch. I want to see more, but like DeKalen Taylor, we're going to see more from that kid?
I hope so. I mean, both of them. So Taylor and Michael Welch, to no fault of their own, just kind of disappeared in the second quarter, and it was all Simeon Price. And after Welch had 3 great carries on the opening drive and Taylor was making guys miss, I mean, they looked like a great 1-2 punch in that backfield.
Right.
And they just stopped. They weren't even on the field. They weren't getting the ball. And then Shermer put them back in late. But I was just very puzzling. But those guys showed they have a good running back room. Like, all 3 of those guys really complement each other well with little different skill sets. I hope Taylor gets used in the pass game a little more. Not too much with the screens. We all know how much this team loves to run their screen passes. But using those guys in different ways a little more, but especially running the ball. The O-line showed that they are improved from last year. So, yeah, you'd hope Welch and Taylor, if they showed what they can do last week, you'd hope they get more run this week.
We're talking to Trent Finnegan ahead of the Buffs and Blue Hens game coming up tomorrow. Let's stay with that passing game that you brought up right there. Do we see the Millers get involved more this week?
So I think you got to see Draylon Miller get more involved. He was on the field for almost every snap in that game, and still, I don't have it. I think it was 2 catches last week.
Yeah,
he's an elite
3
talent.
combined.
He showed it last year when he got in limited run against those guys. So for O'Marion Miller, I know he tweaked his hamstring last week, and then Dion said that he hadn't practiced on Monday or Tuesday. There's been no update. And since this isn't a Big 12 conference game, they don't have to report the injuries 3 days ahead of time like the Big 12 is doing. So I'm not exactly sure how much we're going to see of O'Marion Miller, if at all, which is tough because he's a very talented receiver. However, they have the depth behind them with Joseph Williams and Sincere Brown and Hakeem Williams, where if he has to miss this week, it shouldn't be an issue. But for Draylon going to the other Miller, hopefully you'd see him get the ball more because he's such a dynamic playmaker in space.
All right, the what is it, the 800-pound gorilla in the room or whatever they say? Like, Livingston's defense, man. Come on. Come on. And I did like seeing my man Jaheim Otis make some plays, knocking out passes, helping us kind of stuff the run a little bit. But seriously, Georgia Tech does one thing very well, and the Buffaloes had 0 answers. I know it's Delaware, okay? So we'll see a different look, and the Buffs win big, but how concerned are you? Where's the panic meter at with you, King, about Livingston and this defense?
I wouldn't say I'm panicking yet, but I'm certainly raising an eyebrow. And I saw something yesterday where Georgia Tech head coach Brent Key was like, He was like, yeah, in the second quarter, we noticed that defense just started throwing anything at the wall to see if it would stick. And he's like, as a coach, as soon as you see the other defense get away from their game plan, that's when you know you've won, which was super uncharacteristic. And they said at postgame, like, they were just trying anything and everything, and nothing worked. It was just confusing. You had an entire offseason to prepare for an elite rushing quarterback and an elite running back, and they weren't keying on the quarterback. I mean, he had 19 carries for 156 yards and 3 touchdowns. Like, you knew that he was going to run the ball all night. If Haynes King beat them with his arm, fine. That would have been good. Great game. But they let him do his bread and butter and just run the ball down their throats all night. So that was confusing, and they just looked like they weren't ready with a good game plan defensively. So, like you said, this week, a lot different. Delaware is going to utilize a lot of quick game and passing, and then try and take some shots over the top. So not as much running the ball, but you'd hope that CU can kind of get back to their roots and maybe get on track this week, because last week was a puzzling defensive performance.
All right, and last one for you, Trent Finnegan, our guest, the king of DenverSports.com.
King.
You and I had Georgia Tech last week. We were unfortunately right. We both wanted to be wrong. How does it go this week against the Blue Hens?
I mean, obviously, I got CU winning. The spread is at 24.5 right now, which is what I'm looking at. I think that they're going to cover that. I think that they can win with like a 42-14, little no-sweat game, just get back on track. But if they let up some big plays early, or let me restart. The only way CU is going to lose this game is if they shoot themselves in the foot.
Yep.
If they don't communicate on defense, if they don't execute on offense, if they get away from running the ball. So this should not be a challenging game. Like I said, I think that they're going to be able to put up a lot of points on offense. 42-14, I think they're going to cover the spread as well.
All right, big win for the Buffaloes. Try to get back on track before they do get a Big 12 opponent there in Houston. Trent, always great stuff. We're looking forward to doing this on Fridays or game days, wherever it may lie for the Buffaloes. But outstanding stuff. We'll see you all over DenverSports.com and pick your brain again next week.
Awesome. Appreciate you guys. You guys take care.
There he is, Trent
The king.
Finnegan, the king of DenverSports.com. Good insight right there. Got to talk about what will or won't happen with Omarion Miller right there. He's got a big win at 42-14. I think we're all going to pick the Buffaloes to win, but how do they get there? What are the keys to a big victory? Cecil and I have ours coming up next.
Does Sean Payton finally have all the pieces he needs on offense? Are the Broncos ready to contend for the AFC West once again? We'll answer it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Brandon Stokley here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I do.
Of course you all do. Who wouldn't want this? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed that has a 5.89 APR.
Wait, you have a 4.75% fixed rate for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. Because even with the lowest rate today, it may not be in 6, 12 months or more. And if rates do fall in the future, now what? Go through the expense again? No. Maximize your savings with U.S. mortgages and our lowest rate for life program. It allows you to lock in today, and if the market does improve, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fee and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. Awarded the smartest loan in the country. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Injured this summer? The fight starts now with Postman Law. No fees unless we win. Free consults available. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Now through Tuesday at Lumber Liquidators, get flash sale savings up to 60% off beautiful flooring for every room in your home. Visit your local showroom or lumberliquidators.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams. CSU football faces Northern Colorado with pregame starting at 4. Presented by Rock's Heating and Air. Then Sunday morning on 104.3 HD3, football action kicks off as Las Vegas faces New England with pregame starting at 10:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Here we go. I gotta say that every time. This is a good Friday song.
Oh, and it's a great
Nice,
Friday
Kevin.
song because you want to meet me at the Hotel Motel, Doubletree, across the street.
Yeah, we're close. We're close.
Yeah, that restaurant over there, what is it, Zinc?
Zinc,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a good spot.
We've had a great couple of nights over there before. Remember that, Kev?
Oh, man. Horse racing?
Yeah. We're downloading horse racing apps to just bet each other on who's gonna win.
Oh my God!
It was what were we? Oh, the snowstorm.
The snowstorm that really wasn't as bad as we thought.
It was still pretty gnarly though.
Yeah.
Your car was buried in the parking lot.
Yeah. Kathy J's videotaping me.
Yeah. Yeah, it was remember the snowstorm, and it was before you and I partnered up, but they booked us rooms so we could
Right.
get to work the next day.
Right.
And as you'd imagine, we had a good time the night before.
You can have some good times over there.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. All right, good conversation with Trent Finnegan, the king of DenverSports.com. Talked about the Almarian Miller situation. Great point from him, too, bringing that up. Remember, the Big 12 will give us injury reports. So next week, we're going to get an injury report out of the Buffaloes. But, yeah, it's Delaware, and all disrespect intended here towards Delaware. You don't need Almarian Miller to beat the Blue Hens coming up on Saturday.
Right.
So shut him down. Be safe here.
Shut him down. Make sure he's available. I mean, can you get him back next week? Like, as soon as possible. So it stings because Almarian's one of my favorite buffs with that potential that you love to see. But go out there and get this W. And Pat Shurmur, what would you say you do here? And it's Delaware. They should win. They should cover all those wonderful things. But, yeah, the eyeball test will be firmly on the Buffaloes
So
this
they
week.
have to cover.
They have to win big.
Yeah.
You have to win big.
I agree.
It's Delaware. And they're on their backup quarterback, by the way. I know we're not going to break down the Blue Hens necessarily.
No, I spent zero time preparing about the Blue Hens.
In week one, their starter went down.
Yeah.
But they do have a Michigan transfer at wide receiver, and he's his second year with the team, so he's been there a little bit at about 400 yards last year. I mean, they've got some guys, but it's Delaware.
Yeah.
I did see somebody sent me on Twitter that Shedeur and Joe Flacco have a little side bet going.
Oh, he's a Blue Hen. That's
yeah,
right.
he is. Yeah, because he left Pitt because he was afraid of Tyler Palco.
Okay, that makes sense for Joe. All right, I got a couple keys. I want to know what's on your brain, too, is how the Buffaloes win this game. I think, again, my first one I believe you're going to have, but maybe you don't.
Okay.
It's exactly what Trent Finnegan said. I think you asked him. DeKalen Taylor. Use
Please.
the damn guy. 1 carry and 3 catches is nowhere near enough. Get this dude 15, 16, 17 touches, and he's going to get you anywhere between like 80 and 100 yards if you can get that. So give DeKalen Taylor the football and certainly use him much more in the passing game.
Yeah, I think that's your playmaker's got to make plays in space, and Taylor's the perfect guy to do that. So I like that as your first key to the game.
Second is make it Miller time. Now, if it's not Amarian, well, then make it Draylon. They need to get Miller involved. Combined, they had 3 catches for 52 yards. Draylon needs to have 8 catches for 120 yards in this game, and he can do that against Delaware, even if Amarian's not going to play. And I think it's probably best that he does not. Make it Miller time with Draylon.
Yeah, make it Miller time, and you can have one Miller. You can't have them both. So that's all right. That's all right. Get it out there, and, well, we're leading to something. We're leading to my main key, but we'll get there.
And my last one is stop the run. Now, they're not Georgia Tech, right? And it's probably not 320 yards. But you know what I want to see? I want to see almost like a sense of, hey, we got embarrassed last week, and now we're going to embarrass them. I would love to see the Buffaloes come out and hold the Blue Hens. You're supposed to be up the whole game anyway. Hold the Blue Hens to under 60 yards rushing.
Give me 50.
I almost said 50, and I changed in the last second.
No, say 50. It's got to be that, because when you're up, you know what they're going to do? They're going to abandon the run.
Of course they are.
So when you're up 21-0 in the first quarter, they're not going to run the ball anymore, and you shouldn't have to worry about that. So, yes, hammer them.
Okay.
Make sure you hammer them and stuff that run.
So those are my 3. Cease, what you got going on?
Number 1, Pat Shurmur, don't be Pat Shurmur. I mean, seriously, this guy, what's holding the Buffaloes back this year? It's clearly Pat Shurmur, 1,000%. The guy can't run an offense. He doesn't develop anybody, and he's running a Caden Salter out there with the Shedeur Sanders offense. And Shedeur Sanders, as a collegian, an advanced passer, Caden Salter is not that. And it's time for Julian Lewis. But first, before I get to Juju, Shurmur, do something, okay? This team needs you. Dion is relying on you. Dion, in my opinion, Dion's largest mistake is relying on Pat Shurmur post Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
So show us something, Pat. That's my number one key.
Love that. I mean, we all pointed the finger at him after week 1. How many times are we going to get through a Buffaloes game and be pointing the finger at the same guy until something happens to that dude? So I love it, man.
Right. Number 2 key, Juju. It's Julian time. Now, if he's not starting and Dion knows when he's going to play, well, when better be pretty soon. And
Trent said second quarter.
The King said second quarter, and I'm like, can you make that the first?
Yeah.
Could you just, even if you're up by 21 or whatever, like just get him out there. Get him out there. He needs the experience. He needs the reps, and it would be better. The Buffaloes would be better long term the faster and the more that Julian Lewis can get out there to get that experience. This is a great opportunity against an inferior opponent. So go do what you need to do, whatever that is, and then not package your plays, not he's in the second and then Caden's back. No, just let him take over and let him play the rest of the game.
So that is, they're up 21-0, they're up 24-0, or
they're up 10-0. Just put him in.
Really?
Put him in. What are we doing here?
And then what? You go right back to, well, I know your answer. You don't go back to Caden after
No,
that.
no, not at all. And it's nothing to do with, nothing against Caden Salter or whatever. It's about the future of the Buffaloes. The most important asset that we have in our life is time. You're wasting time with Caden Salter. Sorry. And that's, again, it's not about the kid. It's just about what are you doing? Look at what Michigan's doing. That's what you should be doing with your 17-year-old quarterback.
You ever see that, what was that Justin Timberlake movie about time? And they all had it on there. You ever see that?
Oh, yeah.
It's actually pretty good.
It would like count down
and
or
that
whatever.
was like your currency. You could trade something. You're like, yo, let me get a case of Mountain Dew. Take 10 minutes off my life. You know? That's how you paid. It was actually a decent movie.
All right.
All right, what's your third and final key?
Third and final key is defense dominate. Like take over.
I like
it's
that.
more than stuff the run. Don't let them do anything. I mean, anything. Now, if it's a shutout, that would be great. I'm not saying shutout. Don't at me, bro. But the defense needs to dominate. You have an opponent that is inferior. You have an opponent that is inferior, making the step from FCS to FBS, and they're on their backup quarterback. It's week 2, and they're on their backup quarterback, okay? The opportunity, Kev, cover yours. The opportunity to smash is there. So the opportunity to just crush this team is absolutely there. And yes, the eye test is going to matter big time. We are gracious with the Broncos this week because we know offensively it could be a little rough. Defensively, they're likely to be without Dre Greenlaw. We'll see. But for me, with the Buffaloes, all of my grace with Colorado, the Buffaloes, is gone. It's done. Yeah, you don't have any time.
Yeah, I'm there, dude.
I'm not like, give Pat Shurmur, it's early and Shurmur, he'll get this going. No, Shurmur, be better. Livingston, you are immediately on the hot seat. Immediately. And we got to stop talking about Livingston like taking off to coach somewhere else.
That was the whole conversation about him up until last week.
Yeah, last week showed, no, I'm an NFL team. I want that guy on my staff. Not really. You better be better. And against Delaware, you better clown hammer these guys. So defensively, dominate.
I like that. So there's no, it's almost what I'm saying, like, show some pride. Kick their you-know-whats for 4 straight quarters.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it should be.
Sweep the leg, Johnny.
Yeah, exactly right. Somebody, who sent this in? I just lost it. Dang it. But somebody said the biggest key is almost your first key, is to fire Pat Shurmur before the game starts. I apologize. I lost the text, but somebody had sent that in.
Okay,
it's really, really good right
there. We
want
want everyone to have their job forever and ever, but Pat Shurmur is not good at coaching football. Sorry. So go get someone that is. Promote someone within, whatever. Like, you have a precious asset in Julian Lewis. You have a potential superstar college quarterback in Julian Lewis. Get him there. get him there. Michigan is not concerned at all about Bryce Underwood. The guy's there till 2 a.m. They have to tell him to go home.
And they think they can be a player in the Big Ten. And we're talking about the Big 12 here.
Exactly. And you're saying, oh, we don't, got to get him ready. What did Deion say about Juju? Like, oh, got to make sure he's ready.
Yeah, it was something about protecting the mental side of it and all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, if you have to do that, he's not the guy. Michigan's got their guy, and he is 1 month older than Julian. So don't give me the 17-year-old stuff. Bryce Underwood was 17 in August.
There's nothing better than on-the-job training. You can study your little heart out.
Right.
But on-the-job training is how you learn how to be whatever it is you're trying to be. So those are the keys. Again, tell us, how did the Buffaloes win this game? And if it's just fire Pat Shurmur, I like seeing that. It makes me smile. So send that in a whole bunch of times. 303-713-1043. Same question and answer over on the YouTube chat. It's youtube.com/DenverSports. We'll get back into that conversation. We are going to talk some Rammies. I see you Rams fans out there. We're going to have Brian Roth, the voice of the Rammies, on a little bit later on in the program. In the meantime, we got to do it. 11:40-ish every day. We check our X. What's on our timeline that you need to know about? A couple stats about number one picks making their debut. We'll get into that next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take the next step as the Broncos franchise QB? Will Vance Joseph's defense make life miserable for Cam Ward and the Titans? We'll break it all down on the Fan Football pregame show, live on game day starting at noon. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, you're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey guys, boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. If you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is powered by American Financing.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, I got a couple tweets talking about rookie quarterbacks. And then I want to talk about something awesome happening in the Ravens Stadium that, Cecil, use your connections, use your power to get Greg Penner to do this. And we'll get to that in a couple of moments. First up, from Josh Debeau from the Associated Press. He tweets out that number one pick quarterbacks are 4-14-1 in the common draft era when starting a season opener. Caleb Williams got a dub last season, actually versus these Titans, for the first season opening win from a number one quarterback since David Carr back in 2002. Cam Ward will try to win for the Titans this week versus the Broncos. Another one from John Ewing, who is a MGM guy doing some bets, but he's talking about 28 quarterbacks taken number one overall since the merger. They're 5-22-1 straight up, 8-20 against the spread. If you're into that sort of thing, Cam Ward making his first start in Denver as the Titans are +8. And then he also writes, if you have a gambling problem, call this number. So I like that part. So basically what these guys are telling you is rookie quarterbacks struggle on the road, and let's insert the best defense in the NFL. Tough going for Cam.
Yeah, tough going for the rookie. Tough going. Now you just got me thinking about, if you work in an industry where you have to like put out a warning, like, hey, and if you're totally addicted, we're sorry. Call this number. Like, okay, yeah, all right. Cam Ward's going to go out there and make mistakes. He's going to keep making mistakes, and he doesn't care. And not because he isn't reading the defense or whatever. No, Cam Ward's game. And if you watched him in college, you know that he is relentless. He is fearless. He's going to throw at Pat Surtain. Now, good luck. But the thing with Cam Ward is in kind of game planning this game, I know he's going to throw at Pat Surtain. And I know Surtain's going to make him pay. But he doesn't care. He'll keep doing it. He's going to keep challenging you. So I think Surtain specifically can use that against him and like make Ridley look open.
Yeah.
And then close on the ball and get those picks, man.
Be a nice start to the season for the reigning defensive player of the year.
Oh, yeah.
All right, one more from me. I saw this week, and I thought, how cool is this, man? Now, it's already way expensive for families to go to a football game. It's virtually impossible. If you got like a family of 4, 5, or 6, good luck getting tickets, parking, food, a drink, all that good stuff. The Ravens are doing something I think is awesome, and I would love to see the Broncos doing it. They're calling it the Flock-Friendly Fare.
Slow down when you say that.
Yeah. 11 items on their menu that are under $5. You can get a barbecue chicken sando for $5, nachos for $4.50.
Nice.
A hot dog for $3.50. Dang Loch Ness Monster, lean down and ask if I can borrow $3.50. A pretzel for $2. French fries for $3.50. Peanuts the same price. Blackbird chips $2.50. Popcorn $2. Get yourself a 12-ounce beer for $5. A 24-inch soda. Give me some Mountain Dew for $4. And a 20-ounce water for $3.50. And by the way, you have a family of 4 combo. For $40, you get 4 hot dogs, 2 popcorns, 2 pretzel bites, 2 waters, and 2 beers. Get the beers for the adults, a couple waters for the kids.
Nice.
That's only going to cost you $38.88. I love this from the Ravens.
Yeah, I think that's awesome, and more stadiums need to do that. There was a list, and I don't think I liked it on Twitter, but I did see a list of hot dog prices at NFL stadiums.
Oh, really?
Broncos were among the lowest.
Okay.
I think they're like 20th. At whatever it is, $5 or something like that.
That's a decent price.
Buffalo's hot dogs.
That's a lie. That is a lie. A
Buffalo's
hot dog is
hot
not
dogs
$4.
were $11.50.
What?
Yeah, and I was
just
like,
a dog.
Just a dog. And I'm like, well, Buffalo, you know, not to judge. Let me finish, but you're a little round up in Buffalo. I get it. I get it. You gotta keep warm, right? Why is ZB so skinny? He's a Buffalo guy.
Well, he's a hooper. He's an athlete.
Oh, he's a hooper. Yeah. That's why. Yeah. But the non-hoopers in Buffalo, maybe we want to back off those $11 hot dogs. Is what I'm saying. But I do like this because a family of 4 with parking and any sort of concessions and just the tickets alone, like.
Yeah, don't break. They've already broken the bank to get there.
You're pushing close to like $1,000
for a day,
which is ridiculous. Not even a day.
Yeah,
like 4 hours,
right?
Essentially. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, the experience at home is much, much better. For the viewing experience, the camera angles, your own beer, whatever.
Yeah.
If you can make this concessions more family friendly, the atmosphere, it's fun to go to a game.
Mm-hmm.
But it's damn expensive.
It's crazy expensive. Plus the Uber, in case dad has one too many pops. Like,
right.
Now we got to get an Uber home.
Right.
So Baltimore, love it. Mr. Pinner, please do it. Cease, what's on the timeline?
Couple of things. Our guy Sturtsy, the hype god, is back.
Oh, what's up, Sturtsy?
With his latest video, and I'm sure this will be way better than Seth DeFlo. So Sturtsy, take it away, because he's got.
Have you pre?
He's just like out of control.
He's going nuts.
He's out of control, going nuts.
Is he rocking the Bronco gang?
Of course.
Nice.
Yep. Bronco gang gear. So shout out Mad Fanatic. Shout out our guy Sturtsy for chiming in. A tribe, a member, that's for sure. So, everyone, get out your hype videos this week. It's time, man.
I bet it would be pretty fun to watch a game with Sturtsy.
I think it would be wild. Kev would judge him, though. Kev is very judgy. We've seen that from his Buffalo
Kev's
Wild
like,
Wings
what are you doing,
experience.
cheering for your favorite team?
Why are you
Sit
cheering
down.
for your favorite team? Come on. They didn't even score a touchdown. So
the whole restaurant doesn't need to hear you.
That was an odd. There was 9 people there, okay? Yeah. That was an odd take, Kev. You're my guy?
No.
That was an odd take.
No.
Would you be pissed if someone was telling you?
It's just because it's a Cowboys fan, and Cowboys fans are annoying.
Well, see, I actually give him a pass because it was a Cowboys fan.
And his wife was a Dodgers fan.
Oh, God.
So they love the Lakers and the Yankees, too.
So why are you that's
Duke.
just...
No.
I'm not getting...
Duke fans are not involved in that group.
Yes, no, Duke fans are the exact same. And I'm not getting personal, Dover, so don't at me, bro.
Okay.
But, like, a dog's going to bark. Why are you mad at a dog barking? Dogs are going to do what dogs are going to do. Cowboys fans, it might be a little dumb, whatever, but, like, hey, they're going to do what they're going to do. He's going to cheer after everything, so let him cheer, man.
Every time they gain a yard?
Yes. It's the Cowboys. It's an act of heroism when they do gain 1 yard.
Then go to Dallas and do it.
Dude, everyone on Twitter is acting like Javonte Williams is, just Emmitt Smith after last night's game.
Act like he's the savior of the Cowboys.
Exactly. And I'm like, he averaged less than 4 yards a carry. And I like Javonte, but I'm like, why are we acting like this? So, yes. Hey, Cowboys fans are going to be a little out there. Kev, you going to get mad every time? You're going to get mad at the sky being blue? Like, you can get mad at a dog for bargain?
I'm a little mad that it's not blue, to be honest.
Give me that, Jameis. Give me that. You guys are ridiculous. I hate to bring it up.
Uh-oh.
But did you see the latest from Ryan Clark?
The ESPN guy or the hockey
with the
guy?
With the RC, ESPN.
Oh, no. I actually think I have his name muted on my socials because I can't stand
I'm sorry because I'm going to bring it up. He says, I don't think Tom Brady, I don't think Drew Brees, I don't think Peyton Manning are generational talents. That is a direct quote from Ryan Clark on ESPN.
You know what? You know what I think is actually interesting about that? I think he's a race baiter. I think that's what Ryan Clark is.
Yes.
What if somebody said that about black quarterbacks? He'd be losing his mind.
Well,
today.
Why would you say that about Brady, Brees, and Manning not being generational talents?
If you want to have the conversation about that, that's fine. But to put those three in it, it's just him looking for clicks because I think a lot of people don't like him. I know some of his former teammates that hate his guts.
Yeah.
And for very good reasons.
Yeah.
I think the shine has worn off on him, and he's got to say stupid stuff like this to get clicks now.
But I mean, is a producer telling him to say this? Like how?
Have you watched ESPN lately? Do they have producers?
No, I haven't, and no, I won't.
I don't think anybody tells them anything.
And I guess that's kind of the sad thing. And well, we'll blame Disney for this, but man alive, like losing Red Zone this year. And I know it's stupid, it's sports, whatever, but it's like we had such a great Sports Center, dude. Sports Center.
Yeah.
You remember the day and like just rushing home. It was the event. Like when me and Big E had our apartment up in Fort Fun, it's like, okay, 9 o'clock hits.
Gotta
It's
go home.
Sports Center time. We're watching Did You See Sports Center? And Stuart Scott and everybody on Sports Center. Like that was an institution. And now who watches ESPN?
I'll try to watch SVP Sports Center, but it's. I mean, right now when you're looking for Sports Center, it's freaking tennis, and I'm not the tennis guy. I know people like it.
Well,
but
ESPN News is much better than anything on regular ESPN because it's the news, it's the highlights,
it's just the
news.
reporting of.
Right. And I'm like, we lost it, man. We lost it. So if Ryan Clark is doing this and saying that about they're not generational, I mean, come on, man. There's no way you could argue that. Peyton Manning is not a generational talent.
It's just stupid.
Tom Brady is not a generational talent.
Yeah. Go get fitted for another miscolored suit, Ryan. Stop talking football, dude. You're making a fool out of yourself.
Give me Jameis super quick.
You're
super
embarrassing your family.
Mike Tyson's going to fight Floyd Mayweather?
Is that real?
I
saw
don't
that
know.
too.
He tweeted it.
Mike did?
Mike did, yeah. I said coming soon, and he's got like a poster of him and Floyd.
Wow.
And I'm like,
how are they in the same weight class?
I know. That's what I thought. And I was like, well, is this just another one of those?
Isn't Mike Tyson like smoking weed and eating mushrooms every day?
I think so.
He's still down to
Did he lose a bunch of weight? I thought he'd get the munchies and he'd gain the weight.
Yeah, right. I don't know. I'm not that into it.
Yeah, I don't know. It says Legend versus Legend 2026 signed Mayweather Promotions, Mike Tyson Promotions, special exhibition live worldwide broadcast.
Well, hopefully it's not a fake thing. Oh, I can't say that anymore because I'll get sued. But hopefully he goes harder than he did against Jake Paul.
Okay.
Because Mike Tyson could have knocked Jake Paul on his you-know-what and didn't because...
Yeah, well, he pulled punches allegedly or whatever. And the first comment says a bunch of F words, and then it says, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people are going to think that.
Agreed.
After that last fight. Like, this is interesting. It's Mayweather-Tyson. What? It's interesting. And then you go, oh, wait. No, it's pulled punches and it's an
not
exhibition.
Sanctioned. It's not even a real.
And even the poster says exhibition.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, that means it's not.
It's not real.
It's not real.
The only way I'll watch that is if Stream East finds its way back into my life. That's about the only way I'll be watching that thing. All right, let's get into our lunch hour. We've talked about the running game being an unknown to start this Broncos season. What are the other questions ahead of game one? Will the defense have to do all the heavy lifting? And how long will it take to see this joker make an impact? We're going to answer those questions next.
The NFL season is here. Kick your football Sunday off in style with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos. Live on game day starting at 10 a.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, fellas? Josh Drover here to talk to you about Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and something personal, but we should all be grown up enough to have this conversation. Talking about erectile dysfunction. And when you're dealing with the issues of erectile dysfunction, you have to have the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case, despite being diagnosed with ED, is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing experience. And who wants to have an okay sex life? That's not what you're looking for. You got to go meet my team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Success rates, well over 90%. So here's what's going to go down, fellas. You make your first appointment. Initial visit's only going to cost you $99. Includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll draw your blood, tell you what your T and PSA levels are. If medically advised, they're going to suggest a test dose. And if that test dose does not work, they don't want your money. The visit's free, but it works in over 90% of men. So stop running from ED and uncomfortable conversations and start one today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
CU fans, keep your fix going with Denver Sports CU Football Post-Game Recap. Available every home game exclusively on Facebook, YouTube, and X. Presented by Corwin Toyota Boulder. Family driven for over 100 years.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. You'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation. Ask about installing a Mow and Flow system today.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last. Call us once, you'll forget the past.
Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX, Rocks Heating and Air.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams. CSU football faces Northern Colorado with pregame starting at 4. Presented by Rocks Heating and Air. Then Sunday morning on 104.3 HD3, football action kicks off as Las Vegas faces New England with pregame starting at 10:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Oh, yeah. The sha-la-la-la hitting on a Friday in our lunch segment. Feeling good about that. A Bud Light Football Friday here on the program. We are going to get you ready for the Buffs, the Rams, and, of course, the Denver Broncos. Cecil, I want to start with these Denver Broncos. You and I spent some time this week talking about what the running game was the last couple of season openers for Sean, and what it was not good. Under 100 yards, 0 touchdowns from any of the running backs that had an opportunity to be involved. It was 93 yards in his first go with 0 touchdowns. It was 64 yards in his first go with 3 different RBs and 0 touchdowns there. So we've talked about that this week. If you ever missed the show, go back, find our podcast. You can get caught up on demand anytime you want. I still see a few other questions here that we need to answer about this team. First up on the defensive side. Will the defense have to do the heavy lifting all season long?
Right.
Or will there be more balance this year than there was last year? And it got to be more balanced as the season went on. But do we have to wait till, week 6, 7, 8 before we start to see the offense start to carry their own weight?
Yeah, I think it's going to take some time for this Broncos offense, and that's why you're going to have to just be patient with it, be patient in the process. Even when we talked to Mike Kliss, the karate chop on Zach Stevens yesterday, Kliss was saying, like, hey, this thing, it's gonna be a build-up. It's going to be a process. They're going to be ramping up a little bit here on the Broncos offense. So if they come out, let's say they score 20 points, 24 points, just give me a number. Most any number I'll accept is like, okay, it's week 1. Now,
what
there's
about
a
13?
point. It's week 1. there's stuff that'll make me change my opinion as far as like, okay, it's week 1, grit your teeth. But yeah, if it's 20 points, 21 points, 24 points, it's week 1, everybody. And Tennessee has some defensive playmakers. We talked to Teron Davenport from ESPN earlier. He said they might try some 3 safety looks to deal with Evan Ingram. So there's some things you need to look forward to and go, okay, we're excited about this Broncos offense. They'll get things going, but implementing more wide zone means it's going to take time. And let's just say week 6, that's when I expect RJ Harvey to take over in this backfield. And until then, I'm just going to be kind of watching. And hopefully after those first, 5 games, this team is at least 3-2, if not 4-1, and then get the ball rolling, get feeling good, have your break from your bye, and then come back after week 12 and really hit your stride.
Yeah, that's exactly what it should look like. And I just, like I said, 4 weeks, 5 weeks that we talked about with the offense last year, I still think it's probably 2-3 weeks minimum to get this thing. They didn't do anything in the preseason together.
Right.
Bo Nix didn't throw a ball to Evan Ingram in the preseason. I think all that stuff matters and has to be figured out in real time, like we've said with that sort of on the job training conversation. Does it feel as split as maybe early it does, but not like the 2015 team, even though Payton was the quarterback. We knew the defense was carrying them to the promised land. I don't think it's going to be that big of a discrepancy.
Right. But at the same time, defense, do your thing. Now, likely without Dre Greenlaw, I know Coach hasn't talked yet, so we don't yet have the reports. The thing about regular season reporting is if it happens and somebody's going to know, they can't say anything until Sean Payton talks. And then Sean Payton will say, Dre Greenlaw was limited, or Dre Greenlaw was whatever, or Dre Greenlaw's not going to play, whatever. It's the gamesmanship that you're going to get this time of year, so we're waiting to see what that looks like. But, yes, the defense needs to definitely hold their own. Don't let us down like the Buffalo's defense let us down last week against Ja Tech.
We're going to get into our keys to the game. One of mine is talking about Evan Ingram, and we'll detail why later. But how long do you think it takes Evan to show his worth? And again, worth doesn't mean stats.
Right.
Worth can mean influence, which is a part of what I'm going to talk about later. But, I mean, as far as his impact on the game, again, as long as you're not going, it got to be the Joker and put these giant crazy numbers up, he's going to make an impact on the game on Sunday.
Yeah, it's week 1. Let me just put it this way, and we're going to talk a little fantasy at 12:45. I'm starting Evan Ingram in every league that I have him.
Hell yeah.
Like, you are... And, okay, you got Trey McBride, yes. But let's say you give me a Travis Kelce versus Evan Ingram question, right? And Kelce playing tonight in Brazil against the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
It's Evan Ingram.
Really? Over
it's
Kelce
Evan Ingram.
even?
Yeah. Like, there is a very small handful of tight end. Brock Bowers and Trey McBride.
Yeah.
Essentially. That this week I expect Evan Ingram to show up and shine for the Denver Broncos. So while the offense as a whole, the ground game, takes some time to get together, Ingram can flip the field on a play.
Question from JD in Northglenn. Should you try to trade Travis Kelce for a running back?
You don't live in Northglenn anymore.
Oh, crap.
And by the way, for all you fantasy GMs out there, sell Javonte after this week, buy Jaden Blue, the backup.
Okay. Where's he at?
Dallas.
He is in Dallas.
He scored a touchdown last time.
Oh, that's right. So why? Because Javonte's going to get hurt?
It's Javonte.
He just pull the plug at some point.
Right.
And then the last one here, I think this is, well, I don't know if it's the style points or a loss. If they lose to the Titans, people will panic for sure. But if they do not dominate Tennessee, is there panic coming out of Broncos country? We've spent the whole week trying to tell you guys not to do this.
Right.
I don't know that they're going to listen. If it's a 20-13 win, a 24-17 win, I think we're going to get a bunch of texts on Monday that go, these guys aren't as good as you were trying to sell to us.
Right.
We're going to get a bunch of that.
Yes. So no matter how you feel about the Denver Broncos, you're going to be right. If they win and they dominate, everyone's going to say, look, I said Super Bowl. If they barely win, then people are going to, you guys said Super Bowl. Okay, let's all calm down, right? This is a process. It's an entire season. You don't win the Super Bowl in September, but you can lose it. So get this win. Even if it doesn't look as good as you want, even if it's a little bit rougher around the edges, it's week 1. The NFL product is mostly poor in the month of September. And that's for all teams. That's across the board. The NFL product is not as good as it is when it comes around Thanksgiving and into December and then into the playoffs. But right now, we're going to get some rough football. Expect the Broncos to play some rough football.
You were out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, yesterday. I know you got a chance to talk with VJ. I want to get to that. But
yeah,
the Dre Greenlaw stuff. Now, we'll know much more later, but we've been saying that every day this week since Wednesday. Oh, we'll figure it out tomorrow. We'll figure it out tomorrow. Here we are. We got to figure this thing out. Is the best scenario the best play for the Broncos and probably for Dre Greenlaw to just nip this in the bud, put him on the IR or the injury report as out for this game against the Titans?
The reason you wouldn't is that you want to make the Titans prepare in case he is going to play.
So he's just probable or doubtful, whatever they want to say.
You could label him as doubtful and then say, oh, it's a game time decision.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're going to check back on Sunday and warm-ups.
He goes out and does a little miniature warm-up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, got to shut it down today, guys. Not feeling it. Oh, okay. And then Tennessee goes, well, I guess we're going to our other game plan that doesn't include Dre Greenlaw. Greenlaw is one of those guys, as an opponent, you definitely game plan for. How do we avoid that guy?
Mm-hmm.
So much like Pat Surtain is at the corner position, even though Cam Ward is going to test Pat Surtain, Greenlaw is that similar type of player. And when you have that level of all-pro talent, you betcha you're going to try to have a little gamesmanship and say, but I could play, even though there's no way he's going to play.
Is there any worry about Cam's legs without a dude like Dre Greenlaw? Alex Singleton can move a bit too, but, a little bit older there, coming off of
a stick,
injury with his legs.
Mm-hmm.
If you can get up a couple scores, you don't have to worry about that as much. But early on in the game, how much of a threat is Cam to actually run the football versus this Broncos defense?
Yeah, and whereas Jeffrey Simmons says Bo Nix will take one read and then run, I think Cam Ward's going to do that. He's going to look at Ridley, and then he's going to take off to run. And you don't want to get crushed by a rushing quarterback. And if you look over this complete schedule, we know that you've got Jalen Hurts in week 5. There's your runner. We got a runner, right? You've got Justin Fields in week 6. There's another runner. Who the hell knows what the Giants are going to throw out there? So as you go through this schedule, Jaden Daniels can scoot. You're going to run into some quarterbacks that'll take off to run. You've got a real test in week 1, and that's a good test for the Broncos because, honestly, outside of Hurts, you could say Ward's the most dangerous running quarterback that they're going to face this year.
Yeah.
So you get that test early on. Plus, if you get to the postseason, who are you playing in the playoffs? Who's the best in the AFC right now?
The Bills.
And?
The Ravens.
Baltimore?
Yeah.
What do?
They have guys that can run it.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So it's nice to kind of get this test against that kind of runner because Lamar's still going to run, and he's an advanced passer. Josh is going to run, and he's an advanced passer.
All right, let's go over some of our keys to the game, Cease, and how this gets done for the Denver Broncos. I got to see them establish the running game. Just went over the numbers. No 100-yard rusher, no running back touchdown in Sean's season openers. He's not been great in some of his season openers. They've lost. The Broncos have 5 of their last 6 season openers. That goes to 2 with Sean Payton. Each of those losses have been by 1 score, so you're in the game, but you haven't been able to find a way to win that. Now, can they do that without establishing a run? I'm not sure that they can. You have to get the run game involved. Be it JK as the lead guy and RJ as a featured role, whatever they're going to play that. They have to establish a run game. You have to give me either a 100-yard rusher or a couple of touchdowns. Obviously, in the perfect world, give me a 100-yard rusher, and each of them have a touchdown, either by rush or by receiving. That's what they should be able to do to Tennessee, but I'm not being I'm a beggar, and I can't be a chooser when I'm a beggar. So 100 yards rusher or give me some touchdowns from the running backs. I got to see that on Sunday.
Yeah, have more rushing attempts than passing attempts. Would you want that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, so let's say 25 passing attempts for Bo, and as a team, 35 rushing attempts.
I would love that. I have zero faith that happens.
Really?
Yeah.
Sounds like I might get another coffee
Oh,
from you.
all right.
Okay, we go coffee bet on that. Just not the number, but just more rushing attempts than passing attempts.
Yeah. I mean,
and you okay if Bo has some of those rushing attempts?
oh yeah.
Because it was a passing play, and then Bo takes off to run because Jeffrey Simmons was right.
Well, what do we do about that? Was that equal?
No. That's a
rush?
damn rush play.
Okay, all right.
Yes. I'm not talking about designed run plays.
Just a scramble.
Look at the box score. How many runs as a team?
Okay.
How many passes as a team
All right.
from Bo?
You're putting a lot of faith in Sean.
I have
You son of
my
a gun.
ideas.
You got something going on down there, don't you?
I have my ideas. I have my ideas of what this team's going to do, and they're going to establish the run. I think the best way to put what your desire is, and for all of us that are desirous, I would say this: make your intentions known. Kev, have you met Kevin?
That was really good.
When you're desirous, it's best just to be like, hey, can we establish the run? Hey, cut everything out. Just 3 words. 3 words? Establish the run.
Yeah.
Establish the run. That's what this team needs to do going forward, starting Sunday.
Got to see it. Number 2 for me is Evan Ingram. As I mentioned, he's also who I wanted to be my player to watch, but we're highlighting him as a key here. Very curious to see what the stats look like, but like I said, it does not matter. Watch his influence. Take your eye off the ball for a few plays and watch number 1 run around and see how much influence he has. Teron Davenport, who we're going to check back in and hear some of his stuff at 12:30, told us earlier, could be a free safety there that follows him. What's that do for guys down the field? I can't wait to see how much influence Evan Ingram has on this. And then 3 is just this defense. I wrote it down as kill Cam Ward because he said don't get killed by the Denver Broncos. So just having some fun with his. But pressure all day, coverage on lock on the back end, which I feel really, really good about. And then like we're talking about, keep his legs in check, see how often or how much they want to incorporate him running. And maybe then you have to add a spy element or talk about the spy element. But just make Cam Ward's life a living hell on Sunday.
He's the difference maker. If I go like disaster mode, how do the Broncos lose to the Tennessee Titans? And it is week 1. Hell, this morning, Richie Carney, which we're going to have to check his water bottle because I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they do at Michigan State, but it's probably a bunch of flasks.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Michigan. You're probably going to be inebriated at Michigan State.
Yeah.
Let's just put Sparty on, right? So Richie's talking nonsense. He's picking the Cleveland over Cincinnati. However, it is week 1. It is week 1. So I think Richie might have been inebriated this morning. I don't know. That's just a guess, total guess. But like it's something where in week 1, how would Tennessee beat Denver? They do it with Cam Ward. They do it with, oh my God, this kid just doesn't go away. Oh my God, he's running all over. You can't stop the run. No Greenlaw. Cam Ward's going nuts. You can't stop Chiggy Okonkwo.
Yep.
Calvin Ridley got one because again, Cam Ward will not give up. You're not going to make him cry, uncle. You're not going to make him cry. You're not going to make him go away. He's going to be relentless. So make sure that you and your effort are the same.
Okay. And then my player to watch, like I said, it was going to be Ingram, but I already featured him as a key to the game.
Right.
So I'm going to change that to Troy Franklin. And it's just the player to watch is because I want to see if a good camp translates to a good week 1. I just want to see what it looks like. Box score will matter for Troy Franklin. Eye test always matters for Troy Franklin. But can he turn a good camp into a good start to his second year in the NFL? So I'm watching Troy.
Yeah, watch Troy and carry that momentum over from the Buffalo game. He was the only one that, I love Cortland Sutton, but he was dropping passes against the Bills. How about you don't drop a pass?
Mm-hmm.
You know? How about you help move the chains? And I know Court will do that, but in that Buffalo game, it was only Troy. And that was Troy when he didn't know what he was doing.
Exactly. He's just running fast.
Exactly. So now he knows more. He's better. I got better. And, we expect to see it on Sunday.
Those are my 3 keys. Cecil, what do the Broncos have to do to beat the Titans in your eyes?
I think I just quoted Monty Python.
Oh, nice.
I got better. Can we play that Vance Joseph clip?
Of course.
For my question, I asked him about VJ, and we don't need to play me asking the question because I'm not a...
Yeah, that's a real bag move.
I'm not a tool bag.
Yeah.
Well, maybe some people think I am. You're fine. Everybody's fine, everybody.
Yeah. I don't think you are.
No, thank you. The way I put it on Twitter, because somebody, Rob Liefeld, who is a world famous, he's creator of Deadpool.
Oh,
He was like, you know how you deal with haters? You just don't answer them. Like
Yeah.
you don't. And I responded to Rob because he's my buddy in my head. And I was like, hey, Peyton Manning likes me. I'm good.
Yeah.
Right?
See, and I have the opposite approach. I want to engage.
How do you have the time?
Well, and if I have the time,
Okay.
I'm engaging.
You're on the golf course. You have a beautiful backyard. Got time with your lady. Like,
Yeah.
come on.
I like it. I
Some
don't know.
hater with your time?
That's what Twitter's for, isn't it? For arguing about stuff with people that are not as smart as you? Oh, it's not.
Is he smart or is he like me on Twitter? Anyway, so I asked Vance Joseph yesterday about the challenges of facing Cam Ward, not only because he's a rookie and there's no film, but also because of his skill set.
Guys, he's super talented. He's the first pick of the draft for a reason. You know, when you watch the guy play, you see a guy with special arm talent. He's got this unique poise about him for a young guy, man. He's trying to make big plays, and I think that's part of, some young quarterbacks try not to mess it up. He's trying to make a big play, and that makes him dangerous. That makes him ultra dangerous, man. And he's trying to put a dagger in you every single down, And he can really moving left, moving right. He can throw the ball 60, 70 yards in the air. So it only takes one play for him to, make a big play. So how we rush this guy, how we contain him, stopping the run and trying to make him one-dimensional is going to be key, and putting some pressure on him. But if he has free access, he's going to hit him. If they open 7 times, it's going to be 7 for 7. So we have to get on the bodies of his receivers and challenge the throws. Most rookies, you think, well, let's play zone and make him work through layers of coverage. Not this guy. He's going to fit it in there. So it's definitely having the right plan for this guy because he's talented.
I mean, I like that there's the cautious approach there,
Yeah.
right? That he knows what it is.
I love talking ball with VJ because he'll always give you something.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Now, can I put my tinfoil hat on? Is that allowed
Heck
here
yeah.
on a Friday?
That's
Because
encouraged.
out there at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Thank you, Kev. Joe Lombardi talked for like a minute and a half, and then they pulled him.
Oh, really?
And then VJ talked to us for like 5-6 minutes and had that great answer. That was a great answer. It told us so much about Cam Ward. So my mind, with the tinfoil hat in place, was like, why did they pull Joe Lombardi so fast? Why doesn't Joe Lombardi get to talk to us? It was literally like 3 questions. So I think Delilah got one in, hunting Wolverines. And like maybe Kliss was karate chopping somebody over there. Like, and then, because I was going to dial up something probably about the offensive line or something for Lombardi. And then all of a sudden it's like, yep, see you later. Wait, I didn't even get my big gulp. So I don't know. We'll let
like that.
YouTube and
I
we'll
like
let the
that.
RamosLaw.com text line
That's
answer.
something that we put a pin in and keep an eye on.
Why don't they let Joe Lombardi talk? Because he got pulled. He got pulled real fast.
Very
VJ gives you a great answer like that. That's a great answer from VJ.
Yeah, it is.
And the main thing is that VJ said, besides the zone thing, which I think is important, he said that most rookies are afraid to make a mistake. Cam Ward is not. Cam Ward is not.
Well, I like the fact. So Callahan this week's talking about got to keep it simple. Gotta
Right,
keep
right,
it simple.
right.
Teron comes on, is like, they're not going to keep it simple. And then VJ's like, this guy's trying to rip your heart out.
Yep.
There's no dink and dunk and let
Nope.
me beat you with my feet. It's, I'm a quarterback. I move the ball downfield. I score touchdowns.
Yep. And I'm going to make a play against you. And as VJ said, it takes one. One play, this guy can flip the field. So be careful, be cautious. And part of Ward's game, a large part of it, is that run game. So for me, you want to run the ball, I want to run the ball. We got a coffee bet on the rushing attempts.
Yeah.
That coffee's going to taste great on Monday. My thing is stop the run. Your entire game plan is prefaced on you stopping the run, and that includes Ward as a rusher. So if Ward is out there getting swift with his feet, you're going to have problems. If Tony Pollard is gashing you, you're going to have problems. If they run right at Nick Bonito, that's probably what they're going to try to do because the middle of the line can be a big-time problem for the opponents of the Denver Broncos. The edges is where you'll attack Tony Pollard, Cam Ward, stop them as runners on Sunday.
All right. Absolutely love that. What's next from you?
Next is Chigio Okonkwo. Chigoziem Okonkwo is their tight end, and I love his game. Absolutely love his game. Wanted the Broncos to draft him when they drafted Greg Dulcich.
How'd that work out? He just got cut by another team.
Right. So it's like Chiggy is he's going to get Chiggy with it if you allow him to. And I'm just assuming no Dre Greenlaw right now. Could change. Don't at me, bro. But assuming no Dre Greenlaw, that's a real problem, man. Now, and this goes into depth chart talk, which, again, is honestly, it's kind of boring to me. But with Jahdae Barron, Okay, what's happened to Jade Barron? He's the 4th on the depth chart. If he's spying Chiggy, I'm okay. Now, the Titans are going to have a certain approach, maybe a 3-safety approach for Evan Ingram. What is the Broncos' approach for Chigoziem Okonkwo? Like, what is it with Chiggy? Because that dude can play. And
you trust Alex Singleton?
He's a great young man, and no, I don't. Not against that sort of tight end. And it might not be the household name. It might not be the, fantasy GMs are lining up for Chiggy, although he is a low-end tight end one this week against the Denver Broncos. They've had a history of being bad against tight ends. Can you change that? Can we have a different conversation around this team? Because the inside linebacker has been a problem. Coverage against tight ends have been a problem. You're going to get faced with some talented tight ends. I mean, you got Tyler Warren coming up next week.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to talk a lot about him. Chargers, not really, although Will Dissly got you in his first game as a rookie. Cincinnati with Mike Gesicki. Philadelphia with Dallas Goedert. Like, you've got some interesting... What? Oh, Mason Taylor.
We're
going to play Auntie Chill.
We
when
haven't
it comes
had it in a while.
to week 6. We'll be playing the heck out of this. So,
Auntie Chill.
Like, you've got some problems. You've got to make sure that you're better against the tight end. Chigoziem Okonkwo is a real challenge for you this week.
Is it weird if I go in the opponent's locker room and only ask about his auntie? He'll punch me in the face, right?
Probably get your badge pulled.
Heavy man.
Probably get your badge pulled. I would just say that.
Last week, Cease, real quick. Who's the player you're going to want to watch?
Oh, player I'm going to watch. There's a lot of pressure on J.K. Dobbins. But period.
You're right.
There's a lot of pressure on J.K. Dobbins. Are you the answer? Everyone's acting like Javonte Williams is Emmitt Smith now with what he did with the Cowboys. Okay. Is J.K. going to be better than Javonte was? I think Javonte was fine, the 2 touchdowns, whatever. They lost, and he averaged 3.6 yards a carry. So with J.K., it better be more than 3.6 yards a carry. It doesn't have to be 2 rushing touchdowns for J.K., but there's a lot of pressure on Dobbins on Sunday.
All right, some keys to the game, players that we are watching. Our official picks coming up a little later on. I did mention us getting a chance to talk with Teron Davenport there in Tennessee. What did he say about how they cover a guy like Evan Ingram? What did he say about guys like Cam Ward and the Broncos? Let's get into that and hear from TD coming up next.
Is the home opener against the Titans a must-win game for the Broncos? Joel Klatt certainly thinks so.
You have to win this game, and that's what this one is. Even the first week, you can't go out there and lose to Tennessee in week 1 and think that you're going to be a top 4 team in the AFC. You just can't.
Hear Joel every Wednesday morning on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth all season long. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I
do. Of course you all do. Who wouldn't want this? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed that has a 5.89 APR.
Wait, you have a 4.75% fixed rate for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. Because even with the lowest rate today, it may not be in 6, 12 months or more. And if rates do fall in the future, now what? Go through the expense again? No. Maximize your savings with U.S. Mortgages and our lowest rate for life program. It allows you to lock in today, and if the market does improve, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fee and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. Awarded the smartest loan in the country. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams. CSU football faces Northern Colorado with pregame starting at 4. Presented by Rocks Heating and Air. Then Sunday morning on 104.3 HD3, football action kicks off as Las Vegas faces New England with pregame starting at 10:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
It is a Bud Light Football Friday. We're excited. We are fired up. We do get football tonight on YouTube. This is like a Cecil Lammy love of football, Cecil Lammy love of YouTube, just coming together.
It's compressed, right? I got your chocolate and my peanut butter. You got your peanut butter and my chocolate. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
It's YouTube, which is awesome. Hi, YouTube. What's up?
Guys?
Make sure to like, comment, share, subscribe, and all that. And we have a lot of fun here on Dover and Cecil. Welcome to the tribe.
Yeah.
We do things a little differently here.
Yes, we do.
And we like to have a lot of fun. So you want to have fun, you want to talk sports, that's what we're here for.
100%. Just full disclosure. We shouldn't take what we do that serious. Anybody that gets this opportunity to sit here and talk in front of a microphone, so we're not going to. And yeah, we want to be informative, but we want to be entertaining and have some fun. And yeah, if you are new to the program, welcome. We call you the tribe. We're all in this thing together, and we're fired up for a Broncos game this weekend. Got to take care of the Titans. Beat the teams you're supposed to beat, and that means Tennessee and Indianapolis to start this. Cecil, we got a chance to talk to your buddy Teron Davenport. Outstanding interview that came at 10:45. If you want to go back and listen to that on our podcast, you can do that. Just search Dover and Cecil wherever you get your pods or hit DenverSports.com shortly after the show. Kevin does a great work getting that there for you. One of the questions we asked to Teron Davenport is kind of with the same conversation we've been having here in the lunch hour, expectations for Cam Ward.
Well, he, like any other number one pick quarterback, is going to have the franchise on his shoulders. And I think when you look at the expectations, it's for him to operate smoothly, get the guys in and out of the huddle, execute. They are going to let him go against that blitz. You know, the Broncos, they were 10th in the league last year, blitzing 31% of the time. So Ward is going to get an opportunity to carry on the success he had versus the blitz in college. So I think it's really just one of those things where they're just going to look at him to sort of be the quarterback, the guy that makes things happen, and, you know, lean on the guys around him, the rushing attack as well as some of the weapons they've got for him.
All right. I will say this. I mentioned this to you off the air. Obviously, I want the Broncos to destroy Cam Ward and make him want to forget his first ever NFL game. But what we learned from Tehran, what we learned from VJ based on your question, I hate that I'm going to say this, but I'm being honest here. I like that about Cam Ward. If Cam was ours and we're talking about Cam making his NFL debut, I'd go, I throw 5 interceptions. I don't care. Figure it out, dude. You're not winning the Super Bowl this year. Go out there and figure out what it means to be an NFL quarterback. I will. This is an advantage for the Broncos that he kind of has that short term, I'm going to go get it. I'm going to chase points no matter what's going on. Good for the Broncos. But I think that's also good for Cam Ward for his future play.
Yeah, and I believe you're going to blitz less this week. If I'm going to have a bold prediction or a hot take on a Friday, my hot take is mush rush him. Rush 4, collapse the pocket, don't blitz. Just don't blitz. And Vance Joseph said yesterday, if you give him 7 open guys, it's going to be 7 for 7. Like, he's going to hit those targets. He's going to go for it. So you got to body up on your receivers. Well, how do you do that? You cramp up space. You perhaps even, go towards Chigi Okonkwo with a bracket because you've got Calvin Ridley on PS2. That's a win for PS2. Lock him up on that side. Take your next best weapon. And it's not Tyler Lockett, by the way. I still appreciate Tyler, but it's not him anymore. So you go to your next best weapon, and that is their tight end, and you bracket him. Okay, now what? Rush 4. Oh, God, math. Drop 7.
Yeah.
Rush 4, drop 7. Don't blitz him. They're expecting him to be blitzed.
Well, and by the way, you're rushing with Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers, Nick Bonito, and Jonathan Cooper. Feel pretty good about that.
You're good. Teams need to blitz when perhaps their rushers aren't as good up front. I think the Broncos can win with 4, so rushing 4 would be great.
Tehran went on to talk more just about that no fear. He needs one of those shirts we all wore in the 90s that Cam Ward does not have.
There's no fear in that guy's body whatsoever. He's going to take the shots, and if he takes the shot and it's intercepted, he's going to throw it again and not have a care, And it's funny because he was asked about that on Wednesday, and he said, man, I don't know a quarterback in the league that didn't throw interceptions. So that's not something that's going to rattle him. It reminds me a lot. Now, granted, listen, I'm not comparing greatness. I'm just comparing, like, the way I remember this guy when he first got to the league with Atlanta and was just, a gunslinger. And when he went to Green Bay, and that's Brett Favre. It's the same type of mindset where it's like, I'm going to throw a lot of touchdowns, but, it's going to come at the cost of some interceptions. So he's going to take shots. The good thing, with this, when the Broncos, their zone kind of turns into man quickly anyway with the way that they latch on to receivers. So it's going to be fun to watch the matchup.
Fun to watch the matchup for sure. And you said it, man, the PS2, Calvin Ridley. So normally we go, well, Patrick, you're going to get your cardio in, right? The old Jerry Jeudy line. They're not going to throw your way. Sounds like Cam might just be throwing his way.
Yeah, it'll be thrown his way. And if you're Pat Surtain, you don't get that opportunity very often. So take advantage of your opportunities out there against this young man and against this team. Defense needs to lead the way. This defense needs to dominate. And I'm not saying shutout, but yeah, single digits, that'd be great. 10 points, that'd be great. That'd be a great Sunday and a great start for the Denver Broncos, especially we're anticipating no Dre Greenlaw. So
that's a problem.
Let's work around that as best as possible.
I am seeing this question on the YouTube chat stream here. Kevin, I think you have been waiting for this as well, and I don't know if it's arrived yet, but who is saying this? Ryan Pruitt. Probably screwed your last name up, Ryan. My bad.
Sorry, Ryan.
Cecil, do we know the jersey combos we're wearing on Sunday? Have they tweeted out jersey?
No.
Kevin's been actually asking about this for about a week
You were
now.
texting with Mace about this.
I was even texting Mace, my jersey insider.
And he doesn't know either?
No. I don't get what the Broncos are doing.
Is it a big surprise? Did they? Well, here, full disclosure, I'm not jersey combo guy. I don't ever have this is something they share regularly, the whole
yeah, they
season
would put
schedule?
the whole season out.
Really?
of what they're gonna wear, and it's like, duh, nothing.
What was the one that Pinner didn't like?
The orange with blue pants.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of like that one.
Or wait, was it blue with orange pants?
I think it was blue with orange pants
It was
because it
blue
was
with
the
orange
shirt you're
pants.
wearing.
No, they didn't wear orange pants with the blue jersey.
Oh, okay. I'm going to trust Kevin.
Boy, he does know that.
He's
stuff,
pretty in on
doesn't he?
this.
Trust me.
What do you want him to wear?
I want him to wear the blues.
Because you got one?
Yeah.
It is clean, though.
Well, if the
It is
Titans are
clean.
wearing all white, then what would the Broncos wear? It's going to have
All
to
blue.
be orange with white pants, something like that.
I don't like when they have white pants, both teams.
They could go orange, blue socks. They did that last year and looked really good.
Well,
If the
apologies.
Titans are all white, just go all blue, like the blue that matches Kevin's current jersey.
Yeah, do this.
Because then they look like blueberries. Apologies to Kev.
Did you just call me a blueberry?
Apologies. Yes. Apologies. When they have the blue pants, it's all blueberry.
Yeah.
And even John always said that. So take issue with John.
John was 2 scotches deep that time.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
I mean, I thought it. You said it. But anyway.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Apologies to you and Mace. But now that you've called Mace a Jersey insider, I'm thinking of like DJ Pauly D and Mace, right?
Oh, that'd be cool.
They're on Jersey Shore
Yeah,
together. Like
yeah.
Mace on Jersey Shore. Imagine that.
Just Mace yelling out, T-shirt time. I'd love to see that, dude. I want to get loose with Mace. I just want to see what he's like.
Can you see Mace hanging out like Snooki?
Oh,
Mace and Snooki?
Those two would be
Okay.
like best friends.
And then
On
if
that
they
show.
became a couple, it'd be like you combine the names, like it would be Mookie.
Mookie.
Mace and Snooki. Mookie.
Mookie? Are they still, like, popular?
I have no idea.
The Jersey Shore? That was when I was
You
in my
just said
20s.
Jersey Insider. Kev said Jersey Insider, and I thought of Mace being like a Jersey, like New Jersey, like Jersey Shore Insider.
You know, the gym or wherever they were working at and going out to work? My lady's family is about 8 minutes from that spot in Jersey.
Okay.
And everybody thought they were complete tools. And we're like eating it up. Couldn't get enough of that stuff. It was awesome. I love that show. It was a good time.
Needs Andrew Mason.
I would spice it up a bit.
Yep.
Did you ever see the Chappelle show?
Yes, yes.
He shouldn't have been looking at that girl. You know, dude stabs him. All right, good stuff from Teron Davenport again. He says Cam Ward will not have any fear. That should be good for the Denver Broncos. All right, 12:45. It means it's time to ask and answer some fantasy questions. Cecil's going to give you guys an opportunity to send your questions in. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 over on the YouTube stream, youtube.com/DenverSports. What fantasy questions do you have? We will answer those. We'll preview a little bit of KC and LA. Plus, I want to hear from Cam Ward. That's coming up next.
Does Sean Payton finally have all the pieces he needs on offense? Are the Broncos ready to contend for the AFC West once again? We'll answer it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Is it me or is it musty?
Oh, damp. Check the bathroom.
Damp! Wait!
Yeah?
I'm ordering damp red!
Get rid of the damp by trapping excess moisture with Damp Rid.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Rich Lawn. Fall is coming soon. That means two things: football and keep my lawn healthy and beautiful. How do I do that? An application of Colorado-made Rich Lawn Pro Rich Winterizer in September helps my lawn recover from the heat and stress of summer, keeps it greener longer into the fall, builds a strong root system, and provides green up earlier in the spring. So be like me and have the best stinking lawn in your neighborhood. Get Pro Rich Winterizer today at your favorite garden center. Tell them Mark sent you. Visit richlawn.com to find a dealer near you.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm.
If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button to start growing today.
Advent Health is Littleton's home for highly specialized, life-changing heart care. From preventive screenings to personalized treatment options, it's heartfelt care from expert hands. The Advent Health Heart and Vascular Institute is now open, ready to provide wholehearted care for your whole health.
Winter and the holidays will be here before you know it. Don't wait to upgrade your home. Order windows or siding from 5280 Exteriors before the Colorado snow flies. Enjoy low-interest financing for 15 years, often better than your bank, with no prepayment penalty. Stay warm, boost your home's value, and pay less each month. Prices go up every year, so lock in your free quote today. Host the next game day party at your house. Call 5280 Exteriors now and see how low your monthly payment can go. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Tune in to Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Here we go, Cease.
I love it.
You haven't done like the headbang.
That's my real theme song. I know I have my conspiracy theory theme song, but that's my real one. And Testament has a new song. It's about the dangers of AI, which means AI is going to take care of them. So sorry, Chuck Billy.
See you later, Testament.
Sorry, Chuck Billy. They can still rock, man. They can still rock. They're like 60, and they can still rock.
Damn.
It's amazing. Yeah.
Like touring and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's impressive.
Yeah.
That's very impressive. You can keep it going that long. All right, again, it's 12:45. That means you got a couple minutes here to send in some fantasy questions. Do it over on YouTube. Do it on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. We're going to get to as many of those as we can. Try to give you guys a little bit of help here as you get ready for the first full weekend that will be. But before we do that, and while you send your questions, I want to hear a couple things from the Tennessee Titans side of things. Cam Ward talked to the media this week, and I've been saying it all day. One of my keys is to kill Cam Ward. Not literally, obviously. Just chill out, PC police. I'm talking about something that he said right here.
Know your protection, get the ball out. Don't let them kill you. That's really all you can do to handle the pressure, no matter what the blitz you call. The blitz still got to get there. So, a lot of stuff will get warmed up at the line of scrimmage. I'm just continuing to listen to my coages, probably, for the past week's preseason game, protect myself and then put the ball in playmaker's hand.
I mean, look, he's aware, right? He's fully aware who these Broncos are, who they are on the interior defensive line. They had 63 sacks last year and led the league. That's why he's saying don't get killed, protect yourself, get rid of the football, all of those sort of things.
Right.
Right answer, right? He said it well. He sounds confident in himself. Now, it's so much different when Zach Allen's staring you down and Nick Bonito's at your ankles and everything that's going to go on with these Denver Broncos. But he seems to have kind of the right approach here. The things we talked about with Davenport of just not being afraid to make the mistake. Like I said, saying the right things, saying and doing for the first time, it's a whole world of difference.
Two different things, and welcome to the NFL and playing at the Mile High City, playing at elevation, playing in front of a raucous crowd. I think it's something that, Ward, you're never prepared for it, right? You're never, hey, I'm getting ready. I'm getting pro ready. There's no such thing as pro ready. Just throw them out there. Let them see what you can do.
Right.
And against this team, against that defense, against this crowd, Mile High Magic is back. Do not forget that for a second. It happened last year. I called it. It happened, and it is back. The Mile High Magic has returned, and you guys out there, if you're going to the game, you're going to scream and cheer for your team, you will make that difference. That energy, that team feeds off of it, and they all love you. They love you for it.
Well, I mean, you know what Cam Ward hasn't ever heard, and I'm not the biggest fan of this, but incomplete. And how about, I don't know, 30 times you get to hear that if you're a Cam Ward. So he's in for a very rude awakening that is, hey, welcome to the NFL. Can he get any help from his running game? Well, his head coach, Brian Callahan, talked about Tony Pollard and that running game yesterday.
He can do it. He did it last year for us. He can carry the ball a bunch. He's a productive runner. He's a hard runner. All those things are things that we've seen from Tony, so there's not a whole lot of mystery what that looks like for him performing in a role where he's going to take the majority of the carries. We're still going to need the other guys to play for us. Joyce is going to have to step up. Kalel might have some work in there. Those guys all got to contribute for us to win, but very confident in Tony's ability to handle it. Obviously, you got to run the ball well in this league if you want to win, and so we're going to have to run the ball well when we run it.
Does that get amplified a little more, being as though you have a rookie quarterback making his first start?
Not any more than it would for any normal game, I don't think. Yeah, certainly we'd like to run the ball well and keep him out of some of the tough situations that you can get in if you got to drop back a bunch or face the pass rush a bunch. They're very clearly an excellent pass rushing football team. Their production is best in the league. So, we got to be mindful of what the spots we put them in, and running the ball always helps that. But at the end of the day, we're still going to do what we think is going to help us win a game. And if we got to throw it, we'll throw it.
All right. First thing is somebody's going to need a new keyboard, hammering the hell out of that.
Right, exactly.
300-yard rushing games for Tony Pollard a year ago. Shout out to Kev for that number. I like the follow-up there. Wasn't that Teron that asked the follow-up?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then Callahan, he's not going to tell you, like, yeah, we're definitely leaning on the run because the quarterback's a rookie, doesn't know what he's doing.
Right.
But the score will dictate that. But early on, I have to imagine they're going to try to hammer the run game.
Yeah, they're going to try to soften up this Broncos defense while also dealing with the Broncos offense. They think they can hang with the Broncos offense. Listen to Jeffrey Simmons. Hey, Bo Nix, all he does is make one read and run. Okay, think that. So you're going to have a plan till someone punches you in the face.
Yep.
And that someone is John Franklin Myers and Zach Allen and Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper. And once that is established, they're going to change their plan. They better have an alternate plan because the Broncos' plan is to win by any means possible. They're going to try to soften you up. I don't think it's going to be something that works for Tennessee.
Last one. Now, some of you may remember this name. Others will not, but I'll refresh your memory. Alik Ayomanor. You remember that name from Stanford, a wide receiver that in October 13th of 2023, Stanford played Colorado. Colorado jumped out to a nice lead. This game ultimately ends up going into overtime with Stanford getting a win. Ayomanor had 13 catches, 3 touchdowns, and 294 yards against Travis Hunter and the Colorado Buffaloes. Ayomanor is now on the Tennessee Titans, and he's starting to catch the attention of his coach because he was named a starter this week. Here's what Callahan said about the young wide receiver.
It's consistency. He's shown up in practices. He's shown up in games. He's strong. He's fast. He's made plays when the ball's come his way. He's earned the right to be the first guy to walk out there, but that doesn't mean that he's the only guy that's going to be out there. We're going to have receivers up on game day. They're all going to play. They're all going to have roles. We're counting on all those guys to produce and perform for us. So he's earned a nice little bump as a starter on paper, but they're all going to play.
All right, so I want to go, you just have Patrick Surtain follow around Calvin Ridley. They didn't do a lot of that last year. Patrick wasn't following the best wide receiver. So I don't think it's just, hey, Patrick Patrick Surtain versus Calvin Ridley, and then Riley Moss versus A.O. Manor. But I think it's fun to watch both of those. How does Riley hold against A.O. Manor? How does he hold against Ridley when he gets that opportunity there? That's a guy's name that I don't know how much of an impact he's going to make this week, but he's a damn good football player.
And we've seen the number 2 receiver for a team get after Riley Moss before. Now it was Moss coming back banged up. So healthy Riley Moss. I think it's important for the Broncos defense this year to be able to be the number 1 defense in the league. Riley Moss has to be healthy for Riley Moss to get paid, whether it's here or somewhere else. He's got to be healthy. So lots of pressure this year, but more pressure than you think this week.
All right, the few things there from the Tennessee Titans. Cecil, I'm seeing a bunch of questions for you fantasy-wise. We got a couple on YouTube is where I'm going to start. Herbert or Goff at quarterback?
Herbert or Goff? Well, with Herbert, you're going to have a ground game that is, well, exactly what they want to do with Jim Harbaugh. So it's always going to be Jared Goff. If that's your choice every single week, I'm just not trusting Herbert because of the offense that he's running. And Goff, we know they're going to fill the air with footballs, even if that's just throwing to Jahmyr Gibbs.
Somebody asked Myers or Dobbins. I don't know what Myers they're talking about. At a flex position.
At a flex position. Okay. Dobbins would be that flex position. Again, it's probably Jacoby Myers if I were to guess on that one. So, yeah, let's go J.K. Dobbins there.
Cecil, do they bench A.J. Brown moving forward? Ryan up in Broomfield.
Yeah,
What, do you get, 1 target?
There's a lot of A.J. Brown fantasy GMs and Christian McCaffrey fantasy GMs. Like, if you didn't draft Brian Robinson as a handcuff to Christian McCaffrey, why are you playing fantasy football? I was asked about CMC, a month ago, and I love him. We love him. We love him here in Colorado. He's just always hurt now. So now he's got a calf injury that's hurt, and he's hurt again, everybody, and it's week 1. So, yeah, the A.J. Brown thing is interesting. I would say buy low if someone in your league is panicking. Jalen Hurts didn't even look at him. Okay. How about I trade you some navel lint for A.J. Brown? So buy low. Buy low. There's a sell high on Javonte. Buy low on A.J.
Last one, Phillip. Oh, out in Virginia. Love this, Phillip. DeAndre Swift or Tyrone Tracy as my flex. I'm in a half-point PPR league.
They are going to just move it with Swift as much as humanly possible. Now, Kyle Monangai, their rookie running back there in Chicago, is going to get some work as the second guy's a little bit banged up this week. I do have these two back-to-back in my projections, so that's a coin flip call. There is 0.4 points difference, so half a point, less than half a point difference in projections-wise.
Wow.
But I do have Swift with an advantage, and plus it's Monday Night Punch. It's Monday Night Punch, so you get through your week. You don't want to be an A.J. Brown owner where you're just like, oh my God, I got nothing, right? Monday, you could be down. The nice thing about fantasy is it's just like it's the meat lover's pizza in the trunk, right? Hey, if I don't get the chicken wings, I'm good.
Yeah.
You've got DeAndre Swift on Monday night against Minnesota. You're like, I'm down by 50. I just need 50 from Swift tonight. Can he do it?
That's it. Oh, you only need 50. We'll try to sneak in a couple more of these at our 145 segment because the text line's flooded with them. So want to make sure to get you guys set up and taken care of fantasy-wise. But it's hour 4, quarter number 4. And let's talk about this new Nick Bonitto contract. A 4-year deal. Does it come with a requirement of a minimum 40 sacks over this 4-year plan? Let's talk about it next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take the next step as the Broncos franchise QB? Will Vance Joseph's defense make life miserable for Cam Ward and the Titans? We'll break it all down on the Fan Football pregame show, live on game day starting at noon. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
If you've been living on credit cards just to cover groceries, gas, and bills, you know those interest rates are brutal. Why keep paying 20% or more to the banks when you could call my friends at American Financing? They have mortgage rates in the 5s, and they are showing people every day how to keep more of your hard-earned money in your pocket. Right now, American Financing is helping homeowners save an average of $800 a month by using their equity to wipe out high-interest debt with no upfront fees, no obligation, and just a 10-minute call to a salary-based mortgage consultant. And here's the kicker. If you start today, you could delay 2 mortgage payments, putting even more cash in your hands right away. Don't wait. Call American Financing now at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. APR for rates in the 5s start at 6.327% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams. CSU football faces Northern Colorado with pregame starting at 4. Presented by Rock's Heating and Air. Then Sunday morning on 104.3 HD3, football action kicks off as Las Vegas faces New England with pregame starting at 10:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
In the last hour on a Friday.
Oh, it's what you need. I think Kev needs another Mountain Dew. He is dragging ass today.
What's going on, man?
I'm yawning over here.
I know, man. You're all tired.
It's a Bud
You're
Light
out
Football
of it.
Friday.
We got Bo Nix coming up on Sunday. You kidding me?
I think it's just the clouds out there. They're just kind of making me sad.
Just want to go home, cuddle up under a nice blanket and read a book?
Not read the book, just cuddle up, yeah. Play a little Madden.
We are fired up for
Cuddle up with a lady.
Bud Light Football Friday. Excited to get ready for this weekend.
You got a headache tonight, Kev?
He's got to wash his hair, dude.
Oh, okay.
He's got to wash his hair.
All right.
We're going to talk with Brian Roth in 15 minutes from right now. He's the voice of the Rammies. Good conversation with Brian last week, and we'll see how he's feeling about those Rams. You'll hear them right here on The Fan. They're taking on UNC this weekend, so that's coming up in 15 minutes. Get some information for you Rams fans out there. But Nick Bonito, so I want to start this hour talking about Bonito. He met the media yesterday. We can hear from Nick here in a moment. But I have a question for you. All right, big paydays come with big expectations, requirements almost, if you will. So if it's a 4-year deal and he's a double-digit sack guy, are we talking about, we fast forward and it's 2029 and we're getting ready for the season, right? Are we talking about Nick Bonito, man, a minimum of 40 sacks when we get to that end of the 4-year contract here? If he's getting this big bag, and I know the Broncos got a deal.
Right.
but he's still getting paid pretty handsomely. Is 10 the minimum we can expect out of Benito?
Yeah. I mean, if you put the number at 40 sacks in the rest of this contract, he could get to 40-3. I don't want to be crazy, as much as I fight the temptation on a daily basis to say 40-2, but 40 in 3 years is definitely something he can do. This is what you're paying for. You're paying for that expected production, because the naysayers would say he's only done it one time. Okay, but we also have to look at how Nick Benito has continued to climb and develop in his game and get better and sharper every single season, not just in his work as a run defender, which is completely different than it was when he came into this league, but this is a guy that came into the league with burst and an attack mentality, but zero moves, couldn't stack moves. Sounds like I'm talking about Q Robinson, right? I'm talking about Nick Benito as a rookie. But that talent was there. The raw material was there, and he's worked himself into a Pro Bowl caliber player. So, 10.
Isn't that where we start?
10 is the minimum.
40 is the minimum over the life of the contract.
Right. 10 is the minimum per season. 12 is more like 12 to 15, somewhere in there. Every single year, Nick Benito should get you 12 to 15 sacks, period.
I like that. I'm definitely about the... about his production matching what that salary looks like for the foreseeable future. And by the way, what did we figure out yesterday? He's going to turn 26.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like there's got to beat the clock of him going to 30 years old. No, he's going to enter the prime of his NFL career during this contract and still have a couple of years of, if things go right, on the back end of that contract. One of the things that Benito talked about yesterday is that moment. Was there a specific moment when he realized that he belonged in the NFL?
Yeah, I would say probably second year, the Chicago game. Just being able to go out there and play free and make plays kind of gave me that confidence, I can really do this. And just being able to have guys around me that can keep pushing me to get better and continue to build that confidence for me was really huge.
So a Chicago game a couple years ago and a year ago, and you just get that confidence. You and I have talked about this several times. I think it goes across not just football players, basketball players, not just athletes, everybody in your walk of life. That hey, I belong here.
Right.
It does so much for your confidence. There's no more, I don't want to say never questioning yourself for some of the decisions you made, but more often than not, it's, hey, I'm putting my best foot forward every day, and I know I'm doing it.
Right, and it's the belief that the Walton Penner Group has in Vance Joseph and the belief that Vance Joseph has in Nick Benito, the belief that George Payton showed in Nick Benito as a rookie, as a player, and even Vance Joseph came in and said, hey, you can be a double-digit sack guy, and Benito was like, are you talking to the right guy? As a young player. So to have someone of that, hierarchy to be behind you, to have your back, it's something that helps Nick Benito flourish, because then he doesn't have to worry about his, hey, am I going to make it? Hey, am I going to get cut? I better not spend that money because, I might be out of this league. I don't know if I can do this. And what's funny and interesting about football players is they're the ultimate alpha male meathead football player. Do you love me? Am I good enough?
Please tell me you love me.
So all the questions that a lot of us have in our day-to-day lives, because I just to be point blank period, all of us just want to be loved.
We're all kind of insecure.
And be respected. Right. Mm-hmm. There is a bit of that creeps in no matter your walk of life and no matter your age. Nick Benito, the ultimate alpha male, this dude's a stud. He didn't really believe in himself. So having someone that can believe in you can get the best out of you. And that's the best way to operate, whether it's a business, a company, or a football team.
I didn't ask you this after the big deal because it's his deficiency is, and the reason he's not at 30 or plus 30 as his annual average value is because of the inability to stop the run or it just not being his biggest strength.
Right.
Does he flip that now? I mean, you can't ignore being a pass rusher. That's what got him here and got this big payday.
Right.
But is there more emphasis, maybe even from Vance, on hey, set the edge. You don't just have to pin your ears back now. If your stats, 13.5, we talked about it going up to 15.5. But if it's at 13 and you're better at stopping the run, if it's at 11 and you're better at stopping the run, I'm not going to complain too much about that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's never going to be the hallmark of his game. You don't want it to be.
No, you got Cooper for that.
Right. And he's got to be a little bit better. One, because he's already improved in that part of the game. Plus, Like Julio McLaughlin, who gained that 12 pounds of muscle to his upper body, I'm not exactly sure what the number is, but Nick Bonito is larger this year. They list him at 250. Kev, if you want to double check me on that, so his list weight is larger now, and that size should help him hold up against the run, because you're basically, as a rusher, you're trying to get him to just run around the edge of the tackle, or you're trying to wash him out of the play. If you run straight at him and he doesn't go around, you just want to wash him out. And if he's lighter, if he's rushing at 240, you're going to be able to do that. At 250, it might be a little bit different conversation.
Cannot wait to see this game on Sunday. Can't wait to see what the defense looks like, what this offense can do to get things rolling early. Our predictions are coming up right at 1:45. We also got to remind you about football season back, meaning time for you to get in the game, and we're here to help. The Fan, trying to help out by giving away a PS5 bundle. Wait till you hear what's in this thing. All you have to do to enter is download the DenverSports app. You're going to click on the contest banner at the top of the homepage there. You can't miss it. Your chance to win a PS5, Madden 26, College Football 26, and you need something to play on, right? How about a brand new 70-inch television? It could all be yours, but if you don't put that DenverSports app on your phone and click the contest banner on the homepage there, you can't win if you don't play. So play by downloading that, get that PS5 bundle, and I don't know, maybe you can beat Kevin at Madden later. He's going to be playing Madden this evening. So win and challenge us at Madden or College Football 26.
He's going to be napping later.
Yeah, Kevin, are you over under 4:30? You're asleep.
Under.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I guess you got work to do, right?
I'm gonna get home and crash. Then I'm gonna wake up, play a little Madden, make sure Bo Nix throws 7 touchdowns like he averages.
All right.
And then
oh my God,
to get on YouTube and start watching some see the Chiefs can lose to the Chargers.
Just make sure to shut off your phone because you are working. Watching football for you is working.
True,
so
that's true.
Make sure everyone in your life knows that you are busy.
Playing Madden is working for me. I'm trying.
You doing research?
You're doing research.
I'm doing research.
I
I
get
got to
that.
see how fast RJ Harvey really is.
I get that. It's nice work. Kevin's doing work for all of us in Broncos country. All right, we mentioned the Rams game. Rams and Bears, UNC and CSU this weekend, a game you'll hear right here on The Fan. How do they bounce back and get in the win column for the first time in 2025? We'll ask Brian Roth that question next.
The NFL season is here. Kick your football Sunday off in style with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos. Live on game day starting at 10 a.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
Brandon Stokley from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
CU fans, keep your fix going with Denver Sports CU Football Post-Game Recap. Available every home game exclusively on Facebook, YouTube, and X. Presented by Corwin Toyota Boulder. Family driven for over 100 years.
I'm the happiest man in Colorado today. Yep, that's an actual quote from Alan, a 303 Law 4040 client when he picked up a settlement check after we settled his case for $125,000. You know, the funny part is at our first meeting, Alan actually said, Dan, I don't even know if this case is worth your time. Now, Alan's like a lot of people who call us at 303 Law 4040. He wasn't looking to get rich, but he was in pain and he didn't know where to turn. You might be like Alan, not looking for $1 million, but you were hurt and it wasn't your fault and you have no idea what to do. Heck, the insurance company may already be throwing a lowball offer at you so they can get off the hook. When you call 303 Law 4040, my lovely wife Kimberly and I will meet with you in person free of charge. We'll come up with a plan where you get to focus on getting better while our team fights to get you a fair settlement. You know what we say. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I do.
Of course you all do. Who wouldn't want this? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed that has a 5.89 APR.
Wait, you have a 4.75% fixed rate for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. Because even with the lowest rate today, it may not be in 6, 12 months or more. And if rates do fall in the future, now what? Go through the expense again? No. Maximize your savings with U.S. Mortgages and our lowest rate for life program. It allows you to lock in today, and if the market does improve, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fee and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. Awarded the smartest loan in the country. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, we go to the hotline. Head up to FOCO. Have a conversation with our buddy Brian Roth, play-by-play voice of your Colorado Rams, whom you'll hear right here all season long on the Fan. They're looking to bounce back after a tough one last week against Washington State. Brian, always grateful for your time, and I want to look back before we look ahead. Hung around for the first half, had the momentum going into the half with that touchdown. What went wrong for CSU in half number 2 last week?
Well, I think they just got wore down against a Big Ten team, right? And, that's a Washington team. While they're not going to be a national title contender this year, they did play in the national championship game 2 years ago against Michigan, and obviously it's a storied program with a national championship back in 1990. So, it's a Big Ten school with Big Ten athletes, Big Ten budget, and I think, you reached the late stages of that third quarter last week for Colorado State. I just think you saw them get worn down by just a bigger and deeper football team on an opening night game. But, I really liked what we saw out of Colorado State last week. Obviously, it was a stark contrast from what happened the season opener at Texas a season ago. Obviously, a different team than Texas was Washington, but at the same time, I liked what Colorado State did. Look, guys, they got down 7-0. They tied it up at 7. They got down 14-7. They came back with a drive to tie it up at 14. And the same thing when they went down 21-14. They answered immediately with the drive. And to do that on the road in front of 70,000 fans with a new football team for the most part, I think is reason to give Ram fans some optimism now moving forward.
Yeah, certainly give them some optimism now. And you mentioned them getting ground down basically by Jonah Williams with those 177 yards and a couple of touchdowns. Going forward, is that what we learned the most about? Is this run defense? Like, okay, there's some work to do there. We'll talk about UNC this week, but like the run defense specifically, because they were worn down, is that a spot you'd say, okay, there's a focus for the rest of the season to really improve that part of their game?
Yeah, there's no question, and I'll say this too. And again, going back to the fact that's a Big Ten team. They're probably not going to face an offensive line or a running back the rest of the year like they faced in Washington. I thought the Jonah Williams kid was really good. He was a 1,000-yard rusher last year at Washington. He had transferred the year before from Arizona, where he was honorable mention All Pac-12 and was a near 1,000-yard rusher. So you're talking about a running back that's now in his third season of big-time college football and is a stud. I don't know where he projects at the next level if he does, but, man, that dude was really, really good. And then you also throw in the fact their quarterback I was really impressed with, and the folks at Washington thinks he's going to be, by the end of the year, a household name, and DeMond Williams Jr. Not very big, 5'11", but really good running quarterback too, and man, he really was able to break contain and hurt Colorado State when the pocket broke down. He was able to get out on the edge and then pop a run for 15, 20, 25 yards. So yeah, certainly run defense has got to shore up for Colorado State moving forward, but at the same time, as I said, I don't think that they're going to face a team that's going to be as physical as Washington really probably the rest of the year.
We're talking to Brian Roth. He's the voice of your Colorado State Rams. You'll hear him here. Follow him on Twitter at Brian H. Roth. Brian, last week we had some fun talking about Rocky Beers and then the tight end Jackson Warren. I was impressed with Jackson. He only had 6 catches, made 79 yards out of that, and a touchdown. I actually wanted more of the big fella last week. Do we get that this week?
Yeah, I mean, listen, the coaching staff, I was just over at the facility today talking to the coaches, and, they're saying, look, we really didn't know what we were going to get on game night with Jackson Warren, right? Now we know that he's been like a star in fall camp, right? And we know the coaching staff loved him last year before he missed the whole season by hurting his shoulder, but he had not played tight end in a Division I football game before.
Wow.
Before Saturday night in Seattle. And so the coaching staff, they didn't know what they were going to get. And, man, I mean, you saw what we got, 6 catches, 79 yards, had a touchdown. He had 11 targets in the game, and that was the team high for CSU on Saturday night. So I think Ram fans have to be excited about that because, I mean, look, I'm sure it translated to television on Saturday night. The dude is 6'8", 245, and again, he's a former quarterback, and he's a really big-time athlete, a very good basketball player. I mean, he's a stud, and the question is, how quickly can he refine those skills that he's going to need to refine and probably gain a few more skills of playing the tight end spot. Again, it's a spot that he has not played at the Division I level. So, hey, look, I think the sky's the limit for Jackson Warren. And, yeah, I expect him to get 11-plus targets again coming up on Saturday.
Yeah, we love him as CSU, but we're going to know him as tight end U. That's for sure going forward. Can they run the ball a little bit more? I mean, Dupree last week was so close to that 100-yard mark. Do you think that's an emphasis this week? Like, hey, let's get that ground game going and maybe a little bit more balance there and a little bit more of that ground game.
Yeah, I mean, look, the run game I thought was good, in particular in the first half.
Yep.
And you mentioned Jalen Dupree, and he's a true sophomore, played some last year as a true freshman, and again, he's a kid that ran for 6,800 yards and like 94 touchdowns in the state of Arkansas. I think he's the third all-time leading rusher in Arkansas high school history. And they really liked him, and then all of a sudden he got the start on Saturday. We weren't quite sure who was going to start at running back, and it was Dupree, and ended up going 15 carries, 92 yards. But if you go back and dive deeper in the stats, 83 of his, and maybe 84 of his 92 yards came in the first half. And he only had 4 carries in the second half. And I thought CSU kind of went away from the ground game a little bit too quickly in the second half of that game. And again, I think they probably got wore down a little bit too, just as the defense got wore down in the run game. The Rams' offensive run game probably got wore down a little bit as well. But they're going to have to run the football to be successful here this year. And they did it last year. They ran for 168 yards per game last season, which was very good. And I think they're going to have to be around 150, 160 again here this year if they're going to be a 9-win team, an 8, 9, 10-win team. So, but Dupree got to a great start. And, yeah, my only gripe last week was he only had 15 carries, especially after what he did in the first half.
I want to talk to you about who the opponent is this week. You got UNC, the Bears, coming calling. What can you tell us about UNC, who come in 1-0 versus the tough loss from the Rammies? What's Norvell and the boys preparing for from UNC?
Yeah, it's a UNC program, guys, as I did a deeper dive here this week. into their program. You know, UNC won a couple of Division II national titles in the mid-1990s. Remember, Joe Glenn was the coach up there, and they moved to Division I at the FCS level back in 2006. So this will be the 20th season of Division I football for Northern Colorado. Of course, they play in the Big Sky. Big Sky, very good at the FCS level. And, you know, the guys, they just haven't been able to gain traction in the sport of football. And, you know, they went winless 2 years ago. They only won one game last year. And they did get a season-opening win against Chadron State, who's a Division II team out of the RMAC. But it's been a really tough go up there in Greeley. Of course, Ed McCaffrey was there a few years back, and now it's the year 3 of the Ed Lamb era. Ed's a former BYU coach, and just haven't been able to get it going. And, I mean, you know, you add injury to insult. They lost their starting quarterback for the season in the third quarter of the season opener last week, right? So it kind of gives you an idea of where the Bears have been in recent memory. But, look, UNC came into Fort Collins last year. They played the Rams pretty tough. It ended up being 38-17. The game was really never in doubt, but I thought they showed well last year. Problem is, I think CSU's much better this year. I really do. And I don't know if that's going to show on the record, but look for Colorado State to try to run the ball early. And, you know, CSU should be in full control by the time that game hits halftime.
And I'd say look for them to add to the sack count. We got a backup quarterback playing for Northern Colorado and Eric Gibson out there. Peter Costelli was injured. So, okay, getting some more pressures, getting some more sacks. I think if we go back to that Washington game, we can talk about everything good that they've done and how they got worn down, but we also can look at the pressure that was created against Washington. So you'd imagine against Northern Colorado, yeah, your sack total is going to grow this week.
You would hope so, and that's where guys can kind of lick their chops and pad some of those early season stats and have that look good. But yeah, the Rams had 3 sacks last week against Washington, and they had a sack and a half from one of their starting defensive backs. And that's because with Tyson Summers, again, he's a first-year defensive coordinator at CSU. Tyson Summers is a very aggressive defensive coordinator, and they like to come at the quarterback from all areas on the field, and they're not going to check out of what they have, even if the offense makes a check at the offensive line. Tyson Summers says, look, we're going to call our defense. The offense can check into whatever they want, but we are going to run the play that we want to play. The offense isn't going to dictate what we do. And so, yeah, I don't think there's any questions. CSU will be really, really aggressive coming up on Saturday defensively.
We can't wait to see it kick off at 5 o'clock. You'll hear it right here. Rams and Bears from Fort Collins. Brian Roth will be on the call. Brian, great stuff as always, man. It's been fun the last couple Fridays. We look forward to doing it again real soon.
Yeah, fellas, always appreciate the love. Thanks so much.
There he is, Brian Roth, voice of your Rammies, at Brian H. Roth on Twitter. Follow him there to get all your Rams insight. But again, kickoff tomorrow at 5. You'll hear it right here. We're going to pick the Rams game. We're going to pick the Buffs game, the Broncos game, all coming up at 1:45. But before that, with football season being back, that means our prop prediction segment is back. What are the so-called experts predicting for the Broncos this game, and how do we feel about what these numbers should be? That is coming up next.
Is the home opener against the Titans a must-win game for the Broncos? Joel Klatt certainly thinks so.
You have to win this game, and that's what this one is. Even the first week, you can't go out there and lose to Tennessee in week 1 and think that you're going to be a top 4 team in the AFC. You just can't.
Hear Joel every Wednesday morning on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth all season long. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Rich Lawn. Fall is coming soon. That means 2 things: football and keep my lawn healthy and beautiful. How do I do that? An application of Colorado-made Rich Lawn Pro Rich Winterizer in September helps my lawn recover from the heat and stress of summer, keeps it greener longer into the fall, builds a strong root system, and provides green up earlier in the spring. So be like me and have the best stinking lawn in your neighborhood. Get Pro Rich Winterizer today at your favorite garden center. Tell them Mark sent you. Visit richlawn.com to find a dealer near you.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life. and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's back! Football is back, Broncos country, which means summer is almost over. And that means it's time for game days. Whether you're heading to Empower Field or traveling to Boulder to cheer on Coach Prime and the Buffs, you got to get there in style and on time. So let my friends at Hermes Worldwide handle the traffic and parking, and you handle the rest, which means have as much fun as possible and make as many memories as you can. So let Hermes Worldwide get you to and from the game safe. All you need to do is call Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams. CSU football faces Northern Colorado with pregame starting at 4. Presented by Rock's Heating and Air. Then Sunday morning on 104.3 HD3, football action kicks off as Las Vegas faces New England with pregame starting at 10:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
This song will never not make me think about the game you play with this song. You know, with the fellas. Have you ever heard of the Thunder game?
The Thunder game?
So we all love Mountain
Thunder
Dew,
buddies?
right? Like, we're drinking Mountain Dew together.
Yeah.
And when they say, right there, I have to start drinking my Mountain Dew. And I can't stop. See, right now I'd be screwed. He just says Thunder again. I can stop drinking. Kevin has to start drinking his Mountain Dew until the next Thunder. And there's a spot in this song where you hit the Thunder, and you're going to chug that entire Mountain Dew and feel away.
Okay, right.
It's a fun game.
Okay.
Next time you guys come over, we're playing Thunder with Mountain Dew.
Nice.
It's going to be sweet.
Nice.
All right, we are bringing back our prop prediction segment, Cease. We had a bunch of fun with this a year ago, and we all know what props are out there for the sports world, and we know that everybody has their props, right? The Vegas experts, the know-it-all, the wise guys. They've got the numbers out there. We don't know the numbers. You didn't cheat, did you? I know you have all those apps.
Yeah, me on the Vegas stuff. Yeah, I'm the last guy to do that. I like investments with dividends.
Yes.
Not investments that you lose because Jalen Hurts didn't get that last yard.
I needed them to win by 7, and they didn't. So we don't know the numbers. Kevin has the numbers. Kevin has the official Vegas numbers. We're going to see how close we can get to what we think the numbers should be, and then obviously come on Monday, see how close we were over those Vegas experts. So, Kevin, where do you want to start, and what's the number?
Let's start with our future Hall of Fame Super Bowl winning quarterback, Bo Nix, and his passing yards.
Bo Nix passing yards. Cecil, we both think they should be up in this game.
Yeah.
We have a nice little coffee bet on rushing versus passing attempts. So I think this number isn't going to be anything crazy. It is also week 1.
Right.
I am going to put it at 199.5.
Okay.
What?
It's week 1, Kev.
Dude, they're going to run the heck out of the ball.
You hate Bo Nix.
Uh-oh, you're going to be on the list.
Don't add me on the list.
Don't put him on the list. Well, I don't know if I'm going to be on the list for this number then.
Uh-oh.
I got him at 220.
Okay.
Let's get him at 220 this week. Again, kind of warm it up, get things going, run the heck out of the ball, which means lesser opportunity for the pass. I think it's more rushing attempts than passing attempts. That coffee's going to taste great. So, yeah, let's go 220 for Bo.
The number is?
The actual number is 212.5. So
there we go.
They're off by like 88 yards. I don't know why, but.
So you're going 299.5.
Yeah, I'm going
That would be
300.
Kevin's
Yeah.
number. All right, we'll see you on Monday. Who gets closer? What's next, Kev?
All right, let's go with Cam Ward and his passing yards.
Passing yards for Cam. Cease, you start this party.
Yeah, passing yards for Cam. It's going to be a little rough. So let's put it at 170.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's very interesting because my number is a not-so-nice afternoon of 169.5. I $1 bobbed you on that.
Okay, I got it.
170.5 for Cease. The actual number is
193.5.
Whoa, wow.
Do they know who the Broncos are?
Do they think the Broncos will be up and then the Titans will have to pass to get back in the game?
Oh, that's probably a good play.
Don't forget, Vegas never got the Broncos right on anything last year.
Exactly right.
So they're already off to a bad start
and
this
don't
year.
forget this as well. Get as offended as you like, but the lines are made to create suckers to bet.
Yeah.
That's why. The line is created so it's like, I got the over, I got the under.
Yeah.
So we have to take that into account as well.
Hi, I'm Sucker. Kevin, what's next?
All right, let's go to the rushing game. Let's go with J.K. Dobbins and his rushing yards.
J.K. Dobbins rushing yards? Just rushing yards.
Just rushing yards.
Now, if he's going to be the starter and he's going to be the guy, what I want to have happen is to set that thing at 99.5. Cecil?
I so want to say 100. I so want to say 100.
Can I change mine? Can I go to 89.5?
Who said I wasn't going to say 100?
Oh. No, I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah.
I'm going
I haven't said mine, so you can change
89.
yours.
Okay.
That's a rule on the show. Until I say my number,
all right, I like that.
You can change your number because my number is 69.
Whoa.
Nice.
I thought they were going to get 100 yards.
Collectively.
Oh. All right, Kev, the actual number is?
The actual number is 43.5.
Oh, my God.
I don't.
43.5?
Don't yell at me.
Wow. Wait. You
43.5.
That's what Vegas has it
for
at.
Dobbins.
For
not,
J.K.
not
Dobbins.
Harvey. Not Harvey.
J.K. rushing yards, 43.5.
Wow.
They do not believe at all.
They're questioning Sean Payton even more than I'm questioning Sean Payton.
My goodness.
Dude, 43.5.
43?
That's a low number. What's next, Kev?
Let's go with R.J. Harving rushing yards.
Oh, God. Well, it's going to be lower than 43, right? It's my turn to start.
Go ahead.
I'm going to say it's 33.
33.5.
Oh, my God. It's disgusting. Like, what is Vegas doing? Getting suckers to bet.
See, I'm going to go.
It's going to be more than JK?
No.
You think Vegas is going to have him more than JK?
But I'm telling you what I think the number should be because what he's going to achieve. I'm going to go. He's not going to have more than JK. I got JK at 90. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of right where you are. I'll go 29.5.
The correct number is 35.5.
See, he's got it again. 2 off.
But combined, JK and RJ are not supposed to go to 100.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
That is stupid. Well, we'll see if it's stupid.
You guys want to go to rushing attempts or receiving yards?
Let's do rushing attempts. That's a good one.
All right, JK attempts.
Well, if they've got him at 43, it's not going to be 20 attempts. And it's Sean Payton, so it's never going to be 20 attempts.
Exactly.
I'd say JK gets him 15 carries.
This is just carries, right?
Yes.
So you go 15.5. I'm going 12.5.
10.5. 10.5 is
so
the
they're
answer.
even
They think JK's going to run 11 times? Seriously?
Possibly 11.
Yeah,
possibly
maybe
you.
11.
Okay.
What do they think this game's going to look like?
They do not know the Denver Broncos.
Denver should be winning the game, the whole game.
And running the ball.
Yeah.
Let's go with RJ Harvey rushing attempts.
Oh, geez. 9?
Yeah, I'm going 8.5.
8.5 is correct.
It is?
Wow.
Yes.
You've won a free round of golf.
Hell yeah.
Kev just bought you a round of golf. Holy
No,
cow, Kev. That's so generous.
The host does not give the money.
He's not responsible for
It's
it.
like Regis
Wait.
Philbin didn't give away $1 million on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
He didn't?
He didn't do it.
They brought that show back with Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh,
See it
oh,
later?
God.
So it got worse.
Yeah, it's definitely
Is he
worse
going to
now.
cry?
I think he already has. Kev?
Let's go with how about this? Bo Nix rushing yards.
Oh, this is the Jeffrey Simmons prop bet right here.
Okay.
Bo Nix rushing yards. It's yards, right? Not attempts?
Just rushing yards. Jeffrey Simmons has it at 125.5.
Yes.
I'm going to go 17.5.
I want Bo to run less this year, so I'm going to go 12.5.
The correct number, 19.5.
Wow. So I wasn't bad.
See, so Vegas, Jeffrey Simmons is he knows Vegas.
Oh, he's got his hand on the pulse or whatever that saying goes.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, we'll watch that one. That's a fun one because of what Jeffrey said. What's next?
Let's go with the guys that Bo Nix is going to be throwing passes to. Let's go with Cortland Sutton receiving yards.
I mean, if they don't think they're going to run the ball, they got to assume he's going to throw the ball and have some success to his top wide receiver. I will go Sutton receiving yards. You know what? Nice game. 69.5.
Sutton receiving yards, 82.5.
The correct number, 58.5.
58.5.
Does Vegas think this is going to be like 10-9?
I don't know.
Seriously,
the
there's no
not going to move at all.
Are these numbers for one half or the full game? Do we know this?
Full game.
The full game. Oh my God.
So the Broncos are going to have less than 250 yards on offense?
Oh my God.
Kev, what's one more?
Let's go with Evan Ingram receiving yards.
Ingram receiving yards. Cease, you're up first.
Well, Vegas doesn't think they're going to do anything, but I believe in Evan Ingram, and give me 51.5.
51.5. I like that. See, I think his influence is there. I don't know how much he's going to get the ball. They're going to sort of play this out. We've talked about it all show. I want it to be so much more than this, but I'm going 35.5.
The correct number, 36.5.
Boom! So
You almost hit the $1 million jackpot there, but you're off by one. Off by one.
I lied. One more. Do they have total points?
We have total points.
Total points. Oh, it's my turn. So points combined between the Titans and the Broncos. What's my score prediction going to be? Crap, I got to do math. I am going to go 49.5. 49.5.
How do they get to 49?
I'll tell you at 145.
Now that's a tease.
Have you met Kevin? 34.5.
How much?
34.5.
34.5. The correct answer, 42.5.
42.5. All right, so a couple touchdowns scored. They won't move the ball at all.
How in the hell
but
are they
will
getting to
score
49? How are they getting to 49?
I'll tell
Based
you.
on this Vegas number, hey.
Well, they don't know what the hell they're doing.
I know.
And fast forward to me losing all my investments on Sunday. We'll come back. Who wins the Rams? Who wins the Buffs? More importantly, who wins the Broncos season opener? We'll tell you next.
Does Sean Payton finally have all the pieces he needs on offense? Are the Broncos ready to contend for the AFC West once again? We'll answer it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Summer is here, and so is the seasonal traffic.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, call Postman Law at 844-POSTMAN to get the justice and compensation you deserve. With over $3 billion recovered, we fight and win for you. Don't let an accident ruin your summer. If you've been injured, call Postman Law now at 844-POSTMAN to schedule a free consultation.
At Common Spirit Health, we don't just see a cancer diagnosis. We see you. And you don't have to do this alone. We believe you should be surrounded by your people, so you can keep them close while you get care close to home. Supported by our care team from diagnosis to treatment and beyond, and strengthened by treatment tailored to you. Because there's no one-size-fits-all approach to cancer care. Find cancer care with human kindness close to you at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Let's turn and face the stars and stripes. It's fighting back them butterflies. It's calling in the air all around. Yes, sir, we want the ball. And it's knocking heads and talking trash. It's slinging mud and dirt and grass. It's I got your number, I got your
Here we go.
back.
Getting ready for our picks. Little jam that Sean loves. So much so he said he's in the music video.
He's in the music video.
Is he just telling people about all the stuff he knows?
Yeah, how he won a Super Bowl with the Saints.
Little high school football. It's fun stuff right there to get us home on a Friday. The Drive. If you're looking for a little something to do this afternoon, they're going to be out at number 38 throughout their whole show from 2 to 6. Phil's back, so you can go out there and see the guys, talk to Zach, ask Phil if he'll give you an autograph, take a selfie with the crew, all that good stuff. So go see the guys for Bud Light Football Friday. They'll be up here at 2 o'clock, and, of course, they'll get you home. For your late starters, we have Denver Sports tonight. We are live. We are local from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every single weekday. All right, last chance for you guys to call your shot as well. You can tell us who wins the Buffs, Rams, Broncos games. If you want to tell us all, do that. You want to pick your favorite team, do that. Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line or over on YouTube. It's youtube.com/DenverSports. The chat room's up. You can tell us who wins the games right there as well. And we'll get to you guys coming up. Fired up for Chiefs and Chargers tonight. I mean, we're all going to be locked in on this evening. Do you care who wins? Of course, we'll be locked in because it's
It's an AFC West game.
Battle.
Can we get a tie?
Oh, that'd be fun. Like a 10-10 tie.
Something like that. Yeah. I think that'd be pretty cool.
I don't know why. This is just gut feeling. Feel it down in my plums. I think the Chargers are going to win this game tonight. I think that the Chargers are going to run the hell out of the football.
Well, what travels?
Running and defense.
Run game, yeah. Uh-huh.
Run the hell out of the football, minimize Patrick Mahomes, what he is and what they can do offensively. Like I said, I just that's just my gut feeling is that the Chargers, it would be looked at as stealing a game, but we'll see what it looks like in a few weeks when we see who these teams really are. But I'm picking the Chargers tonight.
And we know what color the Chargers wear. And a nice bluish hue down in my plums.
That's exactly right. 6 o'clock on YouTube?
That's always on YouTube, so.
Yeah, that's right. So that's what's going to start the party this evening.
And it's free on YouTube, by the way. You don't need YouTube TV or YouTube Premium or whatever. But yeah, it's just free on YouTube.
Will there be they're just going to take commercial breaks like normal and all that stuff?
Yeah.
I guess I don't know how YouTube TV works. That was a dumb question. That was stupid on my part.
It's got you off because Red Zone has commercials now.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
I saw a tweet. It's not Check Your Ex, but I did see a tweet of a dog that was having a bathroom break.
Yeah.
And so he was hunched over, and the tweet had 4 different squares. And in the square where the dog's stuff would be was Adam Schefter's tweet about well, technically it's 420 hours of blah, 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 420 minutes. 420 minutes, yes. And technically it's 0.17% of commercial, It's still not what we had. What we had was glorious, and now it's gone.
Yeah. One commercial is more than the 0 that we've had the entire existence of Red Zone.
Exactly.
So, yeah, we're not thrilled about it.
Yeah, thanks, Schefter. Disney. I saw Brandon Perna, shout out, That's Good Sports. He said...
He's the best, dude.
He said, if I was a company, why wouldn't you just sponsor it? Hey, 7 hours of commercial-free football brought to you by Bud Light.
And then they just have to...
That's all you got to do. Yeah. This is a Bud Light.
Yeah.
Bud Light. Maybe Scott Hansen wears a Bud Light T-shirt.
Or a tie.
A tie pin, something. Yeah. Has a nice can of beer next to him on the thing.
Yeah, product placement.
Exactly. You could do this so many different ways, and we could still have 7 hours of commercial-free. He can never say that again.
So he's just saying 7 hours of NFL football. 7 hours.
7 hours with some commercials coming up next.
I can't wait to see how many of us are complaining about it.
But
on Sunday.
why wouldn't you just do that? And again, hey, our voices can be heard. Look at Cracker Barrel, right?
Yeah.
Our voices can be heard. I think everyone should raise a stink about this. We lost the best thing in sports. Red Zone was the best thing in sports.
Let's see what it looks like. And then, obviously, if we talked about college Red Zone, SEC, Big Ten, that's coming, and it'll also include commercials. That's how it's going to go. So, Chargers tonight for me. What do you just want the tie? Officially, you want the tie?
I kind of hate both teams. I have more sports hate for Kansas City, though, so give me the Chargers.
Same. That's exactly where I'm at. And I just love to see the faces of Mahomes and Kelsey and Taylor. And didn't you say
did Taylor fly her private jet to Brazil to
she
eat
did.
Up the internet or the environment more? And the internet.
Probably flew a couple of them. Her on one, her stuff on the other, and then her parents on the third. So 3's went down there. Taylor, her carbon footprint.
I just can't wait to see little skinny Travis Kelce out there.
Yeah.
So,
see, this is what fantasy does because I'm like, oh, crap. He's on my fantasy team.
You got him in the 9th round, though.
I had to at that point.
You had to. We got to that point in your draft. I was like, Travis Kelce's still there? Okay, take him.
That's all my Broncos friends just hating the Chiefs. We're not picking him. And I'm like, I want to beat you guys, so I'll pick him.
I hate him too, guys. I hate him too.
Right. All right, Kev, you're in on this. Cecil, let's make our official predictions. Let's start with the Rammies. Like I said, tomorrow night you're going to get the Rams and the Bears right here on The Fan. The Bears did get a Week 1 win. You mentioned it, though. They lose their starting quarterback, so they're already to their backup on Week 2. 5 o'clock kickoff tomorrow. I think we're all going to pick the Rams to win. I like a 34-13 victory for CSU.
Okay.
And a whole lot of running. I like your question to Brian. Whole lot more running, specifically in that second half.
Yeah, whole lot of running. And I saw at Canvas Stadium, tailgating opens at 11.
Really? So you got 6 hours to get
We could
hammered?
be in Fort Collins at 11. Dude, I love Fort Collins.
People have to start going to those games.
And they did. They're doing a Ram Walk this year, where they walk the players and a bus them in or by Old Town or whatever. So it's listen, Canvas Stadium, that's a hell of a facility. Get some more people up there, man. Fort Collins is Fort Fun for a reason.
I feel bad. We poke fun at some people and have fun with it, but there's legitimate people complaining. Well, we got to be more support. Talk more about the Rams. Y'all need to go. Get your butt to the game and support this team, especially if you're up there. I get from the city, it's an hour drive. You want to have a couple pops. You know what I mean? You can't take that risk. But if you're there, go to Canvas tomorrow.
Yes, and if you've got Jay Norvell saying, hey, this is championship aspirations, that's a Mountain West champion, potential champion right there that you can go see on Saturdays, man. Make it happen.
Go get you a pie over at Crazy Carl's after the game.
And go get you some ice cream at Walrus.
Boom. We just figured out the whole day for them.
See, okay, sales. Get us a damn Walrus sponsor. Mountain Dew and ice cream.
Yes.
Can we get that, please, for the love of God?
Yes.
I got it 35-10. Last year's 35-17. I believe it's 35-10. The Rams beat up on the Bears.
Kev?
I got 34-9.
So we all go 9-10-13. I like that. 3 field goals, or they get a safety?
Yeah,
and a touchdown?
three field goals.
All right.
They're not scoring on that defense.
So the Rams get it done. And keep an eye on Jackson Warren. Get him involved way more. That dude, he can be a real threat in college football this year.
Huge.
All right, how about the Buffaloes? Now, again, we know the Buffaloes are playing Delaware, and an inferior opponent here. Again, this is tomorrow at 1:30. The Buffaloes have to win this football game. Style points matter for the Colorado Buffaloes. We talked about it earlier. I want to see DeKalen Taylor get involved more. Certainly give him more opportunities than 1 to rush the ball and more opportunities than 3 to be a pass catcher. Give him 15 to 18 touches and watch him dominate the Blue Hens for north of 100 yards. So use DeKalen, shut down Amari and Miller, let Draylon get going for a little bit of Miller time, and that's what I want to see. Shut down Delaware running the football. We agreed upon it. Under 50 yards for the Blue Hens to run on Saturday afternoon. Give me the Buffs 45-10.
Okay. Give me that buff box. Although I did get my Julian Lewis cup from Drew Spivak, so
yeah, that's nice.
It's only for display. I'm not going to drink out of it because Drew drank out of it.
And he was
never know where that guy's mouth has been.
Yeah, it's very true.
I'm telling you. Dude, I partied with him back in the day. It's incredible.
I want you to win the Powerball just so we can get Drew back to old Drew for one night.
Okay, I'll do that. I will win the Powerball on Saturday. The Buffs will win this game. I want to see Julian Lewis go nuts. I don't want a drive or two. I don't want 6 plays. I want him to start. I want him to start. Yeah, I'm done. Caden Salter's not going to run the Shadur Sanders, and I feel bad for Caden because Caden's a good college quarterback at Liberty, but it's a Big 10, Big 12. Like it's the Big 12. Yes, that's right. Coach Hawkins. This one to me, I had 35-10 for the Rammies. Let me go 45-7. 7
So
for the
one
Buffaloes.
touchdown.
Yeah.
That's like a gimme.
And that's a gimme. Fourth quarter, we fell asleep.
They got freshmen in there for the Buffaloes. Just
Right,
like,
right.
Get a taste of what this feels like. I like that. Kevin, what do you see happening between the Buffs and Blue Hens?
I got the Buffs winning 31-7. On the opposite of Cecil, though, I think the Delaware goes down and scores right away.
Oh, and then they're shut down the rest of the game?
Yeah, then it's like – because they're going to go down and it's like, what are they doing again? I think CU finally makes adjustments, and Dion uses all of his timeouts this time.
Hey, if Delaware scores early, those blog boys are going to stress eat.
Yeah.
And they might need to mix in a salad a
And
little bit.
And then when CU wins, we're back in the college football playoff talks.
Yeah, right.
You know, that's how those blog boys go. So
it would be perfect Dion to troll us all and just start taking timeouts. They're up 45-7. He's just using all of his timeouts.
I don't want to take them home.
That would be hilarious. All right, now it comes to the Broncos. Week 1, Tennessee Titans. Cannot wait for this game. Cece, you going to have post-game coverage over on YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube post-game show. I'll hopefully not lose my mind.
Yeah,
people love when I do that. I'm like,
that's
okay. And I do that show for my mental health, full disclosure, because I got to get it off my chest. And it's just good for me to rant for an hour. So come on to YouTube, our Denver Sports YouTube channel, and check out the post-game show. If you haven't seen me lose my mind, you're about to.
One of these weeks I'll join you. It just depends on what I'm doing during the game. State of mind and stuff after.
Okay, right.
Keys, run the dang football. Watch Evan Ingram cook and kill Cam Ward. Watch Troy Franklin, too. See if he can turn a good camp into a good week 1. Give me the Denver Broncos. Told you how I'd get to 49. 35-14.
35-14.
35-14.
We've been talking about this offense being needed to ramp up, and you're going 35 points in week 1?
That's right.
Now I'm checking your water bottle.
Titans.
Did you grab Richie's water bottle? I'm checking your water
There's
bottle.
a Gatorade in here. I've just been drinking. Now, who knows what's in it? But
okay,
35-14.
All right, I got a 24-10, dude.
24-10.
24-10. This offense is going to take a little doing, a little time, a little ramp up, little get all worked up.
Yeah,
that's what this offense needs. So yeah, 35. You are nuts,
Kevin. Yeah, you think I'm nuts? This
guy. What was that laugh for?
I got 31-6 Broncos.
Oh yeah, Kevin.
Bo Nix 3 touchdowns, 274 yards. Sutton catches a TD. Evan Ingram catches a TD. Troy Franklin catches a TD. Dobbins rushes one in. McMillan gets an interception.
Wow, yes.
And Will Lutz hits a field goal.
Okay, look at you giving some love to the kicker.
Yeah, I got to give some to the good kickers.
He's growing. That's maturity right there from Kevin Kistner.
Maturity is he wearing the backwards, upside-down Denver hat.
Cecil, don't hate on style right now, okay?
You're too old for that, Kev.
32? That's not old.
Ask Anilo.
Where's Anilo?
Or ask the king.
How old's Phillip?
Trent Finnegan.
Phillip rocks those.
Phillip, you're too old to wear that.
Jeez.
Sorry.
All right.
I think it's his buddy that did the upside down. It's just
so
not
he's supporting the cause.
It's not a look. It's
Yeah.
not. It's not. Yeah. It's not. Whatever.
Not for you.
Get down how you get down.
Yeah. All right, so we all have Rams, Buffs, Broncos winning a football game.
Big weekend.
Right here on KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver.
Kev, now why do you do this? Did you say that about everyone scoring just so you'd be right if something happens? Right? Because you said everything. You literally said, like, everybody's going to do everything.
Yeah, that's what I did last year. Remember I was right on that one game I called a shutout?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What happens if you're not right?
Well, I'm always right, so.
Okay.
I was right about Bo. Me and you were both right about Bo.
He put me in there this time. There you go.
But, yeah, I mean, I think it's fun to have extra predictions.
Okay. Extra bold predictions. Why
Extra bold.
Jaquan getting the pick? Why not Riley?
I love my
Why
guy.
not PS2?
McMillan's my guy, man.
What about Jade Barron playing in that spy on Chigi Okonkwo?
I was going to ask you guys this earlier. Do you first play of the game defensively? You're Vance Joseph, Cease.
Right.
What's your first defensive call when Cam Ward comes out onto the field?
Yeah, I'm not blitzing him.
You're not gonna
I think
blitz.
you're going to blitz less in this point. Talked to Deron Davenport from ESPN earlier in the show. If you missed that interview, go back and listen to our Dover and Cecil podcast on DenverSports.com and our Denver Sports YouTube app. And TD was talking about how, hey, this is a team, they're number 10 in the league. They blitz like 31% of the time. That's fine. But this is also against a rookie quarterback that's going to run, that's never going to stop running, and is never going to relent. The thing with Cam Ward, and I talked to Vance Joseph yesterday about Ward and that ability, and it's the fact that Ward doesn't go, he will not shy away from a play that could be dangerous, right? There's an element of danger with Cam Ward, and I think because of that, don't get cute. Don't get over your skis if you're the Broncos defense, and don't blitz him as much as you normally do. You can rush with 4. You can get home with 4, and you can get those picks. I'm going to say, though, give me a Pat Surtain pick 6. Okay, I'll give you the little extra, little lagniappe. So part of that 24 points, because remember, the offense is going to have some struggles. 24-10, that's my final score. Defense gets a touchdown. So the offense scoring, oh, God, math, 17.
Only 17 from the offense?
Only 7. Hey, they're going to take time to ramp up.
All right.
Like we ramp up for our boys on the drive at number 38. What's up, boys?
Hey, Cecil, Lammy, Josh Dover. Happy Friday to you fellas. Kevin Kistner, Chicken Fingers, back in the studio. We are live at number 38 here in Rhino on a Bud Light Football Friday. And it is so good to see my buddy Phillip Lindsay back with me.
I'm blushing, man.
You know, he was inactive with a pinky. And look at you.
Yeah.
You got the full-blown – I mean, so – and I told our listeners while you were gone a handful of times, probably every hour, just letting them know, hey, Phil has to get, like, legit surgery.
Yeah.
And you cut yourself.
I did.
While looking after your daughter, and you severed a tendon. And so how did it go?
So there's 2 tendons. So
Okay.
one of them's like the sensation so that you can feel.
Okay.
I kept that one. And I think they said I nicked it, but it still was intact.
Okay.
And then the other tendon is the one that bends your pinky. So each finger has 2 tendons. And the pinky the tendon pinky was gone. So I couldn't bend my pinky. So I could bend all
So you could
four.
you could still
I can
feel it?
Yeah.
So you had that tendon that got nicked, but you severed the one that controls you bending it.
Yeah.
That was weird because you came in the day, you're like, yeah, like it's a real bad cut, and like stitched up, but like I can't move it.
Zach, I was bleeding everywhere. Everywhere. That's how tough I am.
Oh.
I started stitching my own stuff up. I'm going to go Rambo on them.
Yeah. But it was like, yeah, like, dude, that's not normal. Like that a cut, should not prevent you from bending your finger. And you went back to the doctor and they said, yeah, we got to go in there. So did it in fact like retreat into your hand?
So yeah, so it didn't go all the way to the wrist. So they have three different areas they can look. At the top of the pinky, at the middle, so right here where your hand is, like at the middle of your hand.
Yeah, so halfway down.
Yep. And so that's where they found it. They had to fish it out, pull it up, tie it, and do whatever else they do, and then stitch it back up. And I have a bunch of stitches going from my pinky all the way down my hand.
Wow.
So it actually hurts more than I thought it would.
Really?
Yeah. So, and I was going to be that macho man. I'm not going to take the medication, the pills.
Yeah.
I was like, by the middle of the night, I was like, hey, babe.
Yeah.
I need it.
Oh, yeah.
I need it. I'm scratching.
What was it, like throbbing?
Yeah, throbbing pain. And it's just one of these things where it doesn't leave. It doesn't leave. It just hurts 24/7. Now, it's better now. It's day 3, day 2 from post-op.
Because the surgery was on Wednesday?
Wednesday, man. Wednesday, right before the show.
Wow.
Right before the show, yeah.
Wow. And so to paint the picture right now, and I guess if you want to go on DenverSports.com, we have the live stream going. What's up, folks? Phil, you have the full sling on. And the post-op, now does that post-op cast go to your elbow?
No, so they just have it right here because I'm actually going to get taken off next Monday so I can start rehabbing it. But they want to keep it in the sling anytime I go out here just in case someone like Zach Bye decides he wants to punch me.
Yeah, no.
So they got to keep it tight.
And I love that as a recourse. Like if you disrespect me in any way, I'm just going to smack the hell out of your
It's okay.
Out of your cast.
Don't let this fool you. It's fake. I got the cast right here. I can backhand you. It's hard.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
ready.
So this was like, even though and I've had a little bit of fun saying, hey, Phil can't be here. He's got a pinky injury. But this was like a legit surgery, going to fish out your tendon.
Yeah,
and
they opened me up.
it.
They opened my pinky up and put it together.
Did a human reconnect the tendon?
Yeah. So they have so the human has to cut it open. They have this machine that helps grip it, pull it up, and then they'll tie it together. So it's machine and human working together.
Holy smokes.
Yeah. And so if anybody ever tries to not fall asleep during the procedures, how, because they're going to give you the medication to put you to sleep.
Yeah.
So I always try to fight it.
Yeah.
I'm going to be the one to fight it.
Yeah.
I woke up and I was like, where am I at? Where am I? Like I thought I fought it. I fought it off. I was going to watch the surgery and, all that good stuff, man.
Well,
so,
it's good to have you back.
I'm happy to be back. Now, I heard that you guys went 1-4 in trivia.
So we do 4 questions, so it'd be 1 and 3.
Okay,
we
1 and 3.
1 and 3.
Well, you guys would have went 1-4. Let's just say that.
Well, you know what? I could just tell you, you would not have helped.
What was?
You would not have.
Was there a surprising greasy one?
Yeah, it was. We didn't like that question. It was. What was the name of Brian Greasy's dog that he tripped over when he said he hurt his hand? And his excuse was, and it's always been questioned by the community, like, really? Is that really what happened? Or were you drunk or, whatever? And it was like, what was the name
of
Brian?
Name?
It was,
I know it, actually.
No, Phil, I'm not listening to you tell me.
It's Bella, right?
Phil, stop. Just stop.
It's Bella, right?
I
remember that.
No, you don't, Phil.
Oh.
Just stop. I don't believe you.
Is it Bella? Was it Bella, guys?
Yes, it's Bella. But, there's 0% chance. And we talked about benefit of the doubt recently. You've lost yours, so I don't believe you in any way.
So
Drew,
the dog there was Bella.
Do you believe Phil that he knew the name of Brian Greasy's dog? You didn't. You believe him?
Oh,
no. There's no
Everybody
way.
knows that.
Everyone
if you're a
doesn't
Denver
know that,
native,
Phil.
you know that. It's
Stop.
Bella.
Stop. You want some Denver native questions?
I'll be next. Maybe we should start putting it out there to them.
Oh my gosh! Stop it.
So you guys did need me.
We
would have went 2-2.
We allegedly.
Come on, guys. It was Bella.
Stop.
Come on.
Stop. Bad question. You listen to it because you can't help. You had fear of missing out. You listen to the show. That's a good sign. But Yeah, so we stunk it up. We lost for the first time to the morning show in about 2 months as they went 3-1 yesterday.
They put me on IR, guys. That's what happens. You lose your star player, you're not going to win a lot of games.
Dude, you keep talking like that, you're going to be on long-term IR. I'm going to smack your pinky. The NFL got off the ground last night, and Dallas hung tough.
They did.
In a game that starts out with a spitting match? Are you kidding me? That's how the NFL season got started?
Jackson, you're out of there.
And for a while, it was like, Jalen Carter, what a punk.
What a bad guy.
This guy did. And then you find out, I think it was, when did we find out? Maybe start of the third quarter or something like that?
In the middle of the game.
It was reported like, no, here's the video. Dak spits on him. They're showing it right here at number 38 as we sit here doing the show live here in Rhino on a Bud Light Football Friday.
So what's your take on it?
My take is Dak Prescott spit on him.
Okay.
I'm watching it. I'm listening to the quotes after the game, and Dak is real smooth with his words, and he put together this bit. I spit all day long. I know I spit too much, but so I'm just always spitting, and he just happened to be in that direction. Bro, you're on video. You spit. You looked at him. You widened your eyes. You started shaking your head. This story's not that hard to follow.
Now, of course, like the guy that retaliates, they usually are the ones that get handcuffed. They're the ones that get knocked, or they're the ones that have to be ejected.
Coaches tell you that from middle school on up. They always get the guy who reacts. And so when you went over there and make a point, because you can't be the one to get spit on, I got to spit back on you because we're here in third grade. You do that to me, I got to do that to you. It was just an unfortunate way to start. And
I'll tell you what, spitting is the most disgusting, disrespectful thing you can do to another human being.
Totally. I agree.
Truly.
I agree.
Like the spit coming out of your mouth. Like, come on, why would you do that? And even if you're Dak, you know better than that.
Of course.
And then for Jalen Carter, it's like, dude, he was waiting for you to do something like that. He wanted you to do something like that. Why? Because you're a dominant force. And if they can take you out of the game, which they did, now they can run the ball on you. Now they don't have to worry about doubling Jalen Carter now that the game plan changes. So yeah, when they go back and we've watched the film, NFL has watched the film. Zach, both of them are going to get hefty fines. And Dak, I'm interested to see how much Dak is going to have to pay because both of them are going to get a slap on the wrist and say, hey, dude, don't do it again.
Well, Dak should be way more than Jalen Carter.
The fine?
Yeah, because Jalen Carter got kicked out of the game. Dak didn't. Jalen Carter got a heavy-handed penalty. You didn't get to play one snap in game number 1 of the season.
But once you get ejected, you get a huge fine just because you got ejected.
Sure. So whatever his is, Dak should be more. It just should be. You can't say you each have this fine and you both have been punished equally. No. Jalen Carter got bounced. He's one of their 5 or 6 best players. I mean, he's an animal in the middle there.
Look at you. I'm proud of you, man. I thought you were going to be with Dak. Like, it was all Jalen Carter.
No, are you kidding me? It's like, dude, and honestly, like, Dak, have some class, bro. Have some class. Like, you're a you're a CEO, and you're spitting at your opponent? Come on, man. Be better than that.
Well, you know them CEOs. You know they're not right up there.
Well, I mean,
they do some dark stuff.
It just depends.
Freaky stuff.
Greg Penner's not spitting on anyone.
No, you would hope not.
But the Carolina owner might, right? Dave Tepper.
Yeah.
We'd already seen him throw a drink at someone. So it's just, but it's unacceptable behavior. It's like, come on, bro. Like, if you want to go hit him.
Go
hit him.
An eye for an eye. Jalen Carter gets ejected. Should Dak Prescott have to forfeit one game, not be available for at least one game this year?
Honestly, if you wanted it to be equitable, that's what it would be. If you when you spit on someone, if you get kicked out of the game for that, then yeah, Dak should have to miss a game. So I know it's probably not going to work like that because he's the quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. So we'll see.
Shots fired.
So we'll see. All right, was last night an early lesson for Broncos country when it comes to the Titans game on Sunday? That's coming up next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take the next step as the Broncos franchise QB? Will Vance Joseph's defense make life miserable for Cam Ward and the Titans? We'll break it all down on the Fan Football pregame show, live on game day starting at noon. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here on behalf of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to the fellas. Guys, intimacy is one of the beautiful things that this life has to offer. Truly. But when erectile dysfunction gets in the way of intimacy, it can cause devastating effects on a relationship. Do not let that happen, okay? Because ED is a medical condition. And like most other medical conditions, it's treatable. And I'm talking about treatments with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic that have success rates well over 90%. All right, they're not new. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men just like you. All right, ED is pretty common. So schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That initial visit is only $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff and 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Check out the refurbished location in Castle Rock. Excellent. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Labor Day is all about honoring hard work, and since 1919, few brands have worked harder than KitchenAid. Now's your chance to score big on all KitchenAid appliances. Plus, we're clearing out KitchenAid floor models to make room for new arrivals, and our prices are crazy. With our guaranteed lowest price and Colorado's most experienced sales staff, why go anywhere else? Stop by Mountain High Appliance today and experience the difference.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 5-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
It's your last chance to take advantage of EV federal tax credits at Siltar Motors. This month, get the all-electric F-150 Lightning or the head-turning Mustang Mach-E with 0% interest for 72 months or lease credits up to $11,000 off. Check out their current selection of EVs at sthmotors.com to get the EV you want before they are gone. Siltar Motors has got the best location, the biggest EV selection in Denver, and the most competitive pricing in Colorado. Siltar Motors will deliver everything you want out of a dealership.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, selling the world's finest fitness equipment.
Joel Klatt, the nation's leading voice in college football, joins Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth every Wednesday morning. Presented by Groove Toyota.
Here we go.
Tune in at 8:10 for exclusive insight, bold analysis, and maybe just a hint of shenanigans. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
Off and rolling. Here on a Friday, September 5th, almost exactly 48 hours before kickoff of the Denver Broncos season.
Woo!
Holy moly.
It's here.
Our final show before kickoff. The next time we come in, it'll be a Reaction Monday, and hopefully reacting to a Denver Broncos uppercase W. But I asked the question going into the previous break, was last night an early lesson for Broncos country when it comes to the Titans game on Sunday? And, you know, when I say early lesson, it's not a lesson that the Broncos can learn for themselves. But it's like, I'm sure there's going to be a point with your son or my son at a certain point in time, and you're going to say, hey, like, I've been here. I made this mistake. Let me make it for you. Learn from my mistake.
Yes.
Right? You don't have to go make that one for yourself. I already did it for you. Please learn from me. That's sort of what I think of when I'm watching the game last night. And I remember being on the air with Richie yesterday, cautioning our audience, man, every single person and their brother is saying Philly's going to beat Dallas and Philly's going to blow them out. And the number keeps growing and people keep betting Philly. And I've had this saying for years, once you think you have the NFL figured out, it will humble you. And there it was in a razor-tight game for 60 minutes last night. And it's almost like that analogy of the father saying, I already made the mistake for you. Look at that game last night. That's the world champions playing at home against a quote-unquote bad football team. Let that be a cautionary warning sign of, like, this game on Sunday, there's 53 NFL players who are coming into Denver with an intent on winning the game.
I'm going to tell you this, Zach. This is not Little League. It's not high school, and it's not college, where you can just be superior than another team because you have the athletes. In the NFL, everybody is good. From the bad teams to the good teams, it all comes down to maybe 2-minute drill. It comes down to a last-minute field goal. It comes down to the game plan when it comes to the coaches understanding, like, what scheme is going to be able to beat this team at the end of the game. It's not about knowing that, hey, we can beat this team by 40. That's not the NFL. It's not. And so this is eye-opening to the fans, to us, but also to the players, because the players get to sit down before they get to go out there. The Denver Bronco players get to sit down before they go out there and play their game and say, okay, look, people were counting the Dallas Cowboys out. Micah Parsons is out of there, new head coach. Actually, their offensive coordinator was my offensive line coach back in Colorado.
Really?
Yes. And so it's just new. Everything is new over there.
Who is that?
It is Clayton Adams.
Clayton Adams,
and actually he was an offensive line coach with the Colts when I was there as well.
Okay.
So he's been gearing up for this moment for a long time.
Wow.
But he was the run game coordinator and offensive line coach, and at one time,
wow, small world,
was my running back coach when I first got to Colorado.
Is that right?
Yes, and he actually put together a great game plan last night.
He did. Yeah, that was not on my radar. I did not realize that.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just seeing it right here on his resume.
Yeah,
Pretty
proud
cool.
of him. Yeah, man, it was good to see that. But back to what really matters is you got to go into this game Sunday as if this team is better than you, as if you don't know about this team, because you don't know about this team. You don't know about Cam Ward just yet. You don't know about this offensive line that the Tennessee Titans upgraded. You don't know about this defense in the trenches that's going to be a better defense than people expect. So you got to go out there with your hair on fire and expecting a dogfight. And if you expect a dogfight and you have the talent, you will come out on top. So Denver needs to go out there with the mentality of if we slack on this, or we have a mishap, or we fail a certain situation, it can backfire, bite us in the ass, and they can win because of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is, it's one of these things where, yes, you should win. I believe it's a must-win if you want to get to where Sean talks about going. That's hosting playoff games in Denver. But you also can't assume, right? So, like, you have to have that sense of urgency, like talking about hair on fire, and just have an understanding that, like, this also, like, isn't week 11 or week 12 when the Titans are already out of it potentially. Like, they believe they have revamped their offensive line. Yep. This is a newer coaching staff, a number one overall pick at quarterback. There's a lot of unknown, and when there's a lot of unknown, it's almost like playing one of these teams that stocked up on the transfer portal.
Yeah, you just don't know.
A lot about LSU we just didn't know. And then you turn it on and say, oh, my God, look what they did. And so it's a rebuilding program, but rebuilding with what? We're fixing to find out on Sunday. So I just hope that and you want to know what? I hope Sean Payton, and my guess is he probably did at some point in time, brought it up. Like, this is the world champions at home, hosting a team that everyone thinks stinks, and the team that everyone thinks stinks punched them right in their face.
So what are your expectations going into this game? Knowing what you know now, watching the Dallas Cowboy game and Eagles found a way to win, which that's what it's all about, is winning.
Yeah.
What are your expectations for the Denver Broncos week 1?
In which regard? Just like a sense of urgency regard, like kind of what we're talking about here?
Yeah, or even touchdowns, because you have people out there that expect the Denver Broncos to blow out the Tennessee Titans.
You know what? I just think that there's reasons to believe that could happen. There's reasons to believe that could happen. This was a team that beat opponents by 14 or more, the most of any NFL team a year ago, even including a team like Philly. Talking about the Broncos.
Yeah.
Broncos own that title. Titans earned the number 1 pick. But at the same time, I just it's week 1 as well. Week 1 is psychotic in the NFL. It's crazy.
Teams are going to be rusty. Coaches are going to be rusty. You just don't know what's going to be thrown at you because now it's not preseason. You're game planning. And so it is going to be different. It's the way you move as a coach, the mindset.
Yeah.
Right? It's not checkers, it's chess. And it's understanding that, hey, it's setting up for later on in the game. Field position matters, even against the Tennessee Titans, who is not supposed to be a good team this year. They're not. But don't give them any kind of leeway. Don't give them some kind of confidence to say we can hang with the Denver Broncos. And this is who the Denver Broncos are, because now that confidence will creep in for the Tennessee Titans in a young quarterback like Cam Ward.
Well, I'll say this. The next time we see – I'll take one of Sean's lines, all right? When he said last year, the next time I win 6 games will be the first time.
Yeah.
Well, the next time we see Sean Payton and a Sean Payton-led Bronco team start fast will be the first time, because this has been a slow-starting operation for 2 consecutive years. So you have the inherent advantage at altitude. Sean spoke about that seconds ago. We'll hear from him in a second. But, look, as much respect as we're putting at the level of NFL players and the respect that an NFL team deserves, and style points shouldn't matter, the Broncos still have to go out and win this game. And if they lose it, it'll be a very, very, very bad loss. We agree on that?
Oh, no doubt. You cannot lose to the Tennessee Titans when you, Sean Payton, all year, gearing up to this game, your aspirations is holding that Lombardi trophy, getting to the playoffs. Like, that's your goal. Well, in order to do that, you have to beat the so-called bad teams, and you have to be able to beat the really good teams as well. You can't start off 0-1 at home.
No, can't do it.
That's disrespectful to Broncos country, to our fans.
It would be as bad of a loss as we've seen here in a couple years, considering the expectations of the team in general for 2025 and considering the opponent that is coming in here and the dynamics at work. So, we're off and rolling. All right, you want to respond to any of these conversations, you can hit us up, ramoslaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. This season is already shaping up to be a bit different than the last 2 seasons in one category that just isn't great, and we'll talk about it coming up next.
The NFL season is here. Kick your football Sunday off in style with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos. Live on Game Day starting at 10 a.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? Phillip Lindsay here with the one and only Williams Jewelers. And if you're looking for fine jewelry or a great timepiece like I was, why not shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? Williams Jewelers helped me find my new Tudor watch, and they can do the exact same thing for you too. Even if it's not a watch, they can help you find the finest jewelry out there. They treated me just like family the minute I stepped through those doors and didn't pressure me at all. They gave me the time I needed to make the right decision for myself, and I can confidently say today I made a great decision because of that. Starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has grown into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. So when you step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family, and their service reflects that. They are dedicated and they work hard to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase. And not only will they share the secrets of the business with you, but they will give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why not create moments and memories for yourself or the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers? my hometown jeweler. Also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue and on Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Phillip Lindsay, when you walk through one of those doors.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
No parades, just quiet wins that changed everything.
Real people, real results. Soda weight loss works.
Tying my shoes without grunting. That's what Soda gave me. In 16 weeks, I dropped 82 pounds. Think about all that weight lifted off your bones. I owe my life to Soda.
Get started now for the best season of your life with our partner program. Because when you join now, your partner joins for free.
Go to SodaWeightLoss.com, SOTA, SodaWeightLoss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the final days of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. Up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Thinking about buying a home in Colorado? You're not the only one, and now might be your best shot. We're officially in a buyer's market, which means you've got the upper hand. More homes are on the market, competition is down, and serious deals are out there just waiting to be found. Whether you're a first-time buyer or looking to upgrade or downsize, now's the time to get pre-approved. And American Financing can make that happen in 24 hours or less. And here's the kicker. When you work with both American Financing and their partner American Home Agents, you can receive a credit on closing costs of up to 1% or a max of $10,000 on your home loan. If you've been sitting on the sidelines, it's time to step in, and American Financing is the place to start. Don't let the 20% down myth stop you. You could buy a home with as little as 3% down, and with down payment assistance programs available, getting into a home might be easier than you think. Pick up the phone, call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Macy's Backstage is celebrating 10 years with $10 off your $50 purchase. Visit the Backstage floor inside your Macy's today and get $10 off amazing new finds. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams. CSU football faces Northern Colorado with pregame starting at 4. Presented by Rock's Heating and Air. Then Sunday morning on 104.3 HD3. Football action kicks off as Las Vegas faces New England with pregame starting at 10:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, I have to read this text. I have to read this text.
Uh-oh.
What's going on? I shouldn't, but I'm going to. Ready? Hey.
It's Friday.
Hey, I think you guys are underestimating the Titans. Look at the Cowboys last night. They were supposed to get steamrolled by the Super Bowl champs and had multiple opportunities to win. Dude.
That's what we've been talking about.
That's the conversation we just had. We just had that conversation. It was a dedicated segment, pal.
He must have got into the bag of medications I have in my backpack.
Oh my
just in case my hand starts hurting.
That's literally the conversation we just had. Because I'm listening to the rest of the market. It's like, dude, the Broncos should kick their ass. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, but it's week 1 in the NFL. There is no assumptions. You can't do that.
You have to earn every win.
Yes.
All right, and it takes a village. It takes the whole entire team, every unit, defense, offense, special teams. It takes the coaching staff to be on the same page. It takes a little bit of luck. It takes health, something that the Denver Broncos have had for the past 2 years. Can you stay healthy throughout a 60-minute football game? Can you keep Bo Nix up?
Right.
You know, like it's questions like that because this Tennessee Titans team, they're going to be better than we're all expecting.
And by the way, do you think that they don't know that everyone thinks they're going to get their head kicked in? Like, they know.
They're listening. But
they know.
This is why I say, like, they're going to be better than what people are expecting. You have a number 1 draft pick in Cam Ward. He wants to show the world that he's ready for the moment. You have Calvin Ridley, receiver, who's an elite receiver that hasn't been able to stay healthy. Tyler Lockett's on the other side. Jeffrey Simmons. All right, I've been playing against him for 4 or 5 years, Zach. He's a nightmare. He is hard to stop as a defensive lineman. You have to double team him. I don't care how good your offensive line is. If you don't double team Simmons, okay, big boy up front for the Titans, it's going to be a long day for you. So they do have players. They bolstered their offensive line, as we talked about earlier, and I know we're going to get into more detail later on. So this Titans team, they feel like they can come in here and win. They're an NFL team that's getting paid a lot of money to go out there and produce.
Yeah, and if you don't think that Brian Callahan has not gone up in front of that group at some point this week and said, hey, just a heads up, fellas, the odds makers have you as the biggest underdog of the weekend. You're the biggest underdog of the weekend. You know, so, proceed with caution, that's all. But, yeah, that's the conversation we just had. I just don't know how could you listen to that conversation and have that take? Anyway, this season, and you just touched on it in passing, but this season is already shaping up to be a little bit different than the last 2 years in one category, one critical category, and unfortunately it's not good right now for the Broncos because Dre Greenlaw did not practice again today. We just found out.
How many times now has that been this week?
He hasn't practiced at all this week.
All right.
And not like he was limited. No, he's not practicing at all. Okay? So Dre Greenlaw's not going to play, and I don't think we're going to see him anytime soon. But
what? Anytime soon?
Anytime soon, no, yeah.
You think it's going to linger on from like
at least week 2 is 9 days away.
Yeah.
So it's like this is coming like fast and furious here. And if you're not practicing at all, even in a limited fashion before your first game, why would I think that he's going to be on the field playing for the Broncos 9 days from now?
So this sounds like a setback for Dre Greenlaw.
Like he had a setback.
I
agree.
He got in practice.
I agree.
Was full speed, maybe on a Thursday of last week.
Yep. I agree with this.
Tweaked it again.
Yep.
Because this is how the NFL goes. All right. Mondays and Tuesdays you're off. Mondays usually you go in there, you do some film work, you lift, and you go home. Tuesday completely off. You have time with your kids, your wife and your kids, all the sentimental stuff. Wednesday is a work day. But a lot of times for vets, for example, Mark Ingram never practiced on Wednesdays because he earned his stripes. You don't need to see him run the ball on a Wednesday because Wednesdays are usually run-heavy days for the offense and defensive linemen. Thursday rolls around, it's all passing. So usually you want everybody out there on Thursday running around guarding. That's something like Dre Greenlaw would do.
Sure.
That's why I say maybe Thursday he was out there running around and maybe he tweaked it again. By Friday, Fast Friday, if you're not ready to play and you're not out there on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, you will not play in that game.
No, of course, yeah. But I'm talking about for the foreseeable future, Phil. Like, he's not going to play next weekend. You wouldn't think so, right?
I don't know. Like he needs to play.
Yeah, but what sign would you be drawing from that he's going to play next weekend?
That Sean has not came out and said, "Hey, it's a setback."
Yeah, but
that's the only thing that's stopping me, Zach. It's like we don't know how serious this is. Obviously, it's serious.
But yeah, I was going to say, just look at the actions. Forget the words. If he's moving backward from his participation level, he had a setback. I think you're spot on with this. You're spot on with this. But Sean's not going to come out and tell you. And well, on Monday, Tuesday, he came out and said, "I'm not commenting anymore on injuries." But also, he has touted to a degree that I almost thought he crossed the line a little bit with his strength and conditioning, and it's the greatest in the world. And
shout out Bo Lowry.
And Bo Lowry's done a great job, but he also rubbed the former administration's face in it.
He did.
And said they deserve those numbers, and I thought that was way too far. But when you take things too far like that, you are also going to be hesitant to give information that contradicts those big, bold statements. So he's not going to tell us that Greenlaw had a setback, but I think you're spot on. You would have to, like, that's the only thing that makes sense. And so if you're not playing even in a limited form 48 hours or practicing in a limited form 48 hours before game number 1, I have nothing to draw from that would lead me to believe that you're going to be playing in an NFL game not 9 days after that.
And see, this is what's wild to me. Corinne Reed, I understand. He was an undrafted free agent that made this team. They think highly of him.
Yeah.
But LaVelle Bailey, who's on the practice squad, my guessing is, will be activated. Why
100%.
cut that man in the first place?
It's a great question. Great question.
And you can cut him later on, or when you know Dre Greenlaw is healthy. But until then, stack up on that position. Now, of course, they were able to get these guys to be on the practice squad. And thankfully, with the practice squad in today's football, they get 3 opportunities to play in a game until you have to activate them fully to the 53-man roster for the rest of the year. So they have enough to play with LaVelle Bailey and a couple other inside linebackers they have placed on the practice squad. But now it's like, why? Why mess with this? You should have stacked up on the inside linebacker position if you guys knew that Drake Greenlaw was not ready to play. Yeah. And that's why I think that there was a setback, because they did believe that Drake Greenlaw was going to be playing. Drake Greenlaw went out there, and my guess is, just like he did when we were out there during camp, maybe pulled up again. And that's scary, because now it's like it's a soft tissue injury that you have already stretched out multiple times. What does that look like? How long does it take for you to get back on the football field now if that is the case?
No, it's concerning. I mean, we've officially crossed over into newer territory with the Dre Greenlaw stuff. And then we find out at the end of yesterday's practice, Malcolm Roach had to leave. He's got a grade 2 calf strain. You can look this up. You have a grade 2 calf strain. It's a minimum of 2 weeks, but it's really 2 to 6.
Yeah.
So it's like Malcolm Roach is a big part of this defense. I know he's not a forward-facing star player, but he's an important member of what the Broncos do up front.
Have you ever had a calf strain?
I have, and it sucks.
Oh, so you have?
Yes.
Oh, look at your calf. You don't have a calf.
It sucks.
How are you supposed to have a strain without a calf?
Well, once upon a time. Dude, but it just hangs around.
I've never had a calf strain before.
It hangs around. It's like you can't shake it. Even when you get healthy, you still feel like the quarter-size place where, like, it once was. I mean, so – and now they have – they're going to have, you know – Malcolm Roach is going to have the best access to,
the rehab.
Yeah, all the rehab and all that stuff.
Sure.
But it's just not ideal. 72 hours before the game, Malcolm Roach hurts himself in the final stage of practice.
And he had a great camp.
He did.
Very vocal. Always talking, and we were able to get some information out of him because of how much he talks.
Right.
But also, he's stout up front. You know that he could be that backbone for you, a guy, a depth piece that can go in there, stop the run, maybe get a sack, high-energy guy, high-motor guy that you're looking for. And now you're missing him in the first week.
Well, so in addition to Greenlaw and Malcolm Roach, this is Nate Atkins, who hurt his ankle so bad he needed surgery on it. Drew Sanders, Michael Burton already done for the season. Dondre Tillman, not a full participant at practice. He's got a hamstring. So holy smokes, it's been a clean bill of health for 2 years, and it feels like the worm is turning in that regard just a little bit. So hopefully not a long-term conversation here with the Broncos. Should style points matter in a Buffs bounce back tomorrow? All right. I also want to talk about CSU. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. We are hanging out here at number 38 in Rhino, guys. We're going to be here until 6 o'clock. Bud Light is actually giving away a pair of tickets to Broncos Titans this weekend, along with 2 Bud Light VIP tailgate passes. Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. If you're anywhere near Rhino, come by, say hello. We would love to see you. Should style points matter in a Buffs bounce back tomorrow? And does the same logic apply for CSU? We'll have that conversation coming up next.
Is the home opener against the Titans a must-win game for the Broncos? Joel Klatt certainly thinks so.
You have to win this game, and that's what this one is. Even the first week, you can't go out there and lose to Tennessee in week 1 and think that you're going to be a top 4 team in the AFC. You just can't.
Hear Joel every Wednesday morning on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth all season long. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
This segment on 104.3 The Fans brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, hanging out on Bud Light Football Friday at number 38 in Rhino. Going to be here until about 6 o'clock. Would love to see you. Met a great listener, big fan of ours. Jackson here during the commercial break. Love to see it. Love to see it. We have a pair of bounce-back games, all right, for the Buffs and the Rams, all right? And both of them are in similar situations following a loss in week number 1. All right, similar, not the exact same, but similar. All right, the Buffs obviously blew an opportunity against Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
In a game that they could have won. CSU competed maybe above their head a little bit comparatively to what the odds makers thought, and they're in a tie game there in the third quarter in Seattle against what we think is going to be a pretty good Washington team under Jed Fish in year number 2.
It's supposed to be a dark horse team, the Washington Huskies, that is.
It could be. So both teams lose, though, all right? Now they both come back for week 2 and play inferior opponents, all right? The Buffs have Delaware, and CSU has Northern Colorado. In your opinion, and specifically with your Buffs, should style points matter against a team like Delaware?
Yes. I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, Buffs, if they win by 3 points, that's going to be good enough. No, not this year. Not when your head coach is making $10 million a year. Not when you do have the talent. And that's the one thing about the Buffs. The Buffs do have talent when it comes to the quarterbacks, to the running backs. They have a 3, maybe even 4, because there was a running back, Payton, who did not play.
Okay.
So they can run. They have one of the biggest offensive lines in college football, averaging 325 pounds a lineman. Their defense, is led by Robert Livingston, who had a great year last year, and they brought back a lot of their defensive players, and they added some more talented players. So when you're going up against Delaware, who should not be able to hang with you, it shouldn't be you win by 7 or 3 points. It should be, hey, by halftime, you're up by 24. You're up by 21. You're letting the young bucks in the third quarter. That's what this is all about. I'm not looking at this as, okay, let's just win this game. No. Show college football. Show the world. Show me that you guys are ready to play and that you guys are upset that you let the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets come in and steal a game from you.
Yeah, this is the definition of a must-win. They will win it. I mean, this would be.
They will. They'll win it.
Yeah. That would be. It would be like a stunner. I think maybe nationally if Colorado lost to Delaware, it's just not going to happen. But I'll say this: Dion has to prep this team for Delaware the same way that he did for North Dakota State last year. Now, was that the first game of the year or the second game? I forget what it was.
It was the first.
It was the first. And I remember he was like, hey, North Dakota State, we're not at the same, level in terms of, FCS, FBS.
Yeah.
He's like, but this is one of those – you remember he said it's one of those high schools where you pull up to the stadium and there's no track around the field. It's just a football stadium. Like, that's how serious they take their football. In the example that he was using at a high school in Texas, that's how North Dakota. You have to do it with the same sense of urgency against Delaware, because if you don't, and it's hey, this is going to be a party. Delaware's a good enough program and a reputable enough program where they're coming in here for a fist fight.
Exactly, it should be a party after the game.
Sure.
After the game.
Sure.
These were the type of games, and I've been a part of some of them where you're supposed to win, but also there's an added pressure because of that. Idaho, which, by the way, you guys have talked to me and say, Phil, Idaho, they're a tougher team now. Well, back in 2016, we had Idaho on our schedule. And I remember it was after the CSU game. We had a great outing with the CSU game. I think we won 44-7. Going into that next game against Idaho, Coach Mack comes in and says, hey, look, this team is not good. We need to win. And it's not about winning by 7, by 14. We need to win. Because if we don't win, I could get fired because of how this game can go with a bad team. But that put pressure on all of us, because it's like, okay, hold on now. We don't really know about Idaho. What if they are this team? Because Colorado has been upset before.
Yeah.
By Sac State.
Yep.
I was at that game where it's like you don't respect your opponents enough, and they come in there, they punch you in the mouth. You don't find a way to win, and you lose it, and you get embarrassed.
Is that Todd Davis?
Todd Davis was on that team.
Yep.
And so going into that game, I remember working my ass off. I was in there going through it like we were playing USC because I was scared that we would be upset and we would lose at home to a team we need to beat.
Yeah.
But then we go out there and we win by 35, 40 points, and everything is great. But you have to go and build up into this game like it's like you're going against USC, like you're going against whoever else is on your schedule that you know is going to be a dogfight.
Yeah. Juju. His debut tomorrow.
Juju.
I'm really excited, man. I'm really excited.
You owe me a coffee, by the way.
Do I owe you coffee?
Oh, you owe me a coffee.
Why? For what?
Because the bet was, does Juju touch the field at all during the Georgia Tech game? And I said no.
Oh.
And you said
did we bet on that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You forget, don't you?
Oh, wow.
Don't you? You forget.
Guess I do owe you coffee. Is that right, Dante? Is he right about that back in the studio?
I don't he definitely said that. I just don't remember if you guys bet on it.
Okay. Well, once upon a time, you said you'd wear a Josh Allen jersey at a live show, and luckily I brought that here today. Luckily I brought that jersey here today, so we get to see you shortly in a Bills jersey.
Oh, shortly. Oh, you're waiting for the crowd to build up.
We'll pick the right time. We'll pick the right time. I will bring you your coffee next week.
I don't want it black either. I like extra cream.
All right. That is about right. That is about right. What percentage of passes are thrown between Salter and Juju? Is it like 50-50, 60-40, 70-30?
Let's go 70-30. I expect the Buffs to blow out Delaware by the first half. And then you let Juju go for the rest of the game. Now, we all know that Coach Prime plans to play Juju no matter what.
Yep.
But I think that's reasonable where it's like, hey, let Payton Salter get some confidence. That was his first game, and he didn't play bad. He didn't play awful. Was it the best performance ever? No. But it's the first game of the year. Instill some more confidence in Payton Salter. All right, this game, let him throw for a couple touchdowns. Let him run for a touchdown, and then pull him, put Juju in. And so now Juju can get the experience. And the other young bucks can get the experience because at some point, you played 12 games in college. At some point, you're going to have to rely on your backups and your third-string players. So get them the reps they need, but do it when it means something. And to them, it's like after you're blowing this team out in the first half, put your young bucks in.
Apparently, Joe Flacco and Shedeur Sanders have a bet on this game, Delaware being Flacco's alma mater. CSU looking for their first win after that tough loss last week in Washington. They're gonna play Northern Colorado. Northern Colorado went 1-11 last year, 0-11 the year before. They won their first game last week, but it was a Division II team. CSU is 21-1 all time against Northern Colorado. 8 straight victories by double digits. And to make matters worse, Northern Colorado lost their starting quarterback in the third quarter for the season last week. So this is going to be a one-sided affair. My guess is it's going to be big wins for both the Buffs and the Rams tomorrow afternoon. All right, one of the most anticipated Broncos seasons in a decade is finally here. What is the single biggest storyline you'll be watching for on Sunday? That's coming up next.
Does Sean Payton finally have all the pieces he needs on offense? Are the Broncos ready to contend for the AFC West once again? We'll answer it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Advent Health is Littleton's home for highly specialized, life-changing heart care. From preventive screenings to personalized treatment options, it's heartfelt care from expert hands. The Advent Health Heart and Vascular Institute is now open, ready to provide wholehearted care for your whole health.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 5-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the final days of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. Up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Buying an investment property should be straightforward, right? Find a place that cash flows, make your down payment, and start collecting checks, right? Wrong. First, it's time to get a loan, and suddenly you're trying to justify every tax write-off and business expense you've ever taken, explaining to some mouth-breathing paper pusher why it's good that your CPA made you look poor on paper. Traditional banks and lenders seriously don't get you, but we do. At CakeHome.com, we specialize in business purpose DSCR loans. Translated, DSCR means Debt Service Coverage Ratio, which is a fancy way of saying if the rent covers or nearly covers the mortgage, we can probably get you funded. So if you've always dreamed about owning income property or you're building your real estate legacy, call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE. 1-800-EAT-CAKE or visit CakeHome.com to find out why life's better with cake.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver.
You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams. CSU football faces Northern Colorado with pregame starting at 4. Presented by Rock's Heating and Air. Then Sunday morning on 104.3 HD3, football action kicks off as Las Vegas faces New England with pregame starting at 10:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Leading off with a big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Phillip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books. Quicker than a New York minute. Hanging out at number 38 in Rhino. Going to be here until 6 o'clock here on a Bud Light Football Friday.
I can't believe you remember to bring the Josh Allen jersey, man.
I did, and you'll be wearing that for a segment of my choosing here this afternoon. Well,
simmer down back there, Dante.
Dante just said he's got to wear it for the whole show. I think that was the initial bet, but Grace is my middle name.
Oh, okay.
And
All right.
I wanted to be just extend that Grace to Phil and not rub his face in it.
Yeah, because if I would have had to wear your jersey too long, when I go to the bathroom, I'm going to use it as toilet paper.
Fair enough. Okay, so real quick, I want to get into this is one of the most anticipated Broncos seasons in about a decade, and it's finally here. I want to talk about what are the biggest storylines we'll be watching for tomorrow. But real quick, before we do that, I want to pass along the Broncos injury report, okay? It looks like Nate Atkins, once again, did not practice. Dre Greenlaw did not practice. Malcolm Roach did not practice. And all three of those players have been ruled out for the game on Sunday.
Yeah, which we talked about. I mean, if you don't practice the whole week, we know for Malcolm Roach, he's dealing with a calf. That's 2 to 6, usually maybe 4 to 6, maybe 4 to 8, depending on how bad it is, the severity of it. And he's a bigger guy. It's a lot more weight to hold. And for Dre Greenlaw, I mean, they just need to come out and say he had a setback. Like Sean needs to address that something went down, and he's going to be out for, because you don't think it's just one game.
No.
You think it's going to be multiple games.
Oh yeah.
We're paying a lot of money for Dre Greenlaw to be out there helping this team try to get to a Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, it's not ideal. I mean, the trend continues with him, but for no fault of his own. He wants to play. He wants to play badly, I'm sure. But he's not going to play, and I don't think he's going to play anytime soon. The game number 2 is in 9 days. All right, so I think the closest foreseeable target would be Week 3 against the Chargers. Do I think that's going to happen as well? No, I don't. I think it's going to be a while.
So, I'm still floored because I'm not ready to go that far because we don't know how bad it really is just yet.
We don't, but
for me to say hey, he's going to be out 3-4 weeks.
Well, at least 2. I said the next available, I think, target would be Week 3, because here's the thing: you're not going to hear from Sean, so you have to use your brain, right? And think about it. If you were trending to play, and now you're completely shut down, was that the plan? Probably not. So what happened? He probably had a setback.
Yeah.
Just like the Vele thing. They never wanted to tell us that Vele had a
procedure done.
But I have an actively working brain. I have eyes and ears, and they all work together.
Sometimes it does work. Sometimes it does work, Zach.
And you could just reach your own conclusion. So we said, even though they're not telling us, Vele had a procedure.
Yeah.
Now, eventually, 5 weeks later, it got reported Vele had a procedure. I'm telling you now, Dre Greenlaw had a setback. That's just what happened.
And you're speculating. You're right.
I'm speculating.
I'm with you on that. There definitely was a setback. You don't ramp up. You're held out during all preseason and preseason games just for you not to be ready for Week 1. And we talked about it earlier, and I'll bring it up again. My guessing is it was a Thursday. Wednesday you probably have off if you're a vet because it's the heavy lifting day. Thursday is a lot more pass heavy. So you're running around guarding people, not getting hit as much. My guessing is Dre Greenlaw was running out there like he did during camp, guarding a running back or a tight end because that's what inside linebackers do, and he pulled up again. And that's what happens when you have soft tissue injuries that you do not let rest.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. So it is official. Malcolm Roach ruled out. Dre Greenlaw also ruled out. The game in less than 48 hours from now. Cannot believe that. What's the single biggest storyline for you, Phillip Lindsay?
The single biggest storyline is how does Bo Nix look with this receiving core? Bo Nix. Like the storyline is, what does Bo Nix look like? I'm not even going to say receiving core. What does Bo Nix look like in year 2, first game of the year? Because if we all remember, Bo Nix first game as a Denver Bronco did not go well.
It was bad.
Did not go well. He could have had 4 or 5 interceptions. He was seeing ghosts like Sam Darnold used to. And it's okay because he's a rookie, but now you're not a rookie. Now you've been under this system for 2 years. You have the run game. You have Cortland Sutton back that you paid $92 million, not Bo, but the team. You ended up going with Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin. Why? And getting rid of Vele. Why? Because they give you the best chance to win early and often and to have explosive plays. But it starts with Bo Nix getting the ball out of his hands and making the right decisions.
Well, Bo Nix's first game as a Denver Bronco, he was not ready to play at all. He was in that silly-ass competition all summer long that some people around here loved. He went for 138 yards in his first game, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 2 sacks, a quarterback rating, a QBR of a 34, a quarterback rating of a 47. It was bad, and it was just as bad in week 2. It took him some time to really ramp up. Wow, I'm a little bit surprised that was your biggest storyline. Not that it's not fair, but let me take up for the running backs. That's my job now.
For some reason, you just love running backs now.
To me,
sick.
The biggest storyline, and of course, I'm messing with you. Bo Nix is a huge storyline. The Denver Broncos will go over the next decade as Bo goes. I think that's fair to say.
Oh, so you're saying the pick I had was easy. Okay. I didn't have to think about it.
Well, it's just
I'm offended now.
It's just low-hanging fruit. Yeah, you picked
well,
it.
Sometimes the best fruit's right there.
Yeah,
just grab it.
Yeah, true.
Eat it.
No, and I'm telling you, obviously, that's a super fair thing, because if you think you found a franchise quarterback, this is like the validation year to year number 1. This is the time where it's like, it's not a fluke, right? You're not a one-hit wonder. And his importance to the franchise can't be understated. It just can't be. So, yeah, Bo Nix, you can't talk about the Denver Broncos in 2025 without tying it together with Bo.
Yeah.
But what is tied also to Bo's success or lack of success is what they can accomplish in the running game. And so for me, I think my single biggest storyline on Sunday is, do the Broncos have a ground attack for the first time in a long time? It was a flat-out miracle that they were a playoff team last year with the running production or lack thereof that they did.
No tight end. I mean, we can go through the whole thing.
It was a Christmas miracle, the fact that they were 10-7 with no run game, no tight end, no slot receiver, and a rookie quarterback. But, if, much like I said, hey, over the next decade, the Broncos will go as Bo goes, for 2025, this Broncos offense will go about as far as the run game, tied with Bo Nix in the passing game, can take them.
Now, when you say run game, though, Zach, specifically, is it the running backs, it's the offensive line? Is it J.K. Dobbins? Is it R.J. Harvey? What are you thinking of? What's the focus, especially early in week 1?
Yeah, I think it's all together. I think, are we sure Dobbins is a starter? Are we sure about that?
If Dobbins is not a starter, why bring him in? Why, have you watched enough of R.J. Harvey to be confident that R.J. Harvey should start week 1?
Absolutely not.
And are you confident that he's going to pick up blitzes on 3rd down?
Absolutely not.
He hasn't picked up a blitz yet. Watching those 3 preseason games that R.J. Harvey was a part of, R.J. Harvey did not pick up 1 blitz.
Correct.
So going into week 1, when you know you're going against the Tennessee Titans, who are going to game plan towards one stop in the run, they're going to have blitz packages that you probably have not game planned for. Would you rely on R.J. Harvey to do that? Or would you go with the J.K. Dobbins, the vet who's been there for 6 years, that runs hard, that almost got to 1,000 yards? If he didn't get hurt and miss 4 games, he would have went over 1,000 yards last year.
Yeah, no, for me, Phil, you were making a lot of sense. I think Dobbins is a starter. There wasn't one time at training camp, not that this is the gospel, but there wasn't one time at training camp where they started a period and it was not R.J. Harvey with the ones.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, not J.K. Dobbins with the ones. So yeah, I think Dobbins is the starter, but we don't officially know that. And what is the quarterback or a running back order of operation? Is it 50-50? Is it 70-30? If we both agree that Dobbins is a starter, what percentage of the carries is Dobbins actually going to be getting? We just don't know.
Well, first, we don't know how many times they're going to run the damn football. That needs to be where we start. Can we run the ball 18 to 20 times? Can we stick with the run? Can we let the run set up the pass? Can we let J.K. Dobbins or R.J. Harvey get in a rhythm? Are we gonna be creative and put pullers in front of these running backs? That's what I want to see in week 1. But if you want the run to be successful and you want to establish the run, then you stick with it. Give me at least 20, 22 times, 23 times this game where we just stick with the run, especially when you know that you can beat this team and that you have the pieces to beat the team. Do it the right way, though. Establish the run early and often, and it's going to set your play action up, and now you have bigger gains. You have more explosive plays to the tight end and to Cortland Sutton.
What do you think is a fair target from a yardage standpoint for J.K. Dobbins in his first game with the Broncos?
Let's go 15 carries. He'll get 62 yards. And like 15 carries, 62, a touchdown in the goal line. You're going to get to the goal line. You're going to let your running back run it in. Establish it by letting your running back in the offensive line do the work. Reward him with the touchdown, the running touchdown. I think it's going to be 15 carries, at least 60, a little 62 yards, and a touchdown.
Okay, and then for Harvey?
Harvey, I'm going to go with 10 carries for 43 yards, 3 receptions out of the backfield. For Harvey, he needs to earn his right to be on that field. My first game was a pass, right? I didn't get in until the second quarter, and when I got in there, all right, it was a pass to me for a 30 or 25-yard touchdown. I ended up running the ball, I want to say 12, 13 times for 70 yards, something like that. Like, earn your yards. Go out there and break a couple long ones. If you break a couple long ones as a young rookie, you'll get more opportunities then.
Yep. I think that was 2 very reasonable and realistic forecasts for both J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey. Will we see a carry from a Broncos running back that reaches 22 yards in a way that the top 3 running backs over the course of a 17-game season were unable to achieve a year ago?
Hey, don't disrespect Javonte Williams.
Hey, how about Javonte?
Don't disrespect Javonte Williams.
Holy
now, Zach.
Smokes.
2 of them things.
Start fitting that gold jacket.
2 touchdowns, average 3.6 yards a carry.
I mean, he played well. I mean, but he was spoon-fed on some of those touchdowns. You're right there.
This is my take because it is hard to it's hard to score 1-yard touchdowns. But when you're 225 pounds, when you do have a big offensive line, it's a mentality thing. It's like I was 185 pounds, and they used me as a goal line back. Why? Because there's a way to do it. When you have a big body, 1 yard should be easy for you to get. So, yeah, in a sense, like J.K. was spoon-fed those touchdowns, but you still have to work for him. It was good to see
Javonte. Spoon-fed, yeah. So, I thought he looked pretty good. He ran hard.
He looked slimmer.
He did.
You know, like he's a little bit more in shape, and I think when he took that shot at Denver.
Yes.
You remember, like that was a shot towards Denver when he was talking about Denver and pretty much giving up on him. And I think he took that to heart. And when he was scoring that touchdown, in the back of his head, he's like, "Take that, Broncos country."
I agree.
Because we're all human.
Yeah.
We all want to prove everybody wrong. I was the exact same way in my head when Denver let me go. I couldn't wait to play Denver. So I can say, I want you guys to eat your words. I want the fan base to say, why in the heck did you guys get rid of him? You know, I didn't have that game, but it was good to come back and play for the fan base.
I don't think anyone had a game that day in that 12-9 barn burner. So beyond the conversation about Bo, beyond the running backs, and those were each of our 2 biggest storylines we're watching for. You were watching for Bo. I'm watching for the ground game.
Let's Bo.
Who is the second wide receiver, the second most targeted wide receiver after Cortland Sutton in about 48 hours?
So it has to be a wide receiver. We're not going a cheat code. We're not going
No.
tight end.
If that's what you believe, that's what I want to hear.
I believe it's going to be Evan Ingram, the Joker. Like, we have put so much emphasis on Evan Ingram this year. Sean has about how he can be a Joker. And watching camp, Evan Ingram was moved all around the field. He wasn't just a tight end. He was put at slot. He was put on the outside at X, which is the outside receiver. He's moved all around. And he's a guy that has speed, that can get the separation, that you can utilize in the red zone, that you can utilize to get your first down to the middle of the field because he's a bigger body. That's going to be Bo Nix's number 2 target is finding Evan Ingram. Why? Because he is that big body, and Sean's going to make plays, disguise certain schemes and plays so that Evan Ingram can get involved have one-on-one opportunities on an inside linebacker. So Evan Ingram's going to be the number 2 target that you go to if you're Bo Nix, if it's not Court.
I think it has potential to be a pretty big day for Evan Ingram. And he is just a matchup. He's just a matchup nightmare. And Sean is also very excited about his new toys. On Christmas, does Phil play with the new toys or the ones he got the last Christmas?
Oh, he's playing with the new ones.
All the kids are. Of course.
And the wrapping paper, too.
And you're just fired up about your new toys. And I think that Evan Ingram, after talking about the Joker for months, and we found the Joker, and Evan Ingram's tweeting the Joker gif, here we go. And I think they're, from a pride standpoint and a confidence standpoint, Sean is going to want to display his new toy. All right? And I think that this conversation relates to Pat Bryant. I think it relates to R.J. Harvey. And I think it relates to Evan Ingram.
No Troy?
Troy for sure, but he's not a new toy.
No, he's not a new toy.
He's like the refurbished, like repackaged. It's like, oh, we tricked the 4-year-old. We gave him that last year. We just put it back in the package, had him open it again, and he's all fired up all over again.
I've done that before.
But I think between the 3 new toys that Sean got for Christmas, Pat Bryant, who we called the next Michael Thomas in so many words.
Yeah.
Evan Ingram, the Joker. And R.J. Harvey, who I'm pretty sure he told John Gruden that he's going to give him the ball 300 times this year. You see, Gruden was at the facility, by the way, on Tuesday.
I did.
I knew, as soon as he said that, I'm like, those guys are talking. And
they got a love relationship. Maybe it's love-hate, because they coach against each other.
Well, I think they share a hate relationship with Roger Goodell in the NFL. That's what I think their common bond is.
It's like the 2 exes get together, huh?
Yes. Man, he was never spit anyway, man.
He's never good for us anyway, guys.
Between those 3, Pat Bryant, Evan Ingram, R.J. Harvey, who has the biggest day between those 3?
I don't know much about R.J. Harvey and Pat Bryant. Not enough. I'm going with Evan Ingram because Evan Ingram, he's ready to have another breakout year. He was hurt last year. He's excited about his role. Like you just said, this is Sean's new toy. Don't think Evan Ingram hasn't been talking to Sean saying, hey, man, I need you to highlight me at some point. I need you to trust me. The only way to do that is to scheme up plays to help me out. Evan Ingram is going to be involved early and often. And then after that, it's going to come down to who can make plays. When it comes to Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant, R.J. Harvey, who can get the separation? Because it can't just be a one-man show with Bo Nix throwing to Cortland Sutton all day. This is not preseason. If I'm the Tennessee Titans, I'm taking away Cortland Sutton, I'm forcing them to throw to Evan Ingram, and I'm seeing what they have in Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin. And if the speed is real between those two, and if Bo Nix can connect with those two, and R.J. Harvey as a dump-off guy. But I'm taking it out of Cortland's hands. Cortland is one of our best players on offense, if not the best right now. Why am I going to even let them get going?
All right, very interesting. Speaking of Sutton, what do you think is more likely on Sunday? A Sutton touchdown catch or a Nick Bonito sack?
Zach, you're paying Cortland $92 million. What is it, 40 guaranteed? You're paying Nick Bonito $120 million, $70 million guaranteed.
How about that deal when you were gone?
That was crazy. That's crazy. But you know what? The reason I'm bringing that up, both their asses better go off. You're being paid like an elite player on this team. Nick Bonito, you're the highest paid player on defense. What was it, a quarterback? You're getting paid higher than the quarterback.
Their quarterback.
Their quarterback for the Denver Broncos in history.
Yes, he's the highest paid non-quarterback in Broncos history.
Well, then you go out there and show it. If you're better than Von Miller, okay, because that's what they're paying you for. Well, you're paying the money for it. You're paying him that money because you're saying by the end of his 4 years or 5 years, he's going to be up there with the Von Millers. Then you better have a sack against the Tennessee Titans for Court. You got paid this money at 30 years old not to sit there and not get the ball. You're going to get targeted a lot. I'm expecting Court to get targeted at least 8 times this game. You should come down with a 50-50 ball in the back of the end zone. So what I'm saying is both of them better go off. Simple as that. Money talks in this league. You got paid. Now go out there and do it.
Yeah, you got to produce. You got paid like
Might drop that.
A tier 1 player. You know, you got to, especially you're at home.
Yeah.
In week 1 against a Titans team where you're the largest favorite in the NFL. But what's more likely? I know you said both. What's more likely?
You just had me give that speech, and now you're what's more likely is Nick Bonito is going to get a sack than Court, because Bo has so many different options to go and choose from.
I
when
agree.
it comes from that, you got Evan Ingram, let's just say R.J. Harvey's out there, Pat Bryant, Troy Franklin. When it comes to Nick Bonito as a pass rusher, he's going to be out there every single play. He's going to have an opportunity, and his boy on the other side, the yin to his yang, is Jonathan Cooper. Jonathan Cooper's going to get pressure, and he's going to flood Cam Ward to his side. Easy sack. Since you have me choose, after having a beautiful setup, Nick Bonito is going to be the guy.
I just had to get the answer to the question. It just answer the question.
Who are you going with?
I co-sign everything you just said for all the reasons that you said.
So I just did all the heavy lifting.
Yes.
I'm sweating right now.
You've been gone for 2 days. Like, you're back. Like, do something. Like, goodness gracious. All right, starting nickel. Starting nickel. It's going to be interesting. The first time that they go to a nickel set, there's 3 corners out there.
Yeah.
We know who the 2 are. Do you still think it's Jaquan McMillan?
Hey.
The unofficial depth, the official depth chart came out.
Yeah.
When you were
the official?
Yes, and J Mac is the starting nickel. That's on paper.
On paper.
That's on paper. Have you seen it before where the official depth chart comes out?
No. Every depth chart that I've been a part of, the official depth chart is the official depth chart. Remember when they couldn't decide if they were going to start me or Melvin Gordon?
I'll never forget it.
So they bring us both in and say, hey, guys, you guys both had great camps. We can't decide who to start, so we're going to put you guys both out there at the same time.
It was the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
But you notice that they put me as a receiver and they put him as a running back, and he got the first carry. So he wanted that's who they really wanted to start. So they said, we're going to reward you because we paid you $16 million. You're going to get the first carry. Now, if it's not there, it was an option to pass me the ball. But they were never going to give me the ball. Come on now. So I've never been a part of a team where the official depth chart lies to you. So what I'm telling you is get ready to wear your Shedeur Sanders perfect timing T-shirt.
Oh, no.
Just like I'm getting ready to wear the Josh Allen Buffalo T-shirt.
Yes.
Because I told you that J-Mac was going to be the starter.
Yep, you did.
J-Mac is the starter.
You did.
The first time they go out there.
I still want to see it, but it's trending. It's trending towards you being right about this. It's trending towards you being right about this, but I still just want to see it with my own eyes.
And they can lie to us. Sean likes to lie to us.
And it could be one of these things where it's like, and this happened with PS2. Vic Fangio did not start Pat Surtain in his first college game or his first NFL game, but there he was out there week 2. So, like, could this be one of these older school, like, I don't know.
I wish they would have said, if that's the case, like J-Mac or Jahdae Barron.
Right.
But I think that for J-Mac, he earned his spot to start this year. When you're watching camp, when you're watching the preseason games, J-Mac was making plays every time he stepped foot out there. Now, for Jahdae Barron, he was as well. But there's times where if you're really watching, he wasn't in the right positions. And that's just being a rookie. He's going to be just fine.
All right, good stuff there. You want to react to any of that conversation, you can hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. We are live for our first Bud Light Football Friday of the season. We're at number 38 in Rhino. We're going to be here until about 6 o'clock. Bud Light is going to be giving away a pair of tickets to Broncos Titans on Sunday, along with 2 Bud Light VIP tailgate passes. Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Okay, we'll get to see this weekend the start of a journey on a trail that's never been blazed before. That's next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take the next step as the Broncos franchise QB? Will Vance Joseph's defense make life miserable for Cam Ward and the Titans? We'll break it all down on the Fan Football pregame show, live on game day starting at noon. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and Athletic at Mile High Station on Sunday, September 7th from noon till 2:05 p.m. for the Fan Football pregame show. Get your head in the game and enjoy Bronco face painting and an ice-cold Athletic. See you there. Athletic, all in, all game.
Whether it's kickoff, halftime, or the final drive, fuel your football season at Dickey's Barbecue Pits. Order the Two Can Dine for $29.99 deal. Two meat plates stacked with pit smoke flavor. Or go for the new triple play combo. A classic sandwich, savory side, and a big yellow cup for just $12.99. No matter who you're rooting for, great barbecue is always a win. Dickey's Barbecue Pit, legit. Texas barbecue.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
At Tallgrass, we're proud to support the Rockies, the mountains, and the team. Learn more about affordable energy for all at tallgrass.com. And go Rockies.
Ever tried fixing an outlet yourself? First, you watch a DIY video, then you grab your tools. Next thing you know, sparks are flying and your hair looks like you just licked an electrical socket. Let's avoid that, shall we? Piper Electric has been providing expert electrical service since 1983. Repairs, upgrades, EV charger installations, even commercial and industrial. They do it all and do it right. They're giving you $50 off your next service. No fried hair required. Call 303-422-9219 today. Piper Electric. Leave the electricity to the experts.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
We're hiring at Don's Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at donsgaragedoors.com.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Want to partake in our contest?
Check out the rules at DenverSports.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams. CSU football faces Northern Colorado with pregame starting at 4. Presented by Rock's Heating and Air. Then Sunday morning on 104.3 HD3, football action kicks off as Las Vegas faces New England with pregame starting at 10:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, the Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
All right, let's come off the top rope with it. All righty. So I said going in the last break, we'll get to see this weekend the start of a journey on a trail that's never been blazed before. I'm talking about Travis Hunter trying to become the first ever two-way NFL player.
Oof. I'll tell you what, that's going to be hard to do in this league. Think about it. 325-pound men hitting you. You have the cornerbacks are 215, 220 pounds, and you're going to go both ways. By the end of it, for me, and I know running back's different, but like that next day, Zach, I mean, you can't get out of bed. Your neck is stiff, you're bleeding, head hurts. So I can't even imagine what it's going to look like for Travis Hunter, knowing that he has to make tackles, and then he's going to have to go and break some tackles. So, but it's going to be he's going to try to do it. He is going to try to do it.
All right, I am fascinated by this. I have no idea how this is going to go.
He's a backup, right? He's a backup cornerback.
Backup corner, starting wide receiver, which I think is the play. Like if I were advising him, like be a receiver.
Yeah.
Those guys, the payday for these receivers
they're prima donnas. They don't get hit.
Insane. And you get to score the touchdowns. Like who would you rather be, the guy who scores the touchdowns or the guy who tries to stop someone else from scoring a touchdown? Both sweet.
Yeah.
You're in the NFL, but like. I want to be the guy who scores the touchdowns if I have a choice to. Does he actually get snaps at corner this weekend?
Most definitely. He is going to get some kind of snaps. Now, it's probably in a package deal. I want to say like dime package where you have more than just 3 or 4 corners on the field. So it's going to be a situation where there's a package for him. He's out there. Maybe they go 3 and out offensively so he's rested and he can do defense. And vice versa, maybe it's like defense they do well, so it's like we're going to put you back out there offensively. But he is going to take snaps both sides of the ball.
All right, next in the 3 count.
1, 2.
All right, Christian McCaffrey. He's got a calf, Phil.
C-Mac.
Man, are we seeing more of what we saw last season? I hold my breath here with Christian McCaffrey anytime I see his name with injuries.
I mean, I truly feel for him now because it's one of these things where you're getting older. You're a running back. They already feel like as you age as a running back, you're not going to be as healthy. You haven't been as healthy as you used to be. And you have a lingering calf, which is a soft tissue injury yet again. And last year you had the same thing that led to your Achilles. So you have to watch out for that. So for the 49ers, it's going to be, is it worth putting him out there week 1 when you have 16 more games to try to get to the postseason?
Man, and because it's week 1, you know he's going to want to be out there. It is Niners and Seahawks in Seattle. But I think you're spot on, man. Don't mess with this. Don't mess with it at all. This has plagued you for a couple of years now. Just take it slow. Take it slow, but wishing the best for Christian McCaffrey. Next in the 3 count.
1, 2, 3.
All right, Sunday night, the two Super Bowl favorites are going to meet in Buffalo. It's the Ravens and the Bills, Sunday Night Football, right out of the gate. All right, we're back to where we started. This was Lamar Jackson and the Ravens' last game of the year.
You must have really missed me because you're bringing up Lamar, you're bringing up Josh. Like, what do you want to know?
And it's their first game of the year the next year.
Yeah.
Which is just a little bit unusual.
Entertainment, baby.
Outside of that game, because that is just for the national consciousness, that game is a huge game. But outside of that game, what are other games that stick out to you this weekend?
I already know. I'm going to go with this one. This one's going to be one that's interesting, and there's a lot of people that may not be one that view in and enjoying this one, but it's going to be the Jets versus Pittsburgh. Because you have Aaron Rodgers that was just with the Jets. You have the Jets that have a new coach in
Aaron
Glenn. So that's going to be an interesting matchup. You have Justin Fields as a starting quarterback. I want to see how that looks. And for Aaron Rodgers, I want to see if he has anything left in the tank.
Man, that is an interesting one. I'm curious about Michael Penix in a full-time starter role. Atlanta hosting Tampa Bay.
That was my pick, by the way, when we were drafting.
It was.
It was like, hey, if Denver can get MPJ, the real MPJ now.
The
Michael
real
Penix
MPJ.
Jr.
the real. By the way,
get him.
By the way, real quick, here on a Friday. The most underrated person in Denver sports the last 5-6 years is Nick O'Hare, head of PR for the Denver Nuggets. The fact that Michael Porter Jr. was here for as long as he was, and they kept his thoughts as bottled up as they did.
Well, you think it was him or you think it was Jokic?
I think it was the entire culture of the Nuggets and just knowing your place and knowing not to be in headlines. And now he's in Brooklyn. He has said 4 or 5 things in the last month that it's like, stop talking.
It's like, who is this guy?
Just stop talking. So whatever they're paying head of PR Nick O'Hare, it's not
Double
enough. It just the fact, it took 5 seconds for him to be out of Denver and
he was ready.
He was ready. But yes, Michael Penix Jr. was your favorite quarterback last year. Kid can spin it. You remember my issue was not whether he can play or not. I didn't like the fact that he was 2 ACLs as the car's pulling off the lot. He's already had the transmission done and it's got a new price out tag on it. That scared me. And we'll see how it goes here. But
he's a Ferrari. What are you talking about?
Well, we'll see. We'll see. But that's an interesting one to me. Detroit at Green Bay is one of the better games of the day. Could Detroit take a step back? Green Bay with Parsons. 2 years ago, we had them coming into last season as a Super Bowl candidate.
Yeah.
They didn't quite fit the bill, but I'm curious to see that revamped program.
Did you see that Lions got rid of Timmy P, traded Tim Patrick to Jacksonville?
Yeah, I saw that. Dante, you got one back there in the studio?
I do. Monday Night Football, Vikings-Bears. We got, McCarthy making his first start. Caleb Williams, his first start with Ben Johnson as, a competent coach, coaching the offense over there. So I'm very excited to see where those two second-year quarterbacks go.
And another one, I like that game. Also, Houston at the Rams. That's another fun football game. So it'll all be here on Sunday, and I know we'll all be locked and loaded for it. Okay, speaking of Sunday, what's the number one thing Mike Kliss is looking for in Sunday's home opener against the Titans? We'll ask him coming up next.
The NFL season is here.
Kick your football Sunday off in style with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos.
Live on Game Day starting at 10 a.m.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, fellas? When dealing with issues with erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. And every case will be different, guys. So finding that right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and having a great one. And everybody deserves to have great sex. Remember that first time you failed to perform in the bedroom? You probably just laughed it off, right? No big deal. But then it happened a second time, then a third time. No, don't let it get to a third time because that's a huge problem. Let Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic help you out. All right, their treatments work when the pills and herbals fail you. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some of those treatments can have you last an hour or even more. All you need to do is schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is only $99. This will include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And gentlemen, here's the thing. If the test dose does not work in the office, the visit is free. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, so there are no excuses. You can go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So give them a call today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
CU fans, keep your fix going with Denver Sports CU Football Post-Game Recap. Available every home game exclusively on Facebook, YouTube, and X. Presented by Corwin Toyota Boulder. Family driven for over 100 years.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. If you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. If you want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Advent Health is Littleton's home for highly specialized, life-changing heart care. From preventive screenings to personalized treatment options, it's heartfelt care from expert hands. The Advent Health Heart and Vascular Institute is now open, ready to provide wholehearted care for your whole health.
Winter and the holidays will be here before you know it. Don't wait to upgrade your home. Order windows or siding from 5280 Exteriors before the Colorado snow flies. Enjoy low-interest financing for 15 years, often better than your bank, with no prepayment penalty. Stay warm, boost your home's value, and pay less each month. Prices go up every year, so lock in your free quote today. Host the next game day party at your house. Call 5280 Exteriors now and see how low your monthly payment can go. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I
do. Of course you all do. Who wouldn't want this? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed that has a 5.89 APR.
Wait, you have a 4.75% fixed rate for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. Because even with the lowest rate today, it may not be in 6, 12 months or more. And if rates do fall in the future, now what? Go through the expense again? No. Maximize your savings with U.S. Mortgages and our lowest rate for life program. It allows you to lock in today, and if the market does improve, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fee and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. Awarded the smartest loan in the country. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's The Drive with Zach Bai and Phillip Lindsay.
Our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss joins us now, presented by Fitness Gallery. Mike, welcome back to the show. Happy Friday. Happy football season. We made it in the kickoff Kickoff less than 48 hours from now, Mike. What do you think for you personally, what is the biggest storyline in Sunday's game against the Titans?
Oh, well, it's a pretty heavily favored home team against I think nationally it's Cam Ward making his debut against the Denver defense. I think nationally that's the storyline. Locally, it's more about Bo Nix and Sean Payton, what it looks like in year two. After they had a nice rookie season for Bo, are they better here in season two together?
Mike, what's your expectations for Bo Nix? I mean, last year Bo Nix had a phenomenal year. He started off slow, ended up hot, which that's what you want. You want the quarterbacks, you want your team peaking at the right time. But going into week one, year two for Bo Nix, what are your expectations?
Yeah, I mean, I really want it to come to me. I don't. I'm trying not to have expectations because a lot of things can happen. I'm up there. I've got a little more years than most, including you two, probably combined. But I've seen the second years, the sophomore jinx, so to speak. It's been a real thing in following sports over the years. And I don't think it's necessarily, in fact, in most cases, it's not that the guy is worse in year two than he was as a rookie. It's that the opponents adjust. If it's baseball and Joltin' Joe Charbonneau, the pitchers figure out how to get him out. They got his weak spot. And the same thing in football. Defense has got a whole offseason of film on you. And, I wouldn't be surprised if Bo is a better quarterback, but it may not show up results-wise a couple times. The one thing I caution against that I wonder, is he going to come out flinging it? Will he feel the burden? Because he does have the burden of, I think all these expectations the Broncos have start and end with Bo Nix. The fact that he's in his second year, that this team has a franchise quarterback when it's been desperate. It's been hungry for a franchise quarterback. Are people putting too much on him too soon? Even though it's it is the NFL, it is the second season, and his own coach is saying he could be a top 4 or 5 quarterback in a couple of years.
Right.
So you wonder if he'll be a little tight, I guess, tomorrow. If he comes out flinging it and loose and has one of his better games, I'll be really impressed.
Mike Kliss with us. Mike, who do you think is the starting running back, and what does the order of operations look like in terms of carries between R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins?
Yeah, I think J.K. Dobbins starts the game, and the order of operation would be a little. I think it's Dobbins a little bit early. Harvey might get he might even get the second play, but I would think Harvey won't start getting more touches, a series of touches until maybe the second, third quarter. I think they're gonna let Dobbins start off with things. They do use Harvey out of the backfield as a receiver. That's been something that we've seen since rookie minicamp. And so, does that count? When you say touches with a running back, you usually mean carries. I wouldn't be surprised if Harvey has 5 or 6 receptions in this game and maybe 5 or 6 carries, where Dobbins might have 12 carries and no receptions. It might come down something like that.
Mike, now, I'm asking you to speculate, but you have Dre Greenlaw here that was ramping up to play. That's why he missed all of preseason. My man's getting paid for 3 years, $31.5 million to be on that football field for us and make those big plays. What's going on with Dre Greenlaw? And is it a situation where it's just you believe it's just going to be one game, or is this going to linger on to like week 2, 3, and maybe even 4?
I think we're going to have like 18 weeks of Dre Greenlaw's back at practice, Dre Greenlaw not practicing today, Greenlaw back at practice. I think it's going to be an off and on thing all year, unfortunately. You didn't think he would play 17 games this year. Maybe you didn't expect him to play 16, but you were kind of hoping for 14. Now with him missing week 1, I think every game you're crossing your fingers. He's had – guys, this injury occurred 4.5 months ago. 4.5 months, and he hasn't shaken it yet. Very concerning with what's going on with Dre Greenlaw.
It is, and Phil and I just assumed there was a setback. And we know Sean's not going to tell us that, but we're just assuming, using our brain, this guy was ramping up, and now he's shut down to 0. I mean, just using your brain again. That I would say he had a setback, Mike.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing. He did come back and practice during the ramp-up week, all 3 of them, a week ago. None of them were the Tennessee. They were all kind of individual type. They did do team. He was out there for the team. And really there were a couple days where he looked really good. And, I think something tightened up on him. He's so muscle-bound, so wound tight. And this particular series of soft tissue injuries started with the Achilles in the Super Bowl. He really only played like a game and a half last year. But then again on the side, I hate to say this, but on the side field, he was doing some pretty exerting exercises. And I was thinking maybe he did have a chance to play this week after what I saw on the side field. But no, we'll see. Maybe next week, but next week's on turf, and I know Sean says he doesn't pay attention to turf or grass, but doesn't make sense to play him next week on turf either, given the fact, again, that he's been dealing with this for so long.
Mike, what receiver would you bet on is featured more on Sunday, Troy Franklin or Marvin Mims?
Boy, good one. If it wasn't for Marvin's what tightened up, I think he's fine. He seemed fine all week. Start Monday as far as the little groin tweak that he had in practice 2 weeks ago. If it wasn't for that, I would definitely say Marvin Mims. But maybe now, if you want to keep Marvin, make sure he's right for the return game, which is where he's the All-Pro. I would think maybe Troy Franklin. I think you'll see a couple catches. I wouldn't be surprised if you got at least 2 catches for Mims, Franklin, and Pat Bryant in the opener.
Mike, it's week 1, man, and it comes down to your prediction. What do you feel about this team?
Oh.
How do you feel about this team? I know there's a lot of people out there that are expecting the Denver Broncos to just put it to the Tennessee Titans, but it's another NFL team, and if you were watching the game yesterday, anything can happen. So what are you thinking of this game?
Yeah, and I keep bringing up that New England Bengals game last year where New England finished 3-14, but they beat the Bengals, who finished with 5 straight wins and a 9-8 record, but it wasn't enough. That opener cost them that last playoff spot to the Broncos. I think it's going to be tougher than people think. I think the Broncos still might cover, but I'm thinking like a 20-12, 23-17 type game. I'm not sure this offense is ready to click right off the bat.
All right, Mike, great stuff as always. We will leave it there. Enjoy the game, and we'll talk to you this time next Friday, hopefully previewing how the Broncos can go 2-0. Thanks, man.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, there he goes, Mike Kliss, our 9 News Broncos insider, presented by Fitness Gallery. They sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Okay, with the Greenlaw stuff, Mike thinks this is going to be a week-in, week-out thing. That's
going to have us pulling our hair out. You don't have any hair left, Zach, and yet you're going to be pulling something out every week.
I'll find something to pull. I hope he's not right, but to think that he is definitely wrong is probably naive at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he has an injury history. We're talking about Dre Greenlaw, and he played 1.5 games last year. He blew his Achilles out in the Super Bowl. he hasn't played a preseason game. He didn't play in or he didn't practice in the OTA a point of it. And then even during camp, he started camp 1-2 practices in, hurt himself. So Dre Greenlaw has not been available yet for the Denver Broncos.
It's frustrating. I had someone reach out. I'll give him a shout out here. He said, hey, is Dre Greenlaw the next this came from Brandon K on Twitter. He says, is Dre Greenlaw the next Juwan James? I would say no, because Juwan James was on like a $75 million contract.
I'll tell you this. There was a lot of people that were angry at Juwan James in that locker room because you're getting paid a lot of money, and yet you're not out there with your boys. You're sitting there in the locker room playing Blu-ray. Isn't that what they call it?
Yeah,
Blu-ray.
yeah.
But you're not out there struggling with your boys.
Yeah.
That's an issue.
Yep. And then he opted out. When he was healthy enough, he opted out.
Needed him when you need him the most, he opts out.
All right. Now that Nick Bonito's contract is done, who's the next big contract for the Broncos? That's next.
Is the home opener against the Titans a must-win game for the Broncos?
Joel Klatt certainly thinks so.
You have to win this game, and that's what this one is. Even the first week, you can't go out there and lose to Tennessee in week 1 and think that you're going to be a top 4 team in the AFC. You just can't.
Hear Joel every Wednesday morning on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth all season long. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Buying an investment property should be simple, right? Find a place that cash flows, make your down payment. But then comes the part every investor dreads, getting a loan. You know what happens next. You hand over your tax returns loaded with write-offs and smart CPA magic, but the bank looks at you like, oh, you're one of those people. Traditional lenders don't get you, but we do. At Cake, we specialize in DSCR loans. DSCR means debt service coverage ratio. Simply said, if rent covers or almost covers the mortgage, we can probably get you funded, and you won't need to explain yourself to a loan officer who's never filed a Schedule C. Start building your real estate legacy today. Call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE right now. Or visit cakehome.com to learn why life's better with Cake.
Don't let an accident ruin your summer. If you've been injured, Postman Law is here to help with clarity and compassion. Call 844-POSTMAN to get started fighting your case. That's 844-POSTMAN. With over $3 billion recovered for their clients, the Postman Law team fights relentlessly to make your legal journey as stress-free as possible. You deserve to enjoy your summer. If you've been injured, call Postman Law at 844-POSTMAN today.
What's going on, everybody? Phillip, Lindsay here. And last year, I went a little rogue and dropped a discount code from our friends at Hermes Worldwide. And you guys used it so much, they almost got mad at me. Well, I'm feeling a little spicy again this season. So I'm bringing it back, baby. You can get 30% off your ride to the game with Hermes Worldwide for your entire season. All you have to do is mention the code PL30. Again, mention PL30 when you book your luxury transportation to Empower Field. And contact Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Go Broncos!
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Denver, that hot summer hit your AC hard. Get your end of summer deep clean for $39. FixMyHome.com. Hometown partner of the Denver Broncos.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Trade Gen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver.
You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams. CSU football faces Northern Colorado with pregame starting at 4. Presented by Rock's Heating and Air. Then Sunday morning on 104.3 HD3, football action kicks off as Las Vegas faces New England with pregame starting at 10:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
This ain't Texas. Ain't no hold 'em.
All right, halfway home here on a Friday. Appreciate Mike Kliss for jumping on with us. We are live here at number 38 in Rhino on a Bud Light Football Friday. Giving away some Broncos Titans tickets here at the end of the show, as well as 2 Bud Light VIP tailgate passes. Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Okay, now that Benito's contract is done, who's the next big contract for the Denver Broncos?
Oof, who's the next? I mean, damn, Zach, I mean, George and Sean, they have handled business and have given out so much money and so many contracts. Who else is there? The only guy I could think of. And do I think this is going to happen? No. Because I think that he isn't in their future. In George and Sean's eyes, they have a different plan, and that's John Franklin Myers. If they wanted to get something done with him, they would have been negotiating, talking at least. In this case, they're not. For John Franklin Myers, it seems like he has his mind made up as well, where it's like, I'm just going to play football and do the best I can this year and get paid somewhere else. So who else are you thinking of?
I'm thinking of a guy who brought John Franklin Myers to Denver. And I'm thinking of a guy who has done all these extensions in the last 14 months. Quinn Miners, Pat Surtain, Jonathan Cooper, Garrett Bowles, Cortland Sutton, Zach Allen, Nick Benito. Man, I can't believe that I'm going to say this and agree with what Andrew Mason wrote about at DenverSports.com. The next big contract that needs to get done in Denver is the guy who is in year 5 of a 6-year contract, and that's George Payton. What a rough start to his tenure in Denver. I mean, goodness gracious. Almost like a Garrett Bowles level of a start.
Oh, people wanted to boo him just like they boo Bowles.
No doubt about it. And he deserved it. Like, we can't retroactively move the goalpost and act like that stuff didn't happen. Act like the signing of Randy Gregory didn't happen.
Yeah.
Act like the mega trade and then mega contract for Russell Wilson didn't happen. And I know he's not perfect in the draft, but he's pretty damn good. And when Greg Penner did not fire him.
So shouldn't we be paying Greg?
Well, Greg's getting paid. The valuation's up $1 billion since he bought the team.
Yeah, you're right.
So he's good. But
poor Greg. Only worth $80 billion. He needs another one.
No. Truly, I think. Now, this is my opinion. I don't know for sure, but I think George Payton owes the last 2 years to Greg Penner, and being just poised and composed and not being overreactionary.
Trusting him.
Trusting him. Or at least letting him earn some of the trust back that he had lost.
I like that. Earn it back.
Yeah, and it's like one of these things where, it's like a horse race. Once in a while you see it, or long distance run where someone is just trailing the pack and they just keep on putting one foot in front of the other. And there they are down the home stretch with a chance to win the race. That's the story of George Payton. Really, really, really rough start. But damn, man, over time, brick by brick, he has earned that trust back. And I think that the Broncos are a better organization with George Payton here than without him.
I'm not going to have pushback with that at all. When you're able to have all pros on your team and you drafted them, those are your guys. You stuck around with them. All right, the best thing to do as a general manager is draft, develop, pay. That's what George is doing. He's drafting these players that he believes in, that he has a vision for. He's developing them. And it's really good, and it's great when you do have a coach like Sean Payton that knows what he's doing. Makes it a little easier for a player to come in here and learn because Sean is a really good teacher. And then you pay them, you reward them because nobody wants to be wrong. And as a general manager, the best thing you could do is draft a player that you have to pay long-term because you are right on your pick. The question now becomes, do you pay him now or do you let it play out for this year? Because, yes, there are a lot of really good football players on this team, but we only had one winning damn season, Zach, and that was last year.
It's true.
One win. He's been here, 4 years now? We're talking about George.
Yeah, he's going into year 5 of a 6-year
year
deal.
5.
Yep. So he's been here for 4.
Things have turned around for George and Sean. Let's not forget. We spent a first-round draft pick to bring Sean here, and Sean's a big reason why things are being turned around. Would you give George the extensions, because that's what you're doing right now, or do you let it play out to see if all this does work? Because we did give Nick Bonito that mega contract, and last year was his first year really stepping out as a starter and dominating. Can you do it for a second consecutive year? Jonathan Cooper's another one that you paid early. Quinn Miners, you paid early. Okay, I understand the defensive player of the year in PS2. But also, you need to see this play out. If you're going to give all these contracts out, we better be in the postseason and we better be fighting for an opportunity to win a Super Bowl at some point.
Well, I suppose there's really no harm in waiting. If there's one thing maybe that we learned from the Russell Wilson trade, especially if there's time left on the contract, 2 years in Russ's case, let's just wait until there's 1 year left on the contract. Because right now, he's going into year 5. And if you're just joining us, we're talking about George Payton. And could he be the next big contract that gets done for the Denver Broncos following the Bonito deal? He's in year 5 of a 6-year contract. So this time next year, you know what? I think there's a middle ground. I don't think you wait until this time next year. But, I don't think there's a harm in waiting until this season.
I just want to see it all yes. You're hearing all around, George is so smart and he's getting ahead of the game. And it seems like everybody was a steal. But everybody has to work out for it to be a steal.
In terms of the contracts.
In terms of the contracts. And that takes time. Knowing if somebody's a steal or not takes time. It's not just about 1 year. It's not about 2 years. It's about their contract. You gave Cortland a contract. He's 30 years old for 4 more years, 3 or 4 more years here.
See, this is where it gets to, this gray area because, like Pat Surtain. I know George Payton drafted Pat Surtain. Quinn Miners. I know George Payton drafted Quinn Miners.
Yeah.
But,
Vele.
I'm pretty certain he drafted Vele, too. But, from here on out, it's hard to decipher what George gets credit for and what he doesn't get credit for because Sean's hands are truly at 10-2 on the steering wheel. So, you mentioned the contract for Sutton. If Sutton doesn't produce or gets hurt again and it's another ACL or something, knock on wood, I'm just is that on George or is the big boy decisions being made by Sean now? So, truly, after talking this out with you for a couple minutes,
I'm just asking.
Everyone
wants to jump the gun.
I don't think there's harm in waiting till next offseason because he's still under contract for the 2026 season.
Because it's easy when you got daddy's money. And I don't want to be disrespectful in that way, but what I'm saying is when you have all the money in the world, Greg Penner, which money talks in the NFL, in that world right there where you're able to afford everybody. Because if you didn't have Greg Penner, you're not affording all these players. You're not hitting on all of them. You're going to have to give up some because you just don't have the money to do that with. But because you do have an owner that's willing to do whatever it takes, and that's why this is going to be so successful, because Greg Penner is willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that his product is successful.
Yeah. All right. I mean, it's hard to have 3 draft picks be first-team All-Pros. That's what happened a year ago. Mims in the return game.
Yep.
PS2 Defensive Player of the Year, Quinn Miners first-team All-Pro, and then you have Bonito was a second-team All-Pro. So,
and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Some people want to get it done now. I say wait. Yes, he has a 6-year contract. If they go to the playoffs again, they make some big-time noise, definitely get it done with him because he does deserve it then.
All right, good conversation. You want to react to that? RamosLaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. Was last night an early lesson for Broncos country when it comes to the Titans game on Sunday? We'll talk about it coming up next.
Does Sean Payton finally have all the pieces he needs on offense?
Are the Broncos ready to contend for the AFC West once again?
We'll answer it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Phillip Lindsay here, and I want to tell you about my new obsession. That's Daisy's French Onion Dip. One of my guilty pleasures during football season is eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies while watching any big-time game. And now that Daisy's has come out with a delicious Daisy's French Onion Dip and also a Daisy's Ranch Dip, these are definitely game changers that you guys are going to want to try. And I'm here to tell you they're as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients that you can find in your own kitchen. So if you want to be blown away like I was, then you need to give Daisy's French Onion Dip a try today. You can find Daisy's French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
Whether it's kickoff, halftime, or the final drive, fuel your football season at Dickey's Barbecue Pits. Order the 2 Can Dine for $29.99 deal. 2 meat plates stacked with pit smoke flavor. Or go for the new Triple Play Combo. A classic sandwich, savory side, and a big yellow cup for just $12.99. No matter who you're rooting for, great barbecue is always a win. Dickey's Barbecue Pit, legit. Texas barbecue.
Brandon Stokley here from my team, ROX, Rocks Heating and Air. Huge heat pump rebates have been extended and are still available. My team at ROX are heat pump experts. The energy rebates and tax credits are unreal right now. You can get up to $12,000 off a new heat pump system, the best way to heat and cool your home. Colorado's hometown team, ROX, Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX, Rocks, Heating and Air.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
No parades, no confetti, just quiet wins that changed everything.
Real people, real results. Soda weight loss works. Just ask Ramon.
Tying my shoes without grunting, taking stairs without gasping, running around with my kids without needing a break. That's what Soda gave me. In 16 weeks, I dropped 82 pounds.
Let that sink in. He lost 82 pounds. That's amazing.
Think about all that weight lifted off your bones. I owe my life to Soda. That's not hyperbole. With Soda, you don't feel alone. You get your own nutritionist guiding you every step along the way.
What are you waiting for? Just imagine your friends and family's reactions when you show up at holiday parties 30, 40, 50 pounds lighter. Get started now for the best season of your life with our partner program. Because when you join now, your partner joins for free.
Go to SodaWeightLoss.com. SOTA stands for state of the art. SodaWeightLoss.com. SodaWeightLoss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Thanks to Corwin Toyota. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, as we continue to roll downhill here on a Bud Light Football Friday, live from number 38 in Rhino, was last night an early lesson for Broncos country when it comes to the Tennessee Titans. And technically, last night between Philly and Dallas didn't have anything to do with what will happen on Sunday. But there's always lessons that can be learned. And I think of like a being a dad.
So you're going to tell us about some life lessons?
Dude, I made so many mistakes, as we all do, right? When you're a teenager, you're in your young 20s, and there's mistakes that I know that I made that I will tell Owen at a certain point in time. Like, hey, dude, I made this mistake for you. Don't repeat it. Just listen to me, all right? And follow my experience. I touched the stove in this particular way. Don't feel like you need to burn your hand to grow up. And I think that when you watched the Dallas Cowboys last night, a team that no one gave them a shot to win, no one. And I'm doing the show with Richie yesterday saying, hey, when everyone starts to agree on something like this, that Philly's going to win and Philly's going to roll them, like, just be nervous. And it goes back to the Warren Buffett quote that I quote several times a year. When others are greedy, be fearful. And when others are fearful, be greedy. Dude, I don't believe Philadelphia was up for that game like they were in their last one, which was the Super Bowl. They took some stuff for granted. And next thing you know, you get hit in the face, you're bleeding, and they're hitting you again. And it's like, wait, this is a real fight. Now, they ended up winning the game, but the texture of the game didn't play out like a lot of people thought. And I think there's something to be learned from that with a team from Tennessee who had the worst record in the league last year, number 1 overall pick, is coming to your home, and everyone's assuming that it's going to be a bloodbath.
Well, for those people out there that think it's just going to be a bloodbath and Denver's going to roll past Tennessee, that might happen. But in the NFL, usually it does not happen because you're going against grown men that are trying to protect themselves and their family. They're as good as somebody from the Kansas City Chiefs or the Philadelphia Eagles. As a unit, they may be not as good. But individually, you're a good player. That's why you're in the NFL. And so when you're going into this game, if you're the Denver Broncos and you're a fan base and you're the players, you go in there with so much respect for that team because the minute that you start to disrespect them and think that they're no good, that's when you look up at the scoreboard and you're losing that game. Go in there fearing that they could beat you. What did Mike Tyson always say? Like when he was walking up to the ring, he felt like he feared like that guy could beat him.
Yep.
But when he got to the ring, he felt like he was a god, that nobody can beat him. But you have to have a little fear because it's going to force you and push you to be better, to do better, to have more of a sense of urgency. So for the fans out there that think that the Tennessee Titans will not be ready to play, you're sadly mistaken. This is week 1, game 1. They want to prove to the world that they don't suck. And for the Denver Broncos, it's like, hey, we need to put it on them to show the world that we're ready for this, that we're ready for all this hype, that we do have a really good team, and we do have a great defense that could be number 1. All right, that we do have an offense that can be top 10. But in order to do that, you have to go out there and fire on all cylinders. It's not just offensively and defensively. My man, it has to be special teams as well. You have an all-pro punt returner in Marvin Mims. Everything has to work right for you. And even when everything works right for you, in the NFL, usually you don't blow a team out. So don't go in there thinking that this is going to be an easy game and that we're going to blow a team out like this is college or high school. That's not the case.
Yeah, I just – and there's different ways of viewing this, and everyone can view it their own way. I just don't think you can worry about style points when the score is 0-0 before the game starts. Like, go execute, handle your business, and if the fabric of the game lends itself to blowing them out and covering a spread, then let that be what it is. But I would just, like –
why do the Denver Broncos deserve to have style points right now? Tell me, like, I'm asking, like, if somebody's out there, like, why is it the Denver Broncos that people think they deserve to have style points and they should win by 30, by 20, whatever the case may be? Why would you think that?
Expectation, and then the expectation of what you think the team is going to be, and a lesser view of the opponent, and just taking them for granted. Like, Coach who? Callahan? Cam Ward's never played in the game yet. Here's what I'll tell you. You know, you listen to Vance Joseph talk about Cam Ward, and I understand he's a coach the week of the game. So I got that dynamic as well. But listen to Vance Joseph yesterday talk about defending Cam Ward in his first game.
Guys, he's super talented. He's the first pick of the draft for a reason. You know, when you watch the guy play, you see a guy with special arm talent. He's got this unique poise about him for a young guy, man. He's trying to make big plays, and I think that's part of, you know, some young quarterbacks try not to mess it up. He's trying to make a big play, and that makes him dangerous. That makes him ultra dangerous, man. And he's trying to put a dagger in you every single down, you know. And you know, he can really moving left, moving right. He can throw the ball 60, 70 yards in the air. So it only takes one play for him to, you know, make a big play. So how we rush this guy, you know, how we contain him, stopping the run and trying to make him one-dimensional is going to be key, and putting some pressure on him. But if he has free access, he's going to hit him. You know, if they open 7 times, it's going to be 7 for 7. You know, so we have to get on the bodies of the receivers and challenge the throws. You know, most rookies, you think, well, let's play zone and make him work through layers of coverage. Not this guy. He's going to fit it in there. So it's definitely having the right plan for this guy because he's talented.
Again, it's a coach the week of the game, so they're going to be putting a ton of respect, but, like, there's levels to that as well. And you just hear the supreme respect that the Broncos DC has for Cam Ward.
Respect and seriousness. Now, this is the thing with Coach Vance Joseph because I played for him. The matchup, let's just say 3 days before the game, he's going to go, and this is even as a defensive coordinator, but as a head coach, he would sit us all down in the big room, and he would put up on the board like matchups. And it may be me versus the linebackers. And he'd say, this week, rookie, he called me rookie, you need to beat these linebackers. That's your job. If you don't beat these linebackers, you don't do your job, we lose. And so everybody on the team or each position, they had a battle within a battle. And so you would be graded after it. And I guarantee VJ is doing that with his defense as well. Like everybody is going to have a battle within you have a unit battle and then you have an individual battle. Do you win that individual battle more times than not? If you do, we will win this game. If you don't, you may be the reason why we lose. But he's always been upfront about that. So I'm not surprised at how serious VJ is going into this game, even if it's against a rookie who has never played in the NFL a day in his life.
If the Broncos handle their business and come into this game with a sense of urgency and a seriousness that Vance Joseph just had in his voice, so if they're energy and activity and focus is a reflection of Vance Joseph's tone right there, Broncos are going to win this game. And the chances are that they're pulling away the longer the game goes out, but you got to check that initial box of intensity, focus, preparation. They're another NFL team. Like Vance said,
they have some good players.
They have good players.
The trenches are stacked for Tennessee. The offensive line is different for Tennessee this year. They have two receivers in Calvin Ridley and Locke. That if you go out there, Tyler Lockett, and if you go out there and you mess around with them, they will make plays on you.
Yep. Mike on the RamosLaw.com text line. Zach, you've been saying for weeks that the Broncos beat down the weaker teams last year. Absolutely. Absolutely. They led the NFL in wins of 14 points or more a year ago. But as Sean Payton always says, you don't start from where last season ended. And you just don't want to get caught in an assumption, a collective assumption with 53 guys that have an understanding. We're going to go win this game. It's just a matter of how much. It's got to be the right mindset. My guess is it will. And Mile High is going to be jumping on Sunday.
Let's go. It's back. Let's bow.
All right. This season is already shaping up to be a little bit different than the last two seasons in one category where we wish it wasn't. That's next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take the next step as the Broncos franchise QB? Will Vance Joseph's defense make life miserable for Cam Ward and the Titans? We'll break it all down on the Fan Football pregame show, live on game day starting at noon. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Summer's here. If you're in an accident, call Postman Law. Over $3 billion recovered. We fight for what you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I
do. Of course you all do. Who wouldn't want this? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed that has a 5.89 APR.
Wait, you have a 4.75% fixed rate for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. Because even with the lowest rate today, it may not be in 6, 12 months or more. And if rates do fall in the future, now what? Go through the expense again? No. Maximize your savings with U.S. Mortgages and our lowest rate for life program. It allows you to lock in today, and if the market does improve, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fee and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. Awarded the smartest loan in the country. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Wow, Leslie, your fireplace really sucks.
I beg your pardon?
Well, what I mean is your fireplace is literally sucking all the air out of your house and right up the chimney every time you burn it.
Well, what can I do about it?
Well, you could get a high-efficiency gas insert from Cozy Heat. It keeps all the air you already pay the utility company to heat, and it returns up to 80% of the fire's heat back into your house.
I'd use my fireplace every chance I get if I could do that. Maybe my furnace wouldn't need to run so much.
Well, that's the whole point. Hi, this is Keith Lair with Lair Fireplace and Patio, along with my niece Leslie, to tell you how a gas insert from Cozy Heat will give you the incentive to use your fireplace again. Cozy Heat gas fireplaces and inserts are made to crank out the heat with beauty and style.
Lair's is Denver's oldest, most trusted name in fireplaces. Family owned and operated since 1954.
We'll even give you a free in-home quote, including expert installation by our own certified in-house installers.
Find us on the web at lairfireplacepatio.com.
For top quality Cozy Heat fireplaces and inserts, it's Lair Fireplace and Patio, Denver's fireplace experts.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Saturday on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams. CSU football faces Northern Colorado with pregame starting at 4. Presented by Rock's Heating and Air. Then Sunday morning on 104.3 HD3, football action kicks off as Las Vegas faces New England with pregame starting at 10:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
So, yeah, we got
All right, this Denver Broncos season is already shaping up to be a little bit different than the last two in a category that isn't great. And this is before the season ever starts in the first place. And this is a regretful kind of conversation, but it's something that has to be had. We found out within the last hour or two that Dre Greenlaw officially ruled out for game number 1. Didn't practice any day this week, right? Not even in a limited fashion. Malcolm Roach, at the end of yesterday's practice, in one of the final sequences, hurts his calf. He now has a grade 2 calf strain. He has been ruled out for Sunday's game.
And what is that? That's usually a 4 to 6 week progress thing where it can go longer. It can linger on if you don't take care of it because it's soft tissue and he's a bigger guy.
Right. So we may not see Malcolm Roach for a month or more. We may not see Dre Greenlaw for a month or more. And we already hadn't seen Dre Greenlaw for the previous months. Fill in this blank for me, presented by Williams Jewelers. The Dre Greenlaw situation is
very concerning now. And it's crazy because I want to say, Zach, maybe a week ago when we were talking about Dre Greenlaw, I told you, and I remember because I have a good memory, that I was not concerned.
Thank you for telling us.
I was not concerned about Dre Greenlaw.
Oh, that's right.
You remember
right.
that.
That's right.
And that he will be ready to play week 1. Well, week 1's here, and Dre Greenlaw did not practice this whole week. Therefore, he is not going to play. And now I'm concerned because he was held out. Dre Greenlaw, that is, was held out of all of OTAs because he was dealing with quad. He started camp for 2 or 3 days, got hurt again because of a quad. He's been out since that. He has not played any preseason football because it was supposed to be a ramp-up for the first game, and yet he is not going to play in the first game. So when is he going to play? How bad is this injury? Is it going to continue to linger on? Like these are the questions that we're going to have to ask every single week moving forward. And so I'm very concerned of a guy that we signed for 3 years, $31.5 million, that's supposed to help this defense out, take this defense from top 5 to number 1. You can only do that if you're on the football field. At one point I said this guy could be the leader of this team because vocally he's that guy and he's going to make a lot of tackles for you. But you have to be on the football field in order to do that. And so when we don't get the news that he's playing, you can't be nothing but concerned about what's going on with Dre Greenlaw and how long is this going to continue to go on.
Yeah, it is concerning. It's hard to disagree with that. And really, if you disagree with that, you are probably not paying close enough attention. I mean, we literally in the most literal sense, we haven't seen Dre Greenlaw do anything. This injury that he's still feeling the effects from is 4.5 months old. And then he's got the separate compensation injury. And so it's just it's one of these things where, so he's definitely not playing week 1. I think he's definitely not playing week 2. Week 2 is in 9 days from now. 9 days. So I don't think you're going to see him in Indianapolis.
See, I don't know about that. I like to me, until Sean comes out, like for instance, Malcolm Roach, we know it's going to take more than 1 week. We know that because it's a strain in his calf that came out with that. But for Dre Greenlaw, they're kind of being quiet about it. Sean won't talk about it. Why is that? Is it a situation where it's like, hey, he could play, but we're not messing with it? He had that setback, and so it's like now we're really not going to mess with it, because we had Mike Kliss on, and he said that he saw Dre Greenlaw on the other field, Great Dosage Memorial Field, and he seemed like he was doing some extensive work on running around, cutting, jumping, but yet he's not playing this week.
Or practicing.
In
even limited fashion. So, yeah, I mean.
That's why I'm not ready to go. He's not going to be done week 2. Because it's just we don't know.
Okay. I smell a bet coming. I smell a bet coming.
You want to lose again?
Lose again? You're about to put on a Josh Allen jersey for a segment here in 2 seconds.
And you're getting ready to wear a Shedeur Sanders perfect timing shirt.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. We will see. We will see who the starting nickel is on Sunday, Jahdae Barron or Jaquan McMillan.
Obey your eyes. What does the official depth chart say?
The official depth chart does say that it'll be Jaquan McMillan.
Okay.
But we'll see. I still just want to see it. It has to be out in the field. The bet wasn't about the depth chart.
All right.
It's about who's out in the field. But yeah, I mean, I'm just assuming that the closest target for Dre Greenlaw is week 3 in Los Angeles. With new information, I would love to change that opinion. But based on the information I have right now, I would say week 3. Is the target. But even beyond Greenlaw, it's like you have the Malcolm Roach calf strain yesterday. We had Nate Atkins have
tightrope surgery down to his ankle.
Yeah, I was going to say, sprained his ankle so bad he literally needed surgery on it. Michael Burton's hamstring was so bad he needed surgery on it. He's done for the year. Drew Sanders, in a bad way physically. Dondre Tillman hurt his hamstring. He only practiced limited today. So the Broncos have been the healthiest team in pro football, and I think there's reasons for that. I think they have a great program in Bo Lowry. 2 years in a row. But, it's still football. And Bo Lowry is not a force field. Bo Lowry is not a force field. He's really good at his job, but football will still be football. And it feels like the worm is turned here a little bit in the injury category. But it's a little bit unnerving is that the first game hasn't even been played yet. And we have 5-6 injuries. So it's just.
Well, then this is the thing, too, and I know we got to go, but I have to put this on people's radar. Why did we cut LaVelle Bailey, a guy that we're going to have to bring up from practice squad, which you have the luxury to bring him up from practice squad 3 times? Well, if you're saying what's true is that you have someone like Dre Greenlaw who may not be back in 3 weeks, well, you burn LaVelle Bailey's 3 elevations to come up. That next time you elevate LaVelle Bailey, you have to put him on the 53-man roster or you have to cut him.
Right. All right. We're going to continue to sift through it as we gather up these details and start putting these puzzle pieces down on the table of who the Denver Broncos in 2025 are actually going to be. We'll get our biggest clue Sunday afternoon. All right. Really excited about this. What does it look like or feel like to slow down a quarterback like Cam Ward from a linebacker standpoint? Or what does it look like to try to slow down someone like Bo Nix from a linebacker standpoint? We will talk to Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall coming up next.
The NFL season is here.
Kick your football Sunday off in style with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos.
Live on Game Day starting at 10 a.m.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Done right kitchens, baths, counters and floors, finished basements, windows and doors. Our 8% scheduling incentive and bank financing to ask about make a great time to call. 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
Being dependable for your family. We get it. At Corwin Toyota, we've been family driven for over 100 years. So when you need a ride that fits your whole crew, or even your carpool, rain or shine, we hope to show you how our family can take care of yours. Corwin Toyota, family driven for over 100 years.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
Injured in an accident? Don't just hope for help. Demand results. At Postman Law, we handle it all. Car crash, workplace injury, or wrongful death. We deliver fast, effective, and personalized legal representation, powered by a team that's recovered over $3 billion for clients nationwide. We have taken on some of the biggest companies in the country and won. Our tech-driven approach means your case moves fast with clear updates every step of the way. So when you call 844-POSTMAN, you know you're getting speed, ease, and results. You're not just another case. You're a person who deserves justice. And from the moment you call, we're in your corner. You'll have a dedicated attorney and case manager fighting to get you every dollar you deserve. And remember, you don't pay unless we win. So don't wait. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free case review. That's 844-POSTMAN. Because others promise, Postman Law delivers.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for my friends at Rich Lawn. Fall is coming soon. That means two things: football and keep my lawn healthy and beautiful. How do I do that? An application of Colorado-made Rich Lawn Pro Rich Winterizer in September helps my lawn recover from the heat and stress of summer, keeps it greener longer into the fall, builds a strong root system, and provides green up earlier in the spring. So be like me and have the best stinking lawn in your neighborhood. Get Pro Rich Winterizer today at your favorite garden center. Tell them Mark sent you. Visit richlawn.com to find a dealer near you.
Summer's on at Bellevue Station. Think Sunday farmers markets, live music, patios, and happy hours every day. Your weekend just planned itself.
Tune in to Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, welcome back to it on a Bud Light Football Friday, live from number 38 in Rhino, man. The sun is back out. It's a beautiful afternoon, and appreciate you guys rocking with us. We have on the line with us,
drum roll, please.
Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall joins us, presented by Corwin Toyota. B-Marsh, thanks for being here. First of all, this is going to be a really fun journey that we're going to be on together this year, as you're going to be joining us on Fridays at around this time. So welcome to the show. Welcome to the fam. I got to ask you right out of the gate, from a linebacker standpoint, preparing for a quarterback like Cam Ward, what kind of challenges does someone like that present to someone like you? And then, if you don't mind putting the shoe on the other foot and say, hey, if you were a linebacker defending Bo Nix, what kind of challenges does that come with as well?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be on, this entire year with you guys. Really excited to be a part of the family. And to answer your question, it's 100% tougher to defend Bo Nix than it is to defend Cam Ward. And the simple fact that, the escapability of Bo Nix. He's extremely athletic. He's very quick. He's very elusive. And he's fast. Cam Ward, I've watched him actually throughout college. I watched him when he was at Washington State. Saw him when he was at, actually, when he played at Incarnate Ward, they beat University of Nevada, my alma mater. And I'm like, how did they beat them? And it was because of Cam Ward. So Cam Ward is I think he has better arm talent than Bo Nix, though. I think he's definitely has a better elite arm, or more of an elite of an arm. So that'll be, tougher schematically. He can throw guys open. He can put the ball right on the money when, maybe a defender's right, in between him and the football. So, I think it's just kind of two different styles. When you got a Bo Nix that can run, you have to be on your toes as far as the spy goes.
B-Marsh, man, we might be calling you back to be a linebacker for the Denver Broncos. We're having some issues at the linebacker position right now with Drake Greenlaw. And you know what's going on, but Drake Greenlaw was ramping up to play week 1, and all of a sudden goes cold turkey. Doesn't practice on Wednesday, does not practice Thursday, nor did he practice Friday. So what's going on in the situation? How does this affect the defense if Drake Greenlaw, which Drake Greenlaw is not playing, how does it affect the defense going into week 1?
I think this game, we'll be just fine. Obviously Drake Greenlaw is a huge piece. He can, play the run and play the pass extremely well. He's definitely an asset in the pass game. But I think Justice Fernand, I think he can fill in for this first week. Not to downplay the Titans or anything, but, Titans, don't give a strong, obviously they got Tony Pollard who can, run the football a little bit. The Titans are just decent. I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. I'm more concerned about Drake Greenlaw's long-term health, honestly, than it is the first game. And that's exactly what Sean Payton, is as well. He's concerned about his long-term health, and so am I. So I think it's, smart if he's having any type of issues to sit him down. Defensively, Justin has played some games last year. Now, is Justin the best option that we have? Yeah, he's the best option after Drake Greenlaw. If we have Justice Fernand in the lineup for the entire year, will we go where a lot of people think we're going to go? I don't know. I don't know, because Alex Singleton is a fantastic linebacker. But, as I know from playing Super Bowl 50 team, having Danny Trevathan next to me made a world of a difference.
We're on the line with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall, presented by Corwin Toyota. The hype train has really picked up speed here in the last month. And I think a part of the reason, Sean starts talking about Super Bowl, have had this feeling 6 other times. This is the 7th time this team can go win the Super Bowl. Bo Nix can be a top 5 quarterback, top 4 quarterback. And then this week, pundits around the country are picking their Super Bowl winners. Saw someone yesterday at NFL Network pick the Broncos to win the Super Bowl. Do you think that the hype is getting a little bit carried away? Does it concern you at all, B-Marsh?
It doesn't concern me as long as the players are locked in, focusing on game in and game out, one day at a time, one play at a time. Is the hype a little too much? I think so. I think it's a little premature. I know Broncos country may hate me for saying that, because I know Broncos country is very emotional about their Broncos, and I am too, but I do think it's a little premature. I'm excited about the defense, 100% excited about the defense. I'm glad we locked up Nick Bonito. We locked up a lot of cornerstone pieces on that defense. It's the weapons on the offense, and by weapons, I mean pass catchers that I'm a little worried about. Cortland Sutton is fantastic, absolutely. Evan Ingram is a proven tight end. He's a mismatch, 100%. But we got to get this run game going. I think we also need somebody else to really assert themselves as that second threat that Bo Nix can truly depend on outside of, a Cortland Sutton. Now I can see that being Evan Ingram, but who's the third guy? And I think you need somebody else to 100% assert themselves for me to really be like, okay, you know what, we got what it takes.
B. Marsh, we're going to go defensively, right? We all know the keys to the game. We had to deal with that when we were playing in the league. Your keys to winning and beating the Tennessee Titans for the defense, what has to go down for that to happen?
You got to make Cam Ward beat you. He's young. He's new. He's going to be antsy, I mean, that pocket's going to collapse on him, because we got some pass rushers, right, from the interior and from the outside. So, I think stop Tony Pollard, shut him down. Obviously, they're going to try to lean on him to make Cam feel comfortable. They're going to do a lot of quick passes, short passes to get him in rhythm. What our defense needs to do is run to the football, fit up the run perfectly, stock and fair, get off the block, make the tackles, leave them in third and long, and once our pass rushers are let loose and we got Pat Surtain on the back end, I think we'll be just fine. So how I would say it, make Cam Ward beat you.
All right, that's a perfect place to leave it. Super Bowl 50 champion linebacker Brandon Marshall, appreciate your time here on a Friday. We'll do this again this time next week.
Looking forward to it.
All right, there he goes. That was Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall, presented by Corwin Toyota, family-driven for over 100 years. Make Cam Ward beat you. As good as Jaden Daniels was a year ago, he did not start out like he ultimately would become.
Yeah.
As good as Bo Nix was a year ago, he did not start out like what he ultimately would become. And you just have to hope, even if this kid's a dynamo, and the kid's the number one pick in the draft, right? So
he has a talent.
He's extremely talented, extremely mature as well. We played some of his audio in the couple days that you were out with surgery, and it's like this kid. It's like they asked him what his routine was. He's like, my routine is I wake up, I watch some film, I get to the facility, I'm with the team all day, I go home. I eat dinner and watch a show and go to bed because I talk to 5 people a day, and 2 of them are my parents. Like, you talk about like a single-minded focus and a bit of a maturity. He's got it. Hopefully, 1, he's punching outside of his weight class, and 2, he's doesn't start to feel comfortable until week 8 and not halftime of week 1.
Nobody is ever perfect their first time. Okay, this is going to be Cam Ward's first time playing real-life NFL football. Force him to pass, just like Brandon Marshall just said. Force Cam Ward to beat you, and how do you do that? You stop the run. You pin your ears back if you're Nick Bonito and you're Jonathan Cooper. You get to him, get the pressure on him, force him to make ill-advised throws, and that's how you're going to win this game. I heard Cecil earlier about how it's just like, hey, rush 4. Why would you rush 4 against a quarterback that has never seen the pressure of an NFL team yet? You use your pressures, your blitz packages, the stunts, confuse him because he doesn't know what's coming yet. And then you go from there. Show him what the NFL is really about. And then you'll see that, hey, Denver defense is too much for a rookie quarterback, which should be the case.
Yeah, and you think of defensive coordinators in that league that dial up the pressure. You think of Brian Flores.
Yes.
You think of Vance Joseph. Like, be creative with it, confuse them. I think this. I think this has potential to be a long day for Cam Ward as long as the Broncos come in with the right mindset and a laser focus. I think that they will. I'll bounce some numbers off of you here at the top of the hour. But in the meantime, I want to take a 5, 6, 7 minute break here from Broncos. We're not going to go to commercial break. We're going commercial free here for the foreseeable future. College tomorrow. CU trying to bounce back after the loss to Georgia Tech. CSU trying to bounce back after the loss to Washington. One was a little bit more expected than the other. We'll start with CU. Buffs are huge favorites tomorrow against Delaware. For you, do style points matter tomorrow?
For this game, Zach, I'm going to cut you off right there. I already have my answer. For this game, yes. Yes, let's not beat around the bush. All right, we the Buffs, Colorado Buffaloes let one slip. You had 3 turnovers, and you were not able to take advantage of that. All right, if you're a defense got 3 turnovers. The offense only came up with 7 points. That's unacceptable. You're playing against Delaware, a team that you should be able to handle. Let's just be honest. You're just better than. You have more athletes, okay? So go out there and show why you're Colorado and play Colorado football. That means flying around, getting sacks, getting interceptions, because Delaware is going to want to throw the ball. For offensively, establish the run, establish the identity. If you're Pat Shurmur, you're establishing the run. You have 3 running backs that ran well last week. Okay, Michael Welch being number 1. Get him going early. Okay, then for Payton Salter, let him kind of get in a rhythm, get in a groove. Don't pull him early. Let him throw for a couple touchdowns, maybe even run for one. Get that confidence instilled back in him so he knows that he still is the starting quarterback, if that is the case. So what I'm saying is, you let one slip week 1. You have to show all of us that you mean business and that you're mad that you didn't beat Georgia Tech, and you take it out on Delaware, and then you move on from there.
Well,
sorry, I'm already worked up.
No, I love it. I'm so interested to see what the order of operations is between Payton Salter and Juju Lewis. And Deion Sanders told us earlier in the week, Juju's going to play. He knows when he's going to play. Juju's not starting this game, is he?
Oh, come on, Zach. No. Here's why. You announced Payton Salter as the starter against Georgia Tech, a team that you were not supposed to beat. When you're talking about the odds makers making it, was it a -4?
Yeah. They were a 4-point underdog.
And so you sat there and you announced Payton Salter as a quarterback. You said, we believe in you. Payton Salter didn't have a bad game. He didn't have a turnover. Was it the greatest game in the world? No. But it was his first game in the black and gold. So you give him another shot against a team that he should be able to beat up on. Okay, and I'm sorry to be disrespectful, but that's the case when you have Delaware coming home to Folsom Field. Why would you sit here and make Payton Salter go against a tough Georgia Tech team just to turn around and say, Juju, you are a starter against Delaware because we know that you can beat them and you're going to look good?
Right.
That's weak sauce, man. You keep Payton Salter as your starter for at least these next 3 games. Okay, this game and then Houston, because that's going to tell you a lot. Houston's a Big 12 conference game, and they're really good. If Payton Salter does not look good against Houston, then you can make the change. But don't put that in that kid's head where it's like, we're going with you in the next game, literally the next game, and going into week 2, you don't have any belief in him anymore. That's crap if that happens.
Yep. I don't know if Houston's really good, but
they're decent.
They're decent.
Yeah.
And they should be much better.
Really good offense.
Yeah.
Can I say that?
Yes, they should be. Willie Fritz in year 2 there. But Deion didn't just announce Payton Salter the starter. Do you remember how he did it?
Oh, yeah.
He's like, come on now. You guys know Payton Salter's going to be the starter. Like, I don't know why he even – like, you haven't told us until now. But he acted like it was such a foregone conclusion, you'd be a fool to think otherwise. If you replace him after 1 football game, man, oh, man, oh, man. I don't think that's going to happen, but to think that it couldn't would be naive.
So what's going to happen then, Mr. Bai? Like, what is going to happen? Because we know Juju is going to play some football tomorrow against Delaware.
I think soon as the Buffs go up by 2 possessions, the door is open for Salter.
2? Let's make it 3. I want to see 3 really good drives from Payton Salter of going down there scoring. And then after that, you can pull the plug.
You asked me what I thought.
All right,
I told you.
Okay. So 2. You're already giving up Payton Salter right there.
No,
you don't want to see him build some more chemistry?
I think they will be looking for an excuse here soon to play Juju. I think momentum is building behind the kid, and it's just so crazy how fickle fans are, but it took 1 game, and you're already hearing a chorus of like, okay, let's get on with the Juju show. We'll see how it actually plays out. in terms of CSU. Actually, no, but before we move on, I want to hear from Deion real quick. This is Deion Sanders on preparing Juju for this moment.
He's a natural passer, man. He's a natural guy that can spin it. This is a little different from high school, so you got to dissect coverages a little better. You got to really understand what the defenses are trying to do to you because they're trying to force your hand into something. And oftentimes with young kids, they try to take away your strengths. So they'll probably try to take away his strength with coverage and make us run the ball. And you got to accept it. You got to take it. Don't be stubborn like, I'm going to force it in here anyway. No, we got to run the ball.
Okay.
You put them in situations that you've already pre-rehearsed the plays a million times against, say, for instance, we got the play A. Okay, we've ran play A against this defense, that defense. This is what they do. So if you see this, you already understand what to do in that situation.
Right.
So we try to set him up for those type of understandings and situations. And now people keep forgetting that we have direct communication from upstairs to the quarterback.
Yes,
people keep forgetting that. Like he could see, and tell him what he wants.
All right, there was a lot there. I think he's anxious to play Juju. You can kind of hear the excitement in his voice. Now, just like they have communication down there to Juju, hopefully someone's up there can communicate down to Deion when to use a timeout, when not to.
And so call the timeout.
So we'll see. We'll see how that improves. CSU looking for their first win of the season after hanging tough with Washington last week. They have Northern Colorado. Northern Colorado is man, you pull for those kids up there, and they're an in-state school, but they are down, and they are down bad, and they have been down bad. The team went 1-11 last year. The year before that, they went 0-11. Now, they won their first game last week, but it was a Division II opponent. CSU is 21-1 all time against Northern Colorado. Now, I think this is hilarious because if you ask Northern Colorado, they say the all-time series is 19-1, not 21-1. So the two schools literally disagree on the win-loss record, which is just freaking amazing. But CSU has pounded these guys. They've won 8 straight games by double figures over Northern Colorado. To make matters worse, UNC lost their starting quarterback in week 1 against that Division II school. Now, the backup quarterback once upon a time I believe he was a preferred walk-on at LSU. Was there for 2 years, wasn't going to see the field, went to the JUCO route, got re-recruited, and now he's at Northern Colorado, so he's getting a shot. So someone to watch on offense, CSU freshman Jalen Dupree. Last week, man, that young man impressed me.
Running back.
Impressed me, yes. He ran for 92 yards, but most of it, I think 85 of the 92 was in the first half. They went away from him. Yeah, let's see more of this kid. He earned Mountain West Freshman of the Week after running for 6.1 yards per carry against Washington.
Established a run.
Plus a tutty at the end of the first half to tie the game. I want to see more from this young running back, Jalen Dupree, tomorrow.
No, it starts with the run. You know, just like for the Denver Broncos or for my Colorado Buffaloes, when you can establish the run, you control the game. So if it isn't broke, don't fix it. Keep going with it, especially when you're going against UNC, who you should be able to dominate. Make it. So are we going 19-1 or 21-1?
Let's go with 21-1 because the victors get to write history.
All right, 21-1. After this game, they'll be 22-1. I am a true believer in Jay Norvell and what he has going on up there as a team builder, as a coach that truly believes in his team, and they're going to go out there and they're going to dominate UNC.
I think that's the case as well. One more person to watch, I think, is a player by the name by Owen Long. Owen Long. All right, he's a sophomore, plays defense, youngest player ever to be voted captain for a Jay Norvell team. All right, as a sophomore, 13 tackles against Washington. So that's a name defensively to keep an eye on. A name on offense, like I said, Jalen Dupree. Name on defense, Owen Long. All right, this is KKFN. And KKFN, HD1 Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it, and we are coming for it. It's Zach By and Phillip Lindsay, and we are The Drive.
You know, I thought you were going to say keep an eye on Owen By, quarterback.
We do have our first flag football game tomorrow. And I can't believe it because he's the youngest kid on the team, but they're having him play quarterback.
Oh, man, I love it.
And
he has a sweet name. If he ends up playing quarterback and he breaks for a long one, they're gonna be like, it's a Big 12 name. It's like, hey, there goes bye,
Dude,
bye.
But this was the thing too, as I used to wear bye on the back of my jersey.
Yeah.
Like if I get by you,
you're
looking at my back and it literally says bye. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. So, yeah, we got our first game tomorrow. Dad's a little bit nervous. Dad's a little bit anxious, despite it being 7-year-old, 8-year-old flag. So there's an even bigger game than Owens tomorrow on Sunday at Mile High.
Starts with Owens. He goes to college football.
Oh my gosh,
gotta love it.
What's
the over/under on that game?
I don't know. I got to meet the bookies underneath the bleachers before the games to see if we can spread out the action. Obviously, huge emphasis on winning Week 1 for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
Tennessee Titans coming into town. And it does feel like a must-win if you want to achieve the goals that Sean talks about, winning the division, hosting a playoff game here in Denver. It's got to start with a win against Tennessee. And it's shaping up in Cam Ward's first start. And this should be on paper a very, very long day for Cam Ward. In the last 4 seasons of college football, Cam Ward averaged 35 sacks taken. He's going up against a defense that led the NFL with 63 sacks last year and returns 14 of the 15 defensive players by total snaps, with the only departure being Cody Barton. Yeah. This should be, and Cam Ward likes to thrive in chaos and run around a little bit. I think that style of play will play into the Broncos' hands, hopefully, knock on wood. Again, on paper, it's a forecast. It should be a long day for Cam Ward and the Titans.
I mean, when you're Cam Ward and you have to look across the field on the other side and you see Jonathan Cooper and you see Nick Bonito and they're coming at you and they're fast, they're aggressive. When you see these linebackers and the safeties that are going to come up in the box and VJ will have creative ways to come with the blitz. You don't know if it's going to be a linebacker. You don't know if it's going to be a safety or maybe a nickel. Jaquan McMillan, who I do believe will start, make him come off the edge on the side. So it's all about getting pressure on Cam Ward and forcing him to make a decision fast. Hit him a couple times. Everything is all good before the game, but once you hit a quarterback, you truly figure out who they are. Like, are they able to set their feet and still stay in the pocket and throw a really good ball? Time, rhythm, process, and things that Sean looks for. That's all good when you're able to hold up. But once you start getting pressure on these quarterbacks, and the young ones at that, they start to make mistakes. I believe Cam Ward's gonna rely on that strong arm of his. He's going to hold on to the ball too long to try to give Calvin Ridley and Tyler Lockett time to get the separation on PS2 or Riley Moss. But that's not going to work when you have a front seven, a front that's getting to you in like 3 seconds or less. That's not going to work. You're going to have to dump down to your running backs, and that's something that Cam Ward did not do a good job of in college, is utilizing the quick game and utilizing his running backs. Something that you have to do a better job when you're in the NFL is just dumping it down to the running backs, get it out of your hands, get a couple yards, set up for that next down.
Well, I'll say this. From a talent standpoint, Broncos should have the edge. From a quarterback standpoint, Broncos should have the edge. From a coaching standpoint, Broncos should have the edge. From a home field advantage standpoint, Broncos should have the edge. I shouldn't say I can't.
Careful, because you just watched the game.
I know.
We sat here for an hour.
I know. That's why I'm catching myself. I was going to say I can't foresee a scenario.
Well, I was going to catch you before you caught yourself.
Well, thank you for catching me before I caught me.
With one hand.
You do have one hand, as you were down for a couple days with surgery, which Phil has the full-blown sling, post-op cast, all that stuff for getting his tendons reattached in his hand. But it should be hard to see, not impossible. It should be hard to see a scenario where Tennessee comes in and wins this football game on Sunday.
What would be the scenario that Tennessee wins? Like, what would have to happen?
A lack of focus from a Bronco perspective. A lack of focus, a lack of sense of urgency. Taking things for granted. Assuming things.
Mistakes.
Maybe in a way that Philly might have caught themselves last night of just not having a laser focus, taking an opponent for granted, assuming that the opponent is not on your level, therefore it doesn't. You know what it is? It's the first possession against the San Francisco 49ers in the preseason game. Like,
we're starting slow.
Like, yeah, we know who you guys are. Like, we're good. Like, I don't have to be on 10. I don't have to have a laser focus. Oh, now the ball's going over my head. So as long as the mindset is right, I think everything else should take care of itself.
I'm going to go a little deeper. I mean, it's not hating on anybody, but it needs to be about the Denver Broncos and not about Bo Nix. Don't make it a Bo Nix show like you did last year, week 1, where Bo Nix threw over 44 times. Make it about the damn Denver Broncos. Make it about the run game. Build an identity. Make it about the offensive line that you paid a lot of money for. Then make it about Bo Nix getting everybody involved, not just Cortland Sutton. But you got Evan Ingram, the joker that we've been talking about. Marvin Mims, who right now is receiver 2. Make sure he's all around the field. Okay, even in the backfield, whatever, just get the ball in the man's hands. And then be creative with Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant, because they're going to have to come up big to take pressure off of Court. If Court's the only one making plays, they're going to double Court, and they're going to force Bo to throw to these young receivers like Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant. So to me, it's like play Denver Bronco football, whatever that is this year. It needs to be, in my eyes, would be run first, pass second. But I'm a running back. I'm always about establishing the run. We know Sean's not going to do that. But
we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. But last year, Sean wanted to show off his new toy, which was Bo Nix. All I'm saying is Bo doesn't need to throw 44 times in this game to win. Do it the right way. Run. Set up the play action, and you'll have explosive plays that way.
What do you think the number one storyline is in 48 hours at Mile High? What's the number one story, just in your opinion? Not asking on behalf of anyone else. In your opinion, what do you think, in your mind's eye, is the number one storyline?
How does Bo Nix look in year 2? What does it look like for Bo Nix in year 2, week 1? Is he making the right decisions right away? Is he starting where he left off? Because as much as it's not going to be I don't want it to be a Bo Nix show, he is the quarterback. He has to make the right checks, the right decisions. He has to be able to hit Cortland Sutton on a 50-50 ball when it matters the most. He has to be able to be willing to get everybody involved, not just Cortland Sutton and Evan Ingram, but trust Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant. So what does Bo Nix look like that first drive? Take command of the huddle, be poised, still utilize your legs. That's one thing that we talked about with, like, let's say, Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson listened to the media about how he needed to throw more and how he needed to be more of a quarterback. And he was. What did she say? What did that one woman say about him not being quarterbacky?
She liked her quarterbacks more quarterbacky.
Yeah, and it's like, don't listen to that. Listen to what got you here. And I'll never forget, we talked about where Lamar Jackson's mom sat him down and said, dude, son, do what got you here. What God has given you, these gifts. If it's running, it's running. Just win the game. For Bo Nix, don't be afraid to use your legs. Those are something that nobody thought you had, and you have a great set of legs. Speed's there. Utilize it early and often, which will then set up your pass.
Well, I'm curious, do they unleash his legs, or does he unleash his legs when it's situationally appropriate in terms of, like, the opponent? Is this something that you try to keep under wraps until the time is right? And someone like Josh Allen has gotten really good at this over the years, and he doesn't need his mom to tell him what to do. But
that's right, because everybody's like, oh, Josh can throw, he can run, but if Lamar runs, he can't throw.
Oh, you'll be all right. No. Seriously, though, with Allen, he ran so much early in his career. You don't see him run a lot anymore.
He got in trouble.
He'll do it on 4th down in big games, and he'll definitely do it in the playoffs. But until then, it's like, we're going to keep this. It's almost like you keep a nice, like, bottle of wine until the right company's over, It's like, I'm not going to show you this weapon. Here's another example. This just happened last week. Who did Michigan play last week, Drew? The Michigan Wolverines. They played New Mexico. So they have the number 1 recruit in the country. His name's Bryce Underwood. This dude's a freak athlete. 0 rushing attempts. This week, Michigan plays Oklahoma. You're going to see that young man run around. I wonder if that's the situation for Bo, where it's like, I have my legs, but I'm not using them in week 1 against Tennessee. I don't know.
Well, no, it's something that you can think of, but when you're in the heat of the moment and Bo Nix needs to make a play, it's like, hey, just get the first down. Keep your offense on the football field. But did you hear the report, or was it Jeffrey Simmons that was talking about how Bo Nix is a one-read guy and he takes off and runs?
Right.
Don't buy into that for Bo, for Sean. That's bait. Now, I played Jeffrey Simmons for 5 years, and he talks a lot. You know, I like to talk.
Yeah.
No, he talks a lot of smack. He wants to get inside your head. That's bait right there. He wants you to do that. Okay, as a quarterback, he wants you to look at that one. He wants you to say, okay, I can sit here and look at 2 other people. Well, what you're dealing with Tennessee is a defensive front that's going to be really good. They want Bo Nix to sit back there and hesitate and go for a second and third read.
So you think Jeffrey Simmons was literally using the Tennessee media to chum the waters, to challenge Bo, like, I dare you to stay in and go for your reads?
Yes. I'm telling you guys, I know how this man thinks. Like, and he got a reaction from Sean because of it.
He did,
And what do you think Sean and Bo are going to do? Bo's going to be like, I'm going to prove you wrong.
Yeah, right.
I'm going to sit here and I'm going to pick you apart. That's what that man wants.
That is some chess. That's some
but I'm going to tell you
next-level
why.
Phil
Because
Jackson.
for Jeffrey Simmons, no matter who you are, you could be Quinn Miners, you're going to have to double him. He is that dominant. He is that big. All right, and it's early in the season. So he's going to try to want to get to the quarterback. Well, if you give him time to get back there, he will make that play. But if Bo Nix utilizes his legs early, wears them down, forces this defensive line to chase him a little bit, then he will have time to throw. Don't fall into that bait, man. I know how he works.
That is hilarious if that's what he's doing. Yeah, he's a one-read-and-run guy.
Like, come on.
And then it almost tempts Bo to be like, okay, watch this.
Yeah, and it's Sean, too, because Sean has said, that's a lie.
Yeah.
That's a lie. But it's like he's baiting you because that's what he wants you to sit in the pocket. He wants you to just sit there like you have some steel boots on and you can't run so they can get to you.
Yeah. For me, the biggest storyline this weekend and the biggest clue that we could start to gather and learn who the 2025 Denver Broncos are is the run game. Who or what is this group really? And how much of the ground game is going to be a part of the Broncos' identity? We've talked so much, even from last year, talking about what is the identity of the Broncos?
Yeah.
And what they were was a Bo first and Bo second type of team. Bo was their best playmaker. Sean didn't trust the run game. And then it leads to a rookie having the 6th most passing attempts in NFL football. Is Dobbins a true bona fide starter? Or does R.J. Harvey still have a chance, even on Sunday, to start? But beyond that, what is the order of operation from a run share distribution look like? Is there any room for Bidet or Jaleel, or is it those 2 guys? I'm really curious about how that all unfolds before us.
Well, let's make this clear. You brought in J.K. Dobbins with a really good deal. J.K. Dobbins is the only proven running back that has ran for a lot of yards. He had over 900 yards rushing last year and could have got to 1,000, but he missed 4 games. All right, he's a proven back going into year 6. You stick with him. He knows how to pick up the blitz. There's one thing about R.J. Harvey that we did not see during preseason games. We did not see R.J. Harvey pick up 1 blitz. But if you're going to put it but it's smart to put him in there during a regular season game, third down when you know there's blitzes coming. Like, that's not a smart move for a young rookie running back that may not be ready for that moment. That's someone like Tyler Bidet. You can utilize him. So J.K. Dobbins needs to be in there early and often. But the good thing about a running back position is multiple running backs can play throughout the game. When my rookie year, Royce touched the ball, I touched the ball, and there was one more – Devontae Booker touched the ball.
Yeah.
So there was 3 of us that got to touch the ball and had jobs. That could be the exact same thing here. Now, if you want to establish the run early, then utilize J.K. Let him loosen up the defense. Then you bring in R.J. Let him run and do specific run schemes that you really like him to do. A couple tosses. Let him get used to this. Get him out in the backfield for some catches. And then you will see Jaleel or Tyler Bidet at some point. They'll have a couple plays for them. I just think that's for Sean. Sean has always done that with running backs where it's like I'm going to utilize more than just 1 or 2 running backs.
Well, I'm fascinated. And there's, I want to see, we've talked about this, but I want to see R.J. Harvey run between the tackles. Is he capable at the NFL level where 69% of your runs in college were either designed to the outside or were bounced to the outside? Can you actually be effective, and how quickly can he build a muscle memory of trying to do that at the highest level that football has to offer? I'm very, very curious. And then beyond that, Courtland Sutton is probably going to be the most targeted wide receiver on Sunday.
Why do you say probably? Who else would?
Well, just because these games can take on a texture of their own, and if they're double in court, you have other opportunities underneath for Troy Franklin or Marvin Mims, Pat Bryant.
You saw that last preseason game.
I did.
What did that look like?
It looked like the Courtland Sutton show and bailing out the Broncos offense.
If that's validating, that preseason game is validating what it's going to look like, not the whole year, but maybe week one, because you have two young players in Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant that you just don't know too much about yet. You do know Troy Franklin can open up and have the separation, but do you have the confidence in him every single snap? With Court, he's that safety blanket that you have played with in Bo Nix's case, has played with, has built that chemistry. He's a guy that you're going to go to as much as possible so that you can move the chains until you can start building the confidence. The only other guy, Zach, I can think of that may get more opportunities or more targets than Courtland is your tight end, Evan Ingram, the Joker, who's right there next to you that can do a 5-yard dump off. Who Evan Ingram that we know is going to be utilized in different ways, whether it's on the outside as X receiver, whether he's a slot or he's a tight end, he's going to be involved. They're going to scheme up plays so he's one-on-one with a nickel or an inside linebacker, and that's a mismatch. So I can see maybe Evan Ingram getting more targets than Courtland Sutton. But for Bo's going to his guy early, like setting the tone, let's move the ball, let's run the ball as much as we can, and then we'll maybe do some dump-offs to Evan Ingram.
Well, Ingram's a whole nother chapter to the story unto himself. Just how impactful can this Joker be? We've heard so much about the Joker, right? And to the point, one point this offseason, George Payton says, looking for the Joker is like looking for the Loch Ness Monster. Well, I'm ready to see the monster. I'm ready to see the Loch Ness Monster. And what does this actually look like? We talked to Brandon Marshall, a Super Bowl 50 linebacker, a handful of minutes ago, and he's talking about just what type of mismatch he is. We saw it in the Cardinals game, in the second preseason game, where it's just a little friggin' screen that he takes, 50 yards or whatever it was.
It was like 58 yards.
We in Denver had not had a tight end like that a decade. You hoped it was Noah Fant. You hoped it was Greg Dulcich. And now you hope it's Evan Ingram. But still, there's no certainty. There's no birthright. You still have to go out there and do it. And so the first chapter of the Evan Ingram story here in Denver gets written on Sunday, and you hope that his best days – here's what you hope. In 6 years when he retires, if he plays for another 6 years, it'd be a really long career. But say 5 years, people say – man, really good career, but his best days were in Denver.
That's what you want.
That's what you want.
But you have Bo Nix, you have a young quarterback that if he utilizes Evan Ingram, he'll be in better shape. He'll set himself up. I'm talking about Bo now. He'll set himself up for more success, more drives, when you can just dump it down to a tight end and let him go to work, let him break the tackles, get an additional 5-6 yards, move the chains, maybe in a touchdown. Just make it easy on yourself this year, Bo. That's it. Don't be Superman. Just get the ball out of your hands fast, listen to Sean, make the plays when they're there, and then, of course, occasionally use those legs.
Well, in terms of you saying, you don't have to be Superman, it's so true. And I was listening to a conversation from Urban Meyer, and he sat down with Joel Klatt. And Urban would say to his young quarterbacks when they're starting their career in Columbus, when he was a coach at Ohio State, he'd say, dude, you have talent all around you. You don't have to go win us this game. What you should focus on is the first 2 first downs of the game. That's all. Just go get 2 first downs on your first drive, and we'll go from there and just totally simplify it down. Not that the Broncos are going to have a talent disparity like Ohio State would over a lot of their opponents, but you do look around you to the left and right. You should have a run game. You should have a bona fide tight end. You have a number 1 receiver. You should have depth behind him. You have offensive line in front of you that finished with the number 1 pass block win rate.
Yeah, you have Sean Payton, the offensive coordinator, that's going to put you in hopefully good situations throughout the game.
So it's not like you don't have to do too much. Don't focus on numbers or anything like that. Go get the first 2 first downs of the first drive, and the game will take on its own life from there. I hope that's his mindset, because you do worry about sometimes with young, motivated, talented individuals, not just in football but in life, who sometimes bite off more than they can chew or try to do too much.
Yeah.
And it comes from a good place, but the result doesn't reflect that. And so you hope that Bo Nix, his mindset is just where it needs to be in a healthy place, not thinking that he's got to be John Elway.
Now, if you had to put some money down on who scores the first touchdown.
Oh, first touchdown scorer.
First touchdown. You got J.K., let's go Evan Ingram because he's a tight end, and Courtland Sutton because he is the number one receiver here in Denver. Who you putting your money on?
And it's between J.K. Dobbins, Evan Ingram, and Courtland Sutton. I'll say J.K. Dobbins just from a probability standpoint. That J.K. Dobbins can score from 13 yards out, 11 yards out, 7 yards out.
22.
So 22, we'll see.
Yeah, 22-yard run.
But, like, if Courtland gets you down to the 2, chances are you're not going back to Courtland. Like, you're going to hand it off to Dobbins. So I'll say just from a positional priority down in the red zone, I'll say J.K. Dobbins.
I like it. I would probably throw my money on, just because Sean needs to prove to me that he is willing to run the ball, Evan Ingram. He's the closest option other than Courtland Sutton. It could be a run play, but you can do the play action. And when you do play action during the red zone or even at the 1-yard line, you give Bo an opportunity to hit the tight end or run it in for a touchdown. So I would say Evan Ingram's going to have that opportunity to get the first touchdown of the year because it's going to be from like the 6 or 7 yard line. And Sean, remember, last year Sean was really creative in the red zone with the tight ends. For some reason, when the red zone came rolling around, tight ends got more involved. Look for that to be Evan Ingram this year.
All right, we'll see how it all plays out. I want to read this text from James in Dallas. He says, currently driving from Dallas to Austin to take my son to the Longhorns game tomorrow. Had y'all on for the last 3 hours. Thanks for making the drive not suck. Go Broncos.
Yes, sir.
Love hearing stuff like that. You're going to have a blast tomorrow at that game. Texas is going to blow the doors off whoever they're playing. Don't even need to check the schedule.
Here you go.
Hook them. All right.
Your cousin, right? Your cousin Arch Manning, huh? Is he going to do well?
We'll see. Oh, he'll do great.
Okay.
He'll do great. He'll bounce back. But it does crank up the curiosity of, like, okay, next big opponent. Like, next legit game. Like, is Arch Manning up for it? Yeah, that's going to be a conversation.
Confidence.
Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be a conversation until it's not. Okay. If you want to react to any of that Bronco conversation, you can hit us up, ramoslaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Now that Benito's contract is done, who's the next big contract for the Denver Broncos? We'll talk about that coming up next.
Is the home opener against the Titans a must-win game for the Broncos? Joel Klatt certainly thinks so.
You have to win this game, and that's what this one is. Even the first week, you can't go out there and lose to Tennessee in week 1 and think that you're going to be a top 4 team in the AFC. You just can't.
Hear Joel every Wednesday morning on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth all season long. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
At Burke Simpson, we are passionate about what we do. We bring that passion and our expertise to the office and courtroom every single day. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
If you've been living on credit cards just to cover groceries, gas, and bills, you know those interest rates are brutal. Why keep paying 20% or more to the banks when you could call my friends at American Financing? They have mortgage rates in the 5s, and they are showing people every day how to keep more of your hard-earned money in your pocket. Right now, American Financing is helping homeowners save an average of $800 a month by using their equity to wipe out high-interest debt with no upfront fees, no obligation, and just a 10-minute call to a salary-based mortgage consultant. And here's the kicker. If you start today, you could delay 2 mortgage payments, putting even more cash in your hands right away. Don't wait. Call American Financing now at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. APR for rates in the 5 start at 6.327% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
Being dependable for your family. We get it. At Corwin Toyota, we've been family-driven for over 100 years. So when you need a ride that fits your whole crew, or even your carpool, rain or shine, we hope to show you how our family can take care of yours. Corwin Toyota, family-driven for over 100 years.
A Takori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers says something more.
From the very first sparkle when the box opens to wide and joyful eyes.
To the every last detail that continues to enchant for decades, day after day.
Only Takori weaves all those details into every stunning engagement ring.
Meticulously crafted in Takori's Los Angeles design studios by artisans that take as much care crafting the ring as you do selecting it.
A Takori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers will say everything, because everything is in the details.
I'm Bruce.
And I'm Steve Williams. And here at both Williams Jewelers, you'll shop from the largest selection of Takori engagement rings and wedding bands in Colorado.
Visit us at Williams Jewelers, your official Takori jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Denver Sports Snapshot. Saturday on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams. CSU football faces Northern Colorado with pregame starting at 4. Presented by Rock's Heating and Air. Then Sunday morning on 104.3 HD3, football action kicks off as Las Vegas faces New England with pregame starting at 10:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Ah, yes, rolling downhill here on a Friday. I have to help Phil get his headset back on.
Thank you, man.
Phil had surgery on his finger. He was cutting some sausage. And
cut right through the pinky, man.
Cut through his pinky and literally severed his tendon. The tendon then curled up into the middle of his hand, so they had to go into your hand,
pull it out,
and pull the tendon back up to the pinky, which they did with a robot, right?
Yeah, robot, and of course you have the surgeon doctor there. The robot helps pull it up, tie it up for you, and they have to be there. But the technology is just crazy now, and they were able to get it done in about an hour. Stitched me back up. I was awake, so I got to see it all done, and I had no pain medicines. So there was no painkillers. I just watched. I just sat there and watched them.
Stop. They knocked you out, right?
They knocked me out.
Yeah.
I
mean, that's
was out.
a serious surgery.
It really is. I didn't think it was going to be as bad, but truly, when I was done, it hurt. It still hurts, But I was like, hey, you've been begging me to come back. You know how Batman has a sign in the air?
Yeah.
You put the Phil sign up. And I was like, I guess I'll go to work.
I put the Phil sign up because I said, I can't do more Richie. That's what the sign read in the sky.
Phil or Richie? I'll take Phil. Thanks for putting my headset on, man. Later on, I'm going to have to go to the bathroom. You want to help me with that as well?
No, I don't. I do not.
Right.
At least, because you're a lefty.
I am.
At least you have your dominant hand still.
I do, man. I'm lucky.
Because I've done both my hands before. I ripped both basketball injuries. Ripped the tendon off this one, had reconstructive surgery. This one broke this other hand. But when
your right hand, right?
Broke my right hand. I exploded towards the basket. Someone came underneath me. I'm upside down in the air. Went to go catch myself, and the first thing that hit the ground was my hand. And I broke it. But it's like if you're having to eat, with your opposite hand, you're having to I'm just gonna say go to the bathroom and use your.
So how'd you wipe your butt? This is I'm interested. Did you wipe or did you get up?
I had to just get sprayed off in the shower. I just smear myself. No, but it just comes with a bunch of challenges. So even amidst your troubles here,
it could be worse.
It could be worse. It could. We used to read this book growing up. It could be worse. And no matter what happened to these two kids, they tell their grandpa, he said, it could be worse. It paint the most devastating scenario ever. It could be worse. So accidents happen. Glad you're back. We're heading into a really packed weekend of football. I said going into the last break, now that Benito's contract is done for the Broncos, who's the next big contract for the Broncos? And I think the name that I have in mind doesn't wear a helmet on game days. All right.
Going to extend somebody that's not playing, huh?
He wears a suit on game days.
All right.
This is a guy that has drafted and paid Quinn Miners, drafted and paid Pat Surtain, drafted and paid Jonathan Cooper, inherited Bowles but paid Bowles, inherited Sutton but doubled down on Sutton, signed Zach Allen and extended Zach Allen, drafted Nick Bonito and has paid Nick Bonito. George Payton, general manager, is in year 5 of a 6-year contract. The race was unkind to start. He was one of these runners that flips over the hurdle, but gets up and wants to finish the race and just keeps going and going and going. And by the final frame of the race, he's back in it and has a chance to win it. That's George Payton. He had a Garrett Bowles-esque start to his Broncos tenureship.
People were booing him. They didn't know what he was doing. They thought hey, you're kicking outside of your coverage. You're not doing a good job. But you have to stick with somebody long enough to see it through. And that's something that Greg Penner has done a great job of, is seeing this through with George. And look what's happened now with all these players, all these talented players that are going to be here for a long time because of George. And George drafting them, developing these players, and then paying them.
Yeah. His time in Denver hasn't been perfect, okay? I'm not here to paint that picture. But I do believe we are at the point and have enough information to say the Denver Broncos are better off with George Payton than without him. That's kind of where I'm at.
Ooh, okay. So what are you saying? Are you saying that we should extend George Payton right now like George Payton has done with his players before their contracts are up? Before Sean's contract is up, do you want to pay Sean more money? I mean, hey, if you want to, let's do it. But, let me at least tell you this, or at least put this in your head, Zach. We don't know how all these players are going to pan out.
It's true.
This is premature when it comes to some of these players. Some.
Well, which ones do you think?
Well, PS2 and Quinn Miners, I think, are going to be solid.
Okay.
You just paid Nick Bonito a lot of money yesterday. His first year starting was last year. He didn't start the first two games of the year, but ended up having a really good year. We still don't know if this is Nick Bonito every single year. Now, of course, it's a forecast, and you're like, hey, like, I'm going to bet on it, and I would too, don't get me wrong. But, like, we're sitting here trying to praise and give George his flowers, and we only had one winning season.
That's true.
As a general manager, he's been here he's going on his 5th year. He's only had one winning season.
That's true.
And you want to extend him? I don't know if you do, but somebody out there may want to extend him already, but yet the ultimate goal is not just to pay players, make their dreams come true, but for the fans to be happy because we're winning games, we're in the playoffs again, and the ultimate goal, winning a Super Bowl.
Well, no, I definitely hear you. And I'm not saying that you have to extend George Payton right now. I suppose if there's one thing we learned from the Russell Wilson deal is that there is no harm in waiting. But I would say in about 10 months from now, when it's next offseason in the middle of the summer, unless something goes haywire, which I don't think it will, I think keeping George in the fold is a good idea. So we'll see if it actually pans out like that. But I'm telling you, if you would have told me that we'd be having this conversation 2 years ago, I would have said you're insane. So it's a testament to George, the ground that he's made up over the last 2 years, that we can even fairly have the conversation, even if you disagree with maybe the timeline of it or not. All right, we're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, what is the final score of the Broncos home opener? Does CU and CSU bounce back accordingly? Prediction time coming up next.
Does Sean Payton finally have all the pieces he needs on offense? Are the Broncos ready to contend for the AFC West once again? We'll answer it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? The summer is almost over. It's pretty much over. And that means one thing. It's time for football. It's time for game day. Whether you're heading to Empower Field or traveling to Boulder to cheer on the Buffs, you've got to get there in style. You worked hard all summer. You've been to all the last barbecues and the last days at the pool. Now it's time for you to sit back, relax, and enjoy yourself. Let somebody else handle all the traffic, the parking, and all the other hassles that come with it. And this is where my friends at Hermes Worldwide come to play. They'll get you to and from the game safely so you can focus on the important stuff, like watching your team stack those wins. Hermes Worldwide offers championship-level transportation with sleek new model vehicles that can fit the whole entire crew. Close your eyes and picture this, guys. You and your friends roll up to the stadium, no stress, no hassle, just a professional driver ready to get you to and from the game. Their professional drivers are dependable, and they understand that game day is precious to you. So what they'll do is handle all the logistics so you can focus on making memories. So ditch the game day headaches and make this season a guaranteed win. All you need to do is call Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride. And here's a little secret, guys. You can get 30% off your ride to the game with Hermes Worldwide for an entire season. All you have to do is mention the code PL30. Again, it's PL30 when you book your luxury transportation to Empower Field.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I
do. Of course you all do. Who wouldn't want this? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed that has a 5.89 APR.
Wait, you have a 4.75% fixed rate for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. Because even with the lowest rate today, it may not be in 6, 12 months or more. And if rates do fall in the future, now what? Go through the expense again? No. Maximize your savings with U.S. Mortgages and our lowest rate for life program. It allows you to lock in today, and if the market does improve, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fee and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. Awarded the smartest loan in the country. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
No chance, so that's what you got. Up against a machine too strong. Pretty politicians buying souls for run song puppets.
This song is dedicated to 3 teams: Delaware, Northern Colorado, and the Titans.
All right.
You've got no chance in hell.
This is the mosh pit kind of stuff right here.
Oh, this is my goober self reaching 26 years into my wrestling bag for a song Vince McMahon had made for Stone Cold Steve Austin at Royal Rumble 99, that he had no chance in hell of winning the Royal Rumble, just like the Tennessee Titans have no chance.
Ooh.
No chance in hell.
Oh, okay.
To come into Mile High, it's time for our predictions. Last segment here on a Friday. Really fun show on a Bud Light Football Friday. Live here from number 38 in Rhino. Appreciate the interactions that we had with listeners throughout the day. Appreciate you guys very much. Let's get down to brass tacks here. Couple minutes left before Denver Sports tonight. All right. Let's start with CSU. Let's start with CSU and University of Northern Colorado. We know UNC, and obviously I clumped you guys in with Delaware and the Titans. We still love you guys way up north. All good. But it's going to be a really, really tall task to try to beat CSU. CSU is 21-1 all time against Northern Colorado. The Rams have beat UNC 8 straight times by double figures. And then to make matters worse, UNC lost their starting quarterback in week 1. It's just going to be – I'm not saying it's impossible, but whatever the second cousin of impossible is, that's what that's going to be
There is
tomorrow.
no chance that Northern Colorado can beat CSU. CSU has it going on. And even though CSU lost against Washington, it was still one of those games where it's like, wow, we grew up. Wow, like we are better than people think. We are better than we thought. Now let's go out there, okay, because you know it's a home game. Handle UNC and have fun that night. I think that CSU rolls past Northern Colorado, and my brother went there, so I was able to go up there a couple times in Greeley. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
And it's gonna be like 45-3. CSU is dominating this game. Now, don't let me down, CSU, because I'm high on you guys. I'm high on Jay Norvell. Go out there and handle business.
I agree. It's just going to be almost impossible. I want to see more of the CSU running back, Jalen Dupree. Last week, 92 rushing yards, over 6 yards a carry against Washington. What does that look like against Northern Colorado? Could be scary. He got Mountain West Freshman of the Week, by the way, for his performance last week. So good for that young man. I got UNC big. I'll say Northern Colorado kicks 2 field goals. I'll say 36-6. 36-6.
Well, CSU, you say UNC big.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. CSU big.
I should have said.
No, thank you.
Let's put some money on it.
No, thank you. Yeah, and play the tape for me. CSU big. I'll say 36-6. Right. And then CU. All right, we'll save the Broncos for last. CU,
the Buffs,
trying to bounce back at home against a Blue Hens Delaware team, transitioning their first year in FBS after a missed opportunity last week against Georgia Tech.
Yeah, look, this is a game where Colorado needs to put it on them. Colorado should be angry that they dropped the ball against Georgia Tech. Colorado is the better team. They have a stronger defense, a stronger offense. You do have a better quarterback. For the defense side of the ball, you need to stop Delaware's pass game. Force them to run. They didn't do a good job of running last week. Force them to run this game. Okay, control the clock that way. Offensively, it's time for the fireworks to come out. Whether it's passing, whether it's running, you have to do it all. Caden Salter needs to continue to instill the confidence in himself that he can be the starting quarterback this year. Because if you cannot be, Juju is ready to roll. So Caden Salter needs to have a really good game throwing the ball and passing, running the ball as well. And if he can do that, he'll be good for the next week. But I'm looking at building the identity, okay? Michael Welch, give him more than 11 carries. Give him 15, 16, 17 carries. That's something that Mike McIntyre did a great job of doing with me, Zach. If you go back and you look at my stats, I was getting 25 carries a game. I was getting 30 carries a game. There was one time where I touched the ball 44 times.
Holy smokes.
44 times, and I caught 5 other ones. So give this young man the ball as much as possible to establish the run. Lean on the run game, which will help out your pass.
All right. Give me a final score.
It's going to be Colorado 55, Delaware 7.
55?
Yeah, because Juju's going to get in the second half, and he's going to be throwing the ball.
Double nickel.
55.
Wow.
What do you got?
All right. I like the philosophy, though, that, like, if you put in the backup quarterback, you're going to let that young man shine, which means you're going to continue to pass. Okay. I like a lot of the things that you said there. It almost feels like Caden Salter is now fending off Juju Lewis after one football game.
It's crazy to think.
And it was a week ago where it was a little over a week ago where Deion Sanders says, you guys know who the starting quarterback is. Why do you even make me say it? Of course it's Caden Salter. Dude, if you replace him or start to go with a hybrid 1 week later, whoa.
And we know Juju is going to play.
He's going to play.
Coach Prime made that clear.
Yeah, but, like, is he in on the third series of the game? Or is he not playing until the second half? Like, we don't know what it's going to – is he starting the game? Could he start against Delaware tomorrow? I mean, unlikely, agree, but impossible? No. So I'll go CU 38, Delaware 16. And then for the Broncos, Titans, week 1. I'll go first here.
Yeah,
all right?
Definitely.
I'll go first here.
Ladies first.
I've tried to say all the right things. and tried to prepare our audience, caution our audience. This is an NFL team. They're better up front offensively. Their front seven is the best part of them defensively. But at the same time, this is a team that had 63 sacks a year ago, led the league. Largest gap between any two slottings were 1 compared to 2. That's how elite that defense was, and they should be even better. That's even without Dre Greenlaw. I have Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos taking care of business in a serious way. I'll go 31-17.
Oh, so I'm going to go 24-17. Offense is going to be a little shaky at first. That's okay. It's offense. Defense is going to come out firing. They are going to be the number 1 defense this year, if not definitely top 5. 24-17. Denver Broncos get the win, and they roll on to the next.
If you want to see Phillip Lindsay pay off his bet from last year in the playoffs, it went down in the last segment. I recorded it. Go to my Instagram, zby23, and you will see a glorious video of Phillip Lindsay with one arm wearing a Josh Allen jersey.
Oh, you're next.
Being a good sport.
You're next.
Well, we shall see. Everyone have a great weekend. Thank you.